look on his face, suppressing his urge to read. Juho would have been clueless. He was glad that he had given in to his urge. I guess I lost. In reality, he was excited. He had met with the certain reader he had been looking forward to meeting. Then, he had caught up with his fellow authors. Prior to either of those events, he had even met the celebrity interviewer for an interview, which had aired on TV. Through the interviewer, the young author had learned how he was coming across to his fans. A humbling realization had occurred to him that he had been content and satisfied when, in truth, he still had a ways to go as an author. Then came the rain. Although invisible to naked eyes, it soaked every inch of the young author's clothes. What felt like a heavy sigh came out of his mouth. Despite feeling his clothes getting wet, the young author closed his eyes without moving a muscle. Juho Woo. Juho opened his eyes at the voice calling to him from the distance. His living room appeared before his eyes. As he struggled to keep his eyes open, he realized that he had fallen asleep sitting on his couch. At that moment, a series of banging noise came from the door, followed by a series of doorbell rings. Only then did it occur to him who might be outside of the door. Coming, Juho said, walking toward the door as he tried to wake himself up. When he opened the door, he saw his editor-in-charge, who looked at him with surprise. Are you okay? Nam Kyung asked. What do you mean? Do you realize that you have some serious dark circles underneath your eyes? Then, as Juho stepped aside yawning, the editor came into the house. Taken aback by the jarring state of the living room, he asked, "What in the world is all this?" Being careful not to step on the sheets of manuscript paper scattered throughout the floor, Nam Kyung walked across the living room. For a second, I thought you'd just moved in. The table was also filled with stacks of manuscript paper, which had toppled over and made a mess. It was an intimidating amount. Then, as Nam Kyung closed the window, which Juho had kept open for ventilation, Juho looked around the living room. It was the result of not picking up the pages immediately after they had fallen. Nevertheless, the mess was proof that the young author had been busy at work. After reading The Full Moon, Juho had remained in a dazed state for a while. A wave of emotions flooded into his heart. He felt mortified and humiliated all at the same time, boiling with the ambition to be able to write like Hyun-do. Then, looking up to confirm that the sky and the ground were both in their rightful places, the young author reminded himself that he would never stumble again. Rising from his seat and going straight to his room, writing frantically until he felt numb and out of it. Fortunately, he was able to pick up where he had left off for the most part. However, there was one critical issue. Still struggling? Nam Kyung asked in a slightly low voice. Struggling? Do you see how much I've written? Juho said, playing coy. At that, a smile appeared on the editor's face. Except it's not the manuscript I've been waiting for. Then, the young author looked toward the editor. The story about the old lady wasn't making nearly as much progress as it should. Maybe I should join an astronomy club, too. What the heck are you talking about? Nam Kyung said, glaring fiercely at the young author. Chapter 286, The Full Moon 3. Avoiding the piercing glare from his editor-in-charge, Juho went to the kitchen. As the host, he had to treat his guest to something. As he took the special cups out of the cupboard, Juho asked, I only have instant coffee. Would you prefer green tea? Coffee's fine. Although Juho normally drank green tea, he chose to drink coffee that day instead in order to wake himself up. While Nam Kyung moved through the sheets of manuscript paper cautiously, like he would with precious jewelry, Juho came out of the kitchen with the 2 cups of coffee and kicked the sheets of manuscript paper aside on his way to the couch. Then, pushing the stacks of manuscript paper on the table to the side, the young author placed the 2 cups on the table and handed the editor a cushion. Thanks, Nam Kyung said, taking a sip of the instant coffee while reading a page of the manuscript that he had chosen at random. Juho drank his coffee quietly and focused on waking up. What do you think? He asked the editor, looking at him with dry, disinterested eyes. It pains me to think that all of these pages are going to waste. These are incredible. They're like unrefined, precious gems that would sparkle like no other after some slight refinement. Nam Kyung said, clearly sounding like he was suppressing his emotions. Really? You're laughing? Yeah, I can't help myself. I wish new ideas for my story were coming out instead of the laughter, Juho said. Although he was perfectly capable of laughing, he hadn't made any progress with the new story for nearly a month. When the editor had first found out, he had said, That's very unusual for Yun-woo. The image of the editor's serious look on his face rushed past the young author's mind. However, Nam-kyung was sure that Joo-ho was still capable of writing. While Joo-ho thought of that, Nam-kyung had about 20 pages of manuscript paper in his hands. Although he wasn't clear about what he was reading, one thing was certain. The pages were much darker than the new story. Full moon. Huh, Nam-kyung murmured. By that point, he had heard about the plot of the book from the young author. Mr. Lim's new book's been getting recognized by both readers and critics alike, he said. Nam-kyung had also read the book, and there was no doubt that it was worthy of being considered the literary great's best work yet. I mean, he did say that. He wrote it with Mr. Kong in mind, the editor murmured. Well, Kong. He was Yun Seo Baek's late husband and their longtime friend. He left us way too soon, Nam-kyung said, like anybody who knew the author would have. Well, had passed away much too soon, and the short life he had dedicated to writing still remained in the hearts of his readers and fellow authors. He was one of the greatest authors this country had to offer, the editor murmured, brushing his hand down the stack of manuscript paper he was holding. At that, Joo-ho leaned his head back against the backrest of the couch. There were times when Joo-ho wished that the author were still alive, writing new books. Anyway, Nam-kyung said with a clap, changing the subject. As sentimental it might have been, wool wasn't the most pressing matter at the moment. Rather, it was the young author's progress and thinking of ways to improve it. Well, how are things looking? Nam-kyung asked, and how does it look? Joo-ho asked back, eyeing the pages in the editor's hands. Then, thinking back to what he had been reading up to that point, the editor said, it feels like the ideas are getting darker. I think so too. At that, Nam-kyung's hand went up to his forehead. Since reading Full Moon, Joo-ho had been in a gloomy state of mind, making him more inclined to write darker things. The novel still lingered in his mind, popping up when he least expected. Mr. Woo, have you ever considered taking a slightly different approach with this project? No, Joo-ho said. He insisted on the protagonist living in a bright and cheerful world. Besides, Nam-kyung's suggestion wasn't coming from a serious place, either. Then, how much longer do you think it'll be until you can start writing something more uplifting? It's hard to say. At the young author's ambiguous answer, the expression on Nam-kyung's face grew even darker, which reminded Joo-ho of Mr. Moon. When he had first joined the literature club, Joo-ho hadn't been used to writing alongside other people. Not only had it been noisy, but it had also been incredibly distracting, which had caused him to lose his train of thought and finish his stories prematurely with absurd endings. Back then, Mr. Moon had given the young author the exact same look that Nam-kyung had currently. Haha. Hey, this isn't funny. I mean it. Nam-kyung said desperately, concerned about whether the young author was starting to fall apart from within. As if trying to comfort his editor in charge, Joo-ho said, it won't last forever. Which seemed to be of little help. Sighing deeply, the editor picked up another sheet of manuscript paper next to him and read it, only to sigh even deeper. They were simply too good. The sentences were superb, and although they were short, the editor was able to feel the power they carried. From his point of view, Yun-woo was in his best condition yet, and the fact that he was able to write as much as he had was proof of that. At the same time, it pained him all the more that all of those pages were going to waste. It drove him nearly insane. With the much-anticipated short stories by Yun-woo and the half-length novel that would be introduced alongside them, Yun-woo's distinct, pure writing style, which was missed desperately by readers, including Nam-kyung, was finally going to make a comeback. Yet, why the young author wasn't making any progress was still a mystery to the editor, especially considering the state in which the author was. On top of that, the plot was also outstanding. The fierceness of the children, the foolishness of the adults, the young maturely carrying out their innocent thoughts. Characters with distinct personalities. A bright and cheerful world. The story's message to future society. It had to be Yun-woo's most diverse and elaborate work yet. Look how far you've come, Nam-kyung said. When he read Joo-ho's work in progress, the editor had found it quite convincing. Alexandria was the protagonist's name. After hearing about a city, which had first been built by Alexander the Great, called by the same name in Egypt in some documentary on TV, the protagonist realized that it had a pleasant ring to it. From then on, she wished to be called Alexandria by others, and her wish had come true. Are you just going to leave Alexandria hanging like that? Nam Kyung said desperately. At that, scratching his cheek, Juho answered, "She's a tough cookie. She'll do just fine on her own, even if I were to leave her alone for a little while." Nam Kyung wasn't buying the young author's answer. Meanwhile, Juho rested his chin on his hand. "I just can't seem to find the right mood." Furrowing his brow at Juho's ambiguous answer, Nam Kyung asked, "As in, the right mood to write?" "Yes, the right mood to write about Alexandria. Otherwise, my house wouldn't look like this." There had been a significant amount of time between when he picked up the pen, put it down, and picked it up again. Time tended to create a gap. His old self that had written and his current self that was writing. It all felt different. "That does happen," Nam Kyung said, nodding in agreement. Every author had their own way of filling that gap created by time, and it usually involved reading everything they had written up to the point they had stopped, or recreating the emotional state they had been in when they first started writing through meditation or music. "Thing is, I just can't seem to figure it out," Juho said. "Figure out what?" "How I was feeling before I started reading The Full Moon." Juho did recall having bought the book from the biggest bookstore in the area. However, he couldn't remember the excitement he had felt when he bought the book or why he had thought to himself that the book was only a keepsakes when he would eventually give in and read through the entire book in one sitting. He couldn't figure out a way to revert back to his emotional state before reading The Full Moon. He couldn't go back to his old self before he learned about astronomy, when he had no interest in the subject whatsoever. "I even tried writing some really dark stories just so that I could remember." However, the more the young author tried, the further he got from Alexandria. It was quite ironic. A troubled look appeared on Nam Kyung's face. There was only so much he could do to help as an editor. After some thought, he looked up, struck by an idea. "What if you go on a trip? For a change of pace?" "When I'm still in the middle of writing, though? I just thought I should bring it up. I was told that Mr. Ump's leaving for a trip, too. Did you know about this?" "No. Where's he going?" Juho asked. It was news to him. As he was busy thinking about whether Dong Gil was going somewhere local or to another country, the editor gave him the answer as he pulled his glasses up. "Russia." "Russia? He's going for research purposes. You know his style." When discussing Dong Gil's writing, Hemingway was a name that was bound to come up at some point. Dong Gil preferred to infuse his own experience into his novel in the most realistic way possible. He believed that that was the most honest way of going about writing a piece that was as close to the truth as it could be. Being an introspective person, he liked to write things down, and his pursuit of the objective truth had put him on the crossroad between pursuing a career as a journalist or a writer. Yet, to the young author's surprise, Dong Gil was making a trip to Russia in order to gather more data for his book. "What kind of book is he writing?" "I don't know the details, but it seems like there is something he wants to experience in Russia." "How long do you think he'll stay there?" "Considering his personality, I'm guessing a month at least." Then, as Juho was about to ask more about Dong Gil, Nam Kyung raised his hand and stopped the young author from doing so, saying, "Like I said, I don't have all the details, so I would suggest asking him directly." "Right." Frankly, Juho wasn't in the most sociable mood because of his lack of progress with Alexandria's story. However, the young author was still curious if Dong Gil had read The Full Moon, which had been written by one of the authors he looked up to the most. Then, when Juho picked up his cup in order to drink from it, he realized that it was empty. There was sweetness from the instant coffee still lingering in his mouth, which was making him thirsty. "I could use a drink." "What?" The urge to drink had started to tempt the young author, making him think that alcohol would put an end to his predicament once and for all. Then, the memories of his past came up in his mind, reminding him of how he had started drinking in the first place. It had been an impulsive decision, and he had been in a similar place. Emotionally, "I guess I'm just naturally impulsive," Juho thought to himself. As Nam Kyung contemplated whether he should talk the young author out of drinking or not, Juho said, "I'm not going to." "Don't worry." "Well, it might not be a terrible idea. You might feel a little better after a drink," the editor said. There were times when alcohol provided momentum for authors. Humans were fragile beings that often got hurt easily by the smallest things in life, and there were times when alcohol was a means of healing those wounds. However, Juho thought otherwise. "That won't be necessary. I threw all the alcohol in the house out," he said. Just as he had said, The young author had thrown out every bit of alcohol in his house just in case he gave in to his urges. Water, tea, and coffee were just about the only things to drink in his house. At that, Nam Kyung looked intently at Juho with narrowed eyes and asked, "You know what? I noticed that you keep yourself away from alcohol in particular. I got that impression during the interview too. It just doesn't taste good," Juho said. With that, having no intention of commenting on the young author's taste preferences, Nam Kyung didn't make any more comments, still looking somewhat leery. "Oh well, authors tend to have that one thing they obsess over," Nam Kyung said, shrugging it off. Then, he started picking up the pages of manuscript paper scattered about the house. "Keep them somewhere. We might be able to use one of these for the short story compilation," Nam Kyung said. "I doubt that. Well, you never know. There are fans who are particularly fond of your short stories. They still remember what River was like," the editor said. After staring at him for a brief moment, Juho bent down at the waist and picked up a page of a manuscript under his foot. Upon reading it, the young author realized that it wasn't actually half bad, and with slight refinement, it would be more than good enough to be published. Unfortunately, the content was much too dark. The story was about catastrophe and destruction, which was far from what the young author had been looking for. As he organized the pages with his editor's help, a book that had been buried under the layers of manuscript paper appeared. It was none other than The Full Moon. At that, a subtle smile appeared on the young author's face. Deep inside, what he really wanted was to be able to write a story like that of Hyun Doo's new book. In simple terms, he had been influenced by the book, intoxicated by it, and wanted more of it. "Seems like I got my butt handed to me." "What?" "By Mr. Lim." At that, the editor smiled bitterly and said, "Well, it seems like his new book has that effect. I practically forgot about my work while I was reading it." "That almost sounds excessive," Juho said. To which, Nam Kyung replied with the bitter expression on his face. "After reading The Full Moon, I just couldn't bear to read sentences written by some rookie author. So what did you do?" "I went back and read the manuscript again a week later." "And what happened?" Instead of giving an answer, Nam Kyung showed him his hands, which were empty. The contract had fallen through, and the manuscript never got made into a book. "I see," Juho said, looking down at the empty cup in his hand, without anything in particular to say. Chapter 287, The Full Moon 4. In the end, Nam Kyung went on his way without figuring out a solution for the young author's lack of progress. Take some time to think about this, but really, the sooner the better. Although what he had implied hadn't been clear, Juho had nodded. Then, after encouraging the young author to ask for help when needed, he had left. After the editor left, the first thing Juho did was call Dong Gil, who was apparently making a trip to Russia. "What is it?" Dong Gil's low and cold-sounding voice came from the receiver of Juho's phone. And, knowing his personality, Juho got right to the point without hesitation. "I heard you're going to Russia? How did you know?" he asked, sounding like he was somewhat taken aback that the young author knew about the news. "I heard it from my editor," Juho said, clarifying the source of his information. "Ah," Dong Gil let out, as if making sense of the young author's answer. "When are you leaving?" "In 4 days." He was leaving much sooner than Juho had anticipated. Dong Gil was truly a man of action. "Which part of Russia are you going to?" Juho asked. "Let's see. First, Moscow." With that, Dong Gil gave Juho a brief summary of the itinerary of his trip, sounding noticeably more excited, which was unlike him. Nonetheless, he sounded like he was in high spirits, almost enough to be willing to talk about something more cheerful and lighthearted. If only that excitement were contagious. "Should we meet?" "What was that?" "Let's catch up before I leave," Dong Gil said. And since Juho had no reason to say no, he accepted Dong Gil's suggestion gladly. Was that Juho? After putting his phone into his pocket, Dong Gil looked up at somebody who looked like the most easygoing person in the world. It was Jun Soo. Having already visited Russia in the past, he had been a tremendous help to Dong Gil in planning the trip, which had included getting the best possible price for lodging. "Yeah, he found out about my trip somehow." See, you're a bigger celebrity than you think." "Come on, now," Dong Gil said, looking around his house, which was in disarray since he was in the middle of packing for his trip. The screen of his laptop showed the spreadsheet with the list of things he needed to take for his trip and his budget. "Did Juho say he read it?" Jun Soo asked out of nowhere. But despite the lack of details in the question, Dong-gil was able to catch on to what Jun-soo was referring to. Immediately, "I didn't ask," Dong-gil said. "He probably did," Jun-soo said, and Dong-gil agreed by remaining silent. Juho had to have read The Full Moon. Yun-seo had to be about the only author capable of resisting the urge to read such a charming book. Turning his eyes, Dong-gil looked intently at her pupil, who had met with Hyun-do immediately after the release of the book. "I'm telling you, you can't help but fall in love with it." Those had been Jun-soo's exact words after coming back from meeting with the literary great. An author loved by authors. It was a phrase that often came up when describing Hyun-do, which had also crossed Dong-gil's mind. Hyun-do Lim was the prime example of an author, and Dong-gil wanted to be just like him. "I want to go too," Jun-soo said, causing Dong-gil to snap out of his thoughts. "You mean to Russia?" Dong-gil asked. "No, Yun-woo's house." There was curiosity in Jun-soo's eyes, and Dong-gil was well aware of where he was coming from. "I'm curious about what a genius author looks like at home too. How would The Full Moon have affected the young genius? How would Yun-woo have digested that book? I'm telling you, you are the epitome of a go-getter," Jun-soo said. However, seeing Dong-gil furrowing his brow at his compliment, he quickly changed the subject. "Is Seo-jung still hiding himself at home? Who knows?" Although Dong-gil was looking even more irritable, the irritation wasn't directed at Jun-soo. Dong-gil thought of his friend's face, whom he had last seen a month ago. Back then, he had come over to Dong-gil's house in his usual attire of sweatshirt and pants. He looked like such an idiot, blown away by the book he'd brought himself. Seo-jung's reaction to The Full Moon had been similar to the time when he had read Trace of a Bird for the first time. He had read both books at the same place. However, he hadn't been as tearful and emotional as he had been when he had read Trace of a Bird. Rather, he had been in a daze, almost to the point of looking strange. On top of that, Dong-gil hadn't been able to get a hold of him as of late. Seeing as though Jun-soo seemed concerned for his fellow author, Dong-gil shared a piece of information that he had barely managed to get before leaving for Russia. "He's at his parents' house right now." Good thing I asked you," Jun-soo said, clicking his tongue and sitting up. "Honestly, of all the authors I know, I'm most envious of Seo-jung." "Really? That idiot of all people. How deeply immersed do you have to be in a book for it to influence you like that?" As Dong-gil remained silent, Jun-soo looked up at the empty air and added, "What do you have to see in a book to be affected that much by it?" There was no doubt that The Full Moon was a masterpiece that renewed one's mind after reading it. However, Seo-jung's response to the book felt almost excessive in Jun-soo's eyes. It was as if the author was challenging the moon. It was incomprehensible. Looking at Jun-soo in such a perplexed state, Dong-gil reminisced to his younger days, when he had been a student. No matter how hard Dong-gil had tried, Seo-jung had always been a step ahead of him, drawing inspiration from the most unimaginable places and writing stories that he couldn't even think of with ease. In the end, despairing and frustrated, Dong-gil had sought out his own path, and eventually, he had found himself alongside Seo-jung. "Don't know, don't care," Dong-gil said and looked away. There was no way to know how far his gifted friend would go this time. However, regardless of where or how far, Dong-gil knew one thing for certain, that he'd also move when Seo-jung moved. As if seeing the determination within Dong-gil, Jun-soo chuckled quietly. "Seems like you've lost some weight," Dong-gil said as soon as he stepped into the young author's house. After making a cup of green tea for the guest, Juho went into his room rather than the living room. Dong-gil was looking at the books on the bookshelf in his room, and fortunately, the pages of manuscript that used to be scattered about the house had already been cleaned up before Dong-gil had arrived. Then, Juho handed the green tea to his guest, whose eyes were still fixed on the young author's bookshelf, pulled a chair out, and sat on it. As usual, Dong-gil was wearing a dress shirt that had been ironed impeccably. Although Juho was well acquainted of the author, he wasn't as used to having Dong-gil in his room. "What's Seo-jung been up to these days?" Juho asked lightheartedly. "No idea," Dong-gil answered without hesitation, sounding slightly annoyed even. "How come? Did he go somewhere?" "I don't feel like talking about him," Dong-gil said emphatically, which Juho shrugged off while Dong-gil remained occupied with the bookshelf. Asking any more questions didn't seem like a good idea. "What are you looking so hard at?" Juho asked, noticing that Dong Gil had been staring at the same place for some time. Then, just as the young author had expected, Dong Gil said, "The full moon." Juho had placed the book in the most visible spot on the bookshelf. "Have you read it?" Juho asked, bringing up the question he had been meaning to ask. To which, Dong Gil answered after a brief pause, "I have." "How was it?" Then, instead of giving an answer, Dong Gil turned toward Juho and walked unhurriedly toward a comfortable-looking chair opposite of him. "How was it for you?" he asked. "I asked first," the young author responded. "I'm older." Chuckling quietly at Dong Gil for playing the age card, Juho gave him an honest answer. "I've been having trouble writing what I want to write these days." "It influenced you, didn't it?" "I'm in a pretty serious condition," Juho grumbled jokingly. However, there was no change in Dong Gil's expression. Rather, he accepted Juho's playful comment at face value in a cold and brusque manner. "Yeah, so, I've been looking for a change of pace," Juho said. "And am I the lucky winner?" Something like that. After hearing the young author's answer, Dong Gil gave his answer to Juho's question as promised. "I was deeply moved." "Why?" "Because it was a deeply moving piece," Dong Gil said, fixing his eyes on the full moon on the bookshelf yet again. There was an unusual affection in the way he was looking at the book, as if he was looking at one from Hemingway. "I wonder if that's how I look at that book," Juho wondered. But it wasn't long until he reached the conclusion that he didn't look at the book with the same affection as Dong Gil, whose eyes were entirely devoid of greed or the willingness to resist it. On the contrary, the young author was determined to outdo the book. Mr. Lim is incredible. Authors in their prime tends to leave a strong, lingering impression in their readers. I just can't stop thinking about him. I want to be like him. Thoughts like those tended to occur even to authors with the most earnest yearning for their own colors and flavors. After all, Hyundu's writing was simply much too tasteful and stylish. "His only flaw has always been that he's too pure and clean," Dong Gil said. Despite what it sounded like, he wasn't referring to the actual state of the literary great. Rather, he was referring to his writing and how it had been received by the masses up to that point. It's much too calculated, and it leaves no room for the readers to enjoy the book in peace. It's almost too detailed, to the point of being persistent. There were one too many things in his stories that I couldn't reconcile with. At least, his earlier works were like that. They were referring to Hyundu's earlier days as a writer, when Wukong had still been around. Although there was no way to confirm it, Hyundu's state of mind probably matched Dong Gil's description of him even after Wol had passed away, at least for a little while longer. In fact, Dong Gil was somewhat accurate in the way he was describing the writings of the literary great until fairly recently. But I still liked Mr. Lim despite all that. I agree. Although critics might have had some opinions about Hyundu's writing, what had seemed like flaws to some had come across as a charm to others. It wasn't clear when he had started changing, but he was certainly changing slowly. The number of those who were opposed to his writing started to decrease over time, and gradual, unhurried growth accompanied that with little to no pain. I got a sense of peace and composure from the full moon. It almost felt like I was looking at the actual author. If I were to describe the change in his writing, I'd compare it to a rigid block of ice in the pleasantly warm, springtime sun melting and rounding out its sharp edges. And that isn't to say that the flow of the story is weak, either. He left that pure writing style that's distinct to him intact. I think it's more accurate to say that it's been sculpted. Hyundu was in his prime, all the while without losing a single thing. Or perhaps, he had already lost it all before, left with no choice but to start over. Nevertheless, there was only one description for the result of his work: beautiful. It was reminiscent of snow falling silently from the sky, which was also reminiscent of his white hair. "Well, it sure made a lot of people think, including you and me," Dong Gil said calmly, implying that something troublesome had occurred in his life. "Is there any sort of connection between your upcoming trip and the full moon?" Juho asked. "That's both right and wrong," Dong Gil said as he brought the tea up to his mouth. The steam rising from the mug covered his eyes. "I'm planning on writing a spy novel." Juho was genuinely surprised by that news. No matter how he looked at it, there was no reason not to welcome the idea of Dong Gil writing a spy novel, especially considering his hard-boiled writing style. "That suits you really well, actually." "I think so too. Besides, I've always wanted to write one." "Since when?" "Since I was in high school." Considering how long he had been thinking about it, he had to have some sort of storyline in mind as well. I decided on the characters, their names, and personalities a long time ago, but I had the ambition to wait until I became a better writer. Like an ace up my sleeve, if you will. I think I get it. After reading Full Moon, I came to realize that I wasn't being ambitious, but cowardly, Don Gil said, his eyes sparkling, giving him an unusually aggressive look. It was fear that I wouldn't be able to tell the story I had in mind to its full extent. Seems to me like you've underestimated yourself, Juho said. That had to be the answer he disliked to hear the most. Don Gil wanted to know himself better than anyone, and suffice to say, his brow was already furrowed slightly. When I realized that, I just couldn't sit there and not do anything about it. So, I made a plan. He was referring to his upcoming trip to Russia, which he was taking place in order to put the long, aspired-to story in his head to paper. Seeing how the full moon had moved the once fearful author, Juho started making sense of why Don Gil was in such a good mood. He was finally getting closure from his age-old struggle, which he was dusting off, taking a step forward toward its solution, never to let the past haunt him again. Chapter 288, The Full Moon 5. I think that's a wise choice. At the young author's affirmation, a subtle smile appeared on Don Gil's face, and the aggressive look that had been on his face was no longer. I'm used to it. What do you mean? I'm used to seeing myself getting swayed by the works of authors around me, Don Gil said and added, but I bet you're not. Then, blinking awkwardly, Juho said, you sound like Seo Jung. That's some strong language, don't you think? Despite Don Gil's response, Juho kept the same look on his face, as if taunting him. Then, taking a sip of his green tea, the young author asked, how was my book? Yours was more like Seo Jung's writing. It had a flippant side to it. When the young author remained silent, as if having taken offense to his harsh criticism, Don Gil added, might I add, Seo Jung's is on a whole nother level. Your style is charming, but that friend of mine? Not even close. It was hard to tell if he meant it as a way of comforting Juho or insulting Seo Jung. Do you know why I was influenced by Seo Jung? At that, Juho turned his eyes to look at Don Gil. The young author was well aware of the answer. Because you want to outdo him. That's right. Seo Jun's talent had stirred up a competitive spirit within Don Gil's heart. Junsu seemed to think that you've come across something incredible and exciting. But I have a slightly different view. Really, it's not the book that caused it. It's you. Both you and Seo Jung tend to reflect on yourselves almost excessively. Don Gil wasn't exactly wrong in the way he described Seo Jung and Juho. The Full Moon was a great book, enough to pull the young author to the depths. The Full Moon is an amazing novel. I'm sure he was moved after reading it. At the same time, you were arrogant enough to think that you could catch up to Mr. Lim. It's always the top percentile students that compete for the #1 spot. There's nothing more upsetting than losing that award you were so certain you'd win. I wasn't really thinking in terms of rank, Juho said. Neither was I. It was just a simple metaphor. There's a big difference between first and second places, Don Gil said as he rose from his seat. Observing his movements, Juho asked, well, what about you? Have you ever felt that competitive? I have. In fact, I'm sure most writers would have had similar thoughts, wanting to write better than that one person. But in most cases, that's about the furthest most writers are willing to go. They all eventually go back to their old ways. No matter how competitive authors felt, they never let themselves get carried away by a book to the point of losing track of what they had been doing up to that point. Juho was able to figure out that Don Gil was talking about Seo Jung from the expression on his face, which tended to show itself whenever he was talking about Seo Jung. Juho felt pricked in the heart for some reason. Meanwhile, Don Gil walked past the young author and toward his desk. It looks neat. I cleaned the room just yesterday. A page of some manuscript couldn't hurt. Trust me, my editor-in-charge would not like that. He prefers me to keep my manuscripts organized and in one place. A metal pen holder with pens and pencils, a multi-purpose bookshelf filled with notebooks and research data, a desk lamp, a mini humidifier, multivitamins that he'd received as a gift, and red ginseng pills. Strange decorations he had bought on his way back from the States, a computer, a fax machine, and a plant, the name of which he didn't even know. Juho followed Don Gil's eyes. You know, it's hard to imagine that this is Yun Wu's room. What makes you say that? It's not decorated at all, not a single poster or anything. It's as if all you do is write. The room was far from what most people imagined the young author's room would look like. Then, shrugging while Dong-gil wasn't looking, Juho said playfully, "Didn't you know? I'm somewhat of a goody two-shoes." However, Dong-gil didn't laugh at the young author's playful remark. Instead, looking around the room one more time, he asked, "You're facing challenges that are completely different from before, aren't you?" "I sure am. It's my first time on my own." "I'm talking about your readers." Instead of giving him an answer, Juho remained silent and listened, a nonverbal gesture for Dong-gil to keep talking. "You've reached a place where you have to come face to face with your readers' opinions of you. But that isn't to say that that's entirely good or bad. After all, if there are good opinions, there are bound to be bad ones too. I'm slowly getting used to it. I also think you have. In fact, you've adapted without even breaking a sweat. But I'm sure the full moon made you think after you finished reading it. Something like, who would be happier? My readers or Mr. Lim's?" It was proof that the young author had started being conscious of his readers, which was both a benefit and a loss. As an author, Dong-gil was significantly more experienced than Juho. "Is this coming from experience?" Juho asked, after which, the young author saw the corner of Dong-gil's mouth turning up slightly. "Of course, that's where my hopelessness comes from. Your books made me think it too. Trace of a bird, sound of wailing, language of God, and it wasn't just your books, either. For example, the way you answered the interview questions, those answers all caused excruciating pain to your fellow authors. And how did you overcome that pain?" "There was nothing to overcome. Seeing your colleague making it is definitely good news. In which case, my emotions are just a burden that I have to carry on my own." Even if the two authors were to burn the bridges between them, as long as both of them remained authors, they were bound to face each other again at some point. In the end, there was no way to sever the relationship. So, it seems like a wound only time can heal. "That's right," Dong-gil said as Juho brought up what he had been meaning to say all along. "Seo Jung is back in his hometown right now. By the time I'm back from Russia, he'll probably be shooting pool on his own, looking like a bum." At that moment, the name Alexandria came up in Juho's mind. Although it was brief, his mind was filled with thoughts of the protagonist of his new story. It was a good sign. From then on, the two authors talked about Dong-gil's trip to Russia, from the cities and bookstores and the wild nature he was planning to visit, to the country's history and the people he was planning to learn about. Dong-gil was very much looking forward to his trip. As he rose from his seat, Juho also rose in order to see him out. Since it was well into the night, there wasn't anybody around. Juho looked at Dong-gil's dress shoes, which were well polished, unlike the sandals he was wearing. "Get home safe, and have a safe trip." At Juho's goodbye, Dong-gil placed his hand on his car's door and said, "You too." Although it wasn't clear what he was telling Juho to be safe from, Juho replied affirmatively. Maybe it was from his competitive spirit stirred up by the full moon. Juho stared at Dong-gil's car as it faded into the dark street. Being out in the dark on his own, the night sky felt even darker than usual. Then, making his way back home, Juho breathed out, sigh. The faint light from the nearby store lit the dark street. On his way home, he thought about Alexandria some more, wondering what kind of thoughts she would have walking through a dark street. At that moment, he felt a sudden craving for something cold. "Ice cream it is." Juho walked toward the dim light, which was lighting the surroundings. As he came out of the dark, a person who had arrived ahead Juho stopped in their tracks as they were going through the freezer outside of the store. "It's Yun Woo," the shadow said. "Hello," Juho said, greeting his fan naturally. It wasn't his first time coming across a reader that way. Meanwhile, the young author was barely holding on to the thoughts of Alexandria in his mind. "What are you up at this hour?" "I came out for a walk," Juho said. "Ah, late-night walk." Then, the person glanced into the store and gestured for somebody to come out. After which, a child walked out and said, "Yeah?" It wasn't long before their question turned into an exclamation. After exchanging a brief greeting with the child, Juho remembered why he was there in the first place and walked toward the freezer. Then, taken aback by the presence of their favorite author, the readers said in turn, "I'm a fan. I've read all of your books." As their voice registered in Juho's mind, the thoughts about Alexandria drifted away even further. Feeling an iciness on his fingertips, the young author said, "Please, Pick anything you'd like. It's on me. And passed the basket next to him to the readers. Really? I'll just take this one then. I'll have this too. Don't be shy. You said you've read all of my books. Juho said, grabbing ice cream and popsicles by the handful, filling the basket. Considering how late it was, there were only so many he could choose from. While the young author went inside to pay for them, the readers waited for him outside, holding a black plastic bag filled with ice cream and popsicles. Meanwhile, the young author remembered what he had talked about with Dong Gil. Who would be happier? My readers or Mr. Lim's? Can I ask you guys something? Juho asked the readers. It was a question Juho received a lot. Oh, right. Of course, the readers said with a puzzled look on their faces, as if wondering what kind of question Yunwoo would have for them. Have you two read The Full Moon? Juho asked, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The Full Moon? Yes, the child answered, unlike the adult who appeared to be confused. What did you think? Juho asked, and the child paused briefly, as if thinking about the young author's relationship with the literary great. Then, they answered shortly after. It was super awesome. The child's thought on The Full Moon was short, yet direct. Hyundu's new book was worthy of being considered the best, which meant no other would be above it. Can I ask something too? One of the readers asked, standing a few paces away. At that moment, Juho knew by instinct that he had been influenced by a similar remark before he had started writing about Alexandria. It felt as though something awoke within him under The Full Moon. However, as if oblivious to the young author's thoughts, the reader asked more or less the same question. When are the short stories coming out? They were obviously looking forward to the short story. Since it had been over a month since he had stopped making progress with the story, Juho couldn't answer their question immediately. Sorry, I don't know the exact date. The readers let out in a groan. The dark streets sank into silence, only to be broken by the rustling sound of the plastic bags reminding Juho that the ice cream and popsicles were melting. It almost felt as if they were rushing the young author. Then, looking up, Juho locked eyes with the two readers. The top half of their faces were covered in shadow. For some reason, Juho remembered having a similar feeling when he met with a certain reader. Alexandria was the young author's response to his readers' desperation for the release of the short stories. The scholastic setting had been quite appealing to Juho, and he was happy that there were readers who waited for him. Well, we'll be waiting. With that, the readers went on their way, and Juho also turned around. Who would be happier? My readers or Mr. Lim's? It was a rather shallow concern. The state of the readers was far from the image the young author had had in mind. They were more concerned about their ice cream. If Juho hadn't come across them, it wouldn't have occurred to him that his readers' concerns were nothing like his. His throat felt itchy for some reason. After all, there really was nothing to overcome. Upon returning home, Juho slammed the door shut, rushing to get inside and into his room. Then, taking the box under the desk, he flipped it upside down, pouring everything within it out on the floor. They were the pages of manuscript that were once scattered around the living room. There was something he was looking for, a story so heavy that readers would find themselves sinking into the ground before they even realized it. After scavenging through pages and pages of manuscript, Juho saw a particular word from the corner of his eye. A book thief. It was a story about a disgraceful thief whose future didn't look so promising. Then, picking up the remaining pages of that particular manuscript, Juho sat in front of his desk. It was a story about himself. Considering how much he had been writing, it made sense that he would end up writing about himself at some point. If he had never read The Full Moon, it would have never occurred to Juho to even write a story about some thief. It was the moment when his month-long writing frenzy turned out to be very rewarding. Without it, Juho would have written something lukewarm and less than interesting, leaving nothing for the readers to look forward to. Thoughts drifted away against his will. His competitive spirit and desire to write better than ever, of wanting to impress and deeply move his readers. All those thoughts started fading away, making room for thoughts of Alexandria. Welcome back, Alexandria, Juho said as he picked up the pen. Thank goodness you started writing, Nam Kyung said, sighing a sigh of relief as he sank into a chair and carelessly put his phone on the young author's desk. The story about Alexandria had started moving forward again. The editor had no doubt that Yunwoo's cheerful story would be completed this time. Nam Kyung thought back on the pages of a manuscript he had read in the young author's living room. Despite some inconsistencies within it, they were still incredibly well written, especially the segment about the book thief. A man, who seemed like he had been evil since birth, grows up to be a book thief. It was obvious that he wasn't going to be well off. Despised by those around him, the thief gets himself into debt. When reading about him, Nam Kyung couldn't help but miss Alexandria, who was just the opposite of the thief. Then, with the intention to strike up a conversation with Mr. Meng, whose desk was next to his, the editor said, "I'm telling you, Mr. Wu really knows how to bring the most out of any characters." "Is that so?" Hyun-do had replied, and recognizing his voice, Nam Kyung jumped from his seat. Chapter 289, Alexandria Wins 1. Hyun-do Lim was paying a quiet visit to Zelkova. Upon realizing his presence, all the editors jumped from their seats and greeted the literary great. Not only was Hyun-do the author behind the book that drove Yun-woo to his wits' end, but he was also the prime example of how authors should conduct themselves. Along with Yun Seo-baek, there was no reason not to respect him. Mr. Meng was wearing a peculiar look on his face, looking as though caught off guard by the literary great's sudden visit and overwhelmed by the fact that he was seeing Hyun-do face to face. Thankfully, Nam Kyung was able to collect himself quicker when he saw the look on his coworker's face. "What brings you here, Mr. Lim?" he asked. To which, the author replied, "I just met with the president." Because the president of Zelkova had a background as an editor, it was common for him and Hyun-do to meet. "May I talk to your director?" the literary great asked. "Oh, of course. One moment, sir," Nam Kyung answered, eyeing Mr. Meng. At which point, the co-worker rushed out of the office to bring the director of the editing department over. While waiting for Mr. Meng's return, Nam Kyung offered Hyun-do a seat and asked about the author's meeting with the president. "So, how'd it go?" "He seemed busy, so I just left him be. Besides, it gets stuffy in his office real quick," Hyun-do answered nonchalantly. He seemed to have gone looking for the president's office himself instead of waiting to be greeted. There had to be a reason, and suspecting that it most likely had something to do with Yun-woo, Nam Kyung closed the blinds in order to create a more private setting. After that, the editors who were glancing over in their direction all turned their heads to their respective desks. As Nam Kyung sat down, the door opened gently, and Ms. Song, wearing a big smile on her face, came into the office with 2 cups of green tea. "Oh, you didn't have to. Thank you very much." "Oh no, it's my pleasure, sir," Ms. Song said, shaking her head emphatically. After she left the room, Nam Kyung and Hyun-do picked up their cups at the same time and started drinking. The room sank into silence, and the editor started the conversation off with small talk, which was quite obvious. "I really loved the full moon." Although there was no change in Hyun-do's expression, things didn't come across as brusque either. "I hadn't realized how frightening a full moon could be until I read that book." Then, in a slight delay, the author answered unhurriedly, "I'm glad to hear that. There's nothing like getting complimented by editors." Nam Kyung chuckled on his own from the considerate response, and the sound echoed through the office. At that moment, the name Juho popped up in the editor's mind. What did the young author think of the literary great? Although Juho had been quite reserved about his opinions of Hyun-do, Nam Kyung suspected that it was something close to admiration. "So, you mentioned Yun-woo earlier," Hyun-do said. "Pardon," Nam Kyung said, caught off guard and feeling slightly exposed. "Do you think he excels at bringing the most out of his characters?" the author asked, bringing up what Nam Kyung had meant to say to his co-worker while clueless that Hyun-do had been in the office. "Haha, so you heard? I've been quite satisfied with his work as of late. I heard he had to take a breather." Although it wasn't clear how Hyun-do had access to that information, it was clear that he already knew what had happened. Besides, it wasn't anything problematic, as it was a thing of the past. Currently, Yun-woo was wrestling with his new story and making significant progress. He got back up on his feet. "He's back writing." "Is that so?" Hyun-do answered, unfazed. His new book had stirred up Yun-woo's competitive spirit within him, and considering the scale of the impact the full moon had had in the literary world, it wasn't a surprise that it had had an effect on other authors, including the young author. Since Yun-woo's book was still in its early stages, there were rumors circulating within Zelkova that something big and worthy of looking forward to was coming. Although the full moon didn't quite have the same effect on Nam Kyung, it had left a deep impression on him nonetheless. He was able to look at the full moon in a different light, and the editor was certain that his newfound perspective would have a profound impact on his future. It was a thought that was both scary and exciting. "Did you meet with Mr. Wu?" Nam Kyung asked. "No, I'm sure he's busy writing. If he sees your name on the screen of his phone, he'll answer without thinking twice. Even if it was in the middle of the night," Nam Kyung said, observing Hyun-doo's expression and whose eyes seemed cast down. "I wouldn't count on that." "Pardon, I called him just yesterday, actually." He didn't answer. Nam Kyung remained silent, caught off guard by the young author's unexpected behavior. "He must have had his phone on silent," the editor said, barely managing to think of an answer. However, Hyun-doo denied it, remaining calm and unfazed. "He called back much later, just as I was about to go to bed. He was probably taking a break. He must have been preoccupied with writing." "Oh, Mr. Wu. He told me that he waited until his phone stopped vibrating, which means he kept writing through the distraction of people calling him. He knew where his priorities lay," Hyun-doo said. "Is that what Mr. Wu said?" "That's right." When Nam Kyung glanced at Hyun-doo's face, there was no trace of anger in his expression. Rather, he looked delighted. As concern faded away, Nam Kyung became curious about the kind of conversation that took place between the two authors. "So, what did Mr. Wu have to say about the full moon?" "He was very open about it. He said that there'd been an aftershock he had had to deal with after reading my book, but he did get something out of the experience, for what it's worth." For the young author, reading the full moon had been both a loss and a gain. "Did you two talk about his work in progress at all?" "Not really. It seemed to be going okay," Hyun-doo said, picking up his cup. When he took a sip, his white hair covered his forehead. That time, the author took the initiative to ask, "Well, what do you think? You've read his manuscript, right?" The story about Alexandria had gone through an interim evaluation, and the editor recalled just how bright and cheerful the protagonist's life was when he read the manuscript. It had the power to put a smile on readers' faces. Although it was likely that some would find the story shallow and lacking in substance, it was more than enough to get the readers to be able to connect with it emotionally. On top of that, the two short stories that were going to be included with the new story were more than enough to prove Yun Woo's skill as an author. "I think this just might be Yun Woo's most lovable novel to this day," Nam Kyung said, marketing the young author's work in progress to Hyun-doo. To which, the author nodded affirmatively. "I look forward to it." Nam Kyung had never heard of a remark like that from Hyun-doo, since it was extremely uncommon for him to express his expectations to others. He felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. However, the editor was fully aware that he wasn't the only one bearing that burden. The burden on the young author had to be significantly heavier. "You should encourage him sometime," Nam Kyung said with a subtle smile. At which, Hyun-doo also responded with a subtle smile, giving off a serene, unhurried impression. "I don't have that kind of time." Nam Kyung looked at the author's flawless posture. It was impressive how straight the line from his shoulders to his lower back was. However, the editor wasn't convinced that somebody who sat with such a straight posture on a regular basis couldn't afford the time to check in with the young author. "But, Mr. Lim, Language of God essentially came about because of you," Nam Kyung said. "At the end of the day, it's the author who does the writing, and I'm sure Juho knows this very well." Because the young author was aware of that, he had expressed his gratitude toward Hyun-doo for giving him the inspiration. "There, you guys are." The director came in after knocking, and Nam Kyung rose from his seat to greet her. The director seemed to be glad to see the editor and Hyun-doo in one place. After greeting the author briefly, the director struck up a conversation with him. "I would have gone to you if you'd stayed in the president's office." "I had business to attend to," Hyun-doo said, and the director smiled as if used to his demeanor. Meanwhile, as Nam Kyung stood in his place and observed the situation, the director looked at him and asked, "How's Mr. Wu been?" "Very good," Nam Kyung answered without hesitation. Just like he had said, Yun Woo was doing incredibly well. Then, with a look of relief on her face, the director replied, patting the editor on the shoulder, "I'm telling you, he makes everything so much easier for us. He knows how to build trust with people. Well, you better start getting ready." "To do what? Resign? Publish? Outside duty? Business trip?" Nam Kyung thought to himself, confused by the director's remark, at which point she explained in a friendly manner, Mr. Wu's signing event? Ah. Nam Kyung let out as he was reminded of what he had been forgetting. Since revealing himself, not only had Yun Wu made an appearance on TV, but also participated in interviews. He was able to present himself on official occasions, and it was normal for an author of his scale to have a signing event. Nam Kyung looked at Hyun Do by reflex, but he learned little about what the author was thinking. Then, as the editor thought of Joo-ho, his busy mind came to a sudden halt. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he wasn't going to do it, Nam Kyung said quietly, dragging his answer out. At which point, the director's hand on the editor's shoulder grew tighter, implying that she wasn't going to go into details about the matter in front of Hyun-do. He's already revealed himself. I know he's going to come around. Right, Nam Kyung said, smiling along with the director. Now, he had to convince the young author to have the signing event at all cost, no matter what. Shall we? The director asked Hyun-do, walking out of the office with him. The voice fading into the distance made Nam Kyung feel disconnected almost instantly. A signing event? Huh? Nam Kyung said, sinking into a chair. The time came for the young author to go through a bigger event. Although there was still time since the event would take place after the release of the book, even if the young author were to change his mind, that day was bound to come eventually, which meant Nam Kyung had to plan for it ahead of time and think about how to convince the young author. Who knows? Maybe he'll just do a complete 180 all of a sudden, the editor murmured. However, he knew full well that that was merely wishful thinking, as other thoughts were already running amok in his mind. Be safe. Make sure to place those orders by the end of the day, yeah? Gotcha. With that, Nam Kyung rose from his seat. When he walked out of the building, he narrowed his eyes from the bright sunshine on his face. The weather was quite pleasant that day. Then, trying to remain composed, Nam Kyung got in his car and went on his way. The GPS was leading him to one destination, the house of the author with whom he had been working. Although it wasn't his first time visiting the young author at his home, he felt noticeably more nervous than usual. Nam Kyung thought back to the text he had received that morning then, and after which, he immediately called the young author. The message read, I've finished my first draft. You mean, you're done with your first draft? Yes, I am, Joo-ho replied. The manuscript had finally been completed, and considering how troublesome the process had been, the editor welcomed the news much more eagerly. Meanwhile, the young author told his editor in charge that he had successfully overcome the predicament he had found himself in, which made the editor even gladder. I'll send it your way. Hold on, Nam Kyung said while checking the scheduling app on his phone. There was some business that needed to be addressed, and doing so in person seemed to be the best way of going about it. I'll go to your house and pick it up in person, if you're okay with that. Sure. Whatever floats your boat, Joo-ho replied affirmatively and in his usual demeanor. Turn right. As the voice sounded from the GPS, Nam Kyung snapped out of his thought. At the end of the road was the manuscript, and he was anxious to read it. The trip to meet with the young author to read the manuscript came with excitement. The fact that he, as Yun Wu's editor, would get to read it before anyone else was also incredibly rewarding, and it validated his decision to choose a career that could easily suck the life out of him. Sigh, Nam Kyung let out, as if exclaiming. Unfortunately, being an editor meant that there were times when he had to disagree with the author's choice in sentences. It all came from his efforts in trying to make better books. The revision process could be described as the saying, in with the new, out with the old. It involved undoing what had been completed and rebuilding it, and that process tended to come with guilt. It didn't help that he had to tear down a building that was already well built. Nam Kyung turned the steering wheel unhurriedly. As he drove, he rolled the window down in order to let the fresh air into the car. As always, his job required him to think, read, and edit carefully, and the editor kept reminding himself of that in order to keep himself calm. However, maintaining a peaceful mind was proving to be a lot harder, as other concerns tended to pop up despite his efforts to silence them. Better talk to him about the signing event. At that moment, he was forced to slow down at the sight of the traffic jam. The honking of horns and what sounded like the noise of construction followed, and before long, the road was in a state of chaos. At the sight of the unexpected traffic conditions, Nam Kyung clicked his tongue irritably. Chapter 290, Alexandria wins, too. That day, the elevator felt like it was moving faster than usual. As Nam Kyung walked toward the young author's apartment, his footsteps echoed through the hallway. Then, after he rang the doorbell upon arrival, the sound of a lock disengaging came from the door, revealing the young author, who appeared to be in a noticeably better shape than before, behind it. However, Juho still seemed to have lost some. Wait. Hello. There. Juho greeted the editor, letting him in. The living room's a lot cleaner than I remember, Namkyung said, and Juho chuckled quietly. Then, watching him walk into the kitchen to prepare tea, Namkyung sat on the couch in the living room. Although he wanted to demand that the young author show him the finished first draft, the editor sat and waited quietly, reminding himself that there were steps that needed to be taken to get there. Soon, Juho returned to the living room with cold beverages in his hands, which appeared to be some kind of iced tea. I got it from Dong Gil as a gift, Juho said, clarifying the source of the tea bags. Namkyung took the cup from Juho, which had what looked like an owl drawn on the outer wall of the cup. Seeing as though the cup looked significantly different from the one in Juho's hand, Namkyung's cup appeared to be a special one for the guests. Are you coming from work? Yep, Namkyung said, feeling the breeze blowing into the house through the window. Probably the reason for the house to have been in disarray, with pages of manuscript paper scattered about the entirety of it. Namkyung still had vivid memories of that day, of struggling to keep the pages from flying away. Now, the clean, organized state of the living room proved to the editor that Juho had really overcome his predicament. Frankly, it was common for authors to be influenced by external factors and to struggle to maintain the consistency in their writing. Because they were human, authors also had a life to lead, and it was impossible for them to approach writing with the same, consistent mindset and emotional state every time. Of course, every author had their own way of dealing with that, which obviously varied in effect. Whatever Yunwoo's method for dealing with the inconsistencies of being human, which often rose from his daily life, it was clearly ineffective when it came to protecting him from the impact of the full moon. Since reading Hyun-doo's new book, Juho had experienced a change, being unable to write in the way that he had in mind. Thankfully, what had helped the young author return to stability was a certain encounter with his readers. Namkyung observed the look on Juho's face. He was staring straight ahead and drinking his tea absent-mindedly. It had an uncanny resemblance to the look on Hyun-doo's face, including its ambiguity, making it impossible to read. So, did Alexandria finish school after all? Namkyung asked. Then, he saw Juho's eyes move as he caught on to what the editor was implying. Chuckling quietly, Juho said, "You'll find out." As an experienced editor, Namkyung was well acquainted with the looks on authors' faces when they were about to show their first drafts to their editors. Knowing the challenges they were about to face, most authors couldn't celebrate in peace, which meant editors had to be even more cautious in the way they approached the revision process. Authors tended to have incredibly sharp eyes, and they were capable of catching even the most subtle changes of expression on their editors' faces. Knowing that, Namkyung was well aware that he was becoming the target of observation in that moment. He tended to refrain, as much as possible, from showing any emotion on his face when reading through a manuscript. However, he often found himself having to be twice as cautious in front of Yunwoo, as the young author was incredibly sensitive. "Here you go," Juho said as he brought the manuscript out. Hiding his anxiety, Namkyung took the bundle of paper from the young author's hand. While the editor read through it, Juho drank his tea. There was no interaction between the two for a little while, letting only the various random sounds occupy the silence, such as the whir of the motor within the refrigerator, the sound of cars passing by outside, and the chirping of a bird. At that moment, the sound of laughter broke the silence. Namkyung had laughed while covering his mouth with his hand, which he had clenched into a fist for some reason. Then, looking away from the page, Namkyung looked at the person who had made him burst into laughter, who also had a subtle smile on his face, as if relieved to see the editor's response. "She's a cheerful person," Namkyung said. "She has a unique way of problem-solving, doesn't she?" "Indeed. She's very likable. Just like her name, Alexandria tended to conquer all the challenges that came her way in the bravest manner." As Yunwoo's editor, Namkyung acknowledged that she was the most humorous character ever created by the young author. How could anybody possibly not like her? Nam Kyung thought to himself. She had a presence fit for a king. Seems like the setting really brings out more of the story, he added. Unlike the magnificent characters and their extraordinary life stories, the entire story took place in a small, humble setting. It was that seemingly jarring contrast that had provoked the laughter. In simple terms, it was a comedy. After collecting himself, Nam Kyung resumed reading. The fast pace gave life to the sentences, making it difficult to figure out where he had left off. At the same time, it felt somewhat excessive, making the editor concerned about the story becoming shallow down each line. Nevertheless, holding back any judgment, Nam Kyung read on. At that moment, something unexpected happened. What had felt like a seamless reading experience quickly became anything but. Something was out of place, and Nam Kyung felt his brow tensing up as the young author's gaze bore down on him. In that moment, thinking that the best course of action was to cover his face somehow, Nam Kyung sat up and lowered his head, reading the pages up close. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he had read about the thief at some point. This is the book Thief, isn't it? Nam Kyung asked. The thief was making an appearance in the most unexpected place in the book. When the editor looked up at Juho, he was wearing a peaceful look, unfazed. I know what you're thinking. Keep reading, Juho said, and according to his advice, Nam Kyung read on. What had been a cheerful, uplifting story had taken a dark turn. Although the thief seemed to be slightly younger than when Nam Kyung had first read about him, the thief still seemed like he had been evil since birth, and that had remained true of him even as an elementary student. Shrewd, evil, and entirely devoid of conscience, the thief continued to steal books at school. Inclined to betray those around him, the thief didn't interact with anybody and only provided help when there was a benefit to him. Up to that point, Nam Kyung had met countless people like that in his life, and he would most likely meet more of them in the future. Children were growing up sooner and sooner. Similarly, the book Thief, who had the appearance of a child, was already an adult on the inside, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his co-workers and those Nam Kyung had to bow to. Like day turning into night, what was once a naive and lovely story had started changing out of nowhere. As the sun set and took the light with it, darkness engulfed the world. In other words, it was reality, and thankfully, the sun rose again in that dark reality. It was incredibly well done and distinctively Yunwoo. The presence of the book Thief enhanced the quality of the book. Even more, which was still in its first draft. After revisions, it was bound to come to life even more. Then, looking up, Nam Kyung said, "Thanks for your submission, Mr. Wu." With that out of the way, there was one more thing that needed to be brought up to the young author. When reminded of that, Nam Kyung was immediately struck by anxiety. When Juho saw his editor laughing, the emotion that came to him was a sense of relief. It had seemed like at least some of the young author's intentions had gotten across. Thankfully, Nam Kyung saw the book Thief coexisting with a character like Alexandria positively. However, the editor had expressed some concerns toward the end when the protagonist came to face the thief. When Juho looked at Nam Kyung again, the editor seemed to have reconciled with his initial concern. Frankly, from the time the editor first stepped into the house, Juho had been nervous about Nam Kyung's visit. Whenever he was about to show a manuscript to his editor for the first time, Juho would always find himself getting nervous. Unfortunately, there was little he could do about it. At the end of the day, Nam Kyung was an editor, and Juho was an author. Contrary to the uplifting atmosphere of the novel, writing that story had come with its fair share of struggle. If Juho were to be honest, he would appear quite nervous about what Nam Kyung would have to say about the manuscript. Knowing that Nam Kyung tended to hide his emotions when reading a manuscript, Juho felt the need to observe him even closer. It wasn't long before his tea had run out while he was watching the editor reading. Then, Juho noticed something strange after Nam Kyung put the manuscript down, looking noticeably more comfortable. There was something about the editor that made him look anxious, as if he had something to say. "Would you like more tea?" Juho asked, and the editor accepted his offer gladly. Juho went to the kitchen with Nam Kyung's cup and filled it with water, reverting it back to its composition of before Nam Kyung had started drinking from it. Meanwhile, Juho thought about what the editor was about to bring up. If it was about the manuscript, then it didn't make sense that he would be so anxious. Juho recalled having already declined an interview offer. Perhaps He had a different manuscript in mind that he wanted to request. With that, as the young author returned to the living room, and Nam Kyung said, "I think we can breathe now. You've come a long way." "I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't easy," Juho said, agreeing with Nam Kyung. "Although, the real fun part hasn't happened yet." Unfortunately, the writing process was still ongoing. The story was still in its early stages, and it still needed to go through a number of revisions until it became a book worthy. "Right. The real fun is just about to begin," Nam Kyung said, nodding weakly. Something wasn't right. The editor was keeping the same behavior about him, even as they talked. "I can just picture how things will look on the release day, you know? I mean, it's not my first time writing a book. But if I were to be honest, I am still kind of nervous." "Right? I mean, seeing your book getting released is definitely something to celebrate." As an author, the fact that his book was getting released was good news. Instead of the pages of manuscript paper in Nam Kyung's hands, the machine would print a revised version of the manuscript, which would be reformatted in order to make the printing process more efficient. After going through the revisions that would be made, the workers at the print shop would look at the spacings, the filming process, and the plate making. Then, the printed pages would be bound into a book. Nam Kyung imagined a freshly printed book coming out of the printer. As usual, the book would come out in B6 paper. There would be countless promises that would be made in the process of estimating how many materials would be needed and the cost of production. "It's kind of like a festival of sorts. You know, an event," Nam Kyung said. It was quite different from what Juho had in mind. "Right? Although, I'm not sure how to feel about events." "You're not sure?" "No." Then, pausing briefly, Nam Kyung put on a determined look, appearing as though he was about to get to the point. "Let's do a signing event," the editor said in a slight delay. Again, it wasn't exactly what Juho had had in mind, and the word signing event sounded quite foreign to the young author. "You mean me?" "Yes." "Me? Have a signing event? What's the matter, Mr. Wu? You seem shocked," Nam Kyung said, looking much more at peace than before. "Call it a special event in celebration of the release of your new book. Think about it. Spending the entire day with your readers at a bookstore on the day of release," Nam Kyung said, emphasizing the participation of the readers. Then, after staring into the air in a daze, Juho said, "I've never done it." Nam Kyung looked at him as if Juho was stating the obvious. However, Juho had never held a signing event in the past because his second book had turned out to be a disaster. "What I'm suggesting here is Yun Wu's first official signing event. My company and I will take care of all the details. Think about it, Mr. Wu. This is your opportunity to show just how grateful you are to your readers." Nam Kyung kept on, as if determined to convince the young author. "It's just so sudden. I'm not suggesting that you make a decision today," Nam Kyung said, implying that Juho shouldn't be so quick to decline, either. It was a well-known fact that Yun Wu disliked appearing before the public. Then, replacing the phrase said by his editor in his head, Juho asked, "If I said yes?" "Yes," Nam Kyung asked without even breathing. "How would it happen?" At that, Nam Kyung gave the young author a brief summary of what the event would look like. "First, we'll give everyone a numbered ticket and make sure people who are coming from far away get the advantage of staying in the front of the line. Considering that it's your signing event, I'm guessing there will be quite a few people who won't hesitate to travel a long distance. We'll discuss that in more detail as we go. And if I said no?" "Think about it," Nam Kyung said, glaring piercingly at the young author's face. Although Juho wasn't sure of what Nam Kyung was thinking, seeing as though he was busy trying to prevent the young author from declining right off the bat, Juho remained open to the idea. Not only was the fact that it was something he had never done before appealing to him, but he also recalled having received help from certain readers. He had come to realize that meeting with his readers was not entirely a bad thing. As he was deep in thought, Nam Kyung kept on, "We'll have a team of talented individuals helping you out. Besides, I'll be right there, next to you. It might feel foreign and awkward since it's your first time, but eventually, you'll even start recognizing some of the readers who show up regularly as we hold more signings. A lot of fan cafe members tend to come to events like that actually. They're professionals when it comes to signing events." "Please, tell me more," Juho said, noticing the subtle smile spreading across Nam Kyung's face. The editor had to have noticed that Juho was taking an interest, glad that the young author was open to the idea of holding a signing event. I think the biggest perk of having an event like this is that you get to see your readers' responses immediately after they've read the book. After all, the event is going to be on the book's release day, Nam Kyung said, and Juho became curious about what the readers' responses would be like immediately after they've read the book. What if they hurl insults? You didn't get that from me, so you should be fine. There are all sorts of readers out there, though. When a manuscript became the subject of an editor's insults, it never got made into a book. However, that didn't necessarily mean that the opposite was true. The approval of the editor didn't necessarily guarantee the success of the book either. It was the gap between ideal and reality. Thankfully, Nam Kyung had always been a trustworthy editor. Alexandria, The Book Thief. Short stories. Readers, should I give it a try? Juho asked, only to rephrase what he had said shortly after. No, I'll do it. As long as you arrange it. That day, Nam Kyung smiled brighter than ever. Chapter 291, Alexandria Wins, 3. Myung-Ju Moo was an actor whose success had come after many years of obscurity. He had become increasingly popular after his role as the brother in the movie Trace of a Bird. You did great, Mr. Moo. Thank you. After a guerrilla interview, the actor exchanged thank yous with the interviewer. At a restaurant in Hongdae, on his way to the restaurant, Myung-Ju had a number of impromptu fan events. Although he still felt awkward on one hand, he recognized that having fans was something to be grateful for. There was still a crowd outside the restaurant waiting for him to come out. His daily life was now filled with unthinkable occurrences, and strangely, he was starting to have a hard time remembering how life as a no-name actor used to be. He was in a place where he was able to reminisce about his difficult past with a smile on his face. It couldn't possibly be a bad change. As he stepped out of the restaurant, the crowd of fans screamed at the sight of him, and the actor waved before getting into his car. While the manager started driving, Myung-Ju closed his eyes after looking out the window at his fans rushing past it. Tired? A little bit. That was a lot of fun. I think you'll look great behind the screen. Myung-Ju felt relieved almost instantly upon hearing the encouraging remarks from his manager. No matter how many times he went through it, the actor still had a hard time getting used to the hectic schedule. Massaging the shoulders, he realized just how tense he was through the interview. After rotating his neck a few times, he reached for a book next to him, titled An Insect Leaves No Trace. Written by Yun Woo, it was the book that the actor had been reading repeatedly. However, no matter how many times he read it, it was just as good as the first time. To him, Yun Woo was a great author, and the memory of their first encounter still remained fully intact in his mind. Despite being significantly younger than him, Yun Woo had a mature vibe about him. I wonder if that's what happens to writers, Myung-Ju thought to himself despite knowing full well that that was merely an unfounded assumption. That book again? His manager asked, as if tired of seeing the actor reading the same book. What? It's a good book. I'm telling you, Myung-Ju. You're obsessed. Then, as the car turned to the left, their bodies leaned toward the same direction. Well, I guess it's understandable, the manager said. Myung-Ju's life had turned around because of Yun Woo's book. That was what a lot of people thought anyway. Nevertheless, the actor had no intention of denying it. Yun Woo's writing had a profound and deep impact in his life, even outside of his acting career. Considering how big of a fan you are, the manager added. I do like him a lot, but that has nothing to do with why I read his books. What's that supposed to mean? It means I read them because they're good books, Myung-Ju told his manager. In the actor's mind, Yun Woo and Trace of a Bird weren't on equal footing. Strictly speaking, what had really impacted his life had been the book rather than the author. In other words, he had always had the choice to stop after reading Trace of a Bird. However, every single book by the young author was a gem, each and every one of them impressive in its own way, which really made the actor look forward to the young author's new book. Really? Does that mean you don't like the author himself all that much? Of course not. I'm a fan. So, if I were to summarize, you just like everything about him. All I'm saying is that I'm not reading his books just because I like him. All right. Okay, the manager said as he stopped the car at a red light. What's Yun Woo like in person? The manager asked. Although Myung-Ju had heard that question more times than he could count, the fact that the question was coming from his manager, who didn't have even a remote interest in literature, made it feel like he was hearing it for the first time. It was highly likely that the manager didn't know who Seo Jung-on and Dong Gilum were, although he might have heard of Jun Soo Bong since he had been growing increasingly famous in the media. Rather than literature, the manager's interests were something completely unrelated. He was incredibly knowledgeable about tools and civil engineering. On top of that, he was an excellent manager. "Why do you ask?" Myung-ju asked. To which, the manager answered nonchalantly, "Well, it's just that I hear about him everywhere these days. Yun-woo this, Yun-woo that. Now, people are raving about his short stories coming out. People tend to ask me a lot of questions about celebrities as soon as they find out what I do. And do you know about whom the second most commonly asked question is? Yun-woo. So, I started getting curious myself. Honestly, though, I don't understand how people can get into books like that." As the release date approached, the fans grew even more anxious. Their wish was finally coming true, a piece that contained traces of Yun-woo's life. Myung-ju was also one of those fans. Part of him anticipated a promotional interview, and although he pretended not to be excited, Myung-ju couldn't deny that just the thought of the new short stories put him in a better mood almost instantly. However, none of that would answer his manager's question in any meaningful way. With that, he gave the same answer to the question he had heard one too many times, long tired of both. Besides, the fact that he was talking to his manager didn't really make a difference. "If you want to know about Yun-woo, it would be a lot quicker to read his books than to ask me." At that, the manager gave the actor a look as though he had heard some cliché moral lesson. No matter how stereotypical his manager found Myung-ju's answer, however, the actor believed that reading Yun-woo's books was the best way to know the young author. Similarly, Myung-ju believed that his manager would be able to understand why people were so enthusiastic about books once he experienced a book himself. In either case, the quickest and most efficient way to know about an author was to read their books. "I don't think I've ever read a book from cover to cover," the manager said, confessing the reason why he couldn't get into a book. "But you watch movies for hours on end," Myung-ju said. "Movies are entertaining though. The fancy sound effects to all the fancy action sequences and the enormous movie set. I can tell that you're into fancy things." Speaking of fancy, Yun-woo was one of the figures that shone the brightest in the literary world. Thankfully, he seemed like an author who would fall within the manager's preferences. Considering the manager's personality, it was very likely that he would buy every single Yun-woo book in print as soon as he discovered what it was like to read a book written by Yun-woo. If you have trouble getting through long books, then start with short stories. There are different kinds of books out there. River is probably Yun-woo's most representative short story. It leaves you with a lasting impression. I think you'll like it. You think so? River, huh? But I'm into things that are really intense though. Short stories aren't typically known for their depth, are they? At least that's my understanding of how they're viewed anyway, the manager said, tilting his head as if still having trouble grasping everything. "You'll find out after you read it," Myung-ju said. Seeing his manager repeating the title of the short story to himself, the actor recognized that as a welcoming change and added, "If you're into more intense things, then Sound of Wailing is also a good choice." Sound of Wailing? Although, in terms of immersiveness, you gotta go with Language of God. That one's way too long though, the manager said. He also knew about the series. After all, it was quite famous by that point. In a sense, River is more intense than Language of God. Great. They sell all of them in bookstores, right? I'll just lend them to you. You can come in for a minute, and I'll fetch them for you. That'd be great. While he was at it, Myung-ju took his phone out in order to make sure that he was conveying accurate information to his manager. "When was it that you met Yun-woo again?" Myung-ju. Although the manager's voice lingered in the car, the actor was entirely occupied with the new information he had obtained. "They're holding a signing event," Myung-ju said. "With whom?" "You." Yun-woo. "Whoa. Seriously? I didn't know authors held signing events." Unlike the manager, who spoke calmly, Myung-ju was struggling to suppress his excitement. It was a signing event in celebration of the new book's release. In other words, it was an opportunity for fans to get Yun-woo's autograph on the day of the short story's release. Yun-woo had authored some of the most immersive books Myung-ju had ever come across. Although there had been times when he had wondered what the world would have looked like if Yun-woo hadn't been an author, he was fully aware of how meaningless it was to think about such a thing. Yun-woo was one of the actor's absolute favorite authors. Checking his schedule, Myung-ju made sure that he was going to be available on the day of the signing. I have to be there, the actor thought to himself. Upon arrival, Myung-ju brought the books out to his manager as promised. Although the bundle turned out to be quite hefty, the actor was certain that his manager would be able to read every single one of the books. Then, as he was getting in the car, as usual, the manager said to the actor, "You make sure to get some good rest, all right? Don't even think about going anywhere." "Will do." Myung-ju wasn't the type to lie or go out of his way to go somewhere he shouldn't. After seeing him out with a smile, the actor rushed into his house and started looking into the signing event on the internet. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wu." On the day of the signing, the branch manager of the store greeted the young author, reaching for a handshake, and Juho responded with a smile and a handshake. It was 8 a.m., and the store wasn't opening for another hour and a half. Although the signing was planned to start after lunchtime, Juho had let his curiosity get the best of him and ended up arriving early. Due to the employees and store officials, the store wasn't entirely empty. Still, compared to his usual experience in bookstores, it was significantly quieter. The store was rather large, and because of that, the surroundings grew quieter as the young author went further into the store. His new books were already on the display racks next to the cashier counter, where it could be easily seen by the customers. "So, how do you feel holding your first signing event?" the manager asked. Although Juho didn't really have any thoughts about it, he gave a sincere answer. "A little nervous, a little excited. You know, I've seen countless signing events for authors up to this point, but I've never been more excited about any of them than for today. I hope you warmed up your wrists, Mr. Wu," the manager said, warning the young author playfully. The signing was planned to last for several hours. Although it was bound to be physically demanding, it was also an opportunity for Juho to meet his readers. With that, the manager gave a tour of the store, particularly the sections that carried Juho's books. Unlike most books, which were organized by genre and the year they had been published, his books were all combined into one section. As the young author looked intently at the books, the manager started raving about the current trends of the publishing industry, as if feeling awkward or itching to talk some more. From the most printed to the most popular genres, he seemed to be quite knowledgeable. "Sir," an employee called to the manager, after which he asked to be excused and walked away with them. Although listening to the manager had been quite entertaining, Juho wanted to explore every corner of the store while he was there. Then, after coming across a book with a certain title, he picked it up from the shelf. It was a new book, and it had just been included in the store's inventory. Although Juho had received his copy from his publisher, coming across a fresh copy at a bookstore before it was even open made it a different experience. The title, Alexandria, jumped out at the young author, especially with its gold-colored cover. Designed by Jung-Eun Kong, the focus was on the aspect of abundance and prosperity. Juho thought back to the stacks of books next to the cashier counter. Seeing a stack of gold books was quite a sight to behold, even befitting the title of the book somehow. With that, Juho walked toward the middle of the store, where the promotional banner with his face on it hung. It was the space designated for the signing event. Feeling uncomfortable staring at his own face, Juho walked toward another spot, where domestic literature was being displayed. Following his instincts, Juho looked for the full moon and found 3 copies in the shelf, back to back. "I wonder if this is what Seo Kwang's bookshelf looks like," Juho wondered. Then, in order to see if there were other names he recognized, the young author started exploring other sections in the store. Yun Seo Beck, Woo Kong, Kelly Coyne, Seo Jung-an, Dong Gil Dae-Soo Na, Jun-Soo Bong, Midiam Chu, and Gun-Woo Yu-Hoos. Books took a little longer to find than the others. It had been a while since Juho had been to a bookstore, and he was enjoying the peace and quiet to its full extent while it lasted. As he walked around the store, he ran into Nam Kyung, who was just coming out of a certain section. Then, looking as if he had been looking for Juho, the editor said, "Did you get to look around? We better get going. You haven't eaten yet, right?" "Nope," Juho said, realizing how hungry he was. "Would have been nice to do a quick interview before the signing," Nam Kyung murmured as they were exiting the store, but Juho chose not to respond to it. When they were about to walk out of the glass door, they saw a group of 20 or so people on the other side, each with a book in hand. It was Language of God. There was only one reason for why there would be a crowd waiting in front of a bookstore at that hour. People are starting to line up already. Namkyung said, impressed. Chapter 292, Alexandria Wins 4. They're here so early, Juho said, noticing one of the employees from the store peeking out. That people waiting in line that early was puzzling to Juho. There was still quite a long time until the store opened. Why are these people here so early? The store isn't even open yet. They're competing to be the first in line. Seeing the number 1 printed on the ticket comes with a certain sense of achievement. Namkyung replied immediately, as if he already knew the answer to the young author's question. So, they're the ones I'm about to meet, huh? Juho said, intently observing the faces of the people waiting in line. There were a handful of people who were talking among themselves. However, none of them looked bored. At that moment, as the young author locked eyes with the person squatting in the front of the line, the person sprung up in their place. I'd be ruining the experience for them if I ran into these people, right? Juho asked. Probably. Let's go around the back. With that, Juho and Namkyung turned around and headed for another door on the opposite side of the building, which took them to the editor's car safely and without running into anybody. I say we eat while we can. You won't even have the time to drink water once the signing starts, Namkyung said, and Juho nodded. Everyone in the store, including the manager, had a determined look about them, which told the young author that it was going to be quite a daunting event. You can always take a break when you need it, so let the manager or one of the employees know. Okay, Juho said as he got into the editor's car. Do you think there's going to be a lot of people? Of course. It's Yunwoo. I saw Myung-ju on TV yesterday in a guerrilla-style interview. The interview had taken place in Hongdae, and the camera had shown the crowd surrounding the restaurant in which the interview took place. That showed just how popular Myung-ju was becoming. Oh, I read an article about that too, Namkyung said, nodding. You don't think there'll be that many people, do you? At Juho's question, an ambivalent look appeared on Namkyung's face while he looked straight ahead. I'd guess about that many. No way, Juho said. Then, as if nothing had happened, he thought about what to eat for breakfast. Despite feeling like their lungs were about to explode, the fan ran relentlessly, with an urgent need to get somewhere. Because it was still early in the morning, there were barely any people around, allowing the fan to run unhindered. Thanks to their favorite author, the fan was experiencing something they had never experienced before, and the realization made their heart beat even faster. First place, the fan thought to themselves, looking around the bookstore that was yet to open. It was 6 a.m. The fan had arrived somewhere they had never been. Looking into the bookstore through the glass windows, the fan revisited the route they had mapped out in their mind. Starting from the place where the numbered tickets were going to be given out, to where Alexandria was going to be displayed, the fan had planned out a route in order to navigate through the busy store more efficiently. Taking out their phone, the fan checked the directory of the store in order to double-check that everything had been planned accurately, since they had visited ahead of time just the day before in order to scout out the place. As long as everything went according to the plan, the fan would be standing in the front of the line with the number 1 sticker on their book, being the first person to get Yunwoo's autograph. Plunking down on the stairs, the fan took their breakfast, which they prepared ahead of time, out of their bag. I can't screw this up, the fan said in order to motivate themselves. Failure wasn't an option. While chewing on a piece of pickled radish, the fan took their phone out of their pocket and checked the group chat between those members of their fan cafe who had agreed to come to the signing event. There were quite a few people who were just starting to get out of bed, which gave the fan a sense of pride and accomplishment. Then, moving their fingers, the fan updated their fellow members of their status quo. I'm in front of the bookstore now. At that moment, a groan came out of nowhere. Ah! As the fan turned in the direction from where it had come, knowing immediately that the person who had groaned had arrived at the bookstore with the exact same purpose in mind. Then, after taking turns looking at the store and the fan, the person who had groaned walked over to the entrance for no apparent reason, only to stand behind the fan. You're here for the signing event, right? That's right. There was regret in the person's voice. Hey, look at the bright side. Second place is still impressive, the fan said in order to comfort the person second in line. You already know where the tickets are going to be given out, right? Yes, I did my research. It wasn't long before the first and second in line discovered that they spoke the same language and shared food with each other. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we take pictures of each other while we're getting the autographs? That sounds brilliant. I'll take several in different angles. Thanks. Since reading ALNT, I kind of choke up whenever I pose for a picture, the second in line said, referring to an insect leaves no trace by an acronym like an avid fan. Yeah, I know what you mean. With that, the two started talking about Yun Wu, and the second in line kept on about the book, saying, I'm so proud that ALNT went into its second printing within 2 months in the US. I was losing it when I found out that the first edition started at 1 million copies. It says a lot about where the book stands in the overseas market. What do you think Yun Wu will be like in person? I can only imagine from what I've read in the interviews. They each had a certain image of what the young author would look like. Similar to the second in line, the fan had also been thinking about what Yun Wu would be like in person. Although the young author appeared to be serious and earnest on TV, that couldn't immediately be considered his natural self because the occasion had him surrounded by cameras. He does seem mature, but I have a feeling that he'll be childlike too. I mean, you saw just how cheerful the synopsis of the new story was, right? Speaking of which, I'm having trouble picturing what that would be like. Yun Wu and humor just don't really click in my mind. If anything, I picture him as this fancy, heavy, serious, and somewhat precarious person, the fans said, and the second in line agreed, saying, right? I felt similarly when Sound of Wailing was coming out. I wasn't sure what to expect. Oh yeah, that's true. That pure writing style and trace of a bird kind of fit his age back then. Just like Sublimation. Man, that book. I think there's a reason why that one's so controversial though. Yet, here I was, thinking he would stick with pure literature, and what does he do? He releases another book under a different alias. I'm telling you, this guy's a genius. I agree. Then, the second in line opened their backpack and showed off their entire set of the Language of God series. In my opinion, I think the original was a lot better looking than the hardcover version, the second in line said, expressing their personal preference. Zelkova really knows what they're doing. Their book covers look great. Besides, who would have thought Yun Wu's signing event would happen so soon? This is a dream come true, the fans said, and the second in line agreed emphatically. It wasn't common for Yun Wu to make public appearances, and the way he had answered the questions in the interviews had only proved that further. Suffice to say, those who knew the young author well had given up wishing for a signing event, which is what made me even more excited. It felt as though they were receiving a gift. As the two conversed, the line became noticeably longer, and the longer the line got, the more it dawned on the fan that the fan was the first person in line. Everyone else was lining up behind them, and the store was about to open in about an hour. Squatting and in a daze, the fan fiddled about with a tree branch, which broke shortly after. At that moment, as the fan looked up, they saw somebody through the window of the store. It was Yun Wu. Whoa! By the time the fans sprung up from their place, the young author had already turned away. As the shadow of the author quickly faded away into the distance, the fan stood in a daze for a brief moment. Did you see him? It was Yun Wu, the fan said. What? Who? The second in line said, turning toward the fan while conversing with the third in line. Although it was brief, the fan was certain that the person he had seen had been Yun Wu. What's he doing at the store so early? Well, I guess it kind of makes sense, the fan thought to themselves. No matter what they thought, it didn't change the fact that their thoughts were merely unfounded assumptions. Then, as anxiety started creeping into their mind again, the fan reviewed their plan in their head in order to stay focused. I'll get 2 copies and keep one of them as a signed copy, the fan thought to themselves. Yun Wu's new book looked particularly stunning. He had thought so even when the fan had seen its gold cover for the first time on the internet. Not only was it fitting to Yun Wu's image, but the fact that the covers for the short stories within it had been designed by the young author's peculiar acquaintances made the compilation even more appealing. Zelkova was definitely living up to its name. Although the short stories themselves would have provided more than enough leverage, the publisher had thought of a brilliant way to go about advertising for the book. They had known what information to let out to the readers in order to build up anticipation. According to Zelkova, Yun Wu's new story was going to be new and different from his usual style, which meant that the fans would get to see yet another side of Yun Wu. Alexandria, wait just a little longer, the fan thought to themselves. It's almost time, somebody said from behind. It was 9:25 a.m. when the fan checked the time, which meant the store was opening in 5 minutes. Then, making sure their shoes were tied. The fan braced themselves as the only thing left to do was to run toward their objective. 9:30. The fan bolted into the store, running right past the employee greeting them. There was no time for pleasantries. Technical literature, children's literature, international literature, and domestic literature. Looking around frantically, the fan looked for the golden cover. Then, shortly after, the fan saw the stack of golden books next to the cashier counter, which they embraced gladly. While the fan was paying for the book, the rest of the crowd rushed into the store toward the stacks of the golden books. The stacks were shrinking at an awe-inspiring rate. "Thanks," the fan said to the cashier. With the receipt in their hand, the fan rushed to the center of the store where the signing was set to take place. As they arrived, one of the employees asked, looking slightly taken aback by the fan's presence, "Are you here for the signing?" "Yes. This is where I get the ticket, right?" "Yes, it is. But, we're not giving them out until 11. "That's fine. I'll wait in line. That number 1 spot belongs to me." At that, as if impressed, the employee smiled, adding that they'd remember the fan's face. What a great employee, the fan thought, deeply moved by the employee's pleasant attitude. Then, shortly after, a line started forming behind the fan. The second in line became the third, and the third in line became the fourth. However, the fifth in line had moved up to second. Meanwhile, the fan felt proud of securing their number 1 spot. After some time passed, the employee took the sticker and handed it to the fan. "Here's your number 1 ticket." In a sense, it was a trophy for the fan's dedication. After taking the sticker from the employee, the fan opened their book and put the sticking on it without hesitation, being cautious to make sure that the sticker didn't end up crooked. Now, all the book needed was an autograph from Yunwu, and then it would be made perfect. Sigh, the fan let out, relieved. Now that the fan had secured their number 1 spot, the next thing in the agenda was to go out for lunch at a restaurant not too far from the store. At that moment, just as the fan was about to head to the restaurant, the new second in line, who turned out to be a member of the same fan cafe, struck up a conversation with them. "Are you going out for lunch?" "Yes, I am. Would you like to join us?" "I was supposed to eat with other members." "No, thanks. I already have a place in mind." "That's perfect. We were still deciding where to eat. You wouldn't mind if we joined you then, would ya?" The new second in line asked, and since the fan didn't have a reason to say no, the fan nodded affirmatively. Besides, after getting their hands on Yunwu's new book, the fan was in a great mood, feeling like nothing could wipe the smile off their face. "Let's eat quickly so we can start reading," the new second in line said in a shaky voice, probably just as excited as their fellow fan cafe members. Addressing each other by their respective usernames, the fan cafe members weren't afraid to show their excitement. For them, having a copy of Alexandria in their embrace brought them more than enough happiness. They were anxious to read it, growing increasingly curious of whether they would end up viewing Yunwu in a different light after reading it. Chapter 293, Alexandria Wins, 5. Since the 5 members of the fan cafe were focused on finishing their meal rather than the taste of their food, they ate in silence. There was important business they needed to attend to afterward. "All right, I'm going to go on ahead," the fan said after finishing their meal before anybody else. It wasn't until then that the other 4 members looked up from their bowls and dishes. "Guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you finishing first. That was quick. Enjoy your lunch, everyone," the fan said as he paid for the food and exited the restaurant. Like the true fan that the fan was, the fan had already figured out a place to read. There was a seating area near the store, which was close to the street, meaning that the fan would have to deal with the exhaust fumes of the cars passing by. However, the fan didn't mind it one bit as long they had the golden book with them. The fan rushed to their reading spot, which, thankfully, was still empty. Without hesitation, the fan grabbed a seat and opened the book, ignoring the car horns in the distance, murmuring the title of the book written in a stylish-looking font. Alexandria. As the fan turned to the next page, the About the Author section of the book became visible, which usually contained an author's name, level of education, nickname or nicknames, and biography. Although none of them were new to the fan, there was something special about coming across those pieces of information through the author's book. The fan had been in an elevated emotional state since the night before, even as they woke up at 4 in the morning to pack their breakfast. Just the fact that Yunwoo had come out with a new book made life so much better. How will he surprise me this time? The fan thought, feeling their heart beating faster. It wasn't long before the surrounding noises faded away. How did the title come about? What does it mean? What kind of story did he write this time? Although the fan was full of questions, the answers became clearer as they flipped through the pages of the book. As cars and pedestrians passed by, a burst of laughter came out of nowhere. Humans were capable of laughing, and everyone had their own reasons for it. In the case of the fan, they were laughing because of the golden book, their shoulders, which had become tense as the fan competed and fought for their desire, moved up and down. Alexandria's cheerful demeanor automatically put the reader in a better mood, making them hold their sides from laughing. So, Yunwoo's has a way with comedy too, huh? Reading a book from Yunwoo had never been funnier. The book was quite fast-paced, and before they knew it, the fan was burning through its pages. On top of that, not only was it easy to read, but it was also a great read. Alexandria was quite a lovable character. Originally, Alexandria was a port city located in northern Egypt by the Mediterranean Sea, which was also known as a vacation spot. Thinking of the city, the fan often thought of the ancient library in Alexandria, which was the largest and most influential library in existence during its time. As a character, Alexandria was unreserved, successful, and in her prime. As a protagonist, she wanted to learn to read, write, and expand her world. Of course, she didn't let her desires stay as mere wishes. She acted on them, fought for them, and finally obtained them. After having learned to read and write, she felt unstoppable. As the fan flipped through the pages of the Golden Book, impressed by the young author's sense of humor and wit, their hands stopped as the fan reached a certain point in the book when a character jarringly out of place appeared all of a sudden. The unexpected turn only added to the anticipation. Somebody had stolen a book. Excuse me. Hello? Sir. At the voice calling to them, the fan looked up in a delayed response and saw a cheerful-looking person. They had to be the one to interrupt the fan's reading experience. Do you know how to get to the bookstore from here by any chance? At that, the fan felt their irritation welling up from deep within. Why me of all these people? It's gotta be the book, the fan thought, pointing toward the store with a swallowed sigh. Go straight that way, and you'll see it. I see. Thank you very much. Upon hearing the thank you from the pedestrian looking for the bookstore, the fan felt their irritation subside. Those who weren't used to the area were bound to ask for directions at some point. Besides, there had to be quite a few people traveling a long distance to get to the signing event. Then, just as the fan was about to resume reading, a man walking past them caught their eyes. Not only was the man tall, but well-built. Although he was wearing a hat and sunglasses, there was something about him that made him look out of place. In other words, the man looked like a celebrity. As the man walked in the same direction as the pedestrian who had just asked for direction, the fan stared at him until he disappeared into the distance. He returned to reading shortly after. There was not a minute to waste. The fan was anxious to read more about Alexandria, the book thief, and their fight. As cars and pedestrians passed by, birds chirped, and leaves blew in the wind. After some time had passed, the fan, who had finished the entire book in one sitting, said, "So good." If only the fan could, they would grab a random pedestrian and urge them to read the book. A sense of satisfaction filled their heart to the point of making it feel like it was about to explode. What was even more irresistible was that there were 2 long-awaited short stories after the story about Alexandria. There was still more left to be read and enjoyed. Checking the time, the fan deciding to go to the bookstore, saying, "I better go get in line. I'm savoring those short stories." "Hey, you're back." The second in line, who was guiding people who were confused after having arrived late, said to the fan. "Hi." The store was filled with people who were hopelessly lost, not knowing where to find the book or where to get the numbered ticket. Even if they managed to get their tickets now, they would most likely be in the 300s, which meant they would have to wait for at least 3 hours until they could get an autograph from the young author. Did you finish reading the book? Of course, it made sense for the second in line to be in such a good mood, even going as far as helping others out with the friendliest-looking expression in the world. Similarly, the fan was also wearing a similar smile. Then, in order to discuss the reading experience with a fellow fan cafe member, the fan asked, "Did you read Alexandria?" "No, I started with the short stories, so I only got to the middle, the second in line said, bringing their index finger to their lips, gesturing that the fan not spoil the book, as if saving the best for last. You must be on cloud 9. I sure am. The thought of what was left of the book alone made their heart beat faster, and the fan was fully aware of what that experience was like. Then, catching on to what the fan had been implying, the second in line asked, "You saved the short stories for last, didn't you?" Yep. That time, a subtle look of superiority appeared on the second in line's face. Let me tell you, you won't be disappointed. Really, at that moment, an announcement came out of the speakers in the store, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the signing event, please form a line in an orderly manner." When the fan got to the spot where the signing was set to take place, they saw their fellow fan cafe members also waiting in line, whom they walked right past in order to stand in the front of the line, feeling as though they had become Alexandria. After investing time and effort into planning for the event ahead of time, the fan had been rewarded with a sense of accomplishment. Now, the fan would enjoy the privilege of being the first person to get Yunwoo's autograph. The fan looked behind at their fellow club members, who were having a heated discussion about the young author. Nevertheless, they were all excited. The wait for the actual signing event had begun, and the members of the fan cafe remained in a heated discussion about Yunwoo. I think what sets Yunwoo apart is his unique writing style. Sublimation has to be, easily, the most shocking book I've ever come across. How should I put it? It was like when I first heard a singer who sang like a dolphin. It was jarring at first, but before I knew it, I'd fallen in love with it. I, personally, would describe him like Lionel Messi's dribbling. When you watch how he handles that ball, you can't help but think that he's a genius. For me, it kind of reminded me of my first time at the movie theater. For me, I think it was similar to the cultural difference I felt when I traveled to another country for the first time. It felt awkward and foreign, but charming all at the same time. While the fan cafe members were busy talking to each other, the line started getting even longer. While some waited anxiously for the young author's appearance, a handful of others were reading the remaining portions of their books that they hadn't had the chance to get to. Meanwhile, those who had read the entire book were still enjoying the lingering emotional experience. As the time of the event approached, a store employee started passing out pens and sticky notes to those waiting in line, with which they wrote down their names as a reference for the young author during signing. Although the fan entertained the thought of writing down their user ID for the fan cafe, or even Alexandria, they decided to take the occasion more seriously and write down their real name. As the anxiety started catching up to the fan, they briefly reviewed the things they were going to say upon meeting Yunwoo as the first person in line, things the fan had already thought of the night prior to the event. First would come the hello, while telling the young author that they had been reading his books, since Trace of a Bird. Then, after taking a picture and shaking the young author's hand, the fan would ask him the question that had been burning in their mind. What's your emotional state like when you're writing? At that moment, isn't that Yunwoo? The fan saw somebody in the distance walking toward the crowd, the table, and a couple of chairs that had been set up ahead of time. Those who had gathered around the store to observe without getting the young author's autograph all took their phones out at the same time. Being the first in line meant that they were granted the privilege to see Yunwoo up close. Then, the crowd started growing louder, eventually exploding into screams. Hello, it was Yunwoo. At the sight of the young author, the fan let themselves go, screaming from the top of their lungs, taking the store employees by surprise. Looking toward the crowd standing in an endless line, the young author smiled subtly at his fans, causing the fan to gasp for breath. Yunwoo was smiling. Being surrounded by people screaming from all directions, everything felt surreal to the fan. The staff from Zelkova were surrounding the young author, protecting him. Simultaneously, there was a group of reporters on one side of the store frantically taking photos of the young author's first signing event with professional equipment incomparable to the mere smartphones of the fans and spectators. I'm so nervous. Me too, a couple of the fan cafe members said from behind, and frankly, the fan was practically in the same state. While the fan stood in a daze, Yunwoo's face came into their view, along with the people around him, each wearing a lanyard that read, Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the signing now, one of the staff members shouted. Then, Catching on to an employee signaling them subtly, the fan started walking toward the young author, feeling like their legs were about to give out. As the fan placed their book on the table, which was covered in a velvet tablecloth, the editor opened the book and handed it over to the young author, who proceeded to check the sticky note for the name and sign an autograph on a separate sheet of paper. Meanwhile, the fan's mind was blank. "What time did you get here?" Yun-woo asked the fan. "At 6 in the morning," the fan replied by reflex. Then, realizing how cocky they must have sounded, a sense of humiliation washed over the fan. "Wow, that's dedication," the young author said, impressed. At which, the fan felt immediately validated. Despite the flashes going off and the cheers that came from the crowd from time to time, the fan saw and heard nothing but Yun-woo's face and voice. "Didn't we lock eyes with each other this morning?" Yun-woo asked, and the fan nodded emphatically, realizing that it really was Yun-woo that they had seen that morning. "I saw you standing first in line. Getting here early really paid off, huh?" "Yeah. I wanted to. Make sure I got here before anybody else. Although, I am the first in line. I mean, not that I'm talking down to people standing behind me in line or anything like that." The fan started fumbling over their words. And, remembering what they had read in the book earlier, the fan tried to justify their statements. The fan was feeling pricked in the heart, being fully aware of all the name-calling that had taken place in their heart. With that, wearing a subtle smile on his face, Yun-woo returned the book to the fan along with his autograph. You remind me of Alexandria," the young author said to the fan, at which an indescribable feeling washed over the fan. With that, the turn went to the next person in line, and being mindful of others, the fan stepped away to the side, clenching their empty hand into a fist. Despite having been the first person in line, the fan hadn't been able to shake Yun-woo's hand nor take pictures with him, which the second in line was in the midst of doing. At that moment, the fan was struck by a realization about themselves and Alexandria. Because everything had taken place much later than for most people, Alexandria was inevitably far from being number one. Nor was she in second or dead last for that matter. She was simply Alexandria. In an elementary school, she had a characteristic that was unique to her. Getting a late start in life had ultimately made her unique, no matter where she went. However, that wasn't to say that she had a reason to look down on or get intimidated by others. In the end, that was why the fan had been so fond of Alexandria. Emotionally overwhelmed, the fan placed their hand on their chest, realizing that that experience wouldn't have come through a handshake or through taking pictures with the young author. "Thank you for writing," the fan said amid the clamoring crowd. Although there was no way to verify if Yun-woo had heard that or not, the fan was genuine in what they said and wished that the young author would recognize that there were readers out there who felt like that. There was no promise that Yun-woo would hold another signing in the future. Nevertheless, the fan was ready and determined to be there to tell Yun-woo what they couldn't that day. With that, the fan turned around and walked away from the crowd. Even those who were visiting the store to buy books were looking in the young author's direction. When the fan exited the store with a sense of pride and accomplishment, they were met with surprise yet again. How long is this line? The line was stretching out the door and around the store, even up to the stairway. It seemed like there was no end to it. "What's this line for?" Yun-woo's signing event. Should we get in line too? Even the officers regulating traffic and the construction workers on the other side of the street took interest in the jaw-dropping sight. The drivers in their cars waiting on the street with their windows rolled down were also looking in the direction of the bookstore. Meanwhile, the fan walked against the direction in which the line was moving. Then, after locking eyes with the people waiting in line in the sun, the people asked, "Did you get his autograph?" "Yes, I was first in line," the fan said lightheartedly, and the people in line also accepted it lightheartedly. So it begins. There was a person squatting, lining up the rocks on the ground. Then, seeing that the rocks seemed like they were lined up according to their rank, the fan laughed out loud like when they had first read the Golden Book. "I'm going to get started on those short stories, the first when I get home," the fan thought to themselves, excited and deeply satisfied. Chapter 294, Alexandria Wins, 6. It was chaos. Everything was happening all at once. The flashes were going off at the front, while the crowd was shouting from both sides. On top of that, right behind Juho, was a banner with his face on it. It was in a foreign setting like that the young author was meeting his readers and signing autographs. I baked these cookies myself. Thank you very much, Juho said, thanking the reader who handed him a well-decorated bundle. Wrapped in clear plastic wrapping, the cookies were quite delicious. Unfortunately, there was no time for distractions. There was a massive group of people standing before his eyes, claiming that they had read his book. Could we shake hands? Of course. Why not? Juho said, looking at the reader who was clearly nervous. Hoping that his hand would get warmer before he shook the reader's hand, Juho balled his hand into a fist. Then, when they shook hands, the young author was reminded of just how cold his hand was when compared to the reader's. Realizing that his attempt to warm his hand up had been useless, a subtle smile appeared on the young author's face. Then, looking thrilled to meet him, the reader started raving about Alexandria. It was such a good book. You think so? Absolutely. I couldn't stop laughing. With that, Juho handed the book back to the reader with his autograph, and Nam Kyung, who was sitting next to him, opened and handed him yet another book. As soon as Juho signed an autograph, another request came in immediately after. It felt endless. The different names on the sticky notes were all written in different handwriting, reminding the young author that there were all sorts of people reading his books. I've been reading your books since Trace of a Bird, since you were in high school. A reader, who appeared to be a university student, said. Have you now? Were there any books that you didn't like? Juho asked, and the reader waved their hand in denial, saying, Oh no. I loved every single one of them, seriously. The reader's emphatic tone made them sound like they were trying to prove their innocence. Nevertheless, Juho believed them and smiled. Besides, there wasn't much of a choice in the matter. It's a pleasure. Oh no. The pleasure's mine. Please, do this more regularly. I'll bring all of my friends along. Even it means having to skip class. Speaking of which, there's this friend of mine who always skips his first morning class. He's not even here at the signing either. Oh, is this one of your friends from the literature club? Yes, it's one of them. The reader seemed to have watched the interview. Then, after a brief photo session, Juho moved on to the next book. After a reader went about their way, another reader came and stood in front of the table. Hello. A young voice greeted the young author. Judging from the voice alone, the reader seemed like they were yet to have reached puberty. When Juho looked up, he saw a child whose height only reached up to his waist. Appearing to be an elementary student, the child had to be the youngest reader up to that point. Where are you from? Juho asked. From Incheon. With their buck teeth and big, wide eyes behind their green, horn-rimmed glasses, the young reader had quite a distinct appearance. Was it hard waiting in line? It was okay. The child responded maturely. With that, one of the staff members led the child to a chair next to the young author. As they sat next to Juho, the child appeared to be quite nervous, looking back and forth between the group of reporters and the crowd of fans. You're here with your parents, right? Yes. I pestered them to bring me here. The child waited patiently for the book. However, just like all the other readers up to that point, they had a hard time asking for something from the young author. Can we shake hands? Sure. The child seemed to be shaking hands with another person for the first time, and their tense hand was proof of that. As Juho took the initiative to shake it up and down, the child's hand also moved along with his. Then, a man who seemed to be the child's father appeared and took a picture with them. Do you like Yunwoo? Nam Kyung asked the child. Yes, I do, the child said. Their hesitation made their answer sound more honest. Then, as if entertained by the child's response, the editor asked another question. Which book did you read? All of them. I read this one while I was waiting in line. Wow. How was it? Did you like it? Yes. I liked that there were kids my age in the book. There was a sense of pride in the young reader's tone. Then, in high spirits and still somewhat nervous, the child flung their arms in the air in an exaggerated manner, saying, It felt like Alexandria was swearing and smiling at the same time. Wow. How's that for an interpretation? You really read the book in depth, huh? Nam Kyung said, smiling like the employees, the manager, and the spectators around them. Meanwhile, upon hearing the young reader's description of the book, Juho immersed himself in thought, asking himself, I wonder if everything got across the way I intended. You know, I was hoping that her smile became the insult. At the end of the day, to insult somebody with a smile on one's face didn't make the insult any less offensive. In fact, if a smile was a means of insulting another person, all one had to do in order to insult somebody was to simply smile at them. Juho hoped that the readers would interpret Alexandria's smile in that way. Unfortunately, it seemed like it could have been executed better, but I still like one more than Alexandria. You mean from Language of God? You must have really liked that book, huh? Yes, I loved it. You mean you've read the whole thing? That's impressive. I told you. I read all of his books, the child said, slightly irritated by Nam Kyung's look of surprise. The child had strength and time left to use elsewhere, and the child had chosen to spend it reading Juho's books. On top of that, the young reader didn't seem to regret their decision either. Then, as the young author handed the book over to them, the child said just as politely as when they first stood in front of Juho, "Bye-bye." Juho saw the child reuniting with their mother, who had stayed back, waiting the child's return. Again, there was no time to do or look at anything else as Nam Kyung handed him another book. "Hello," a clear-sounding voice said. That time, the reader was significantly more muscular, particularly his arms. "Oh, and this too," the reader said, handing something to Nam Kyung. Along with Alexandria, the reader had brought more books, The Beginning and the End, and River. However, before the books even reached Nam Kyung, an employee intervened, saying, "I'm sorry, sir. One book per person." Caught off guard by that, a confused look appeared on the muscular reader's face. Then, just as he was about to take the books back, Juho stopped him and said, "It's fine. I'll sign them. It's not a problem." Despite the reader, who was hopelessly confused, the young author signed them without complaint, as a way to express his gratitude for the reader coming out to the event. Knowing that his fans had gone through the trouble of coming to the signing, Juho simply couldn't turn down a fan's request. "River changed my life," the reader said, that time in a heavy voice. "A book is a book. You're the one who has to make the change at the end of the day, and I find it admirable that you did." Although Juho had no idea of what kind of change the reader had made in his life or how he went about changing it, the young author was impressed nonetheless. There existed in this world those who believed that people could never change, and needless to say, there were also authors who wrote about that. At that moment, the reader reached into his pockets and took something out, which looked like a letter. "I'm not the most eloquent person, but that book really has a special place in my heart." With that, the reader walked away before Juho even had time to say anything in response, leaving only the letter behind. He must have thought that the letter would speak on its own. After Juho put the letter in his pocket, he signed about 50 more autographs. Yet, there was still a ways to go. "Mr. Wu, I'm a fan," another reader said, reaching out for a handshake. Although Juho had heard the same remarks dozens of times, he wasn't getting sick of them. They all sounded completely different. That time, the reader's hand was blunt and squishy. Looking up following the arm, Juho saw an older man wearing a beret, who declined Juho's offer to sit. "You write great books, Mr. Wu." "Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that you like them," Juho said, checking the man's name on the book, which was written in Chinese. The reader seemed to want his name to be written in Chinese characters. Then, looking at the young author as if saying, "I trust you," Nam Kyung handed the book over to Juho. And just as the editor had expected, Juho had no trouble with reading and writing those characters. "This is Mandarin, isn't it? Do you recognize it? I lived in China when I was young." The reader didn't get into any details, and neither did Juho try to pry it out of him. Instead, the young author wrote the characters that had defined the old man's life up to that point with intention. Meanwhile, the reader stood quietly, and the noise from the surroundings occupied the silence. "Here you go, sir. Did I write everything correctly?" "Yes. I knew you'd sign it without asking questions." With that, the old reader lifted his beret slightly and walked away unhurriedly. The book in his hand would listen to the old man's life story on the young author's behalf, even at night when the old man was sound asleep. Thinking about his books on his reader's bookshelves, Juho felt a sudden spurt of energy. "Should we take a quick break?" Nam Kyung asked. "What did I tell you? There's not even time to drink water, huh?" "Yeah, you were definitely right about that," Juho said, rotating his wrist. Then, another reader stepped forward. "He looks a lot more," the reader murmured. Juho saw them covering their mouth the entire time they had been waiting in line, looking antsy. Now, standing in front of the young author, The reader seemed even worse, putting their hand on their chest, neck, and face, which looked even more nervous, as if they couldn't say a word. In order to sign the autograph, Juho looked down at the reader's book, which contained not only the name but a question. The reader had to have predicted that they wouldn't be able to speak in front of the young author. Then, Juho read the question on the sticky note. "What is your goal?" At that moment, just as he was about to write his answer on it, he was struck by a sudden thought about the full moon, which prevented him from doing so. Looking up, Juho looked at the stack of golden books in the distance, which shrunk and got restocked at the blink of an eye. Although the full moon had quickly become a bestseller, it hadn't been selling anywhere near the rate at which Alexandria was. While the full moon had influenced the young author in a profound way, Alexandria was a product that had been born out of all the things that had been building up within the young author. Although Juho couldn't determine which one of the two was closer to a great book, one thing became certain in his mind. A great book wasn't necessarily a book that sold well, and the fact that his goal still remained unchanged, even after having become a world-class author, was proof of that. Then, after writing an answer to the question written on the sticky post, the young author closed the golden cover of the book. "Make sure to look at it on your own." "Pardon?" "Oh, right." Then, covering their cheerful smile with their hand, the reader walked away. "Mr. Wu, look this way." A shout came from the crowd, a request which Juho granted with an awkward smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet." At that moment, Juho sensed a subtle disturbance coming from Nam Kyung, who was interacting with another reader. "What is it?" "There's no name," Nam Kyung said, as if it wasn't a big deal. All he needed was a pen, which then Nam Kyung would hand to the reader, and the reader would write their name on the sticky note. However, the reader refused to take the pen from the editor. "You don't have to write my name." "Sorry, ma'am. We can't do that," an employee said. There was a chance that the signature would be abused, and there was no way to predict how. Then, after some contemplation, the reader took the pen and the sticky note from Nam Kyung and started writing. An ambiguous look appeared on the editor's face when he saw the reader's name. As he handed the book over to Juho, the young author immediately made sense of the look on Nam Kyung's face. The sticky note read, "I'm an aspiring writer." After staring at it for a brief moment, Juho asked the aspiring writer, "What do you like?" "I'm sorry, I love grilled mackerel." "Oh, right. Mine's mango." With that, the young author wrote mango on the sticky note, giving the aspiring writer a new and unique title, Mango. With a title like that, one would be able to easily distinguish her from all the other aspiring writers out there. "What have you been working on?" Juho asked. "A novel. I submitted it to a contest hosted by Zelkova and won the Rookie of the Year award. I believe it's the same contest you competed in." At that, Nam Kyung showed some sort of response. The contest had been a gateway for many aspiring writers. Nam Kyung knew many who had successfully debuted as authors through the same competition. At the same time, he had known many others who had fallen away from writing. At that moment, the editor thought of a certain acquaintance of his, who had also been an aspiring writer at one point. Now, that acquaintance was active as an author. "Are you sure you can do this?" Juho asked as he closed the book after signing it. However, the aspiring writer's eyes were still lingering on the book. Yes. She didn't want to shake hands or take pictures with the young author. Rather, she chose to spend that time talking to him. "I'll be rooting for you," Juho said, reminiscing about the same competition. With that, Mango left with a smile on her face. Chapter 295, Alexandria Wins, 7. Next person. After the friendly signal from an employee, another reader came toward the young author. It was 3 hours into the signing, and yet, the line felt just as long as when the event had first started. Is there even going to be an end to this line? Juho asked himself. Then, Nam Kyung turned toward a Zelkova staffer, who had been taping the event for a future promotional video, and asked, "Are there a lot of people outside still?" Having gone outside not too long before in order to capture the line stretching endlessly, the staffer nodded affirmatively. "A lot more. At least 100, probably." The bookstore was booming with people. Although it was a sight to behold, the young author had started to grow weary. "Book, please," Juho said to Nam Kyung with a smile, astonishing the editor with his tireless enthusiasm. While the Young author signed his autograph and conversed with a reader. Nam Kyung took the book from the next person in line and stood by, handing it over to the young author once he had finished talking, repeating the process over. Then, as a reader walked away, the next reader stood in front of him and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course," Joo-ho said, nodding with a smile. In the meantime, Nam Kyung was busy flipping through their book. "You didn't actually write any of those books, did you?" At that remark, Nam Kyung stopped what he was doing and looked up at the reader, who had an evil-looking smile on their face. A crisis usually tended to come without a warning. At that moment, the reader started shouting even louder, "I read every single one of your books, Mr. Wu, and I loved every bit of them. But you didn't really write of them, did you? You haven't even been around for that long. How could you possibly write all that?" At the reader's provocative remark, Nam Kyung sprung up from his seat. Similarly, a commotion started breaking out among the crowd and the reporters. Did this guy seriously wait all this time just to say all that? Nam Kyung thought, dumbfounded. Yun Wu's signing event would be the perfect place to draw people's attention, and perhaps that was precisely what the reader had been aiming for. As the staff on site let him out of the store, Joo-ho watched everything unfold, and Nam Kyung busied himself trying to reassure the young author. Then, Joo-ho said toward the man being dragged out of the store, "Here you go." And one of the staff took the book on the man's behalf, unsure of whether the young author wanted them to throw the book out or to give it to the man. "Would you give this to him?" Joo-ho said in a friendly manner. There was no trace of emotion on his face. Meanwhile, the cameras around them pointed straight at the young author, taping everything that was taking place. At that moment, Nam Kyung felt the tension subside almost instantly. As long as Joo-ho kept handling tense situations the way he had, future potential signings wouldn't be a problem for him. Compared to his state not too long before that, not knowing what to do with the book in his hand, it was a significant improvement. "Book, please," Joo-ho said as a round of encouraging applause came from the crowd. Thankfully, at the end of the day, no harm had been done. "Next person, please." With that, the next person in line tactfully handed the editor their book, as if nothing had happened. Then, taking the book, Nam Kyung quickly handed it over to the young author, desperate to move on from what had just happened. At that moment, the editor read the sticky note, right as Joo-ho took the book from his hands. It took a little while to process what he had read. Then, taking his eyes off of the note, Nam Kyung looked toward the tall man walking toward the young author, looking even more shocked than earlier. "What's the matter?" Joo-ho asked, seeing the look on Nam Kyung's face. And, when he followed Nam Kyung's eyes, the young author also let out, "What the?" Although the reader was wearing sunglasses and a hat, it wasn't hard to recognize who it was. It was the actor who had played the brother in the movie version of Trace of a Bird, Myung-Joo-moo. There was a celebrity on the loose. Joo-ho let out, looking around shortly after. They were surrounded by both a crowd and reporters, who were watching their every move from up close, not to mention the readers waiting in line. Nobody would have thought that the actor would show up to the signing in such a fearless manner. Then, realizing that his cover had been blown by the author and the editor, the actor chuckled quietly and said, "I see that you're hard at work, Mr. Wu. There are all sorts of people out there, don't you think?" As he subtly brought up what had taken place earlier, a bitter smile appeared on Myung-Joo's face. However, that was hardly a concern at the moment. "What brings you here?" "Well, I want your autograph, of course." "I guess that was kind of obvious. I've been standing in line for 4 hours, but there was not a dull moment. You see, I was reading Alexandria." His voice was still just as pleasant as Joo-ho remembered it. His vocalization was spot on, which made him clearly audible, even in low volume. On the side, Nam Kyung appeared to be hopelessly confused by the actor's appearance. With that, just as he had been doing up to that point, Joo-ho wrote the actor's name and signed his autograph. "Can I shake your hand?" Myung-Joo said, making the same request he had to have gotten from his fans more times than he could remember, at which the young author responded by reaching his hand out and grabbing it. Then, the actor came next to the young author for a picture, and Joo-ho rose from his seat in order to pose with the actor. As the employee counted down, the two posed, during which time, the actor said to the young author quietly, "So, this must have been what it was like for you when you kept yourself hidden. You have no idea how much fun I'm having. It's probably similar, more or less." At the end of the day, Myung-ju wasn't somewhere he shouldn't be. After all, he was enjoying himself to the fullest extent. At that moment, Joo-ho noticed that he was starting to feel slightly better. I got you some vitamins. You gotta take care of your health, the actor said, handing the young author a shopping bag. Oh, you didn't have to, Joo-ho said as he took the gift from Myung-ju, which was an entire box of vitamins. Now, the pressing matter for Myung-ju was finding a way out of the store. As one of the employees nearby handed his phone back to him, the actor took it from her hands. At that moment, she gasped out loud and covered her mouth immediately after. However, the look on her face was more than enough to get the attention of the reporters, the crowd, and the readers waiting in line. As expected, the readers who were standing closest to the employee started shouting, "It's Myung-ju Moo, the actor. There's a celebrity here? Where?" The obnoxious reader who had picked a fight with the young author was no longer in people's minds. Instead, people started looking for Myung-ju Moo, who was one of the most popular actors at the time. Of course, the reporters were even more eager to capture the actor on camera. The flashes started going off, and a handful of people started approaching him past the line that was meant to keep them back. Taken aback by the situation, Myung-ju said his goodbye to the young author. "Hope you keep writing some more books, Mr. Woo." With that, the actor weaved his way through the crowd in haste, evading people reaching to grab him. However, his presence still lingered around the store. "I came to see Yun Woo, but who would have thought I'd come across a celebrity? Seriously, this is unreal. I'm going to show off to my friends. Did anybody take a picture of him? Was Myung-ju Moo really here? Like the celebrity? I didn't see him. You're not lying, are you?" The remaining people in line were excited by the unexpected celebrity appearance, cheering just as loudly as they had for Yun Woo at first. However, that time, Yun Woo also joined in on the fun, laughing and getting excited. "Seems like you've really made a name for yourself, Mr. Woo," Nam Kyung murmured. Meanwhile, the reader who had been standing behind Myung-ju in line was beating their chest, claiming that they had recognized the actor from the get-go. "Should we take a break?" Nam Kyung suggested, and everyone welcomed it. "You know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I could use a breather after all that." Led by an employee, Joo-ho and Nam Kyung went into a room with a sign that read, "Staff only." As the sound coming from outside faded away, the two sank into their chairs and sighed deeply, both of their ears ringing. Even with just a small distance between them and the crowd, their surroundings became much quieter, almost as if they were in a different world, a world similar to the one Joo-ho used to live in before revealing his face. It dawned on the young author just how different his life had been at one point. Nevertheless, it was a welcoming change, and one day, that emotion would suffuse through his writing. "Long day, huh?" Nam Kyung said, handing the young author a bottle of water. It was Joo-ho's first sip of water since the start of the event. In one corner of the room were the drinks that the store had given out to the readers waiting in line. "You handled that really well," the editor said, which took Joo-ho a little while to understand. "Let's see how things are looking on the internet," Nam Kyung said, as if anticipating something. Considering how close the reporters had been to the young author and the editor, news of the confrontation had to be out already. After tapping on the screen of his phone a few times, Nam Kyung started reading something. Meanwhile, Joo-ho did his best to make himself comfortable on the rigid chair. The event definitely had been as physically demanding as Joo-ho had anticipated. However, there was still a ways to go until the end, and the young author reminded himself that he shouldn't let his guard down just yet. With that in mind, he focused on getting as much rest as possible. "Of course," the editor murmured. "Any mentions of the book?" "Plenty. Although normally it should have taken at least a couple of days after the book's release for reviews to start turning up, reviews of the Golden Book were already starting to appear on the same day it was released." Looking at the screen, a big smile grew across the editor's face, satisfied with the general response from the readers. "Everyone seems to be digging Alexandria. The short stories are doing pretty well too. Yun Woo, the one-of-a-kind author." A peek at his past. When Joo-ho had first come across the read skeptical of whether Joo-ho was really Yun Woo or not, the young author had been tempted to be direct and prove him wrong. It was for that reason that the young author had handed the reader his book back. Joo-ho hoped that he would have a similar reaction to that of the title of the article. "Maybe I am asking too much," Joo-ho murmured. "What? Nothing." As the young author leaned back on his chair, The fluorescent light on the ceiling came into view. It had a yellow tinge to it, and the light lingered before his eyes even when he closed them. At that moment, Juho heard somebody approaching the room. Then, the door cracked open shortly after, letting the surrounding noise from the crowd into the room. "Are you guys ready?" an employee asked, peeking into the room. At that, Juho and Nam Kyung rose from their seats and exited the room, feeling as if they were on their way to the signing event for the first time all over again. There were no words to describe how taken aback they were by the sight of the massive crowd. As the two turned the corner, the crowd exploded into shouts. "Gosh, a warning would have been nice," Nam Kyung murmured, which was also representative of what Juho was feeling at the moment. He felt like now was the perfect time to warm up his hands, which had cooled down significantly. Just like they had before, the books started coming in along with their owners. Thankfully, it was nowhere near as nerve-wracking the second time around. "I'm a fan." Although it was a remark the young author had heard hundreds of times by that point, he was still able to maintain a smile and say from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you very much." Alexandria celebrates its release with a signing event. The reaction of the fans on the day of the release. Yunwoo holds his first signing. A closer look at the event and photos capturing the heat of the event. The Yunwoo fever strikes Gwangwaman again. What was the line surrounding the bookstore about? Reported to be fans waiting for Yunwoo's autograph. The crowd goes wild. Yunwoo reported having been in the center of the crowd. Who's stirring the pot? A fan who claims to have read all of Yunwoo's books reported to have called the author out. Attempt to knock Yunwoo off his pedestal. Yunwoo's a fake? How did Yunwoo respond to the skeptical fan? Yunwoo's impressive wit. The author reported having responded with composure. "I'm Yunwoo." No change in his expression. He was completely unfazed. A closer look at his journey leading up to his successful career. Fans testify after witnessing Yunwoo. How did the author treat his readers? An unexpected guest shows up at the signing. Who was he? Myung Jo-moo appears at a bookstore in Gwangwaman and reunites with Yunwoo. The author said to have been unsurprised. Did he know? "I almost missed it." Myung Jo-moo's surprise visit. An unexpected collaboration between Yunwoo and Myung Jo-moo. The crowd goes wild. "I went because I'm a reader and a fan." Myung Jo-moo and Yunwoo reported having had no interaction prior to the signing. Both Alexandria and the short stories were great reads. Yunwoo said to have remained unfazed and collected. Signing ends in peace, much to Zelkova and the hosting store's satisfaction. Alexandria, the lovable, embarking on a journey to expand her world. A peek at the world born out of Yunwoo's mind and his unique sense of humor. Yunwoo's unexpected change? The 20-year-old author's unbelievable talent. Where's the limit to his versatility? His endless challenges equals endless joy for the readers. The signing and the new book. Yunwoo catches two birds with one stone. The controversial signing comes to an end. What makes Yunwoo's life special? The competition will be fierce this year. Zelkova Publishing speaks up about their annual contest. Chapter 296, Sung Pil, The Writing Brush of a King, 1. Waking up, Juho rubbed his tired eyes. Then, while still laying on his bed, he reached with both of his arms toward the ceiling in order to stretch, noticing a knot on his right shoulder. The cause of the pain was quite obvious. I'm beat. Feeling like he'd never get out of bed in that state, Juho sat up and looked at the book that was resting above his pillow, The Full Moon. Since he finished writing Alexandria, he had been reading The Full Moon on a daily basis, and needless to say, that day was no exception. Reaching for the book, the young author opened it. Since he had already read the entire book, there was not a single place in the book that wasn't familiar to him, no matter where he opened it. "I better eat something," he said, putting the book down hungry. While eating, Juho took his phone out and started looking through the list of articles about him on the internet. There were also countless reviews of the signing event. Choosing one at random, Juho logged into a blog, which had a post titled, "I saw Yunwoo today," that contained a series of pictures of the young author from various angles, from him signing to looking down and shaking hands with readers. The banner in the background was quite captivating. I guess the first person in line wrote a review of his own. The fan's review had a detailed description of the event. It was through that review that Juho learned that the fan had actually woken up at 4 on the morning of the signing to pack breakfast. The post also contained pictures of the fan on their way to Gwangwamun. Because it had been early in the morning, a lot of the pictures had been taken in the dark. Each of the photos had a brief description below it. Then, after a series of photos, came a long, in-depth review of Alexandria, which was Yunwoo's first attempt at a cheerful, humorous story. Alexandria had an uncanny resemblance to his debut title, Trace of a Bird. Those who missed the young author's writing style of his earlier days found his new book to be a welcoming addition. On top of that, the 2 short stories included with Alexandria were doing incredibly well among those who preferred the young author's more recent style of writing. Alexandria and Trace of a Bird were completely different in terms of feel and style, and readers seemed to have noticed the difference. The secret behind Yunwoo's writing style had always been a mystery to his fans. Suffice to say, they were anxious to know what it was. To my disappointment, I got the news that Myung-Ju showed up at the bookstore right after I left. The review was heading in the direction of the fans' compromise for having been the first person in line and getting to interact with Yunwoo at the signing at the cost of missing out on seeing the actor in person. The story about Myung-Ju wasn't difficult to find by any means. Those who hadn't been at the signing at the time of the actor's appearance were envious of those who had been at the scene and seen him. Myung-Ju was one of the most highly valued actors at the moment, and it made sense that people were taking so much interest in his appearance at the signing. With that, Juho scrolled down through his screen until coming across a certain word. In fact, the entire title of the article was quite eye-catching, which read, "The competition will be fierce this year. Zelkova Publishing speaks up about their annual contest." Upon reading the title, Juho immediately thought of a certain competitor from that same contest, Mango. At the same time, he thought of another acquaintance of his. "Been a while since I saw him." After some thought, Juho sent him a text. "Want to get some morning exercise for OL times." "Sake." "Been a while?" A voice told Juho, reminding the young author of just how long it had been since he had heard that voice. Similarly, Juho hadn't been to the park for about just as long. Upon turning back, Juho saw his friend sporting his distinctive eyebrows, which were now darker than ever. "How's college?" Juho asked. "It's all right." Sung Pil had been accepted to a university as a creative writing major, which was the same major as BOM. Judging from his tone, Sung Pil didn't seem like he was enjoying the college life all that much. "You don't sound all that excited." "What's keeping it from being good?" "I'm just not used to being part of a group," Sung Pil replied. It was no surprise that he would find it uncomfortable being surrounded by peers his age and upperclassmen all at the same time. "Well, how's that been?" Juho asked, and as he was stretching, Sung Pil told his friend all about his life as a college student, from getting invited to join a club by the student council, to the class president and their often inaccurate announcements, and a certain TA who was slow to communicate with students, bringing disadvantage to them. "Do you have to go to a lot of outings?" Juho asked. "Yep." "Have you made any new friends?" "There's this person I go to class and eat with, but I don't feel all that close to him." "There are relationships like that too. How's writing been going for you?" "Writing?" Sung Pil asked, moving his thick eyebrows, which looked like streaks of ink. "The story you submitted to the contest." After finishing the story he had been working on for the last 2 years, Sung Pil registered for the contest that year, which was hosted by Zelkova. Aside from a general idea of the plot, Juho knew nothing about the story. "I'd say it's the best one of all the stories I've written so far," Sung Pil said. His story had gone through countless revisions. Walking slowly, the two kept the conversation going. "It's about a bank, right?" Juho asked. "Yep." In order to write a story about a bank, at one point, Sung Pil had visited the neighborhood bank on a daily basis. "Did making all those trips to the bank help?" "The bank did all the work for me," Sung Pil said with a blank expression on his face. Looking at him, Juho was reminded of a certain author who had recently left on a trip to Russia. Talking to Sung Pil gave Juho an idea of how Dong Gil must have felt. Then, Sung Pil started walking faster, and before Juho knew it, he found himself jogging as he tried to match Sung Pil's pace. Since it was early in the morning, there wasn't anybody around. "Do you still visit the bank?" Juho asked. "Sometimes. School's kind of far, so I can't visit as often." As Juho started running faster, Sung Pil matched his speed without a problem. Juho felt comfortable, and he wasn't about to run out of breath. He saw the scenery rushing past from the corner of his eyes. What about you? What? Juho asked, caught off guard by Sung Pil's unexpected question. How was the signing? Sung Pil asked. Oh, right. Juho replied, slowing down his pace slightly. I was so beat the next day that I could hardly get out of bed. My ears were ringing, and I was hurting all over, from my head to my shoulders to even my cheeks, he said. Meanwhile, Sung Pil looked intently at the young author, as if expecting Juho wasn't quite done. If I was that exhausted from sitting down and moving my wrists, I can't even imagine what it must have been like for those readers waiting in line for hours on end. At the end of the day, though, I had fun and I learned a lot. I got a glimpse of just how far my books reached too. It seemed like there were a lot of people there, Sung Pil said, looking as if thinking back to a picture of Gwangwoman in an article he had come across on the internet. There were, Juho said briefly, adding shortly after, and one of your rivals was there too. Despite feeling Sung Pil stare in his direction at the word rival, Juho looked straight ahead. She was an aspiring writer who made a submission to the same contest as you. She really likes mangoes apparently, Juho said, struck by the thought that he should have asked about her story. She seemed like she was in college. You don't think she goes to the same school as you, do you? Maybe she's an upperclassman in the same major. There's only one person I consider my rival, Sung Pil said in his low, resonant voice. Remembering their unforgettable first encounter, Juho asked knowingly, Who? You, Sung Pil said honestly. To which, Juho replied after a brief pause. Interesting. From then on, the two ran without saying anything to each other for a while. After the trail followed up the hill in an upward and downward incline, it curved sideways before it straightened up again. Leading up to that point, Juho had heard snapping sounds coming from below him as he stepped on branches on the ground. Don't worry. I understood you loud and clear, he said. Then, by the time they started running up the hill, Juho heard Sung Pil's voice, which sounded neither angry nor pretentious, say, You're keeping me in check. Haha, Juho let out. He simply couldn't help himself, and eventually, his sides started hurting. You've always been quick to catch on, he said. Sung Pil was about to become an author who wrote quality books. In the past, while Juho had fallen away from the literary world, Sung Pil had been in his prime, which Juho still remembered vividly to that day. That memory was still very much intact deep within the young author's heart. At that moment, a vending machine appeared in the distance. Race. Let's do it. Sung Pil never turned down a race. If anything, he seemed to welcome it. Then, Sung Pil posed a condition for the race. Loser grants the winner a wish. How's that? Sound? All right. Hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Juho said. With that, as soon as Juho finished his sentence, the two bolted forward at their full speeds. Flexing their legs, the two ran as fast as they could, hoping that they would arrive before the other person. While they were running, Sung Pil's appearance from the past flashed in Juho's mind out of nowhere. When Juho had seen him from afar, Sung Pil had been much more mature, sturdier, and steadfast than his present self. At that moment, Juho felt something snatching at his ankle and sharp pain in his side. Clenching his teeth, the young author ran with everything he had. Act! Juho let out as he passed the vending machine, slowing down a few paces later. His lungs felt like they were about to explode. I win, the young author said, pushing the words out through his throat, which felt like it was on fire. When he looked back, Sung Pil was bending at the waist, looking somewhat defeated. Then, he, too, looked up, still fighting for breath. All right, Captain. What's it gonna be? Sung Pil asked. Oh no, I'm not wasting this opportunity just to hear you call me that. Even if Sung Pil were to call him that, Juho knew that it wouldn't make him feel good in any way. Instead, sinking onto a bench, the young author brought up his most pressing desire. I want to read your story. That, Sung Pil said, moving his lips up and down as if it was hardly a challenge. At a bookstore, Juho interjected. The young author wanted to read Sung Pil's book at a bookstore once again. Then, as Sung Pil remained silent, Juho gave him an alternative choice, saying, Or you can just get me a drink from the vending machine. Go easy on me now. You're a professional writer, remember? Sung Pil said, brushing his short hair with his hand. What? I'm spending my wish on my friend's success. You can't get any mushier than that. Sung Pil sat next to Juho. Although their mouth felt quite dry by the time they caught their breaths, neither of them went for the vending machine. Instead, they leaned back on the backrest of the wooden bench. Should we go to a bank? Juho asked. A bank? Juho was still curious about Sung Pil's story, and his desire to read it bothered him just as much as when he had had the full moon before his eyes, but had told himself not to read it. What would Sung Pil's story look like after having put 2 years into it? Thankfully, there was a way to get an indirect answer. Visiting the place in which the book was centered ahead of time. I have to go to one anyway, Juho said, and after blinking awkwardly for a brief moment, Sung Pil asked, I can drink the water there, right? With that, the two rose from the bench and went to a nearby restaurant to have breakfast. Then, with Sung Pil's guidance, the two walked unhurriedly through a street, which Juho had never been to, and arrived at a bank. There was a four-way intersection in front of the bank, which was full of street vendors selling metal sponges, various tools, and green vegetables. Seeing as though there were also children who appeared to be in elementary school, there seemed to be a school nearby as well. Here we are, Sung Pil said as he stepped into the bank with Juho. Although it was an ordinary-looking bank, there was a security guard who opened the door for them as they walked in. In his middle age, and with his belly bulging out, the man gave off a welcoming vibe. Hello. The man greeted pleasantly, and the two bowed subtly at him. Then, recognizing Sung Pil, the man said, Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Yes, it's been a while. How's college? It's all right. The two talked candidly, as if a grandchild was visiting their grandparents. The conversation continued until an older lady came into the bank. How can I help you, ma'am? The man asked in a friendly manner. Then, taking a numbered ticket for her, he guided her through the process of how to go about doing what she needed to do. You can get your tickets here. Are you here to get cash? You can get up to $6,000 with a debit card, Sung Pil said. You almost sound like you work here, Juho replied. Naturally, Sung Pil led Juho to a seat close to the teller's window. While they sat and waited patiently, a teller in a suit on the other side of the teller's window greeted Sung Pil with his eyes. Sung Pil bowed back. Wearing a name tag on his chest that read, Head Clerk, the teller walked upstairs. Then, another teller recognized Sung Pil as she came out to the waiting area and greeted him. Hey, been a while. Yes, my friend here had some business to attend to. Would you like some snacks while you wait? That's okay. With that, the teller exited the bank, waving at Sung Pil and Juho. We got us a celebrity here. That's actually pretty funny coming from you, Sung Pil said in a calm tone of voice. Chapter 297. Sung Pil, The Writing Brush of a King, 2. Want to read this? Sung Pil said, grabbing a magazine and offering it to Juho to read while they waited. Although Juho took it from him, he didn't read it. Then, with a cheerful jingle, the number changed on the LED display. As different people came to the bank and waited with a goal in mind, the tellers called each and every one of them without fail. Despite the bank smelling like disinfectant, Sung Pil didn't seem to mind it one bit. Juho found it quite intriguing that Sung Pil was able to blend in a place like that bank. Sung Pil seemed like he was so used to the place that he couldn't even notice the smell. Juho inhaled deeply, hoping to get used to it. However, it seemed like it wasn't going to be that simple. I wonder if the bills smell like this, Juho thought to himself. The money counting machine worked busily and loudly. Everyone on the opposite side of the teller windows was waiting with a numbered ticket in their hands. How intriguing. What is? Sung Pil asked, looking at Juho like somebody who had never been to a bank. To which, Juho said, ignoring the look he got from Sung Pil, I wonder if this is what your room is like. Not even close. Juho felt like he'd discovered a new way of looking at the bank. What did he see here? What did he write? Considering the nature of the place, it had to be about money. In that case, what could Sung Pil have seen in money? What had been his perspective when he had observed the place? After immersing himself in thought for some time, Juho felt an urge to use the bank as the setting of a story. Looking down, Juho checked his ticket. There were about 20 people ahead of him still. However, there were people who didn't respond to the teller calling out their number. After a customer had finished their business, the teller would proceed to call the next number, and the person after them would rise from their seat and prepare themselves to walk up to the teller calling their number. Meanwhile, Juho heard the employees guiding those people confused about where to go. Despite the endless stream of people that kept pouring into the bank, Sung Pil sat quietly on his seat, making it obvious that he was there with a purpose different from those of most people around him. "Your turn," he said, and with the numbered ticket in his hand, Juho pulled down his hat and walked toward a teller, who struck up a conversation with him. "So, you're friends with Sung Pil?" "Yes. He comes here often, right?" Juho asked, leveraging his relationship with Sung Pil. "He used to come every day at one point. He seemed kind of suspicious at first, but now, we even have lunch together. He helps us clean up from time to time before we close too," the teller said with a smile, and added, "Your PIN, please." Then, after entering his PIN on the device to his left, Juho pressed the green button and asked, "Do you know what he comes here for?" "I was told that he's working on a novel. We do occasionally interview students who are looking into different career paths around here, but there's never been anybody like Sung Pil." Juho wasn't surprised by the teller's answer. Imagining what the situation would have looked like, Juho couldn't help chuckle. Sung Pil had to have been in an awkward situation at some point, and being the dry person that he was, he most likely would have responded to a situation like that in a brusque manner. Then, as the teller held out a sheet of paper for Juho to sign, Juho winced, thinking that they were asking for an autograph. "Did you guys go to the same school?" "No, but we do have similar hobbies," Juho said, signing the paper and handing it to the teller, who took it from him and nodded, gesturing that everything was in order. At that moment, as Juho looked up inadvertently, the teller checked the young author's face, looking as if something had been bothering them since they had first started talking. "So you two write together," the teller let out. At that moment, as Juho locked eyes with them, he sensed immediately that his cover had been blown. "Yunwoo." At that, Juho sprung up from his seat with widened eyes. The teller traced him with their eyes with a look of shock on their face, forgetting to call the next number. Then, Juho walked toward Sung Pil and raised him up from his seat as the teller fixed their eyes on the young author. "All right, I'm done. You got caught, didn't you?" Sung Pil said, getting ready to leave in a rush. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Aren't you a writer?" somebody asked. At which point, everyone who had been looking at the magazines, their phones, or the advertisements for the bank's installment savings accounts turned toward where the voice had come from. Waiting was a tedious process, and the young author's appearance at the bank was more than enough to draw attention. "It's Yunwoo," another teller shouted from the other side of the teller's window. Meanwhile, the teller who Juho had talked to was telling something to their superior. And in no time, a crowd surrounded the young author and his friend. "Excuse us, come in through." It being a public place, Juho didn't want to cause any trouble. Despite the commotion, Sung Pil looked completely unaffected by what was happening around him. "Could I get your autograph? Could you take a picture with me? Could we shake hands?" Thankfully, the friendly security guard came to the rescue, trying to keep the crowd under control, giving Sung Pil and Juho enough time to escape. However, people started pouring out of the bank shortly after. "Let's go this way," Sung Pil said, leading Juho to a narrow alleyway nearby. Soon, they were quite far away from the intersection in front of the bank. Now, they were surrounded by restaurants with metal tables set up outside. They seemed like places that would be booming with people at night rather than during the day. Sung Pil seemed to know his way around the area. With that, as the two stopped quite a while later, Juho took his hat off, brushed his hair back with his hand, and put it back on. He was starting to get sweaty. "You really are popular, aren't you?" Sung Pil said, looking at him as though deep in thought. "I don't think I've ever seen the bank get that crazy," he said. "Really? Maybe I should have taken you there earlier. I would have been able to approach my writing from a slightly different angle. But you've already submitted it," Juho said. "Bummer," Sung Pil said. However, he didn't look all that disappointed. The manuscript was no longer in his hands, and the only thing Sung Pil could do was wait for the judges to read it. "Who knows? You might have time to make changes if you get nominated. I'm confident with my writing as is," Sung Pil said. At that moment, children's laughter came out of nowhere. It sounded all too out of place. Looking around, Juho asked, "Is this one of the places you were inspired by?" "Yeah. How'd you know?" Sung Pil asked. Instead of giving him an answer, Juho looked around their surroundings. One of Sung Pil's greatest strengths as an author was his ability to describe places in reality in meticulous details, giving readers the impression that they were actually in that city, that street, or in front of that store. The realism made the overall writing more convincing, and it made little sense that such a talented author would limit himself to using only the bank as the setting in his novel. Juho felt as though he had become a character in a novel of which he didn't even know the title, and something about that made his heart beat faster. It would be fun if he could face the characters created by Sung Pil. Interesting, Sung Pil murmured, turning toward Juho. What is that you're here? He replied, staring into the air as if thinking about a particular scene in his novel. Then, a cat peeked its head out from underneath the car, jumping up to the wall near it shortly after. Juho followed as Sung Pil started walking, noticing the rusted metal parts and concrete debris. Back at the bank, I realized just how far apart we are as writers with every fiber of my being, Sung Pil said. Is he getting discouraged? Juho wondered and looked at his friend. But I'll catch up to you one of these days. I'll be a much better writer in the near future. I promise you that. Right. Of course, Sung Pil wasn't the type to get discouraged easily. If he had been, he wouldn't have called Yunwoo a rival right off the bat. Despite experiencing the gap between them as writers with every fiber of his being, Sung Pil wasn't about to let up anytime soon. Although some would consider his tenacity recklessness, Juho applauded it, rooting for him. Besides, Juho recalled having had the same emotional experience in his past life. Should be doable, right? Sung Pil asked. Juho sincerely hoped that his friend would catch up to him one day. At the same time, part of him wished that Sung Pil never would. It was an emotion difficult to describe, and the young author didn't bother trying to bring it up. I'll be rooting for you, he said, remembering Mango's face. Then, a smile similar to Mango's appeared on Sung Pil's face. From the noise coming from the neighboring room, it was clear that they were vacuuming their place. Ugh, in a micro-apartment, which had been built for people preparing for state exams, there was hardly any space in the room. Getting out of bed, one was immediately greeted by a wall, and the exit was one step away. When looking to either side, the desk and the laptop became visible. That was the place in which the man had been writing. Getting hungry, the man said as he sent the final draft to Zelkova. It was a contest widely considered as a gateway for aspiring authors, the same competition in which Yunwoo had competed and earned the title of youngest winner. That's who I want to be, the man thought to himself. He wanted to be just as successful as Yunwoo. Instead of the micro-apartment, of which he had long grown tired, he wanted to move into a mansion, something he thought Yunwoo would live in. Then, the man loosened up and fell backward onto his thin mattress, which provided little cushioning, barely absorbing the impact of the fall. It doesn't even have to be fancy, he said quietly. All he wanted was to debut as an author and see his writing get made into a book. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, and he was willing to do just about anything to achieve that goal. At that moment, the man remembered the conversation he had had with his mother over barbecue. I think you've worked hard enough, his mother had said. However, the man hadn't been able to contradict his mother because he had been telling himself the same thing. Do you think I should stop now? There had been pieces of meat burning on the grill. Although it had been a while since he had had a decent meal, the man simply hadn't had the appetite, feeling as if his stomach had already been full from resentment, sense of defeat, and the harsh reality. Since graduating from university and serving 3 years in the military, he had spent 3 years fighting to achieve his goal. He was living in an age where people lived up to a century, and he had reached his limit at the 3-year mark. What was even more baffling was that he never seemed to have enough money for anything, whether he worked or not. He had been well aware of the challenges that came with pursuing a career as a writer. Nevertheless, that hadn't stopped him. He wanted to make a living as an author, writing books that made people laugh and cry, leaving traces deep within the hearts of his readers. However, the reality had been far from his wish. His writing had never seen the light of day, never to be read by anyone, let alone leave a trace. Upon looking away from the pieces of meat burning on the grill, the man had locked eyes with his mother, who had looked at him with eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. Although he had wanted to give up, the desperate desire in his heart to become a writer had kept the words from leaving his mouth. Let me try just one more time. The man had been living off of the money sent to him by his mother. Because of that, the man had had to plead with his mother to go on and had to get her permission. He had been fully aware of how shameful it had been to do so. However, the truth was that he knew nothing about what it felt like to get mooched on by his own family. which had allowed him to beg and to take the opportunity at hand to convince his mother one last time. Okay, just this once, she had said reluctantly, sounding exhausted. From then on, the man moved into the micro-apartment in order to focus on writing, day in and day out. Eventually, his efforts bore fruit. He was delighted that it had turned out far better than any story he had written up to that point. The moment he completed his last sentence, he realized that the journey leading up to that day hadn't been entirely depressing, even if it turned out to be a failure in the end. While he was relieved by the realization on one hand, he also felt mortified by it on the other. Nevertheless, the man considered himself lucky that he was able to pursue his dream. With that, he submitted the finished draft to the contest. At that moment, his stomach started growling. He was getting hungry. Thinking back to the meat that had burned on the grill, the man regretted not having stuffed himself when he had had the chance. However, there were times when regret served as an indicator that life was better than what it used to be. In order to feed himself with instant noodles and kimchi, which were both provided by the building's management, the man exited his room, realizing just how warm the sun was that day. While eating his noodles, the thought of paying Zelkova a visit occurred to him, wanting to see the publisher that would determine his fate with his own eyes. Besides, it had been a while since he had gone out. Might as well get some fresh air while I'm at it. The man was down to his last option. He had to prepare himself, whether things worked out in his favor or not. He couldn't afford to sit still. Rather, he had to work just as hard as he had been up to that point. In order to cover his greasy hair, the man looked around for a hat. Although there was a public shower within the complex, it was far too inconvenient. Now, where did I put that hat? Then, spotting his gray hat in the corner, he grabbed it and put it on. Curious of who the winner of the contest would be, Juho paid Zelkova a visit. Although the results would come out soon, Juho secretly hoped that he could find out beforehand. Sorry, I got nothing. Unfortunately, the young author's hopes went in vain. Meanwhile, Nam Kyung sipped on the iced Americano that Juho had brought him. Chapter 298, Sung Pil, The Writing Brush of a King 3. I'm sure you must know something? Anything? Juho asked, looking at the iced Americano in the editor's hand. However, Nam Kyung shook his head, responding to Juho's question with another set of questions. What's with you, though? Why are you so interested? Shortly after, Nam Kyung lowered his head, looking like he had had an idea, and whispered, Is this about Mango? I can't say that you're entirely wrong. Mango was an aspiring writer they had met at the signing, and she was also one of the contestants of the contest hosted by Zelkova. Juho couldn't deny that her existence influenced his decision to come to Zelkova. Then, with narrowed eyes, Nam Kyung asked, There's something else, isn't there? Another acquaintance of mine made a submission for the Rookie of the Year award. What? Nam Kyung said, taking his mouth off of the straw. Who? A really talented writer. No, that's not what I'm asking. He's a talented writer. Yes, I can definitely see him becoming an author someday. At that, a look of interest appeared on the editor's face. Is that so? What are you guys? Friends? It's a secret. Then, letting out a long groan, the editor replied, Come on, we're keeping secrets now? If what you said is true, it means that friend of yours will end up working with us someday, doesn't it? In that case, I suppose I don't have to explain any further. You tend to want to know things like that, son. Don't you know? Of course I do. Why do you think I'm here? The results, obviously, were still a mystery to Nam Kyung, who was chewing on his straw, tantalized. As if anxious, the editor repeated the process of taking his phone out and putting it back into his pocket, rubbing his temple with his fingers and resting his chin on his hand. Then, looking around cautiously, he said, I do know this one thing. Yes, Juho said as he drew closer to his editor. It seems like there's one contestant who's received a unanimous nomination, Nam Kyung whispered, covering his mouth. Unanimous, huh? That's a word I haven't heard in a while, the young author thought to himself. That's right. I don't know who it is or what kind of story it is, but the judges all picked that one particular submission, which means, Nam Kyung paused, squinting his eyes, and added, they'll probably receive the first Rookie of the Year award since Yunwoo. There hasn't been a winner since you won that award, all the way up to last year. All the rookies so far have barely cut it, and the standards have definitely gone up since you won, he said, opening the lid of his cup and pouring the ice into his mouth. We've been getting a lot of submissions from students too. At this point, it's pretty much proven that it's impossible to have your skill at that age. Sure, being younger definitely gives one an advantage, but that only applies when the quality is there. Since you won the award, there hasn't been a single winner who's a minor, Namkyung said, the ice crunching in his mouth. Then, out of nowhere, this one contestant gets nominated by unanimous decision. Wait a minute. You don't think we're talking about the same person, do you? It wasn't hard to picture Sung Pil making his debut as an author after getting nominated by unanimous decision. From then on, the room sank into silence as the two immersed themselves in thought. Then, Nam Kyung broke the silence, pounding on the desk. Hope Mango doesn't get her feelings hurt. If what Juho was thinking was actually true, it meant that Mango would have to remain an aspiring writer a little longer. But we don't know what her piece is like. At which point, there's only so much we can do. There are over 1,500 submissions for the Rookie of the Year award alone. Nam Kyung didn't know any of the names of the contestants or anything about the stories they had written for that matter. Each contestant had had their own life story when they had made their submission. Unfortunately, only one was chosen to be the winner. If you're that curious, why don't you try Mrs. Beck? She's one of the judges this year, Nam Kyung said. I'm planning to go see her today, actually. Huh, that was quick. Then, checking the time, the editor rose from his seat. The two went outside to the quiet street for a walk. Aside from the people who were going and out of the building occasionally, there was hardly anybody around. The contrast was quite stark with a certain time in the past. Only then did it occur to the young author that the street could be that quiet and uneventful. Pretty quiet today, Juho said. It's a weekday. The streets tended to be much quieter during the week. Then, as the publisher's building appeared in the distance again, the two stopped in their tracks to catch a cab. Would you like some books while you're here? You're free to take whichever books you want. It's fine. I better get going. I wouldn't want us to get surrounded by the crowd. Besides, what if somebody sees me and decides that they want to shout my name out loud? That's when you get in that taxi and make a run for it, Nam Kyung said playfully. At that moment, Juho's concern became a reality as somebody shouted his name out loud. It's Yunwoo. Until Juho heard Nam Kyung's flustered voice, the young author was under the impression that he had been hearing things. Fortunately, there was nobody else around when he looked around. As the voice scattered into the air, the person to whom the voice belonged approached Juho and the editor in haste, wearing a look of disbelief. You really are Yunwoo, right? The man asked. His gray cap, which looked a tad too small for the wearer's head, caught the young author's eyes. Yes, I am. Pleasure to meet you, Juho said, well acquainted with encounters like that by that point. Meanwhile, the man still looked like he couldn't believe things, as though having come face to face with his destiny. Oh, could I? Would you like an autograph? Yes, please. With that, the man went through his bag without a delay and pulled out a stack of manuscript paper, a lot of which seemed to have been used. Flipping through the pages in a hurry, the man finally found a clean page. Of course, at the sight of all that, Juho couldn't resist asking, do you write? Yes, I'm an aspiring writer. I've recently made a submission to the contest too, the man said with an hesitant smile. From Mango to Sung Pil, and now, the man in a gray hat. There was only one explanation for why. Juho was running into aspiring writers so often, to have other writers as colleagues. Taking the stack of manuscript from the man, Juho signed his autograph on it. What brings you here? I wanted to visit Zelkova, the man in the gray hat said awkwardly. The dark patch on his chin was telling Juho that he had not shaved. Were you on your way there? Juho asked. Oh no. Oh, so you've already been there then. At that, the man smacked his lips for a brief moment, as if having a lot to say. However, what came out of his mouth was a rather short sentence. No, I think looking from afar is quite enough for me. It was an excuse similar to one Juho had previously used. After signing, Juho closed the stack of paper out of habit. Of course, reading what it was also part of that same habit. As the man in a gray hat reached out, expecting to get it back from Juho, he was caught off guard by the young author's question. Would you mind if I read it? I'm sorry. After some contemplation, the man nodded affirmatively, and Juho saw his editor, who was standing behind him, taking interest in the matter, not minding whether the editor was reading over his shoulders or not. Juho read through the words on the pages of the manuscript. It was the beginning of the story, just enough to get a feel for the direction in which the story was headed. Seeing as though it was keeping the young author guessing, the story seemed quite promising, making Juho want to read more of it. You know what? I'm genuinely curious about what happens afterward, Juho said. At that, a strong emotion welled up on the man's face. That's the one, he said, clearly sounding excited. That was my submission. Hearing that, Juho thought of his friend and Mango. This is my last hurrah. If this falls through, I'm gonna have to look elsewhere, the man said, sounding like he was pleading for something. Do you think I have a chance of winning? The question came to Juho as a heavy burden, and the autograph on the manuscript felt irrelevant all of a sudden. The man had specifically described his writing as being his last. Although Juho had no clue why that had to be, he did know that he wanted to read the rest of the story and understand it. Then, the man repeated himself, asking, Do you think I have a chance? It was a question Juho couldn't give an answer to. Not only was he not a judge, but he hadn't read the entire story, either. It wouldn't be fair to take sides. Then, Juho locked eyes with the man in a gray hat. Although his eyes looked nothing like sung pills or mangoes, he was certainly looking in the same direction as the two. Oh, that's our cue. We better get going, Mr. Wu, Nam Kyung interjected, looking over the man's shoulders. There was a crowd of people, who seemed to be getting a tour of the publishing district, approaching them. As Nam Kyung grabbed Juho by the arm, the young author said to the man in a hurry, Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. At which, the man looked down briefly and replied with a satisfied smile, Thank you. By the time Juho looked back, the man had long blended into the crowd. Nevertheless, his gray hat made him relatively easy to distinguish from afar, as he was the only person wearing it. Juho stood in his place, watching him until he had completely disappeared into the distance. I'm here, Mrs. Beck. Juho arrived at Yun Seo's house, his mind still lingering in the encounter with the man in the gray hat. On his way there, Juho asked himself if there was any way he would have been able to offer a better answer to the aspiring writer's question. In the end, Juho never reached an answer. Knowing that they would most likely never cross paths again, Juho couldn't help but feel a little sad, almost to the point of wishing that the man in the gray hat would win. At which point, the image of Sung Pills and Mango's faces lingered before the young author's eyes. The clutter was proving to be quite bothersome, making Juho anxious to know who the winner was even more, just so he could get out of that state of mind. At that moment, a dog barked in the distance, and hearing that well-known sound, Juho felt a little calmer. Then, the door opened, and Jun-soo, who Juho hadn't seen since the outing at Madame Song's, came out to greet him with a glad smile. However, Juho stared intently at him and asked out of nowhere, It was you, wasn't it? What are you talking about? Jun-soo asked, caught off guard, clueless. Mr. Lim, Juho said, giving him a subtle hint. All right. Jun-soo had been the one to inform Hyun-do about Juho, which had caused Juho to receive an unexpected call from the literary great. Do you have any idea how taken aback I was? I couldn't even answer the phone, either. Sorry, it just kind of came out while we were eating. Wait, you couldn't answer it. I was in the middle of writing. That's unfortunate. But in my defense, I only said as much as I heard from Dong-gil. Besides, Dong-gil's not the type to rave on about something like that, you know? What I'm trying to say is that I know practically nothing. Anyway, let's go inside. Jun-soo said. It being the space where she taught her students, Yun Seo's house was spacious, comfortable, and always well-maintained. Sitting at the table, which he hadn't seen in a long time, Juho asked, Is Mrs. Beck not home? She'll be here in a minute. What about Gunwoo? He's out. Going into the kitchen, Jun-soo brought out a couple of cups. Then, going back into the kitchen, Jun-soo asked as he checked the refrigerator, We have some mangoes. Would you like some? Mangoes, huh? Juho answered, his voice gradually sinking. Oh, do you not like mangoes? I do. I'm just not in the mood today, I guess. Still a little confused, but if you say so. Oh, I really enjoyed Alexandria. How was it? It didn't turn out too bad for the amount of time I spent meandering, right? It turned out incredible. Very, very interesting read. It felt like I discovered Yun Woo's unique sense of wit, Jun-soo said, tapping a mug 3 times. There was clattering noise mixed in between his words. Bringing out what he described as Shisandra tea, Jun Soo brought a tray out to him. The house felt quite cool since the hallway was well ventilated. You must have been busy. You're a celebrity. You're asking me? What about you? I've been busy with a manuscript gig. I was taking a short break. I've been the same, more or less. Then, Juho brought up a thought that had occurred to him. Oh, I heard your book's getting released in the US. Congratulations. Hee thanks. I'm sure it'll do well. You know what? That sounds really good coming from you. You sold the entire first edition within 2 months. Jun Soo was referring to An Insect Leaves No Trace, which had drawn massive attention for the printing of its first edition starting at a whopping 1 million copies. Now, only 2 months later, the second edition was already in print. Meanwhile, seeing as though Juho wasn't showing any response, Jun Soo said, "But it seems like you haven't changed a bit." There isn't really a reason to. Honestly, if you're doing that well, it couldn't hurt to enjoy yourself a little bit, don't you think? Jun Soo, you know we don't get luxuries like that. As soon as an author let their success get to their head, they quickly found their success threatened by other writers who wrote pieces that were just as, if not more, competent. The moment they stopped moving forward, everything became the past, and authors, of all people, had to be well aware of that. Then, a thought occurred to the young. Maybe rooting for those aspiring writers is all I can do because I, myself, am an author. Maybe I'm keeping them in check. Then, seeing Jun Soo looking into the distance as if lost in thought, Juho asked, "Why? Did Gun Woo write something mind-blowing?" Juho was aware that Gun Woo was in the middle of writing a story, and the young author was also aware that the story was about him. "Yeah, he did," Jun Soo said without hesitation, catching Juho off guard. "Did he?" Juho said, studying Jun Soo's expression. Because of his mouth, which naturally curved upward, Jun Soo appeared as if he was always smiling, making it hard to distinguish if he was joking or if he was serious at times. Yet, there was a part of Juho that was accepting the statement as truth. He knew that Gun Woo had what it took to be able to pull off a story like that. Sigh. Jun Soo let out. The red liquid in the mug had somewhat of an alarming look to it. "Seems like our club is going international." "That would be great," Jun Soo said, sipping his tea. From then on, the two authors drank their tea in silence, each retreated into his own mind. Meanwhile, Jun Soo stared at a leaf, which was blowing gently in the breeze. "This takes me back to when you first debuted." Chapter 299, Sung Pil, The Writing Brush of a King 4. While watching the ants crawling by on the ground, Juho looked up at Jun Soo's voice. "It does?" Juho asked. "Back then, people had predicted that you'd fall away from the literary world in no time." "That's harsh. But you've been proving them wrong, haven't you? You're showing them up." Rolling the mug around in his hands, Jun Soo added, "Besides, there's this contest going on. From what I heard, there's a promising nominee for the Rookie of the Year award." "And who would this be?" Juho asked, playing coy. "A nomination by unanimous decision. The first since you." "Do you know whose story it was?" "No," Jun Soo said confidently. Not only did he seem genuine, but he didn't seem like he was all that interested in knowing, either. "You seem interested, though." "Maybe a little." "Well, in any case, Mrs. Beck should know." At that moment, the same bark Juho had heard when he had arrived rang from the distance, which made him look toward the door by reflex. It was Yoon Seo. "Look who's here," she said. "Hello," Juho said, rising from his seat at once. As he bowed, a warm chuckle sounded from above. "Did you try the Shisandra tea? It's good, isn't it?" "Yes, it was very refreshing." Instead of going into the house, Yoon Seo sat on the flat bench. At the same time, Juho was busy suppressing his urge to bombard her with questions such as, "How did the evaluations go? Who's the winner? Mango? Sung Pil? Gray Hat? None of the three? What were you guys talking about?" "We were talking about the Rookie of the Year award." "All right. Unanimous decision," Yoon Seo said, catching on to Juho's explanation immediately. "How good of a piece was it for it to get nominated by unanimous decision?" Jun Soo asked. "I'm not gonna lie. The evaluation was a lot easier this time around," she said as if the results were already out, which was indicative of how big of a difference there was between the nominated piece and the other competing pieces. "It was similar to when you first debuted," Jun Soo told the young author, and a smile appeared on Yoon Seo's face. "Did you like the piece that was nominated the best too, Mrs. Beck?" Juho asked. Of course, that's what makes it a unanimous decision, right? True, but what about everything else? After some contemplation, Yin said, there were submissions that were more memorable here and there. Sounds like there were some hidden talents, Junsu said quietly. To which, Yin nodded and added, the contestants were all conveying their messages very clearly. Of course, some could have been better in terms of plot development, while others lacked substance. But overall, I could tell that they had done their best. At that, a childish thought occurred in Juho's mind. If everyone worked equally hard, then what's the point in choosing only one person as the winner? People need to stop giving out those so-called literary awards. Aren't you one of the judges, Mrs. Beck? Junsu said, chuckling. However, she kept on. The more I evaluate, the less I see the point of it. A literary award is definitely a charming trophy to those who prefer a more tangible proof of their achievement, but the standards are much too stingy. It couldn't hurt to be a little more generous, rather than picking only one person, don't you think? Then, looking at Juho, she added, maybe I'm being too harsh with my words in front of a winner of literary awards recognized worldwide. Not at all, Juho said, wondering if she had read his thoughts. Then, coming down from the flat bench, Yunseo said nonchalantly, there was one particular piece that really seemed like the writer had invested a lot of time into. It was quite polished. Then, as a smile grew on her face, and she said, that was one of the better ones. At that, the first person who came to Juho's mind was his friend. Although he thought of two more after that, both of their faces faded away in no time. Juho was fully aware that he was being rash, but brushing off a thought that had already entered his mind was not very easy. Yunseo had to be referring to Sung Pil's story. He had to have been the one nominated by the judges. Unanimous decision. While you're here, sit back and relax. The moment Juho was made certain of that in his mind, the young author realized that he had been rooting for only one person all along. Not knowing the results had had little to do with it. Rather, it was their friendship, which enabled the young author to watch his friend's growth from close proximity. When he looked up, the sunset was dyeing the sky red. Junsu's not working today, so I'll let you two have fun. I'll make us some dinner later. I got some really high-quality beef as a gift while I was visiting Hengxiang. That sounds amazing. I'll make sure to stick around, Juho said nonchalantly. Then, as Yunseo was walking toward the door, she stopped in her tracks all of a sudden, looked back, and asked, did you come here to ask about the award? I'm sorry. I was just getting the impression that you're interested in who won the Rookie of the Year award. What did you want to know? Or did you already find out? Juho found the red in the sky to be quite bothersome as it dyed everything red, including Yunseo. He was probably no different. Whenever he felt her gaze, Juho felt a burning sensation on his face. The only piece of information that excited me was that you brought beef. Well, good thing you found that exciting, she said, smiling. That evening, Juho returned home early. Since Yunseo had already figured out the purpose of his visit, Juho felt that there was no point in staying longer than necessary. On his way home, Juho immersed himself in thought, wondering about the stories written by Mango and the man in the gray hat. A few days later, the day of the announcement came along with the results of the judges' evaluations. That day, Juho made sure not to look at any articles on the internet or visit the publisher's website. On top of that, neither did he call his editor nor visit Yunseo at her house. He had already made up his mind to hear the results from one particular source. While he was reading The Full Moon, his phone started ringing. I did it, the voice said briefly through the receiver of Juho's phone. However, Juho remained unsurprised. I kept our promise, the voice said proudly and added. Yun Wu, recognizing Juho as an author for the first time. Congratulations, Juho said genuinely. Then, a loud noise blasted from the receiver. It was a cheer. Juho was hearing Sung Pil scream for the first time. Then, looking down, Juho saw the manuscripts of stories about Mango, the Gray Hat, and Sung Pil. Haha. Sung Pil's scream lingered in the young author's ears. Sung Pil. Sung Pil looked up at the voice calling to him. A schoolmate, of whom he didn't even know the name, was striking up a conversation with him. Must be nice getting that award. Despite the large campus, the words seemed to have gotten around quickly. Most of the students in the same major knew about Sung Pil's recent victory of the Rookie of the Year award. Having one of his core classes that day, the The rookie author felt like he was the center of attention, even more than usual. How'd it feel? Did you meet any other authors? What was it like? Did you have to go to meetings or anything like that? The professor was looking for you. Man, if only I could be in your position. Hey, there are some upperclassmen that I hang out with, and they've been wanting to meet you. Debuting as a freshman? That's impressive. Yo, can I have your number? Hey, we're going out later. Wanna come? Being the center of attention was all too foreign for Sung Pil, and it left him helpless. People were eager to hear about his journey leading up to his debut. There had to be something that they wanted from him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken interest in the rookie author all of a sudden. It feels like I'm in a different world, Sung Pil murmured, resting his chin on his hand. Then, the professor came into the classroom. While checking attendance, he paused abruptly as he reached Sung Pil's name. Pil Sung Choi. Present. Sung Pil responded as usual. However, the professor seemed to act a little different from usual. Would you stand up for a minute? The professor said to him. At which, Sung Pil did as he had been told, becoming the center of attention yet again. Just like his classmates, who seemed to know why the professor had made him stand up, Sung Pil was also aware of the professor's intention. You're the student who debuted as an author recently, right? Then, the professor proceeded to explain the structure within the Korean literary world, the significance of a literary award, and that Sung Pil had been the sole contestant nominated out of 1,500 people. Then, adding that his friend was the president of a publishing company, the professor said, Sung Pil, here, has achieved something impressive. Although Sung Pil was anxious to sit back down, he didn't necessarily feel ashamed that his professor was talking about him in front of the entire class. If anything, it felt more like an award for the time and effort he had put into his work. Not knowing if it was okay to feel that way, Sung Pil struggled to stay focused through the entire class. Hey! A voice called to him as he was coming out of the building after class. When he looked toward where the voice had come from, Sung Pil quick realized that it had come from another student in the same major. So, my name is Bom Yoon, and we're in the same major. I know, Sung Pil said, remembering having met her before. We met with Juho once, didn't we? Yes, we did. From time to time, Juho would make it seem like they were running into his friends by coincidence, and Sung Pil was fully aware that that was Juho's way of being considerate of him. I was supposed to meet with Juho later today, and I was thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring you along. What do you think? Sure. That was quick. Having just debuted as an author, Sung Pil had all the time in the world. When is this going to be? He asked, checking the time. Then, smiling, Bom said, how about now? All right. With that, Sung Pil followed her quietly, not having anything to talk about in particular. Instead, he thought back to her writing, which he recalled having come across once. It had been quite sensual, and her skillful use of figure of speech had stood out to him quite a bit. As they were walking quietly toward the front gate, Sung Pil asked, are we going to his house? Nope. Then, where are we meeting him? The view opened up as they turned the corner, and coming down the hill, the two went through the gate. Right here, Bom said. When Sung Pil followed her gaze, he saw somebody wearing a hat, covering his face with it. And that's how you get caught, Bom murmured, and Sung Pil agreed. At the same time, he liked Juho's free-spirited nature of walking about freely despite the looks he got from pedestrians. As they started approaching Juho, the young author looked toward them, waving. I wasn't expecting you two to come together, Juho said unhurriedly. So, this is what your school looks like. As the two showed Juho around campus, he came to learn just how distant his two friends were from each other despite being in the same major. Considering both of their personalities, neither of them inclined to initiate a conversation with a stranger, and it wasn't too big of a surprise. We've read each other's writings, though, Bom said, looking at Sung Pil. He agreed with a blank expression on his face. You're a good writer. You too. I was impressed by how you handle sentences that are really long. With that, the air sank into an awkward silence, which showed Juho just how distant they were. Is there a place to go around here? I think I've seen enough, Juho said to Sung Pil. Then, after some contemplation, Sung Pil said, I wouldn't know. I don't usually hang out in this area. There are a few restaurants and karaokes, but aside from that, there isn't a whole lot to do around here. I probably go to the bookstore the most, Bom added. Then, looking at Juho and Sung Pil in turn, she asked cheerfully, You guys want to go to the bookstore? Sure. Unlike Juho, who was lukewarm, Sung Pil agreed without delay, almost welcoming it too much. He seemed to be genuinely welcoming the idea. Considering that his book had come out after his recent debut, it was understandable. With that, the three took the bus away from campus and to a large bookstore. Although Juho was familiar with the company, it was his first time visiting that specific location. Nevertheless, the overall atmosphere was more or less the same as that of other locations. There it is, right there, Baum said, pointing at the golden book, which appeared as soon as they stepped into the store. Sung Pil stared intently in the direction she was pointing toward. A comedy with a kick by Yun Woo of River and Language of God. Discover the author's surprising sense of humor. BOM read the promotional banner out loud, as if to Juho and Sung Pil. Chapter 300, The Battle of the Winners, 1. That was a good book. Sunwoo loved it. BOM said cheerfully, as if to prove that there was no exaggeration in what was written on the promotional banner. Juho also remembered getting a text from Sunwoo after the book's release, which had been significantly longer than the other texts. How about you? Did you think the book was funny at all? She asked, looking at Sung Pil. At which, he gave a delayed answer. I think the book Thief stood out to me the most, turning a comedy into a tragedy. Walking past BOM, who looked like she had a lot to say, Juho, who had a certain book in mind, walked further into the bookstore. There was no telling what would happen if he were to stand in front of the golden books any longer. Here it is, the winner of the Rookie of the Year award. Author, Sung Pil. Instead of his real name, Pil Sung Choi, he had come out to the world with an alias, Sung Pil. Upon seeing his books on display, BOM walked toward them as if glad to see them. Because the publisher was quite prominent, the books were being displayed in a fairly visible spot in the store. The names of the judges were also visible, particularly Yun Seo Baek's Ginkgo Tree, the first unanimous nomination since Yun Woo. Critically acclaimed by the judges of the contest, BOM said, reading the promotional banner for the book out loud, just like she had done with Juho's. Looking at Sung Pil, Juho was greeted with a surprising sight. For the first time, Sung Pil seemed to be bashful. As Juho stared intently at him, Sung Pil's distinctively thick eyebrows squirmed, and he said, I'm just not used to seeing this. Which appeared to be true. I don't think I've ever seen you like that, either, Juho said. That time, Sung Pil asked Juho, what did you think? It was good. Well written. The lack of hesitation in Juho's answer felt somewhat insincere, which caused Sung Pil to narrow his eyes at him. However, Juho was sincere in his answer. The book was actually good and well written. Knowing how much time Sung Pil had spent polishing the story, Juho wasn't surprised to see how successful it was becoming. On top of that, his age made it an even more impressive achievement. Only then did Juho start making sense of how Yun Seo had reacted to his interest in the book. At that moment, somebody came up next to Sung Pil and said, "Excuse me." Then, reading the promotional banner as Baum had done, he picked up a book. At which point, Sung Pil took a step back, pretending not to mind the man's response to the book. Baum acted similarly. Then, flipping the book, the man started reading the testimonials in the back, and just like that, he walked away. Is he buying it? Sung Pil asked, sounding confused and looking toward the cashier counter. I think so. Congratulations, BOM said, clapping quietly. Then, Juho called to his new author friend, as if trying to stir him up, Sung Pil. That time, Sung Pil's face started twitching from the corners of his mouth. He had to be experiencing a certain degree of joy, with which Juho, too, was well acquainted. For an author, seeing somebody buy their book brought them enormous joy. Seeing his friend's innocent response, Juho couldn't help but wonder if he had been the same way in the past. Our professor was saying a lot of good things about you today. Really? Yeah. He was saying, this gentleman here has recently made a successful debut as an author by unanimous nomination in a literary contest, she said, mimicking the professor. Unfortunately, Juho had no point of reference to determine how good or bad her impersonation of her professor was. Is that person looking in our direction? BOM asked. At which point, Juho looked around cautiously. Although they weren't exactly loud, lingering in a spot in a bookstore, let alone in front of a certain book, tended to draw attention. Fortunately, since it was a weekday, the bookstore wasn't all that crowded. You guys are buying books, right? Let's all go and grab one. With that, the three scattered in different directions. Initially, they all lingered around the domestic literature section. Then, BOM moved to technical literature and, after that, to the humanities section. From that point on, after learning and experiencing various things, she would eventually come to create a style that was unique to her, just like all other authors. Being aware of that, BOM didn't rush the process either. Then, as Juho entered the international literature section from the guidebook section, he reunited with his two friends. That was fast. I already had a book in mind. Me too. Seeing that BOM had picked 2 books and Sung Pil one, Juho thought for a brief moment and picked up a book from the international literature section, which happened to be a novel that Kelly Coyne had criticized harshly. Let's go over to Juho's, BOM suggested as they came out of the store after paying for their books. I don't have a problem with that, Juho said, and Sung Pil agreed. Then, she added, with alcohol. Alcohol? Juho asked. Meanwhile, Sung Pil nodded and welcomed the idea, saying, sure. Before long, BOM and Sung Pil seemed to get closer. In the end, they made a stop at a neighborhood grocery store to buy bottles of soju and beer. Upon arrival, as soon as the table was set up, the two started guzzling down their drinks. Although Juho tried to keep them from drinking too fast, his efforts went in vain. Soon, Juho gave up and let them be. With alcohol in their systems, BOM and Sung Pil started talking to each other more and more. You know what's the worst? Group projects. I just can't trust people anymore. I understand, Sung Pil agreed with BOM. While Juho was sipping his can of beer, the two emptied 3 bottles of soju in the blink of an eye. Seeing his friend's impressive drinking ability, Juho couldn't help but be astonished. Guys, slow down, Juho said in a concerned voice. At which, BOM waved her hand in denial and said, what are you talking about? This is the perfect pace, and proceeded to mix the soju and the beer to a very specific ratio. You really learn all sorts of things in college, Juho thought to himself. Whatever, Juho said, reaching for the piece of whelk in the appetizer plate. At that moment, Sung Pil said out of nowhere, I'm finally in the same world as you. There was a potent smell of alcohol in his breath. Is this your first time at my place? Juho asked, at which Sung Pil replied, I'm talking about the literary world. Although his eyebrows looked like they were much closer to each other than usual, Sung Pil was staring intently into the chunks of seasoned whelks. I want to write better than you, and I want you to look up to me one day. But we're friends, and friends need to treat each other equally. You know what? Maybe there isn't such a thing as better or worse. But what's even funnier is that I still want to beat you. In that case, what would it mean to beat you? What would that look like? Sung Pil said, looking and sounding completely sober. However, there was one part of his body that indicated to Juho that he was drunk. Sung Pil's ears, which peeked through his short hair, were burning red. Then, the rookie author started rambling on some more. You're just too good of a writer. You comforted me when I most needed, and nobody's ever approached me the way you did. I want to be able to do that too, but that isn't to say that I want to be like you. I just want my writing to have an impact on your life somehow. Oh, am I getting ahead of myself here? I think you're drunk. You should stop, Juho said, snatching the cup from Sung Pil's hand as he was bringing it up to his mouth. The distinct whiff of alcohol rushed into Juho's nose, making him cringe against his will. Wow, I didn't know you could drink like that. Here, have some more, BOM said, filling Juho's cup. Although she had less to drink than Sung Pil, she seemed to be in a great mood still. I'm just so happy. About what? Then, covering her face with both of her hands, she said, that all of my friends are making it. I just want everyone to be happy, you know? Together. You're drunk too, huh? No, I'm not, she said, guzzling down on her alcoholic concoction. Then, picking up her chopsticks, BOM brought them to the plate to snatch a piece of whelk, but they seemed to be dancing around her chopsticks. You know what? From now on, I'm going my way too, she said, glaring at the piece of whelk she had finally managed to pick up with her chopsticks. However, it seemed like she was about to drop it at any given minute. At that moment, a shadow cast over Juho. Geez, you scared me. It was Sung Pil leaping across the table. Although all the food and drinks on the table were intact, the piece of whelk that had been hanging precariously by the ends of Bomb's chopsticks fell to the floor. I'm not running. I'm not going anywhere, Sung Pil said, sitting next to Juho. You're not running? That's right. When the day comes that we have to face each other, I'm not going down without a fight, the rookie author said, as if imagining a sword fight. Promise me that you won't back out, that you won't go easy on me, Sung Pil said, demanding the young author make a promise. What are you talking about? What? You want me to thumb wrestle you or something? It seemed like Sung Pil became even more uncomfortable to talk to when drunk. In the end, Juho gave in to the pressure and nodded. All right. Would you stop drinking now? Look at you getting all drunk in the middle of the day. From then on, Bomb fell asleep, and Sung Pil started mumbling gibberish. And after some time, in the evening, the two started to sober up. Meanwhile, Juho read the book he had bought at the bookstore, realizing just how accurate Coin's criticism of the book had been. Ugh. For his friends who were struggling with the effects of the alcohol, Juho made each a cup of honey water. TL's note. Honey water is a common folk remedy in Korea for preventing or curing hangovers. Feel better now? Do you think you can get home? I'm good, Sung Pil said with his usual blank expression. The distance between his eyebrows had returned to normal, and neither were his ears burning red. Do you even remember what you said? Juho asked, at which Sung Pil looked straight into his eyes and replied, I do. Yet, there was not a trace of shame or any kind of emotion on his face for that matter. In the end, Juho decided not to get into details. Soon, after walking his two friends out and seeing them leaving in a cab, Juho got back home. While cleaning the table and the leftover alcohol, Juho poured the remaining soju in one of the cups into his mouth. So bitter. I want to beat you. Sung Pil's words echoed in Juho's ears. Juho had only one response to them. And you. Then, Juho poured himself another drink. That's the stuff, Nam Kyung exclaimed, feeling the alcohol going down his throat. He was having a drink at a street bar on his way home from work. Okay, as Yunwoo's editor-in-charge, what did you think of today's meeting? Mr. Ming asked as Nam Kyung poured another round of alcohol into his mouth. While waiting for Nam Kyung's answer, Mr. Ming slurped on the noodle soup. You're talking about the idea of involving the previous award winners in the event, right? Although that had been somewhat of an ongoing tradition, it had come to an abrupt halt with the appearance of Yunwoo. However, during the meeting, an idea had come up to leverage the literary award exhibition to bring back the old tradition. The fact that the book of the recently debuted author was drawing significantly more attention than expected had also played a role in it. However, the conflict lay in the nature of the event and Yunwoo's position. We are essentially revealing the author's writing space to the public. Nam Kyung nodded at Mr. Ming's summary of the idea for the new event. The point of the event was to show people how an author went about writing a book. But the thing is, the idea was to bring the winners of the Rookie of the Year together, Nam Kyung said. And Yunwoo's one of them. Which means, if it were to happen, Yunwoo's writing process would get revealed to the public. It's definitely not something that happens every day, Mr. Ming said. I think that's an understatement. Which is why we're approaching this with as much precaution as possible. Nam Kyung let out a sigh. Yunwoo had always been a tricky figure. Despite being one of the most prominent figures in the world, he was far too young. On the other hand, despite being far too young, he was one of the biggest names in the world. The young author stuck out like a sore thumb no matter where he was. I'm not gonna lie. Even the thought of it stirs up my interest, Mr. Ming said, pouring Nam Kyung another drink, which Nam Kyung poured right into his mouth. If Yunwoo were to participate, fans would be able to see his writing process with their own eyes. There was no doubt that it would be successful, and the company was also confident in its success. I mean, it's more like a reenactment of the author's writing process. It's not like they're actually writing, so I think it'd be okay to have Mr. Woo there. Besides, it should be a safe setting, so we won't have to worry about any trouble. It was a safe event that couldn't possibly damage the young author's reputation in any way. Of course, that isn't to say that I doubt his skill. I'm just saying that there's no risk for any potential danger. I know. If anybody, the editing department was confident in the young author's skill. However, people tended to talk him down at every opportunity that came their way. After all, the downfall of a genius carried quite the shock factor. But this is Yunwoo we're talking about. Even the story he'd showcase at the event would draw quite a bit of attention, Nam Kyung said. Okay, how about this? What if we work with materials that have already been published? We can't back out now. The bullets already left the gun, Nam Kyung said. Then, smacking his lips, Mr. Meng added, well, I suppose we can only get so far discussing this between us without knowing where Mr. Wu stands. Personally, I really hope Mr. Wu participates because, frankly, I want to see him write. I want to see what it looks like when Yun Wu writes. Chapter 301, The Battle of the Winners, 2. What if he says no? Yun Wu had every right to say no. The author had turned down an invitation to a recent book festival with a resounding no. Similarly with many interviews and events related to Zelkova, which had included a special event with another publisher in the UK. Reminded of the author's history with avoiding public appearances, Mr. Meng sighed heavily. It wouldn't be this hard if it were some other author, he said, resting his chin on his hand. Then, looking like something had occurred to him, he said, wait, what if we can't find any other authors after we get Mr. Wu on board? That wouldn't be a good thing either. While Mr. Meng had said that jokingly, Nam Kyung shrugged and said, that's definitely possible. At the same time, there could be authors eager to participate after knowing that Mr. Wu was going to be there. Then, he emptied his glass. Nothing was set in stone yet. However, the higher-ups were definitely eager to push the event forward, which meant Nam Kyung would become incredibly busy. As for an author who debuted this year, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Sung Pil seemed like a promising candidate. Him, Nam Kyung exclaimed, and Mr. Meng nodded in agreement. He was the first contestant to be nominated by unanimous decision since Yun Wu. Not only was that an advertisement in and of itself, but the quality of his writing was definitely worth the overwhelming praise from the critics. I really hope he makes it. I hope so too, Nam Kyung said in agreement. Not only was Sung Pil one of the only people Yun Wu had his eye on, but they were also the same age. The editor thought back to the time when he met Sung Pil for the first time, not as an author, but as Yun Wu's acquaintance. It wasn't until Sung Pil debuted as an author that Nam Kyung started making sense of why Yun Wu had avoided getting into details about their friendship back then. Do you think it's too soon to leverage him being friends with Mr. Wu? How would the public react to their friendship? Their friendship? Oh, they're the same age, aren't they? Wait, do they know each other? Oh no, they just happen to be the same age. Being a new author entailed having to start from the bottom, including building their fame. Although their books might be pouring out to the stores, there wouldn't be enough readers in comparison to the number of books available. Rumors usually contributed little to the success of a new book, and making it into the bestsellers list was practically impossible. It meant having to utilize every means necessary to get their names out early on in their careers. So, as long as Mr. Wu gives us an okay, we wouldn't have to worry about advertising, right? This is going to be massive. I just know it. And that's exactly why advertising is so important, Nam Kyung said. The name Yun Wu was practically an endorsement in and of itself. At that moment, the editor emptied his glass once again. What could possibly go wrong? The next day, suffering from hangovers, neither of them was able to remember what had happened that night. Juho came out for a walk at a park on the riverbank of the Han River. There were quite a few riders pedaling along the side of the river. Walking past the observation tower, the one which Juho had entered at one point, the author kept walking forward, enjoying the weather. Go away, a child shouted. When Juho looked toward where the voice had come from, he saw a group of children playing together. After checking the time, he sat on a bench nearby and watched them play. Let's race, another child shouted. The children seemed to be in high spirits. Whoever gets to the finish line wins. Where's the finish line? That white line over there. Okay. As they stood side by side, the youngest-looking child said, this isn't fair. Being a head shorter than the rest of the group, the boy had to be a younger sibling of one of the children. After some contemplation, the children agreed to let the younger child start slightly ahead of them. 5 paces? So right here. Hey, that was 6. No, it was 5. In either case, 5 or 6 paces, for a boy his age, that didn't seem like much of an advantage. The children were incredibly unforgiving. Although the boy took a step back in order to appease his older brother, who seemed to be driven by fairness, the boy moved right back to where he'd been as soon as the children looked away. Don't even think about crossing the start line. That's cheating. You cheat, you die. What seemed like an innocent race between children suddenly turned into a matter of life and death. As the child who brought up death leaned forward as if about to bolt forward at any given minute, the child next to them positioned themselves as if mimicking a posture they had seen elsewhere. Each and every child got into a position of their own. Who'll win? Juho thought to himself, taking interest in the race. At a glance, the tallest child, who also seemed to be the most athletic and competitive, seemed like they had the most advantage. The child to their left was slightly shorter, but they seemed to make up for their lack of height with their brand-name soccer shoes, which made a distinct noise whenever they took a step. Meanwhile, the child to the right of the tallest child seemed quite uncomfortable in their position, with their knees bent. In any case, it was already becoming apparent that it wouldn't be long until the youngest child got outrun by the older children. Then, as Juho decided to bet on the child wearing soccer shoes, the children took off. Just as Juho had expected, the tallest child had the fastest start. However, that child seemed to have trouble passing their friends. The slowest was the child who had waited for the signal in an uncomfortable-looking position. Although the track wasn't very long, the children ran with everything they had. "No," the youngest child exclaimed, watching his older friends outrunning him. Despite his desperate shout, the older children kept up their speed. Eventually, the race narrowed down to two runners, the tallest child and the child wearing soccer shoes, both of whom competed fiercely, not letting up until the end. Then, as they both crossed the finish line, the results became clear. "I win. And I, too," Juho murmured as the child wearing soccer shoes shouted victoriously. The tallest child had a look of displeasure on their face, demanding a rematch. Of course, the child wearing soccer shoes paid no attention to them. While the youngest child clung to his older brother, complaining about the race, the child who had had the peculiar posture appeared embarrassed about the result. Looking at the children, Juho thought of a short story that took place in the near future, after they had grown slightly older. Nobody knew what the future held, which meant it was always possible for the youngest child to surpass his older friends, at least in the scenario in Juho's head. The race that day would do hardly anything to determine the children's fate. Juho thought back to his friend, who had openly predicted his future victory. However, the biggest difference between them had been that he had reeked of alcohol, unlike the innocent children. "Let's see who turns up at the top," Juho thought to himself. "It's a draw so far." Previously, there had been no contest since Sung Pil had been overwhelmingly successful, unlike him. Now, Juho was ahead in the race, making them even. As that occurred to Juho, he tried coming up with another condition for winning: who wrote better books. "We're gonna need some judges," Juho said, realizing that that wasn't all that different from his initial idea. So far, both Juho and Sung Pil had been nominated for their awards by unanimous decision. "Wait for me," the youngest child cried out, struggling to keep up with his older brother. "Hurry up," the older brother said, rushing his younger brother, seemingly having trouble getting away from his younger brother. Seeing as though the older brother was keeping his younger brother in check, there had to have been at least one time when he had been outrun by his younger brother. "Take care of your little brother," his parents said. At which point, a crabby look appeared on the older brother's face. Expecting someone, Juho checked the time. Then, just as he rose from the bench, thinking about getting coffee for himself and the other person, his phone started ringing. "Hello. Where did you say you were again?" The voice coming from the receiver asked. "There's a body of water around," Juho said, looking at the river. "I didn't realize you were directionally challenged." Then, as Juho gave a bit more detail about his surroundings, the voice on the other end of the line said, "Okay, I think I'm getting closer, and soon. I'm here." The same voice came out of nowhere, as if proving what they were saying. Putting his phone down, Juho looked back and saw Nam Kyung, standing with 2 cups of coffee. "Is it okay for us to meet in public like this?" the editor asked, looking around the busy park. "I haven't had any issues so far," Juho said, shrugging and tapping his hat. To which, the editor gave the young author a distrustful look and suggested, "Why don't we go to my car? That works too." The editor didn't mind going all the way back to his car at all. Upon arrival, Juho got in the passenger's seat and drank his coffee. The Han River was noticeably further away from where it had been. "It feels like we are supposed to be in a drive-in theater. Before we do that, have you given some thought to what I asked you?" Nam Kyung said somewhat impatiently. He was referring to their discussion about the event, which had taken place prior to their current meeting. Meanwhile, Juho was staring at a miniature figure on the dashboard of the car, which turned out to be an air freshener. So, is this a presentation of sorts? Juho asked. Clearing his throat, the editor replied, so to speak. It's nothing fancy. It's more geared towards showing readers what the writing process looks like for authors rather than presenting the book itself. Even for Yunwoo? Well, that's the gist of it anyway. You'll have to prepare quite a bit. Then, Nam Kyung added, giving the young author a choice. Should you be so inclined, you can always cite parts of your books that have already been published. For example, you can write parts of Trace of a Bird and explain your creative process to your readers. That doesn't sound all that fun. In that case, all you gotta do is prepare a new manuscript. Oh, you could bring one of those manuscripts that used to be scattered about your living room. Do I get a say in this at all? Give it some thought. Frankly, the idea of this whole event came about because of you. Yunwoo's writing process. As Juho hesitated, the editor started explaining the event in detail. The literary award exhibition, the hands-on event, and the riveting title of the event. Set to take place over the course of 5 days, the event would showcase one author per day. They, every one of which would be a winner of a literary award, would present their writing processes. There were no limitations to what the authors could write, and the fact that they would be given time to prepare in advance reduced the burden on the author's end. So, what you're saying is that people won't be flat out comparing the authors since we have a choice between bringing a manuscript that's been revised repeatedly or one that we wrote the night before. Fans wouldn't have a way to compare the authors. Yes, now that you have a better idea of the event, how does it sound? It's definitely more interesting, Juho said, thinking of the racing children who seemed to place a high value on rank. Then, when would I be presenting? He asked. Noticing the editor's intent gaze okaying as though trying to understand the intent behind the author's question, Juho kept his eyes fixed on the figurine on the dashboard. I'm not going first, am I? Oh no, we haven't decided on the order yet. Just so you know, Mr. Wu, we're planning on making this as convenient as possible for the authors, including working around their schedules. But, the way I see it, I think it would be best to save the best for last. At that, Juho immediately caught on to what his editor had in mind, to have him present last. So I'd be going last then? That could be one way of putting it, but I think it'd be more accurate to describe it as the grand finale, if you will. As Juho chuckled quietly, Nam Kyung said cautiously, we managed to get the winner of this year's Rookie of the Year award on board. Really? Juho asked knowingly, but nodding as if he had had no idea. Having heard directly from Sung Pil, Juho was already aware of his friend's participation in the event. However, the young author didn't want that to be seen as his reason for participating. He's a lucky guy? A major public event like this will be a major boost to his career. It's practically advertising itself, Nam Kyung said. Who are some of the authors on board? Aside from Pyungjin Lee, we're still working on it. You're the first author we're reaching out to after Sung Pil. What do you think? Should I give it a go? As the editor waited for Juho's next question, the author asked again, rephrasing his question. Should I give this whole writing in front of people thing a try? Juho thought back to his days in the literature club. If he decided to participate in the event, it would be his first time writing in front of other people as Yunwoo. Unlike the contest he had competed in with Sung Pil, there wasn't a need to give up on an award because there wouldn't be an award ceremony, let alone a stage for it. If there weren't going to be limitations to what the authors could choose to write about, Juho had just the manuscript for the occasion in mind. Chapter 302, The Battle of the Winners, 3. Can I watch other authors write? Of course, Nam Kyung said, writing a text message to someone on his phone in a hurry. Then, he suddenly looked up at Juho and asked, would you like a separate event for yourself? If you're open to participating in events like that, we can always go bigger. No, thanks, Juho said, shaking his head emphatically. Although smacking his lips, Nam Kyung seemed stoked that the young author was on board. Should we go to a drive-in theater? Or something? He asked, looking like he was in a great mood. Instead of giving an answer, Juho drank his coffee quietly. Shortly after putting his phone back in his pocket, Nam Kyung explained the event in even greater details to Juho, from the schedules to the format, along with Juho's responsibility as a participating author. While listening to his editor talk, Juho wondered, who will I see at the event? Hello, Before the event officially started, Zelkova held a celebration after they had found enough authors to participate. Having arrived 10 minutes earlier than he had planned, Juho ran into Nam Kyung as soon as he walked into the building. "Hi, where are the others?" "They're inside." Juho rushed to the conference room when he found out that he had arrived last. "This way," Nam Kyung said, leading him toward the room, the same room in which Juho had had to decide which overseas interview to take part in. As the door opened, the same, familiar interior appeared. The only difference was that there were 4 other authors in the room aside from Juho, Sung Pil being one of them. "Mr. Wu, welcome," a familiar person greeted the young author. It was the director of the editing department. After shaking hands, the director started out with small talk. "It's hot out, isn't it?" "Yes, the sun is quite hot today." As Juho talked to the director, he felt piercing gazes fixed on him like arrows. After that, he took a seat next to Sung Pil. "Hello," Juho greeted him. After staring intently at Juho for a little while, Sung Pil greeted the author back. "Hello." Seeing his thick eyebrows at the conference room of a publishing company made for a different experience. "Why don't you all spend some time getting to know each other a little bit?" Nam Kyung suggested quietly, and the oldest-looking author in the group replied, brushing his thin hair back with his hand across his balding head. "Should we? I won the Rookie of the Year award the year before you, Mr. Wu. I run a small indoor fishing pond now." Appearing to be in his mid-30s at the oldest, the man seemed as generous as the size of his forehead. With that, the turn to speak naturally went to the person next to him. "I debuted a couple of years ago. Since there wasn't a winner last year, I suppose that would make me the second from the last person to win the award," she said, making a V sign with her fingers. There were silver rings on 4 of her fingers, making it look like she was spreading them all. "I won the award the year before the gentleman sitting next to me, but I ended up moving to the U.S. to study abroad," the man next to her said, crossing his arms. Wearing a hairdo that split at a ratio of 2:8, the man had a very tactful fashion sense. Then, looking in Juho's direction, he added, "I really enjoyed your books, Mr. Wu. Thanks to you, I didn't have to worry about forgetting my Korean during my time at the States." Despite the complimentary words, his piercing gaze made him look quite unwelcoming. While Juho was busy thinking of an answer, Sung Pil rose from his seat in order to introduce himself. "I won the Rookie of the Year award this year. Pleasure to meet you all." "It's a pleasure to meet you too," the fishing pond owner said. Similarly, Silver Rings also let out a hearty laugh. Unlike the two, the student abroad was pouting as if disgruntled by Juho's lack of response. Sung Pil sat back down after sharing a few more things about himself, and naturally, the turn went to Juho, who introduced himself in his usual manner. "Hello, Yin Wu. As for when I won the award, I believe it's already come up once, so I'll go ahead and leave that part out. My real name is Juho Wu, but please feel free to call me as you wish. It's a pleasure to meet you all." There was a brief and awkward pause as Juho finished speaking. As if everyone was comparing themselves to each other, the room sank into an uncomfortable silence. "You know, I was skeptical when I first heard that you were going to be part of this," the student abroad said, adding, "I didn't think you'd actually agree to participate." That time, he didn't sound aggressive by any means. Rather, he explained himself calmly and honestly. "Why was that?" Juho asked. "It's just that the Rookie of the Year award sounds so shabby in comparison to what your name entails. You're the winner of not one, but 2 of the most widely recognized literary awards in the world. Our awards might have some significance in this tiny little country we're living in, but at the end of the day, they've got nothing on you." As Silver Rings whistled quietly, the fishing pond owner looked toward the Zelkova staff, particularly in the direction of the director of the editing department, who was listening to their conversation unfazed. The other staff members around seemed to be on their toes. However, the student abroad didn't stop there. It's almost as if a world-class athlete is forced to practice without getting any proper support. "Does it seem like I deserve to be in a better environment? The way I see it, there's not a single event that takes place in this country that suits you." "Is that so? That's never really occurred to me before. I am thankful that people are still willing to talk to me, though." At that, the student abroad narrowed his eyes and said, "I thought Yin Wu was invincible? Why so modest? You've earned your bragging rights, haven't you?" "I mean, I could do that, if that's what you want," Juho said, chuckling. That won't be necessary. Honestly, part of me wishes that you weren't so successful, but I'm not asking you to prove that you can be arrogant at will. As the surrounding staff members listened to the conversation anxiously, Juho changed the subject subtly. If you really want to know why I decided to be part of this, then I'd be more than happy to tell you. It's simple. I happen to have a manuscript that I wanted to show my readers. Sounds like you came prepared. You'll just have to find out yourself. Besides, I had a promise to keep with a friend who was drunk at the time, Juho said, shrugging nonchalantly as Sung Pil moved around on his chair timidly. What about you? What's your story? At that, a not-so-pleasant smile appeared on the student abroad's face. Why? I'm honored that you want to know about me. I guess there is hope in this country after all. I decided to participate because I wanted to seize the opportunity. It's just not easy for the younger authors to survive in this industry. My belief is that if you're an author in Korea, you have to grasp opportunities like this. Juho noticed the strange pattern in the student abroad's attitude, which often appeared inconsistent with his speech. His compliments were fierce and vicious, while his attacks were indifferent and careless. At the same time, he wasn't afraid to talk openly about things that made him look cowardly. At that moment, Silver Rings raised her hand in a cheerful manner. I came to take part in this because it sounded like a lot of fun. Besides, when I was told Yunwoo was going to be there, I was sold. Also, part of me wishes that I start getting some gigs if I pull this off, she said, making a rock-on gesture with her hand. Then, the fishing pond owner chimed in, scratching his head. I'm here for similar reasons. Sure, I'm not a full-time author, but I've always wanted to be successful as a writer. It's always been a dream of mine. As soon as I become a best-selling author, I'm selling my business. After that, Sung Pil opened his mouth to share his reason for participating in the event. I'm here to win. Win? The student abroad asked. Yes, Sung Pil replied brusquely. Although subtle, it was clear that he was determined not to lose to his friend, and the other authors in the room had to hold a similar feeling. As Sung Pil brought up the subject that everyone had been quietly avoiding, a strange sense of tension surrounded the room. Then, the director spoke up, clapping. All right then. I guess that means it's our turn to explain. After handing out some printouts, she started explaining details of the event, including those the authors had already heard. Taking place as part of the literary history exhibition, the main point of the event was to show readers the writing processes of the writers who had won the Rookie of the Year award at some point. As for the dates, I believe we've already let you know. Yes, you have, the fishing pond owner said. And conveniently, I see that everyone's sitting in the order in which they'll be presenting, the director said, looking around the room at the authors. The fishing pond owner, Silver Rings, the student abroad, Sung Pil, and Yunwoo. All you gotta do is write freely within the allotted time. Each of you will be given a laptop that is connected to a projector, which will show your writing process on a bigger screen in real time. Your readers will be able to experience writing in a way they've never done before, she said, smiling. Although the handful of authors smiled along, none of them were in a position to be able to smile genuinely. If what we write during the event is decent, does that mean you'll consider publishing it? The student abroad asked. To which, the director said peacefully, of course. Making a good piece of writing into a book is our utmost priority. Every participant was taking part in the event with their own agenda, and Juho was no different. The desire to write a perfect piece of writing kept popping up in his mind. Although he was fully aware that it was not a good attitude with which to approach writing, he couldn't help himself. Feeling his shoulders tensing up, Juho massaged them on his own. Then, Sung Pil raised his hand and asked, Are we allowed to watch each other's presentations? I think we can make that happen. Should you be interested in doing that, please feel free to let me know. Next, the fishing pond owner raised his hand. I have a notebook that I like to write on. Am I allowed to bring it with me? Yes. You may bring anything as long as it helps you feel more at ease. After that, Silver Rings interjected. What about music? Of course. We will do our absolute best not to limit you all in any way. The more you are yourself, the better. Huh? Juho let out, catching the director's attention. Will there be reporters? He asked. Most likely. Your presence at the event will probably attract the media's attention. Will you be announcing who'll presenting on which day? At that, a smile appeared on the director's face, as if she had been waiting for the question. We want to keep it a secret. So, I'd like to ask you all to do your best not to disclose that information to anyone. It sounds like the crowd could chant for Yunwoo while we're going up to the stage. Although Juho kept a smile on his face, he saw the determination in others' faces. After all, every author in the room had agreed to participate knowing that Yunwoo would be there with them. I trust that everyone here will do their best. I'm sure this is nerve-wracking, but try to think of it as a walk in the park, the editor said, sending mixed messages. From then on, Namkyung took over and explained the event further. What made a great author wasn't how many books they were currently selling, and it was always possible that one of the authors in that room would write a masterpiece. Nobody knew what the future held. Well, let's do this, the fishing pond owner said, and the rest of the authors agreed. Wishing success for themselves didn't necessarily mean that they wanted the worst for others, although it naturally tended to appear that way. Every participant looked at each other, burning with the desire to win. History of Korean Literature exhibition said to be held at the National Central Exhibition Hall. Winners of literary awards showcase their writing process. This is how they write. An opportunity to meet Yunwoo. An unreleased interview of authors and critics. A space to see the past of celebrity authors. Special events said to take place. Winners of literary award comes together. The future of Korean literature. Yunwoo reported to participate. 5 authors stand before their readers. See their talent for yourselves. Yunwoo's writing process revealed. What makes this exhibition special? The website reported to be down. Where to get ticket for the exhibition? Ways to see Yunwoo. Names of other participating authors remain unannounced. We want to see Yunwoo write. Inquiries flood Zelkova. The only way to meet Yunwoo? By coincidence. Order of presentation said to be determined at random. The publisher asks fans to receive their tickets in order. The long-kept secret of Yunwoo's skill. The author comes face-to-face with doubts and conspiracies. How are the other authors feeling? Would any of them be able to attract the attention of the fans away from Yunwoo? This is how Yunwoo's writing comes about. Yunwoo showcases how his novels are born. The birth of a special event. Yunwoo reported to participate. The exhibition gets a major upgrade. Chapter 303. Battle of the Winners 4. Myung-sil. Upon looking back, toward where the voice had come from, Myung-sil sighed internally. It was her former co-worker, with whom she had worked at her previous workplace. She had never been close with him, nor did she ever want to be. Huh, you're here too. I just couldn't miss out on Yunwoo's writing process. The co-worker answered as if Myung-sil were stating the obvious. My team and I are on rotation since none of us know when Yunwoo's presenting. You seem to like your current job? Sure, except that it's just as hard. That day was the first official day of the event where the authors would showcase their writing processes to the public. Smacking his lips, the co-worker asked, You don't think Zelkova would start off with Yunwoo right off the bat, do you? Who knows? That's why we're here, right? I suppose. Well, in either case, I am looking forward to this. It's not every day you get to see authors write. Myung-sil looked toward the literary history exhibition, which, frankly, wasn't all that impressive. The monitors installed throughout the hall were showing the younger authors in a Q&A session. I'm realizing just how many authors have disappeared from the face of the earth. These were some of the most popular authors at one point, the co-worker said. Most of them were. Of course, among the authors on the screen were authors who were still active in the literary world, such as Seo Jung-an or Dae Soo-na. However, there were only an extreme few who were still relevant to the fans. As Myung-sil moved aside, the co-worker followed her and said, So, anything interesting you'd be willing to share? What are you talking about? Oh, I don't know. It's just that you have credibility, so I thought you might know a thing or two that I don't, like the order in which the authors are presenting. I got nothing, Myung-sil said emphatically. Bummer, the co-worker said and asked, What do you think it will be like for the winner of this year's Rookie of the Year award? Do you think he'll survive? Myung-sil looked at her former co-worker, studying his expression, and asked, You haven't read his book, have you? Was it that obvious? Very. With an excuse that he had no time to spare, the co-worker defended himself desperately against Myung-sil's accusation. Since she didn't have a reason to listen to his excuses, Myung-sil cut him off. His debut title was quite a piece of work. You don't say? How good was it? You read out of obligation at first, but you'll find yourself loving every bit of it in the end. Sounds like one heck of a book. That book was entertainment in and of itself, Myung-sil said. Wait, entertainment? I thought it took place in a bank. Which is what makes it such a great book. The originality of it. I guess I better check it out then, the co-worker said, nodding as if having made up his mind to get his hands on a copy himself. However, Myung-sil had no interest whatsoever in whether he actually followed through with his statement or not. Then, she said quietly, personally, I hope he survives. What made Sung Pil's writing so intriguing was that it had a certain friendliness to it. It was hard to put it into words. However, it did keep readers, including Myung-sil, curious about the author's personality. Judging by the writing alone, the author seemed quite sociable. I see Yunwoo over there, the co-worker said, walking ahead of Myung-sil that time. Complete with various records of the young author, it was the biggest segment of the exhibition by far. From the first to the youngest, world-class, and genius, the young author's name had been decorated with all sorts of dazzling titles. There will never be another like him, huh? Probably not, at least for another century. Thinking that meeting an author like Yunwoo was a tremendous blessing, Myung-sil looked at her co-worker, who had a smile on his face that also looked as if he were biting down on his lower lip at a glance. On the surface level, the event was primarily about showing the writing process of an author from beginning to end. However, Myung-sil knew that the young author would be stealing the show, which also brought about concerns for the other authors on whether they would be able to stand against Yunwoo. Well, in any case, I'm looking forward to this event, she said, wondering how the young author would go about writing. Honestly, I was skeptical when I first found out that Yunwoo was participating, the co-worker said. Quite a few people held a similar thought. And why were you? She asked. Because Yunwoo's someone who has a lot on his plate, and to me, it seems like he'd have a lot more to lose than gain by being part of this event. Myung-sil agreed to her co-worker internally. When she had first come across the news about the event, Yunwoo's participation had made sense to Myung-sil considering how formidable the rookies were that year. Her thought process was reinforced when she thought about Yunwoo's past as a winner from the start. However, before long, she found herself shaking her head, doubtful that he would actually turn up at the event. At first, I thought he was just trying to prove himself, the co-worker said, which was also one of the most logical possibilities. Being a prolific author behind some of the greatest books of the history, his mature writing, choice of subjects relevant to the youth, and bizarre mixture of various writing styles had brought him up to the top. However, his age had often worked against him. Having just turned 20 years old, there were countless critics and readers alike who doubted his legitimacy, some even going as far as claiming that he was a fake. As special as Yunwoo was, there was something puzzling about the young author, which made me so wonder if he was finally starting to stand up to the skeptics. But I don't think that's it, either. I agree, Myung-sil said, putting her hand in her pocket. I mean, he could have had an entirely separate event for himself, and not to mention that'd be a lot more effective. On top of that, the authors had to prepare a manuscript in advance, right? In that case, it would make more sense to compete in some essay contest. If he slips and ruffles his fans' feathers just once, there's no recovering from that. Then, glaring into the air, the co-worker shrugged and added, all that to say we still have no idea of why he's here. Yunwoo was still shrouded in mystery. What could he possibly want out of a public event like that? Despite being known for avoiding public appearances, the author had decided to reveal his writing process to his fans out of nowhere. As Myung-sil was left baffled by the author's unpredictable nature, the co-worker said out of nowhere, personally, I hope other authors do a better job than Yunwoo. Reminded of why she couldn't get along with him, Myung-sil sneered at her former co-worker's remark. He wasn't rooting for anybody. Rather, he was hoping somebody would fall victim to misfortune. I can see that you still don't like him, she said. Her former co-worker used to dream of becoming an author at one point. I'm sure Yunwoo doesn't even have that many friends. Think about it. Who would possibly want to hang out with a genius? Sure, some might strike up a conversation with him out of curiosity, but that's because they're looking to get something out of him. Then, scratching his nose, he kept on. It seems to me that he's trying to make something happen now that he's revealed himself. But, I'm going to be real with you here. I hope he screws up somehow. For example, he could bring out some half-assed manuscript that can't even stand up to some nameless authors. or the fans could find out that he's had a ghostwriter all along through this event. Just think about how provocative that would be. Yun Wu, the biggest scam of our time. Yun Wu's dedicated writer. It wouldn't make sense for him to bring out anything crude, Myung-sil said. That's just no fun. He's always moving up, so all the articles about him always look the same. I think I like that. Apparently, the other authors agreed to participate knowing that Yun Wu would be there, which means they're thinking of ways to show him up somehow. Huh. So, you read minds now? Myung-sil asked sarcastically. Despite being a reporter and a journalist, the coworker had no sense of neutrality, which made the kinds of articles he would be writing obvious. Noticing the scolding look he was getting from Myung-sil, the coworker changed the subject. Anyway, if Yun Wu really turns up, then that's something for us to be thankful for. Seeing him write was something that had only existed in people's imagination. On top of that, you get to see it in real time. Then, he added, chuckling. But then, he's human too, so there could be a slip-up that really upsets the readers, right? You might want to think about whether Yun Wu's even presenting today or not, Myung-sil said, turning around and going inside. Here it is. Juho was looking around the exhibition hall, which was reminiscent of a lecture hall at a university. There was a desk with a laptop set up on stage for the authors, and next to it was a large projector screen. Whatever the authors wrote on the laptop would be shown to the audience in real time. Nervous? Sung-pil asked. After a brief thought, Juho replied, not yet. Everything still felt surreal. Although it was the first official day of the event, it wasn't Juho's turn to present. On top of that, it would be weird to walk through an empty hall nervous. When he explained himself, Sung-pil shook his head and said, that's not entirely true, and brought up an article he had come across that morning. Everyone seems set on comparing you to all the other authors. I can't say that I wasn't expecting that, but there were quite a few articles implying that you were going to get knocked off the pedestal. Making sense of the intentions behind such articles, Juho chuckled at Sung-pil's description of them. The media seemed to be thinking of the event as an opportunity to uncover the mystery under which the young author was shrouded. It felt kind of weird. When I read that your skills would be exposed to the public, I thought that what determined an author's skill was their book. In that case, your skills are already public, Sung-pil said, his heavy voice reverberating from the stage. Sitting in the frontmost row, Juho watched Sung-pil walk around the stage, looking at every corner of it. At that moment, a silhouette appeared by the door connected to the stage. Who's that person wandering around the stage? None of us have even presented yet. Hello. It was the fishing pond owner, who appeared noticeably more pale than usual. You guys are here early. There's still quite some time. We just wanted to see the empty seats. Besides, we wouldn't be able to look around the place in peace on the day we're presenting. Well, how are you doing? I'm glad you guys are here today. I'm so nervous that I can't even drink my water, the fishing pond owner said, almost making a fuss, but his hands were definitely shaky as he wiped his forehead with them. Nervous? The fishing pond owner let out a deep sigh after looking around the stage and said, quite so. I'm struck by the realization that it's not the author who completes their manuscript. If it was already completed, I wouldn't be this nervous. That is true. People are bound to find some sort of meaning the moment they read an author's writing. I'm petrified. Then, coming down from the stage, Sung-pil asked, what are you most afraid of? Getting right to brass tacks, I see, the fishing pond owner said, walking in the opposite direction of Sung-pil. Their footsteps intertwined on the stage. Getting criticized. It was a natural response. Then, he turned toward the seats as though looking at Juho. I'm thin-skinned, so my wounds tend to last quite a while, which doesn't help in this situation. It does make me more cautious, though. You must have come well prepared then, Juho said. To which, the fishing pond owner admitted willingly. I have, which is why I'm still willing to be part of this knowing that Yun Wu will be there. I had this manuscript that I've been holding on to for quite some time. I felt confident that it was the one story that I was better at writing than Yun Wu, but now that I'm here, that confidence is really starting to dwindle. There was a faint smell of dust and newly built house in the air. Their voices were amplified in the empty hall. Yun Wu came along the year after I debuted. Although it was something Juho already knew, there was something about it that felt new. Perhaps it was the acoustics of the hall. I thought you were incredible, but at the same time, I was worried for you because you became very successful at such an early age. The world is an unfair place, so life can't just be full of good events. Juho looked up at the stage, at the fishing pond owner standing on the edge of it, looking down at him. Well, it turns out that I was worried over nothing, he said, scratching his cheek with shaky hand. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this well. I want to hear people say that I did something better than Yun Woo, he added, his voice also shaking nervously. As he waited for the young author's answer, Juho rose from his seat, and the chair folded itself automatically. While thinking about what to say, another person's voice reverberated through the hall. Yun Woo. There were two people standing by the entrance. You can't go in there, the employee said, stopping the two from going any further. One of them revealed themselves on both of their behalves. We're reporters. I see. We have a separate space arranged for you all. Although one of them complied and walked away, the other ran into the hall. The person on their way out gave their colleague an absurd look. However, the reckless reporter had his eyes fixed in one place. Mr. Woo, he said to Juho. Chapter 304. The Battle of the Winners, 5. I didn't think I'd run into you here. What a coincidence. Juho gave no answer as he didn't find the occasion surprising, especially somewhere a public event was set to be held. By the time the smile on the reporter's face started fading, the employee came rushing into the hall, unsure of whether to drag the reporter out or not. Hello, Mr. Woo. Hello, Sung Pil. The other reporter, who had come into the hall with the employee, greeted the two authors, handing them her business card. Myung Silo, reporter/journalist. Oh, right. The reporter who had rushed into the hall let out while also pulling out his business card, which seemed to be from a different agency. Do you have time to chat? Myung Sil asked. When Juho looked at the other two authors, they seemed to be caught off guard by reporters' presence, something neither of them was used to. Although Juho wouldn't have hesitated to decline if he'd been the only one there, the other two authors were in desperate need of exposure. Are you presenting today, Mr. Woo? The male reporter asked. Studying his business card, Juho said, I can't disclose that. Come on now. Work with me here. What brought you here today? As you can see, this is an exhibition hall. I came to look around. As the reporter chuckled, Juho decided to speak sparingly. But you already have the manuscript you'll be presenting ready, right? How do you think your readers will respond? Hard to say. My understanding is that there was a slight problem during the signing, which makes me think there is such a thing as being too successful. Do you think your participation in this event will exacerbate the issue that came up during the signing in any way? No. Are you worried that you'll make a mistake at all? Juho noticed that the reporter was starting to show his true intentions with his questions and his stance on the young author's participation in the event. Despite being a reporter whose job was to get to know the other person better, that reporter was exposing himself instead, making Myung Sil's silence look significantly wiser. To the reporter asking about his fear of making a mistake, Juho answered, My understanding is that the whole point of this event is to show the process of writing. Judging from the expression on his face, the reporter also seemed aware of that. However, paying no attention to his expression, Juho added, Besides, it's not uncommon to make mistakes during the writing process, don't you think? If there's a sentence that the author feels like it's not quite right, then all they gotta do is get rid of it. Right. Right. But if there's a process, then there has to be a result. Don't you think there's a possibility that your manuscript will fall short to those of your fellow authors? It was getting clear that the reporter didn't like Juho very much. That's definitely a possibility. Which means, presenting that to readers would be a very risky move on your end, right? You can say that. Then, did you decide to participate aware of that? Yes. Why? At that, Juho looked up at the stage and said, If I were a sham, then I'd be a lot more troubled by now. Knowing his identity, his editor-in-charge had brought the event up to the author without trouble. Similarly, those who didn't doubt Yun Woo's identity didn't wrestle with doubt. Rather, knowing that there was always some danger involved in every matter, they did their best to prepare for the unexpected without panicking. At that, the reporter's expression hardened ever so slightly, and his bombardment of questions came to an abrupt end. Looking away from him, Juho looked toward Myung Sil, who pointed toward the two authors who stood behind Juho. And I'm sure you'll be having a candid conversation with those two gentlemen? Without giving an answer and without offering any encouragement or comfort, Juho started walking away. Meanwhile, The fishing pond owner stared at the young author. I'm going to get going. With that, Juho turned around and walked out of the hall despite the male reporter trying to stop him. Then, he arrived on the second floor, which had been designated for the authors only. The location allowed for a bird's-eye view of the entire hall. When he glanced down, the hall was empty. There were no reporters or employees. Then, as he made himself a cup of green tea by the water dispenser, Sung Pil appeared out of nowhere. How'd it go? Juho asked, to which Sung Pil stared intently at him and said, I couldn't speak well, unlike you. Juho shrugged at Sung Pil's unexpected compliment. Shaking the cup in his hand, Juho asked his friend if he'd like something to drink. No thanks, Sung Pil said. At that moment, the door opened, making Juho think that the reporters had caught up with them. Huh, you two are early, Silver Rings said, waving at the two. Then, without hesitation, she asked them, when did you guys get here? Did you get to look around? We got here pretty early. We got a good look around the place, including the stage. At that, she let out a long sigh. If only I had had the time. My part-time shift had to be today. Wow, that's a good-looking stage, she said, raising two thumbs toward the stage. Of course, there was no response of any sort. Then, she plunked down onto the second from the last seat. Aren't you guys nervous? I'm so anxious. Not yet, Sung Pil said honestly. You're a tough one, aren't you? I don't know why, but I've been so nervous all day. Even as we're speaking. Maybe it's because I'm next. She would be the second author to present on the stage. Then, wrapping her neck with both of her hands, she said, I'm so excited. Just look at that gorgeous stage. I'm going to jam to some good music while I write. As she had implied with her question during the meeting in Zelkova's conference room. She seemed like she was bringing music to the presentation, which was quite unusual for a writer. Is that how you normally write? Juho asked. Yes. There's always been music in my life. What are you going to listen to? Why, some good OL rock, of course. Punk, psychedelic, alternative, you name it. Sex Pistols is my favorite. Juho imagined her writing, lost in the aggressive sound of her favorite music. It was hard to imagine what kind of story she would write. Instead, he brought up a sentence that occurred to him just then. Too fast to live, too young to die. The phrase referred to the reality of one's life, when they were too young to die, but the world around them was simply too corrupted for them to live in. Widely known, the phrase had also been quoted in a movie starring one of the members of Sex Pistols. As her eyes widened, Silver Rings took off her jacket, revealing the very phrase tattooed on her arm. Now I get why Yun Woo's been so successful. I don't think it has anything to do with rock, though, Sung Pil said, only to be ignored by Silver Rings. Walking toward Juho, she started raving about rock music. Although Juho did his best to play along, he simply didn't know enough to be able to keep up with her. Then, when she moved on to Sung Pil, she was disappointed by the extent of his knowledge, as the only relevant thing he knew about genre were the words heavy metal. At that moment, Sung Pil said, the audience is coming in, and Silver Rings turned her attention to the stage as the seats filled up, as if pouring water into a cup. Every member of the audience had a page of manuscript paper in their hands from the hands-on experience segment of the exhibition. Before long, the hall became filled with the sound of the buzzing crowd. After checking the stage, the staff turned the projector screen on, which displayed a blank page. Now, all there was left was for the author to make an appearance. Staring at the empty stage, the audience members waited anxiously for the author. They're all looking for Yun Woo. A voice that belonged neither to Silver Rings nor to Sung Pil said. It was the student abroad, who was taking his seat at the end of the row while pointing toward a certain spot in the audience. Even without seeing where that was, Juho was immediately able to know what he was trying to say. Oh, how devastated these souls will be when they discover that they won't be seeing Yun Woo on the stage today, he murmured. You're late, Juho said, ignoring the student abroad's murmur. Our hero isn't even here yet, so I'm still on time, technically. There he is. At that, the four of them looked toward the stage. The fishing pond owner was coming up to the stage, looking deathly pale. Oh no. At the sight of an author who looked nothing like Yun Woo, a wave of disappointment started rising within the audience. The student abroad clicked his tongue at the fan's blatant attitude. He looked so nervous. I hope he doesn't pass out or something, Silver Rings said. Just as she had said, The fishing pond owner seemed like he was about to collapse on stage at any given minute. Then, taking the microphone that was handed to him by a staff member, the fishing pond owner mustered up the courage to greet the audience. Hello. Weak-sounding applause came from the audience. Thank you all for coming, the author said, reciting the lines he had memorized ahead of time. Meanwhile, the members of the audience listened to him quietly, completely devoid of any excitement. Rather, there were clear signs among them that they were experiencing a sense of loss. Let's begin. With that, the author sat in front of the laptop, took a deep breath, stretched his fingers, and placed them on the keyboard. As he started typing his first sentence, the same words appeared on the screen simultaneously. The hunt turned out to be a failure today. Without saying a word to each other, the authors on the second floor concentrated on the words that were appearing on the screen. The author on stage had chosen a story about hunting, and indicative of his current occupation, he was portraying the act of hunting in great detail. This is not bad at all, Silver Rings said, impressed. The story appearing on the screen was definitely enough to convince the audience that the author was presenting alongside Yun Wu for a reason. It was an interesting subject and quite riveting. Then, looking away from the stage briefly, Juho looked in Sung Pil's direction. So, this is what it's going to be like, Sung Pil said, fixing his eyes on the author on the stage writing in front of the readers. I think I'm getting the gist of this. Aside from experiencing it personally, there was no other way to understand the current atmosphere in which the fishing pond owner was writing. Now, Sung Pil was starting to finally understand, and the three others looking down at the stage had to be having similar realizations. I'm kind of afraid now that I know what this is like. A voice came from the seat at the end of the row. It was the student abroad. To which, Silver Rings agreed. They say people are most daring when they're ignorant. I feel like being that ignorant person all of a sudden. You mean, you want to be more daring? Sung Pil said, correcting her, and Silver Rings shrugged in a light-hearted manner. The lighting on the stage, the focus of the audience, and the sentences getting exposed on the screen in real time, it was a riveting sight. I better step up my game, Sung Pil said, making Juho wince. When seeing the presentation taking place in person, they couldn't help but feel that they had to give it their best. Resting his chin on his hand, Juho said nonchalantly, I wonder what it would look like if I screw this up. But you were so confident in front of the reporters. That doesn't mean I'm not worried, Juho said, identifying with what the student abroad had said. I'm afraid now that I know. What's with you, though? Sung Pil asked, looking intently at Juho. What? You look like Silver Rings. What does that mean? Juho asked. It means you look like you're anxious to write. As Sung Pil clarified, Juho looked toward the stage. Although clearly shaking, the author on stage was tackling the challenge before him one word at a time. In the end, the fishing pond owner hadn't given in to fear, because nobody's looking for Yun Wu anymore. Later, the fishing pond owner successfully finished his presentation. Hello. The next day, at the same time and place, Juho, Sung Pil, the student abroad, and the fishing pond owner watched Silver Ring's presentation from the second floor. As if a musician would with their audience, she pointed the microphone toward the members of the audience. Although they responded with similar disappointment to the day before, they were caught off guard by the author on stage pointing her mic toward them. Despite the weak response, she didn't let up. Let's try this again. Hello. Hello. As the audience started responding more enthusiastically, a satisfied smile appeared on Silver Ring's face. Today, we're going to have some background music, she declared. Then, pointing at the desk on the stage, she said, I have my entire playlist on that laptop over there. Whenever I'm thinking about what to write, I always have music playing in the background. It's kind of like a strange study habit, something I'm sure we all have at least one of. Walking around the stage freely, she interacted with the audience, not minding at all whether they were responding to her or not. Then, sitting at the desk, she started going through her playlist. She seemed to let her mood make the decision for her. You know what? Let's go with something heavier today. Rock and roll, she shouted, throwing her fist in the air. As the members of the audience started breaking out into laughter, they were immediately caught off guard by the jarring death metal tune and its distinct growling vocals. I hope that flies, the student abroad said, furrowing his brow. Silver Ring was the only person lost in the music. She's got quite the stage presence, the fishing pond owner said quietly, sounding like he admired the author on the stage. You did great yesterday, Juho said, and the fishing pond owner looked at the young author with a look of satisfaction on his face. I'm sure it was nowhere near Yunwoo's level, but I sure did my best. All I can do is wait for the results and enjoy the event, the fishing pond owner said, whispering. I look forward to your presentation, Mr. Wu. Chapter 305, The Battle of the Winners, 6. Silver Rings had won her Rookie of the Year award 2 years after Yunwoo had debuted as an author. However, Yunwoo's appearance had also minimized the significance of the award, shaking her future as an author to its foundation. While readers had started demanding a finished product from someone who had never written a single book in her entire life, the media had also focused on her weak points as an author, as if baffled by them. To add insult to injury, the judges of the contest had become conscious of the media and had raised the bar to an unrealistic level. Although the publisher responded by bringing Yun Seo back into the judging committee in order to break the cycle, Silver Rings had made her debut before Yun Seo became a judge. Looking at the screen, it was clear that Silver Rings had come with a sense of purpose. Amid the music, which others would argue it being noise, her first sentence appeared on the screen. My brother is deaf. She's definitely going somewhere with this, the student abroad said quietly, and Juho agreed. It was clear that she had polished the sentence repeatedly in her mind. It was stable. Waiting for the next sentence on the screen, every member of the audience had a serious expression on their face. Watching a story take shape was also a new experience for readers, and some might even think that we're feeling closer to the story than they were able to with a completed book. The ingredients and the process through which the story came about was becoming more and more visible, as if in a donut shop that fully exposed its cooking process to its customers. The customers would be able to enjoy its quality product at ease. A unique reading experience tended to heighten the reader's concentration. I think so too, but I can't predict the direction the story will go. I don't think I've ever been so desperate to skip to the end to see what happens. I'm so curious. Her story was quite interesting, even to the authors. I think she's looking at us, Sung Pil said. When Juho looked at Silver Rings, she was looking up at the second floor, from where they were watching her. Although she couldn't see them due to the structure of the building, Juho sensed the determination in her eyes, as if he had locked eyes with her. I love the story and all, but is this heinous music really necessary? The student abroad grumbled, shaking his head as if the music wasn't to his liking. Her writing was reminiscent of rock music. That day in particular, things were especially heavy, unlike on the one of the fishing pond owner, whose style had more in common with folk music. Even if they were to write on a shared subject, such as sadness, it was inevitable that they would come up with two completely different products. What do you like listening to? Why, there's nothing like classical music, the student abroad said, bringing up names like Mozart and his home country, raving about the genre's history. Needless to say, nobody paid attention to his exposition. As long as the writer likes it, that's all that matters, right? Hold on. You're not telling me I have to listen to this until the end, are you? I don't know. Who knows what she's feeling today? Juho said, and the student abroad looked down at the stage, disgruntled. Once the song ended, the next song started playing, which also was another heavy metal tune. Then, massaging his temples as if his patience was wearing thin, the student abroad said, I have to go. I can't stand this. But she's still in the midst of it, Sung Pil said. At which point, the student abroad sneered and said, I'm presenting tomorrow, and I can't afford to waste my time listening to this atrocious noise. Conditioning is essential the day before a presentation. If I stick around any longer, listening to this, I have a feeling that I'll end up vomiting everything out, including my writing. You better get going then. As you said, it's important to take care of yourself, the fishing pond owner said, nodding and looking like he understood. With that, the student abroad rose from his seat without hesitation, glancing at Juho for a brief moment. However, Juho paid no attention to him. What did she say her name was? Somebody in the audience asked. By the time the attention span of the members of the audience started deteriorating rapidly, a disturbance rose from them. It had been about an hour and a half since the presentation had started, and the author was writing a story about a disabled narrator and their deaf sibling, who lived in a secluded society. The narrator's friend knew nothing about their sibling. Similarly, the friends of the sibling knew nothing about the narrator. The two were never together, never mind walking or eating together. They distanced themselves, despising each other, misunderstanding each other. At that moment, somebody started crying out in the audience amid the music. Everyone in the hall had grasped the message the author was trying to convey to them. Seems like the narrator needs to be more isolated. It is pretty extreme and radical, but I actually like it. Although it was far from perfect, Silver Ring's story was quite riveting. Judging from the expressions on the faces in the audience alone, it was clear that they were completely mesmerized by it. Then, as her music came to a sudden end, her story also came to an end. "Well, how was it? Did you all enjoy it?" she asked, without a trace of weariness on her face. At that moment, the members of the audience shouted with an enthusiasm never seen before, "Yeah, that was great." A satisfied look appeared on Silver Ring's face, similar to that of the fishing pond owner. "Whoever's presenting tomorrow, I can only imagine how nerve-wracking it must be for him," the fishing pond owner said. Of course, since the student abroad, who was set to present next, wasn't there, there was no response. When Juho looked at the faces of the members of the audience as they made their way out, he noticed that they were all cheerful. "I wonder if people will look that cheerful after reading my story," Sung Pil murmured. The next day, when the authors reunited in the waiting room, the student abroad didn't appear to be all that nervous. Keeping his eyes closed with his arms crossed, he was probably still preparing himself. "Should we let him be?" Silver Rings suggested to Juho. However, as Juho quietly backed away, Silver Rings strode into the room and said, "Hi." "Hello," the student abroad said. Briefly, aside from him, Juho and Silver Rings were the only two authors who had arrived. Then, making a V sign with her fingers, she said, "Are you nervous that you're going after me?" "Not at all," the student abroad replied with a smile. "Don't be coy now. Didn't you hear the audience? They loved me. Seems like you're not aware that I left early." "You did?" she asked. Without letting up, she started raving about her performance. Silver Rings seemed to be noticeably more talkative than before. There was a clear difference between a person's attitude after finishing their task and one who had yet to do so. As the last person to present, Juho didn't exactly find the situation welcoming. "Aren't you curious about the manuscript I'm about to present?" the student abroad asked. "Not really. I get to see it in a little bit, so I'm not in a hurry," Juho said honestly, and a look of displeasure appeared on the student abroad's face, as if he didn't like what he had heard. "I am," Silver Rings said, and the student abroad took the opportunity to talk about his manuscript. "It's a novel based on a journal I wrote while I was studying abroad. So, it's going to be more of an autobiography then? There aren't that many ways you can stand up against Yun Woo," the student abroad said, looking down at his toes. Then, with a smile, he added, "I'm just relieved that I'm not presenting just before Yun Woo. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to say anything, even if you were to leave in the middle of my presentation." The student abroad was sincerely hoping that Yun Woo would read his story. "I'm sticking around till the end," Juho said, reassuring him. "Is conditioning a luxury for Yun Woo?" "Not necessarily, but I am curious. It's the same thing as you watching my presentation. You're going to be around, right?" "Of course." "Hold on. Does that mean you left while I was presenting because you weren't all that interested in my story?" Silver Rings said, reaching over and separating Juho and the student abroad. "I was just prioritizing my condition," the student abroad replied briefly. At that, she crossed her arms, with the confident look of a heavy metal vocalist on her face. "Yeah, whatever. Zelkova did promise that they'd publish the good ones. I'm sure you'll see my novel in bookstores in the near future." When Juho came up to the second floor after talking with the student abroad, he learned that the other authors had already arrived, and before long, the hall was filled to the brim with readers. Seeing it for the third time, Juho was quite used to the sight. Just like always, the members of the audience had no idea of which author was presenting that day. "Wonder what he's bringing to light?" Sung Pil asked. Shrugging, Juho replied. "He said it's a story based on his life while he was studying abroad." "That's exciting. Aren't you worried?" Sung Pil was presenting the next day. And the better the forerunners did, the more pressure the authors presenting later would feel. "A little," he said, scratching his eyebrows. At the unexpected answer, Juho looked toward him, and Sung Pil said, "But you're going after me, though." At that moment, a commotion started breaking out in the audience. When Juho looked toward it, he saw the student abroad going up to the stage. "That's not Yun Woo," a member of the audience said, clearly disappointed. However, paying no attention to it. The author on stage took the microphone that was handed to him by a staff member and said, "Bummer it's not Yun Wu. Am I right?" At that, a burst of laughter came from the audience, as if the people were feeling exposed, and he student abroad waited until the laughter died down before he started speaking again. The story I'm about to present to you takes place in Europe, and all the characters within it are foreigners, he said, revealing the brief synopsis of the story he was about to write. Although initially disappointed that Yun Wu wasn't presenting, the members of the audience started listening intently to the author on stage. So, I'd like to ask you all to be mindful of that as you're reading. If I was planning on getting it published, then I wouldn't have gone as far as asking my readers to read with a certain mindset. But this is a special occasion because you're reading while I'm writing in real time. A face-to-face interaction, if you will. Should you have any questions or trouble understanding something, please raise your hand. I may or may not see your hand, but if I do, I'll be more than happy to allow you to speak. That's a good idea, the fishing pond owner said, nodding. The author on stage was allowing the audience to take part in the presentation, and it wasn't a bad idea at all. In terms of the interaction with the audience, Student Abroad was even more hands-on than Silver Rings. I'm aware that the author who presented yesterday was writing to some heavy metal tunes, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's not something I'm really into. So, there won't be any music today, and I'll be writing in silence. The author on stage declared to his audience and sat in front of the laptop, which displayed a blank page. With that, the author started typing away without hesitation. The audience was still somewhat disorderly, however. I couldn't speak to anybody. The fishing pond owner murmured the sentence that appeared on the top of the screen. Not only was the character far away from home, but there was a language barrier. Because they couldn't answer when the natives talked to them, it wasn't long before the character found themselves alone, unapproached. I bet language barrier is hardly a concern for you, Silver Rings said to Yun Wu, waving her hand in an exaggerated manner. After some thought, Juho replied, "I'm not completely foreign to the idea, but you pick up other languages in no time. That's what makes you a genius, right? To learn something means that you didn't know it prior," Juho said, shrugging. Touch, she said. However, she wasn't completely wrong, either. There was a clear difference between the life of a student abroad studying far away from home and the process through which Juho had gone before reaching where he was currently. That's got a good ring to it, the fishing pond owner murmured, and the other authors nodded in agreement. The author on stage seemed more inclined to write in longer sentences, which also called for more improvements. The flashier something was, the more maintenance it required. This is a slow burner, huh? The longer sentences really work well with the detailed setting, though. Although he often wrote in lengthy sentences, it was the student abroad style to make the most out of it. Judging from the sentences appearing on the screen, he seemed to be doing quite well. There was an element of rejection throughout his story. A village that ostracized outsiders. Xenophobic friends. The narrator who opposed those rejections. It must have been pretty tough living in another country all by himself. Although the story seemed to be talking about love and benevolence on surface, it was ruthlessly exposing the discriminatory tendencies of people at the core of it. On top of that, the sophisticated beauty accentuated the gap even more. Look at the audience. They've been completely sucked in, the fishing pond owner said, looking down at them. Only then did it occur to Juho that he hadn't looked down once. Completely immersed in the writing appearing on the screen, the members of the audience were in a similar situation. Chapter 306, The Battle of the Winners, 7. Fans disappointed by Yun Wu's absence, but the show goes on. The rebellion of the nameless authors? Gems hiding in plain sight. This isn't just about Yun Wu anymore. The fierce battle of the young authors. I went to see Yun Wu, but I came back in love with another author. The web goes wild over the presentation at the exhibition. The names that have been appearing on the most searched words on the internet. Young authors seizing the opportunity. When's Yun Wu presenting? Fans devastated by his absence. Heavy metal? Tips on writing straight from an author? The writing process beyond anyone's imagination. Where did they come from? The hidden gems appear out of nowhere. A new wave in the literary world. The potentials of the literary world according to the nameless authors. There's a bright future ahead. Authors with special sets of skills. But wait, there's more. Youth portrayed by a legion of young authors. The power of young blood. Where is Yunwoo? When is he presenting? Two authors said to be left, leaving fans on the edge of their seats. We want Yunwoo. Sung Pil, the winner of this year's Rookie of the Year award, said to be the next presenter. The Battle of the 20s? I have a friend who went to this. He loved it. All the reviews have been positive so far. At first, I was disappointed that Yunwoo wasn't there, but who would have thought I'd come across new authors? My jaw dropped when the girl started writing to heavy metal music. I love it. She needs to consider starting a band. Love me some rock. Did she really write to heavy metal, though? Zelkova's doing a really good job letting the authors be themselves, which, in my opinion, makes the experience twice as much fun. I love the presentation today. The authors shared some information with the audience to be mindful of when reading, and sure enough, it was definitely a different experience reading with those pieces of information in mind. It was a whole nother world. Today was a good day. He was such a good writer. I guess that's what makes him an author. Yeah, it read so well. What's even crazier is that it'll be even higher quality when it gets made into a book. It was like being at a book release or a cooking competition between professional chefs. It definitely felt like the authors put a lot of work into their presentations. Definitely worth the money. I thought I'd get bored out of my mind reading for 2 hours straight, but time literally flew by. Sure, it's not a movie theater where they're equipped with top-of-the-line sound and projector systems or flashy visual and sound effects, but this event is a whole nother beast of its own. If a similar event happens in the future, I'm there. I would have loved to be there. If only I had a ticket. They were all sold out, thanks to Yunwoo. I heard getting one was near impossible. How did these people do it? I'm going tomorrow, and I pray that Yunwoo's presenting. I really want to see Yunwoo right in person. Mine's the day after. Yunwoo better not be there tomorrow. Not till I get there. Wonder how Yunwoo writes. On the day of the presentation, Sung Pil was wandering around the hallway. After rigorous consideration, he had chosen a manuscript that he felt confident presenting to Yunwoo and the readers. Would they like it? He asked himself. I just hope this doesn't bite me in the butt later, somehow. He was under quite a lot of pressure. Then, stopping in his tracks, he thought about what would happen if he were to disappear. There was bound to be those who'd suffer losses, which would include disappointing the readers. His debut title would be the last book he'd ever write. The reporters would do everything within their power to make sure his identity got revealed to the public, placing him on the chopping block and eventually getting him deported out of the country. His imagination kept working. Sung Pil thought back to the time when he had rambled on to Juho while drunk, nearly threatening him against running away from there. Imminent face-off. As he started walking forward again, he tried to comfort himself by thinking more positive thoughts. He had seen somebody buy his book for the first time before his eyes. He was recognized by another person for the first time. People actually started talking to him, including his professor, complimenting him. Everything will be okay. You're up in 10 minutes. Get ready. All right. When the other authors visited Sung Pil in the waiting room, Juho wasn't among them. The authors who had already presented seemed to be much more at ease. They didn't seem to think of Sung Pil as a threat. The student abroad, in particular, had a cocky look about him. When he had finished writing, the audience had exploded into applause, which had been a first since the start of the event. After that, there had been noticeably more articles written about him and the event in a positive light. In that situation, neither advancing nor retreating was easy. Sigh. Sung Pil exhaled, rising from his seat. While following a member of the staff to the stage, he read through his manuscript one more time. Although he had every single sentence memorized, he brushed up on them regardless. Soon, the stairs leading up to the stage appeared before his eyes, and the voices of the readers talking among themselves could be heard. Then, with a tap on the shoulder from the staff member signaling him to go up, Sung Pil let his legs take him up to the stage. The bright light exposed him to the audience as he walked on it. Yunwoo. They were the first words Sung Pil heard on stage. The view was quite different from the second floor. He was in the limelight, and, before he knew it, he had a microphone in his hand. Hello, I'm Sung Pil, he said. As the author introduced himself, the audience grew quieter. I debuted as an author this year. Everyone looked at him as if looking at somebody for the first time. Nobody knew who he was. At that moment, the name Yunwoo flashed in his mind. The eyes with which the audiences looked at Yunwoo looked nothing like the eyes they were using to look at Sung Pil. Turning his gaze, Sung Pil looked up to the second floor, wondering about the look on his friend's face. But that isn't to say that I just started writing this year. I genuinely respect all the authors who have presented up to this point. So, I'll do my absolute best. The audience showed no response to his somewhat heavy-handed remark. Although it wasn't necessarily out of hostility, they weren't necessarily welcoming of the author either. However, Sung Pil paid no attention to them and said, "Let us begin." Putting the microphone down, he reminded himself that he was being watched by Yun Wu and of how much he wanted to outdo the author, wanting to stand side by side with him. More accurately, he wanted to be slightly ahead of his friend. He wanted to see what it was like to be at the top, which was precisely the reason he had a manuscript in his hand. Although the stories written by the presenting authors before him were all interesting, they weren't enough to keep Sung Pil on his toes. The author thought about his friend and of when he first came across his friend's writing. Then, he typed out the first sentence, which he had read hundreds of times prior to the presentation. I had lost my memory. Sung Pil had chosen a narrator who had lost their memory, enduring life alone in a place where everything felt foreign. It's like getting left out at school, Silver Rings said. Having lost their memory, the narrator struggled to find a place to belong. Nobody was willing to let the narrator into their group, and the narrator departed willingly from the one group they had barely managed to become part of. Sung Pil unfolded the story in a very convincing manner, and the friendliness in his writing enabled the readers to empathize with the character. That must be his best bet, Silver Rings said, resting her chin on her hand. With which, Juho agreed internally. I did the same thing, she said. She had also chosen a subject and materials she had felt most confident with, probably having written several stories with them. Same here, the fishing pond owner said, raising his hand. The student abroad also agreed silently. What do you think Yun Wu's will be like? The fishing pond owner asked. It's coming up. Wait just a little longer, Juho replied, fixing his eyes on the screen. How come you came late today? I thought you were coming to the waiting room with us. After some thought, Juho replied, I'm keeping Sung Pil in check. Haha, were you having a stomach problem? You slept in, didn't you? Nobody seemed to take it seriously that Juho was keeping Sung Pil in check. Considering that Sung Pil was the youngest and the newest, their response to Juho's statement made sense. Although Sung Pil's debut title was outstanding, everyone else's debut titles had been just as good. Look at that, somebody said, pointing at the screen. Seems like he's off to a good start, the fishing pond owner said calmly. The audience didn't seem too convinced by what they were seeing on the screen. However, Sung Pil was clever in the way he built his story. The words on the screen indicated to the authors that the author on stage was establishing a foundation. The fact that he got off on the right foot was a promising indicator that things would look up soon. Look, and as if proving that, the authors and the audience alike grew quieter. At the appearance of a dark horse, the authors, with the exception of Juho, started growing anxious. He's good, the fishing pond owner said. And taking that as a signal, the other authors started pouring out their thoughts about Sung Pil's writing. Seems like he really knows how to establish a good foundation. It lets the readers focus on the narrator's situation without the author having to explain why their memory isn't there. His descriptions are impressive. Didn't think he'd actually try that hard to outdo us. The story had a clear sense of direction, and the members of the audience grew increasingly curious as to how the narrator, who was overwhelmed with a sense of loss, would go about recovering their lost memory. The curiosity of the audience provided momentum for them to keep on reading in anticipation for the next sentence, making sure they weren't missing anything. As if aware of that, Sung Pil maintained a steady pace. He, too, was quite stable. Despite the lack of music or interaction, the audience felt sufficiently connected with the author. It was a relationship established through writing. Juho also focused on the words that appeared on the screen, thinking, what is he trying to say? Aside from a handful of authors moaning from time to time, as if representing what Juho was feeling, the hall was completely silent. Then, as the story reached the halfway point, the fishing pond owner said, I'm gonna get going now, and started packing his belongings. What? When asked for the reason for his early departure, he looked up instead of giving an answer. From the sentences to the plot development, Sung Pil's writing was clearly better than his in every aspect. After sensing his failure, The fishing pond owner gave up on his dream of getting his writing made into a book almost immediately. Sung Pil's the same age as Yun Woo. I believe. He has just debuted, so he doesn't have a whole lot of experience. At the mention of experience, Joo-ho looked toward the screen inadvertently. Being ostracized and feeling isolated, those were subjects Sung Pil excelled in. He had been holding on to them for a long time. What he is going on at the moment is special and unique to him, similar to our writing. You can just tell from those sentences, the student abroad said in a calm tone of voice. Then, wiping his forehead, the fishing pond owner replied, I know. That was a slip of tongue. But for now, I'm going to get going. I'll see you all tomorrow. Unlike Yun Woo, Sung Pil wasn't a genius. In the fishing pond owner's mind, the one competitor who would beat him was Yun Woo and Yun Woo alone. Sung Pil, on the other hand, was supposed to be the least formidable opponent. Yet, his writing was proving to be just as intimidating. But if you stick around till the end, Silver Ring said, but she closed her lips shortly after. Even without a formal evaluation or a tangible score, the unseen defeat was much more apparent than she thought. After she locked eyes with the fishing pond owner, he left in a hurry, and the air sank into silence. At that moment, Joo-ho was struck by the thought of Gray Hat and the manuscript he had. The show had to go on, with or without the fishing pond owner. This is getting disconcerting, the student abroad said quietly. It wasn't clear if he was referring to his situation, or the situation within the novel. Then, looking away from the audience, Joo-ho read the story on the screen. Although finding themselves in a peaceful place after losing their memory and place to belong, that peace was short-lived. However, unlike the situations prior to that scene, the narrator had let go of their peace willingly as they grew jealous of their friend. Although the story had been heading toward the climax from a crisis, it started receding back to yet another crisis. There is an end to this story, right? Doesn't seem like things are about to change anytime soon, huh? He's almost out of time, and I thought the story was almost at the end. There wasn't a rule stating that the presenting author had to finish their story within a given time. Rather, the focus of the event was in showcasing an author's writing process to the readers. The story came to an end when the segment came to an end. So far, all of the authors who had presented had written their story in their entirety. But what about Sung Pil? That should do it. As Joo-ho kept his eyes fixed on the screen, he made sense of the disturbance coming from the audience. A character had appeared, the character that would wrap up the story. The Red Stranger. It was that stranger who saved the narrator from their life spiraling downward. At that moment, Joo-ho reminisced to the time when he met Sung Pil for the first time. Sung Pil had been on his way to the police station after finding some money on the street. From picking up the money on the street to finding the narrator's lost memory, it was all the stranger's doing. Joo-ho still remembered that the money had never ended up returning to the person it had once belonged, and it seemed like Sung Pil had had trouble accepting that reality ever since. Much better, somebody said. Finally, as Sung Pil wrapped up his last sentence, the audience exploded into applause and cheers for him. Not only were they satisfied by Sung Pil's writing, but they were also impressed by the quality of the event. The cheering crowd was incomparably louder than that time when Sung Pil cheered on the phone call with Joo-ho. Amid the readers cheering and applauding him, Sung Pil rose from his seat unhurriedly, faced the audience, bowed slowly, and came down from the stage. Sung Pil had far surpassed anybody's expectations. As the applause died down, the audience started making their way out of the hall, each looking just as excited as the other. Oh, Sung Pil was proving to be a much more formidable opponent than Joo-ho had thought. Feeling an itch on his palm, Joo-ho rubbed his palms together. Leaning his head back, he remembered the weak points of his manuscript one by one, barely managing to swallow the words that had come up to his throat. However, they still lingered in his thoughts. After the authors had made their way out, leaving Joo-ho alone, he tried murmuring that thought in his head. Maybe I need to make some adjustments to it. Chapter 307. The Battle of the Winners, 8. In order to meet up with Sung Pil, Joo-ho made his way to the waiting room. However, before he reached the hallway, he was stopped midway by Nam Kyung, who seemed quite anxious for some reason. Why didn't you answer your phone? Thank goodness I found you. What is it? You can't go there. The waiting room is swarming with reporters. After his editor's warning, Joo-ho peeked over his shoulders toward the waiting room. where there were a number of reporters with a camera crew taping Sung Pil's interviewing. Although there weren't that many people, it was definitely out of the norm. Meanwhile, Sung Pil seemed deeply moved. Although others might not have been able to catch on, it was apparent to Juho that his friend had yet to reconnect with reality. His experience on the stage should still be raw in his mind. "Do you think that you can surpass Yun Woo?" One of the reporters, who looked quite familiar, asked the author. "Mr. Wu hasn't presented yet, so I think it's too early for that question. Still, that was some quality novel, Sung Pil." At that moment, Sung Pil looked in Juho's direction, locking eyes with him. Although recognizing Juho from afar, Sung Pil didn't walk toward his friend. Instead, he simply looked like he was enjoying the occasion. "Who the heck does this guy think he is?" Nam Kyung said, pulling Yunwoo back. Then, he led the young author to another room, which had a sign that read "Off Limits." "That's Sung Pil, he's a good writer," Nam Kyung said briefly, complimenting Sung Pil. "He sure is." Although he seemed like he had a lot he wanted to talk about with Yunwoo, the editor seemed to prioritize Juho's condition for his presentation the next day. However, Juho wasn't looking for that kind of consideration. It was impressive. People were cheering in the end, and it almost made me feel like I was at some recital. I was happy for him. Being under the bright spotlight, Juho's friend had definitely shone brightly on stage. Studying the young author's expression, Nam Kyung asked cautiously, "Aren't you nervous?" At that, Juho looked intently at his editor. At which point, Nam Kyung added in a hurry, "It's just that he's not the only one who did really well. Yes, it's a good thing, but I also thought that it might have made you feel like you had to keep up with them, and that could be burdensome. Do you think I don't stand a chance against them?" At that, Nam Kyung hardened his expression almost immediately and said, "Don't be ridiculous now. Your writing is the best." "I think you're the one being ridiculous here," Juho said, smiling. At which point, Nam Kyung softened his expression and said, "You know, you're right. You had such a thick skin while we were in the States. I'm sure this doesn't even come close to bothering you. I'm making some adjustments to my manuscript," Juho said, rubbing his hands together. At that, Nam Kyung asked with a dumbfounded expression on his face, "I'm sorry, what?" "I'm making changes to my manuscript." "Okay, that's not funny. You know what? I was wrong. Yunwoo's human, too. I think I'll be able to come up with something even better than what I have." "Wait, you're serious?" Nam Kyung exclaimed, looking at the young author in disbelief and shouting, "No. Why not? Why not? I'll tell you why. You're presenting tomorrow. I know. And you want to make changes to your manuscript now? The day before you present it? As much as I'd love to support your decision, I think this is a terrible idea. I can pull it off." At a loss for words, Nam Kyung sprung up from his seat and started pacing back and forth in the room. "You have to think clearly. I don't know what happened to make you think that, but try to give your thoughts some time." Nam Kyung seemed to think that Juho was coming from a place of anxiety and insecurity, so Juho spoke up in order to correct him. "I am thinking clearly." However, Nam Kyung shook his head even more emphatically, looking as if facing an unexpected crisis. "You saw how these authors write, right? They're all very stable, and it's definitely wise to play safe in this case. You know how cumbersome it can be for authors to reveal their writing to their readers, don't you? That's exactly why we revised your manuscript rigorously ahead of time. And now, you want to throw all that out the window? Do you really think you have enough time to finish this? We went through all that trouble just so you could have something better to present. I just wanted to show my readers something even better." Okay, pause there. So, where are you getting this certainty that it's going to turn out even better in the end? You might be in Woo, but a first draft is nothing more than a first draft at the end of the day. I wouldn't go as far as calling it the first draft. I'd say it's closer to a makeover. Again, what makes you so certain? Wait, is this going to be an autobiography? Nam Kyung asked, his expression changing abruptly. After locking eyes with him for a little while, Juho said, "No." "Then, it's a no. It's something I think about habitually, tens of thousands of times. I've thought about it over and over. I can do it." Juho was also aware of everything Nam Kyung was telling him. There was a significant chance that he wouldn't be able to finish in time, making it worse than it was. However, he was struck by an idea too good to pass up, tempting him to take the risk, making him think it would be cowardly not to act on it. Of course, not giving his best in the presence of his readers would be a luxury. Meanwhile, Nam Kyung had a stunned look on his face, still perplexed by the young author's sudden declaration. Then, covering his mouth with his hand, the editor immersed himself in thought. No, what you have now is already plenty good enough. Why gamble? Are you sure? Why were you so concerned for me then? Wasn't it because something made you anxious? I told you that's not the reason. If my writing really was the best, you'd have encouraged me to keep doing things the way I have been. Instead of asking if I was nervous, you'd have reassured me, telling me not to worry about a thing, because you wouldn't be questioning that it would turn out well. Nam Kyung furrowed his brow, clenching his lips. There had to be something bothering him. Okay, I'll fess up. I was just worried because of Sung Pil, and Sung Pil only, because I liked his writing better than your debut title. That's really it. Overall, I don't doubt that your writing is significantly better, but we also have to take the situation into account. Sung Pil just made his debut. He's fresh, and people don't know what to expect from him. Anything he does will impress them and far surpass their expectations, Nam Kyung said. Then, swallowing, he added, unlike you. Looking down, Juho pinched his palm. As his hands tensed up, the young author rubbed his belly slowly, saying, I think I'm about to have indigestion. What? I'm doing it. No matter what, I have to. The air sank into a silence soon to be broken by a clattering sound, a whir of a machine, and by the editor's foot rubbing against the floor as he shook his leg. In the end, Nam Kyung surrendered, throwing both of his hands into the air and quickly offering a second solution. Okay, we'll give it a shot then. And if you don't finish in time, we'll go with the one we had originally prepared. What if I don't finish in time, but it's still noticeably better than what we have now? I didn't think that far ahead, honestly, Nam Kyung said. To which, Juho replied as if answering for him. I'll keep making changes, even on stage. At that, a look of disbelief appeared on Nam Kyung's face all over again. Might I remind you that this isn't some spontaneous writing contest, Mr. Wu. Either way, I get to present my writing process to readers. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Nam Kyung said with a chuckle, as if sighing. You do know that the director of the editing department will be there, right? Not to mention the president of the company? Now that the news is out that Yun Wu's presenting, there will be at least twice as many reporters. After all, this is the writing process of Yun Wu, the genius author. Yes, I am, Juho said calmly. At which point, Nam Kyung gave a lengthy speech. Did you hear what I just said? It means there's no room for errors. You were given the luxury to prepare a manuscript in advance, and if it turns out what you're presenting doesn't measure up, then that's an issue. You far surpass most authors, and more importantly, you're famous. You have to understand that these things could work against you. I'm aware of that. Are you now? 'Cause it sounds to me like you don't realize the magnitude of the matter. I do, which is exactly why I need to make those changes. Juho had an even better story in mind, almost as if it lingered before his eyes. There were brilliant ideas floating around in his head. However, acting on them just so he could protect his dignity and position as an author wasn't what the young author wanted. He wanted to move up even higher, away from the place he was in which case, it made logical sense to keep moving in some way. You sure you thought this through? Nam Kyung asked, as if confirming with the young author. Since reading The Full Moon, his friend had visited him. Sung Pil had been sending the young author an unusual signal. On top of that, there was a certain reader who actively hoped for his misfortune. Everything in conjunction had impacted Juho in some way, even as he was speaking to his editor. For the most part, Juho replied. And you still want to do this? Yes. Nam Kyung knew Juho and his tendencies. Even if he were to disagree with Juho, the young author would still do what he believed he should. Similarly, even if Juho were to decide not to follow through with his idea, he would eventually resort to making the changes to his manuscript. The itch on his hand was getting unbearable. Well, make it happen. ASAP. You got it, Nam Kyung said. Gotcha. With that, Juho sprung from his seat as if about to run home at any given minute. Then, Nam Kyung stopped him and asked, Can you at least tell me the story you have in mind? There was a sense of desperation in his voice. To which, Juho answered with a smile. It's about Yun Wu's downfall. Oh man, I'm screwed, Nam Kyung let out, looking through all of his pockets. He seemed to have left the sedatives at home. Juho was thankful for his editor for always taking care of him. Although Nam Kyung thought about asking the employees around for a sedative, the editor gave up shortly after. There were two separate manuscripts before Juho's eyes, and only one of them would see the light of day. One of them was about Gray Hat, which Juho was inspired to write upon finding out that he was going to write in front of an audience. The one next to it was a manuscript he had written frantically from yesterday until that very morning. Juho tried replacing the name Gray Hat with his alias, Yun Woo. He simply couldn't imagine Gray Hat becoming the great storyteller. Soon, Juho made up his mind. "It's time," Nam Kyung said, checking the time. "Yep, I've been ready for a while now." "Right," Nam Kyung said, looking deathly pale, his lips parched. "Are you really going to write the ending on the stage?" he asked. "That's the plan. How about you just go with the other one? But you're the one who liked this one better." With the exception of the ending, Juho had completed his new manuscript in time. Although it wasn't entirely devoid of one, he had found it unsatisfying, no matter how many times he read it. At which point, Nam Kyung suggested that the young author go with the first manuscript they had originally intended to use. "But there's still time." "No, there isn't." Thinking about how to wrap up his story on one hand, the young author thought back to the competing authors and their performances. Though extremely nervous, the fishing pond owner had finished his segment successfully. While Silver Rings openly interacted with the audience, the student abroad had received some applause. The explosive applause and cheers by the audience lingered in Juho's ears. The feel he was looking for was just within reach, something tangible enough that he could almost touch it. "I don't think you're in your right mind," Nam Kyung said out of nowhere. At which point, Juho's thoughts scattered all over the place. "I can't believe you decided to make changes to your manuscript in a situation like this. Yet, somehow, you managed to surprise me again with this bizarre story of yours," the editor said, chuckling as if giving up on the young author. "You make it sound like it's all over when it hasn't even started yet." "I'm just so dumbfounded," Nam Kyung said, fessing up his current emotional state. When he read Juho's first manuscript for the first time, with the author's permission, the editor had thought that there was nothing for him to worry about. Although most authors had been reluctant to be alongside Yun Woo, afraid of being compared to the young author, there had been a handful of authors who had stepped up to write alongside the young genius. Assuming that they would bring a presentable manuscript, the event would provide them with significant exposure. Nevertheless, Nam Kyung had no doubt that the event would turn out in a way favorable to Yun Woo. If anything, he had worried for the other competing authors. Then, the day of reckoning came, and Nam Kyung discovered the youthfulness hidden behind Yun Woo's mature demeanor. "You just abandoned something that you very clearly had the choice of protecting. Maybe it's your youth. Aren't you afraid of your career falling apart?" "There's always a way. It'll be okay," Juho replied. "Is this really a 20-year-old kid?" Nam Kyung thought, then said, "Well, have it your way now. I can't do anything to help once you're up on that stage." "I intend on doing just that," Juho said, getting ready to leave the room. At that moment, Nam Kyung reminded him one last time. "Remember that your readers are reading what you're writing in real time. Also, don't forget that you're being watched by both reporters and other authors." Then, rising from his seat, Juho replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Park, but I intend on forgetting all that is even there." Chapter 308, The Battle of the Winners, 9. "That's one intimidating crowd," a staff member whispered to Juho while he was standing by. All of the stage crew had their eyes fixed on the audience, who was waiting anxiously for the young author's appearance. It was that very audience that the young author had to face. "If you're not entirely confident that you can pull it off, then don't change anything," Nam Kyung had said. Juho was also afraid of the cheers and applause turning into an uncomfortable silence. However, his desire to write far outweighed his fear. Then, as he was thinking about the new manuscript, another thought occurred to him. "There's something even better, something closer to what you're looking for. Go for it. Forget who's watching. Being on stage changes nothing. You gotta focus on writing while writing. Forget about winning or losing, or that you're being exposed to the public. Focus on writing." At that moment, somebody tapped Juho on the back. It was Nam Kyung. The staff members were also looking at the young author, signaling him to go up. "Well, here goes nothing," Juho said. "Break a leg," his editor replied. With that, Juho went up to the stage. The bright spotlight shone on him, blinding him for a brief moment. Then, upon scrunching up his eyes, the faces in the audience came into view, each and every one of them wearing a look of anticipation. "Hello, Yunwu. It's a pleasure to be here." At that, the audience exploded into massive applause, significantly louder than the one Sung Pil had received. Thinking about the authors who had presented before him, Juho started realizing why some of them had been so nervous, while the others had interacted with the crowd or had talked about themselves. As he waited patiently, the applause eventually died down. The story I'm about to show you today has no correlation with any of my books that have been published up to this point. There were apparent smiles on the faces within the audience. They were delighted by the presence of the young author. However, he didn't hesitate to rain on their parade. But I regret to inform you that it hasn't been completed. The audience was caught off guard by the young author's unexpected confession. The atmosphere took a sudden turn. While still somewhat anticipating what the author had in store, questions and doubts started rising among the crowd. I had to go through another revision process at the last minute, as in yesterday, which is why I couldn't finish in time. I admit, I got kind of ambitious. A mixed reaction came from the audience. While some cheered by habit, others groaned. But there's nothing wrong with that, right? The whole point of this segment is to show the writing process after all. The audience responded in lukewarm manner, slowly catching on to what Yunwu was telling them. The young author was about to write a whole new story on stage, right before their eyes. It was all very spontaneous. Then, moving the microphone to his other hand, Yunwu added, "All you have to do is enjoy the process. I can't promise you what kind of story you'll end up seeing on that screen, but I will do my absolute best." Then, just as he was heading toward the desk, he turned around and added one more thing. "Should you feel the story isn't measuring up to your expectation, then simply tell yourselves that Yunwu's let you down this time. At which point, I'll do my best to make necessary improvements." With that, he handed the microphone back to a staff member, who took it with a cheerful smile on their face. Simultaneously, there were also those who wanted to see Yunwu's downfall. Taking a deep breath, Juho looked into the distance, which was clearly visible from where he was standing. "I have a good feeling about this," he said to himself, walking toward the desk unhurriedly. First, he read through the manuscript one last time. Meanwhile, the screen showed an empty page, but the young author didn't mind it one bit. The protagonist within the story had originally been based on Grey Hat, who Juho met near Zelkova once. Taking hold of his last opportunity, the protagonist was giving his writing career one more try. However, the protagonist within the story was just the opposite of its real-life counterpart. Yunwu had already been an author, but soon, he lost that title. Then, placing his hands on the keyboard, Juho typed out the name of the protagonist. "Yunwu." The audience responded immediately and started whispering among themselves. Unhindered, the author on stage started typing away. The protagonist was a successful author, whose life had been defined by nothing but success. Having written a total of 3 novels for the duration of his career, which were Mango, his debut title, Brush, and lastly, Grey, the public recognized his talent, and his books started to sell at an incredible rate. The protagonist developed a reputation for writing some of the greatest novels in history. While Juho was writing a scene that portrayed the protagonist's success, the hall was completely silent. Yunwu's life seemed to be leading quite a cheerful life. The sentences flowed seamlessly, following the stream of thought, which Juho had already mapped out prior to the presentation, was hardly a challenge. The chuckles from the audience from time to time indicated to Juho that they were enjoying what they were seeing on the screen. At that moment, a voice came from the distance, disrupting the writing process. "Can you slow down?" When Juho stopped typing and looked up, there was a disturbance in the audience. The shout seemed to have come from one of the audience members, which had not happened in the previous presentations. Unlike the authors who had presented up to that point, the young author on stage was a familiar face to every single member of the audience. Juho shook his hands off in the air for no apparent reason. Then, recognizing the lack of a microphone, he applied pressure to his abdomen and said, loudly, "Am I moving too fast?" "Yeah," a soft voice in the audience replied. "I apologize. I've never consciously tried to write slower. I can try, but I can't make any promises. Hope that's okay." That time, a louder response came from the audience. They, too, were aware of the purpose of the event. Then, Looking down, Juho took a deep breath and resumed writing. The practice beforehand made the process a lot easier. The flow of the story sped up even more, and soon, the moment came when Yun Wu's writing career finally came to its end. Thinking of those who desperately wanted to witness his downfall, Juho thought, "Here's what you're looking for. Isn't that kind of extreme?" A disturbance arose from the audience in the once peaceful exhibition hall. The story was quickly losing its shape. There was no consideration toward the audience, or to winning or losing for that matter. The young author was running the protagonist down like no other. Yun Wu's life took an unexpected turn, putting an end to his happy, cheerful life. Letting success get to his head, Yun Wu quickly becomes arrogant. Having no consideration for those around him, Yun Wu looked down on them and became lazy and content, no longer trying to improve, clueless as to what he had become. Before long, people started associating the once successful author with monikers such as bully, dreadful, privileged, or at times, garbage. And soon, people didn't even bother giving the author those names. He was no longer taken seriously, nor did anybody bother with him or consider him in any way. Seeing his old self on the page suffering a due punishment, Juho felt a strange sense of satisfaction. As Juho moved to the next line on the page, the scene also changed with it. Unlike its creator, Yun Wu's 3 books remained in print, just as popular as they had been at first. It was as though there was no end to them, as if they had no concept of death. The fans praised, applauded, and welcomed those books. The 3 books were the most impeccable beings within the novel, at which point, strong jealousy stirred up within the foolish creator. Like a mushy, overly ripe fruit, Yun Wu fell to the ground, helpless. He stopped, a voice in the audience said. As the story that had been progressing unhindered came to an abrupt halt, some of the members of the audience covered their mouths. Yun Wu and his great novels had been completely separated. Yun Wu wasn't a great storyteller, yet he had managed to write some of the greatest novels in history. While their creator quickly spiraled down to poverty, his creations got nominated for literary awards of tradition and prestige, leaving the fans on their toes. When Juho looked up, there was no longer anticipation on the faces within the audience. Instead, there was a shared excitement among them. A hat came into Juho's view. Although it wasn't Gray, his encounter with Gray Hat rushed past before his eyes. "Do you think I have a chance of winning?" Gray Hat had asked Juho, forcing him into the position of having to answer. Then, taking the sentences that came to him at that moment, Juho listed them one by one. "One day, I know you have it in you. You just have to work for it. You're not at your limit yet. You can push further. You can become even better. That day is coming, and I know it." Moving his hands, Juho typed them out as they were. The audience tilted their heads at the sentences that looked seemingly out of place. Soon, a commotion broke out in the exhibition hall. As Juho focused his thoughts on Gray Hat, the sound of commotion faded away. However, a sense of disappointment lingered in Juho's mind. As if tired of hearing people trying to encourage him, Gray Hat walked away, leaving the sentences purposeless and useless. Because Yun Wu didn't know who Gray Hat was, he wouldn't be able to understand his thoughts. Gray Hat wasn't looking for compliments or people to validate his plans for his future. Juho distinctly remembered the man having said that his submission to the contest had been his last hurrah. He had already made up his mind and had accepted that it was his last. With that, Juho erased every single sentence that he had typed out. "You'll probably never get that award." Although Gray Hat had already made up his mind, there was a part of him that made him second-guess his decision. And that's fine. There was no need to wallow in guilt. Nothing had gone to waste. Everything happened for a reason. Upon realizing that those were the words that he should have offered to Gray Hat, Juho felt a sense of regret traveling up from the tips of his finger. At that moment, he started typing slightly faster. He felt that the sentences had become blunter. However, he didn't stop. The vision of a story that he had been longing for was right before his eyes, enabling the young author to think of a way to wrap up the story in the way he wanted. Juho felt better almost instantly. "Gettin' hungry," he murmured, leaning back on the backrest of his chair. As he was checking the finished manuscript, a jingle sounded off, marking the end of the presentation. At that, Juho rose unhurriedly from his seat, walked toward the center of the stage, and faced the silent audience. Then, When he reached his hand over to the staff member, who stared at the author in a daze, they handed the young author a microphone. "Thank you for your time." With that, Juho stepped down from the stage, all the while the audience kept their eyes fixed on the screen. "He's done it," Myung-sil said, trying to get a hand off her hand, which shook uncontrollably from the excitement. Witnessing Yun-woo's writing process had gone beyond her imagination. She hadn't been able to look away from the screen for a single moment. Upon getting up on stage, Yun-woo had decided to drop a bomb on his unsuspecting readers. A manuscript that had been revised. At the last minute. Incomplete. The reporter was astonished by the young author's boldness and the spontaneous nature of his declaration to write a whole new story, on stage and in front of his readers. It was an incredibly risky move on the author's end. It was a dangerous gamble that very well could have exposed his actual skill. At least, those had been Myung-sil's thoughts until the halfway point of the presentation. In the end, she was left puzzled. How is it that he knew so much about failing? She couldn't make sense of why such a successful author like Yun-woo had revealed such raw emotions. It simply didn't make sense that he knew so much about failure. And that ending. The writing was clean and well-trimmed. However, once he had stopped typing, the story had evolved into something completely different. The sentences were rugged and disorganized. Yet, she couldn't help but keep on reading. There were raw, unadulterated emotions in his sentences, provoking a chain reaction in the audience. She had never witnessed such rawness from the author, which reminded her that he really was writing spontaneously. Meanwhile, Juho had been quite nervous. At the same time, he hadn't been able to wait to find out what kind of story would come out. He had been aware of the risk involved. There had been that he'd fail, leaving him in ruin like Yun-woo within the story. For the first time, Juho had felt threatened that his career might be at stake. However, he had managed to pull it off in the end. "Damn it," somebody next to her said. Even without looking, it was obvious to Myung-sil who it was. It was her former co-worker who had desperately hoped that Yun-woo would slip and make a fool of himself in the presence of his readers. Yun-woo's failure would carry significant shock value. Knowing that, he had frantically pressed the shutter release button on his camera when Yun-woo had come up to the stage, saying, "I wonder how nervous he is right now." Myung-sil remembered him pointing at the president and the officers of Zelkova, who had participated in order to witness the successful finale of the massive event. The audience had also been incomparably more excited. "Give me just one decent shot," the reporter had said, hoping to capture the author in the midst of being publicly humiliated. Ironically, Yun-woo had provided a number of riveting shots for the reporters who were putting articles and photos up online in real time. Every member of the audience was busy sharing the moment among themselves. It was similar to an audience pouring out of a movie theater after a movie. Of course, Myung-sil, who couldn't help but burst into laughter at her co-worker's misfortune, was one of them. After Yun-woo had stepped down from the stage after thanking the audience started getting louder, reminding Myung-sil that there hadn't been a single author who made their audience engage in discussions after the presentation. Every author had received cheers and applause from the audience, which was an expression of admiration toward the authors who had successfully written well-written pieces. It was a sign of joy toward the unique processes of writing. However, in Yun-woo's case, only his writing remained on stage, absorbing the emotions of its readers on its creator's behalf. Although Yun-woo had been the last author to present, his presentation had been far from stale or predictable. There hadn't been a boring moment throughout his presentation. "Oh, Yun-woo," Myung-sil let out, closing her eyes and enjoying the after effect. Chapter 309, The Battle of the Winners, 10. "Impressive," the fishing pond owner said amid the silence, and other authors responded by letting out heavy sighs. Having been intensely focused on the words that had been appearing on the screen, nobody had said a word since Yun-woo had started writing. The silence lingered even after the reporters had left. Thinking of the conversation he had had with the young author, the fishing pond owner said, "I knew I was worrying over nothing." Although he had secretly hoped that Yun-woo would be intimidated by the hidden talents of the nameless authors, that sadly didn't come true. Instead, Yun-woo had written a story that was out of that world. On top of that, the young author had presented using an incomplete manuscript. When reminded that the ending had been written on the spot, the fishing pond owner couldn't help but chuckle. That just wasn't fair, Silver Rings said, throwing both of her hands in the air, adding, "It was flawless. That ending made it so that he didn't even have to try all that hard. Isn't that kind of reckless? Okay, I get that he didn't just go up there trusting his own skills, but that ending was something else." Listening to her talk was reminiscent of listening to heavy metal in some ways. It was exciting and stimulating. "That was insane," she said quietly, still sounding somewhat in the moment. "I'm really afraid now that I know just how good he is," she added, and the fishing pond owner agreed. "Seems like we were a lot braver than we thought. I'm telling you, this country just isn't big enough for Yun-Woo," the student abroad said, looking as though completely enamored by Yun-Woo's writing, rubbing his face with both of his hands. "I'm out of here. I don't trust myself with the mindset I'm in at the moment. Who knows what kind of things I'd end up saying when I see him. I'm going home," he said, rising from his seat, rubbing his face with his hands, and leaving the room with Silver Rings. The fishing pond owner also held thoughts similar to the two. The failures, the rock bottom. He had to have gone through hell leading up his success, he thought, then said, "Is that normal?" As if striking up a conversation with the only person still left in the room, who remained silent. "Do successful people know that much about failure?" I was hurting so much for him toward the middle. What did it feel like to write so harshly about himself? Was all that carefully calculated? The fishing pond owner thought, but gave up shortly after. There was a limit to his imagination, and he had no intention of writing such a destructive, self-deprecating story. Not to mention, he valued his mental health. "I was really moved by yours too, Sung Pil. I gotta admit, you're a much better writer than I am," the fishing pond owner said, studying his expression. However, Sung Pil still gave no answer. His writing had a sincerity to it, which gave it a friendly, familiar feel. The volume of the applause and cheers he had received at the end of his presentation had been indicative of the quality of his story. However, his story hadn't been able to silence the audience. Then, the fishing pond owner added, as if talking to himself, "I was actually at ease while reading his writing, but frankly, I'm shocked by the sheer impact of it. I couldn't even leave the room in the middle." With that, the fishing pond owner turned back, realizing Yun-Woo's writing had made his retreat significantly less upsetting. Leaving Sung Pil behind, he went downstairs. Left alone on the second floor, Sung Pil murmured quietly, "Yun-Woo. Yun-Woo." Nam Kyung called to Juho, with his head lowered. Juho sighed quietly. Since it wasn't the first time his editor called to him, Juho didn't bother to answer. Then, trembling with excitement, he sprung up from his seat and exclaimed, "Why didn't you write something like that in the first place?" He had been quite worked up ever since Juho had come down from the stage. "It's not like I didn't want to. That was brilliant. I can't believe you thought of sharing the moment you finished your story with your readers," Nam Kyung said, pacing back and forth in the waiting room. "I had a good feeling from the moment I saw the protagonist's name on the screen." "You do know how charming that name is to readers, right?" he asked. Then, instead of waiting for an answer, he added, "Why were you so obsessed with ruining yourself, though? What kind of stuff have you been looking at?" His face was now burning red, unlike before the presentation when it had been deathly pale. At which, Juho shrugged nonchalantly. "You have no idea how anxious I was. You saw the look on the readers' faces, right? They were out of it. That ending was perfect. All that trouble went through really paid off. Right? Beautifully done. That'll show the doubters. Let's have another signing. What do you say?" I don't know about that." Nam Kyung laughed out loud, paying no attention to Juho's response and looking as though he would keep on laughing even if somebody were to chuck a wet sheet of paper at him. "How were the sentences?" Juho asked. After some contemplation, the editor replied, "It did get a little rough toward the end, but they weren't bad at all. If anything, those unrefined sentences were proof that they were written spontaneously." Then, raising his finger, Nam Kyung pointed at the young author and said, "You were the best writer." At that moment, a knock came from the door, at which Nam Kyung walked toward it light-footedly and opened it, revealing Sung Pil on the other side. Although the editor winced initially, he moved aside shortly after and let him through. "You must be here to congratulate Juho. What about the others?" "They left." "I see," Nam Kyung said. Then, looking around, he added, "I have plenty of things I'd like to talk to Juho about, but I'll let you guys be for now. I need to go talk to the director, anyway." As the sound of door closing reverberated through the waiting room, Juho gestured for Sung Pil to sit. Grab a seat. Juho had been expecting him. However, Sung Pil stood in place like a statue. When did you come up with that story? Sung Pil asked. He seemed curious about how Yun Woo's story came to be. Before you debuted, Juho replied. The young author's first encounter with Grey Hat had been before Sung Pil's debut. Me too, Sung Pil said, then added. I thought of my story before you debuted too. Juho thought of the manuscript he had presented, being ostracized, feeling isolated, and in the end, being rejected. It was the story he had lived through before Yun Woo had debuted as an author. Is this another competition? Of who keeps their story in their minds the longest? Juho asked. He had been imagining Yun Woo's downfall since long ago. Then, you won, Juho added. No matter how long he had been thinking about his own downfall, he couldn't tell anyone about it. And that included Sung Pil, which left him with no chance to beat Sung Pil in their competition. Juho looked at Sung Pil's reflection in the mirror. It seemed somewhat upset. Suddenly, I lost, Sung Pil declared his defeat. What makes you think that? Juho asked. More accurately, he was asking the standards by which he had reached that conclusion. What kind of thoughts were you having while writing? Sung Pil asked instead of giving an answer. In order to answer that question, Juho revisited his experience on the stage. Shortly after, he replied, My writing. Right? I thought so. I could tell. I saw nothing but writing in your eyes, Sung Pil said, his reflection on the mirror exposing his emotional state. There was an apparent look of defeat about him. Well, what about you? What kind of thoughts were you having? Juho asked. I wanted to win. Sung Pil had wanted to win. For once, he had wanted to pass his genius friend who had far surpassed him long ago. When I first heard about this event, I also heard there was a chance that Yun Woo might also participate. At which point, I sincerely hoped that you would, Sung Pil said. Back then, he had still been lost in the joy of having debuted as a professional author. I had thought I stood a chance. I wanted to win, and when I heard the applause from the audience after my presentation, I felt certain that I might be able to do just that, he added brusquely, with no trace of embarrassment. I'm sure the other authors were coming from a similar place. They all wanted to outdo you somehow. You were essentially outnumbered. And then, you bring out that manuscript of yours. How do you think that looked to me and the other authors? Yun Woo's manuscript had been cruel. It had received neither applause or cheers while he'd been writing it. The hall had been completely silent, leaving only the racing hearts of the authors. You didn't look up to us once. Didn't I? I was determined to beat you on stage. That was the only thing on my mind the entire time I was preparing my manuscript. But something tells me that you weren't as desperate as I was, Sung Pil said. Maybe. You paid no attention to any of the authors in the hall, including me. Juho didn't deny Sung Pil's observation. If anything, he had made an effort to pay no attention to anybody in the hall. Does this mean I'm not getting an award? Sung Pil asked. I don't think either of us is, Juho said, trying to suppress his chuckle. There were no award ceremonies in the event. As Juho took a deep breath, it dawned on him that the event had finally come to an end. Checking the time, Juho realized how late it was. Everyone had to have left at that point. Takes me back to my high school days, Sung Pil said, holding onto the door. When I was reading your book in front of you, not knowing that you were Yun Woo. Right. It turned out that I ran into Yun Woo at the bookstore by coincidence. Back then, Sung Pil had been completely unsuspecting of Juho's identity. But now, they were both authors who participated in events together. Sung Pil was moving forward. He wasn't idle. Let's go. With that, the two made their way out of the waiting room. So, they were friends, huh? The reporter murmured. Having overheard the two authors' conversation, he replayed the words he had heard up to that point in his head. High school and defeat. They had sounded like they were quite well acquainted with each other. Yun Woo's decision to participate in the event had been a mystery to him, but had become clear once he had read the young author's manuscript. Yun Woo had that manuscript all along. Having read it, the reporter couldn't avoid the truth. Yun Woo had participated solely for the sake of his writing. However, with the new knowledge of the young author's friendship with Sung Pil, there was a possibility for another scenario. From the sound of it, it seemed like they had made a bet of sorts. In which case, it would be plausible to leverage Yun Woo's attitude toward his fellow authors at the event. Taking his phone out, The reporter started writing away, Yun-woo playing with the hearts of his desperate colleagues. However, it wasn't long before his hands came to an abrupt halt, hindered by the lingering effect of his writing. The image of the young author in the midst of writing flashed in the reporter's mind. Yun-woo's desperation was a mystery to the reporter. Successful at an early age, the young author had managed to win monikers such as the first and the youngest, not to mention his wealth and fame. It almost seemed as if he were running from or chasing after something. Looking at the young author on stage when he had just started writing, his former co-worker had said, "How can anybody doubt him after seeing all this?" For a little while, the young author had repeated the process of writing and deleting a series of sentences. Meanwhile, the audience had watched the creative process of the stories and dialogues in the author's mind coming to be in real time. From time to time, the author would sit still, close his eyes and pause for a brief moment. None of his movements seemed forced, which indicated that he wasn't worried about his skill. He didn't bother convincing the skeptics. Instead, he focused on writing, and in the end, the reporter found himself hesitating. Damn it, the excitement he had felt when watching the presentation of the other authors was no longer there. It didn't make sense that Yun-woo was able to pull off a stunt like that with such ease. On top of that, it didn't make sense that an author like that even had friends. Prick, this is all your fault. With that, the reporter deleted everything he had written up to that point and started writing all over again as he made his way out of the empty hallway. Chapter 310. The attention Yun-woo brought. 1. How is it that not a single author turned up at the after-party? Nam Kyung asked dumbfoundedly as they reunited at his office a few days after the event. Letting out a small yawn, Joo-ho said to him, "That happens. It was only 5 people. I don't think that's a big enough number to ruin a party." It got kind of awkward, but I suppose you're right. Although the editor still seemed to be quite busy, he didn't seem nearly as busy as he had been before the event. Then, he led the young author to the same OL conference room. "Hey, it's Yun-woo," Silver Rings said, stating the obvious. Thankfully, all 5 authors were in the conference room that time, reuniting for the first time since the event. For some reason, there were a handful who seemed to find the young author's presence unwelcoming. "How have you been?" "Not too great," the student abroad said, curling his lip. However, he didn't seem like he was being sarcastic. "I heard nobody went to the after-party. It just kind of happened. Did you have a prior engagement?" "Yeah, something like that." Everyone seemed to be avoiding Joo-ho's questions, and Joo-ho didn't try to pry the answers out of them either. Instead, he asked the student abroad, "I thought you guys would come visit me in the waiting room." "I could have, but I just didn't have anything to say in particular." "How so?" Joo-ho asked. "Because you have no regard for us whatsoever," the student abroad replied, unfolding his arms. At which, Sung-pil moved his eyebrows at Joo-ho as if saying, "What did I tell you? People could tell us how good your books are and how curious they are about you all day long. But at the end of the day, their reading experience doesn't come even remotely close to what we feel after reading your writing. You don't know that. What did you feel? See? You don't understand. You never will," the student abroad said, closing his lips. He was fully aware that Yun-woo wouldn't be moved by his writing, let alone get excited. "As for me, I'm just going to stick to my fishing pond," the fishing pond owner said as if he'd never write again, chuckling. At that moment, a familiar voice came out of nowhere, saying, "Ah, good. Everyone's here." It was the director of the editing department, who had come into the conference room with a cheerful look about her. The same group of people who had gathered before the event had come together once more. The exhibition was a massive success, and it's all thanks to each and every one of you in this room. You've all done a wonderful job. At her compliment, some waved their hand in denial, while others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Joo-ho listened to her intently and waited for what she was about to say. "Did you see the article?" "Yes, I have. You guys are well liked by the public. I'm hearing a lot of good things." Joo-ho had already been aware of that. Although the word had started spreading mostly due to its association with the name Yun-woo, the event had ended on a high note. "It helped that our expectations were so low," the student abroad said with a cold smile on his face. Then, his gaze fixed on Joo-ho like an arrow and said, "The David against Goliath fight has a tradition for being popular." "David usually wins though," Silver Rings interjected quietly. At which, The expression on the student abroad's face started growing noticeably darker. But it was Yun-woo we were up against, not some giant, the fishing pond owner said, waving his hand in denial. However, the words that came out of the director's mouth put an abrupt stop to that movement. Where did you hear that, David won? At which point, everyone fixed their eyes on her. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? My understanding was that everyone here was hoping to get their books published, the director said. And we still are. Yes, we are, Sung-pil said in his heavy voice. Would anybody like to take a guess as to why I brought you all here? She asked, still wearing the same cheerful smile on her face. At that, Joo-ho started to catch on to her slowly. Is somebody getting there? Book published. That's right. It's obviously Yun-woo, Sung-pil said, and other authors agreed. However, the director tilted her head and replied, if that were true, then I wouldn't have dragged on like this, would I? Then what is it? Are you saying that there's somebody here who did a better job than Yun-woo? As the ambitions started creeping into the hearts of the authors, the director said, we decided to put everyone's manuscripts into one single compilation. Of course, Joo-ho thought, looking at his editor, who seemed to already be aware of the news. The positive reviews and responses of readers. Remarkable performances of the authors. There were readers out there who wanted to see their manuscripts get made into books, which meant that their manuscripts had met the standards that needed to be met before they got made into books. Turning a well-written piece into a book was the primary responsibility of a publishing company. In which case, when a total of 5 incredibly well-written manuscripts had been presented during the event, the publisher had all the more reason to publish them. Meanwhile, Joo-ho looked at the fishing pond owner, who seemed to be having a hard time believing the director's words. At which point, the young author said to him, seems like you gotta keep writing. It appears so. Noticing that the guilt that had once resided in his eyes had completely vanished, Joo-ho made a mental note of that change in the fishing pond owner. So, what's the order gonna be? The student abroad took the initiative to ask, at which the director answered in a calm tone of voice, the same as the order you presented. There are some changes that I wanted to make to my manuscript. There will be a revision process, right? The fishing pond owner asked in a rush, looking somewhat excited. Of course. It doesn't have to look exactly like it did during the presentation. Then, in the middle of the authors getting stoked about getting their stories published, she said to Sung-pil, also, I've been discussing with my department about arranging an interview with you. Is that okay? An interview? Yes. It's an interview that's typically held with one of the winners of the Rookie of the Year award. I thought you'd be the perfect fit for that since you're the winner of this year's award. Although a rookie, Sung-pil definitely had potentials as an author, and now, he was about to publish his second story. However, his growth was only at the beginning since he would become a popular author in the future. If it weren't for Yun-woo, Sung-pil would have received significantly more attention. As Sung-pil nodded in agreement in response to the director, Ms. Song, who was in charge of the interview, said to him, we'll discuss it in more detail soon. Then, the director looked at Silver Rings and added, as for you, Miss, it'd be great if you could tell us the names of the songs you were playing in. The background during your presentation. Why? Are you into heavy metal too? It's not for me, actually. It's for your editor in charge, who you'll get to meet soon. We'll probably bring it up in the compilation along with your picture. At that, she threw her fists up into the air, delighted. She loved music just as much as writing. A happy ending, Namkyung said, and Joo-ho chuckled quietly. Winner of Zelkova's Rookie of the Year award. Age, 20. First unanimous nomination since Yun-woo. Remarkable performance in the presentation segment in the Literary History exhibition. A Rookie with a Prospect. These were some of the titles of the articles that turned up when one would search the name Sung-pil. We'll take a quick break. Sure, Sung-pil said, nodding at the publisher's staff member. They were in the stack room of the company, which was filled with books published by them. The view was quite different from the picture included in the transcription of Yun-woo's interview in the magazine. Also, being the interviewee was a completely new experience. The rookie author took a sip of water. He had been answering questions about how he came to start writing and the submission he had made to the company during the contest. So far, the questions mostly revolved around his debut title, Ginkgo Tree, which Sung-pil greatly appreciated and enjoyed as he got to explain the setting and the characters in depth. Although there weren't that many questions, Each and every one of them called for lengthier, more detailed answers. Then, after checking the camera, the interview resumed. You're currently majoring in creative writing at a university, right? Did that contribute to your recent piece in any shape or form? It's hard to say. I was still in high school when I first wrote Ginkgo Tree. My guess is that it'll affect my future stories more than the current one, Sung Pil said. Nodding, Miss Song moved on to the next question. You're the same age as Yun Woo, correct? At the mention of his friend, Sung Pil nodded and said, yes. And he's also one of our most representative authors. Recently, you two participated in our exhibition event together. What do you think of him? It was a question Sung Pil had been anticipating. He thought of the day of the fishing pond owner's presentation. While he had been looking around the hall with his friend, they had run into some reporters. As soon as Yun Woo had left, they had started bombarding Sung Pil with questions, all of which had been about Yun Woo. It had been at that moment that Sung Pil realized why the event had been drawing so much attention. Yun Woo. At the same time, he also realized that the name itself tended to draw attention, both desirable and undesirable alike. As a rookie author, Sung Pil was in desperate need of exposure. Yun Woo is an author of massive presence. When I was still dreaming of becoming an author, he had already become one. All that to say, he was a competitor who was not to be looked down upon. Did you two get to spend some time talking afterward? Yes, plenty, in fact. Is there a part of you that wants to be as popular as him? Yes, there is. In fact, that ambition was a big part of him. Sung Pil wanted his writing to be read by as many people as possible. As Ms. Song waited patiently for the rookie author's response, he replied, that's it. Sung Pil wanted to determine the path to success himself. He had no intention of bragging about his friendship with Yun Woo. He was very well aware that he still had a lot of catching up to do before he reached his friend's level, which was a humble realization that came to him for the first time since becoming friends with the young author. Sung Pil's goal had been to become a professional author and win the Rookie of the Year award in the end. He had genuinely believed that winning the award would put him on equal footing with Yun Woo, allowing him to compete with his friend as rivals. Although the truth couldn't be further away, Sung Pil didn't necessarily find it upsetting. Meanwhile, as Ms. Song moved on to the next question, the rookie author saw Nam Kyung standing behind her, staring at him intently. Since Yun Woo, you're the first nominee by unanimous decision. What did that feel like? I was stoked. At the same time, I was quite humbled after I read the evaluations. I was reminded that I still had a lot of growing to do. Since your presentation, your name has become one of the most searched names on the internet. The public seems to view your potential in a positive light. What did that feel like? Honestly, the manuscript I had prepared for the presentation was based on my personal experience. I have first-hand experience being ostracized at school, and I know what it's like to be left out and isolated, as well as the desperation of wanting to get out of it. When I turned those emotions into writing on stage, I saw people identifying with what I was writing, which was quite encouraging. There are quite a few reviews out there saying that they were encouraged by your writing. I'm flattered. Ms. Song chuckled quietly at the rookie author's response. Then, just as Sung Pil thought that he had gotten away from questions about Yun Woo, another question about his author friend came up, at which point, Ms. Song asked deliberately, as if to confirm the response. Was it at the event that you saw Mr. Woo for the first time? As an author, yes. Noticing Ms. Song tilting her head at his ambiguous answer, he explained quickly, Yun Woo was remarkable on that stage. So much so that I can't wait to stand by his side. This event was invaluable to me. It taught me so much about myself. The event had been a humbling experience for Sung Pil. It had revealed precisely the areas in which he fell short. On top of that, he had also come to realize that he had more writing to do before he could improve on those areas. Then, as the interview brought up the question, asking about his future plan, Sung Pil paused briefly and replied, I want to be an author who can handle any burden that gets put on me. He wanted to be in a position where he wouldn't be taking advantage of his friend's fame even after revealing their friendship to the public. With that, the interview came to an end, and the group of people who had been gathering in a tight cluster scattered throughout the room. Meanwhile, Nam Kyung stepped out of the room, bring his phone up to his ear. I think the interview will come out well, Ms. Song said, walking toward Sung Pil to talk to him. While they were talking, Nam Kyung came toward them after the phone call, looking unsettled. What's the matter? Miss Song asked. Meanwhile, Nam Kyung looked intently at the rookie author. Sung Pil. Yes. Did you and Mr. Wu know each other in high school? The editor asked, scratching his forehead. At that, the staff members who had been organizing the equipment also looked in their direction. Ms. Song, in particular, had the most peculiar look on her face. How did he know? Sung Pil thought to himself. However, realizing that the answer wasn't far away from him, he looked at the phone in the editor's hand. At which point, Nam Kyung said, an article's turned up. Chapter 311. The attention Yun Woo brought, too. The waiting room. I knew it, Juho murmured as he read through the article. He had received an urgent call from his editor. Based on the pieces of information in the article, the waiting room was the only possible place where the reporter could have found out about the young author's friendship with Sung Pil. Juho had let his guard down since things had happened just after a big public event. Juho looked at the phone on his desk, his friend's voice from a moment ago still lingering in his ears. I'm sorry, Sung Pil had said, sounding sad and adding. I didn't mean to take advantage of your name like that. I'm sure you didn't. Frankly, it didn't matter to Juho whether his friendship with Sung Pil got out to the public or not. Neither had he been lying nor been caught in the act of something morally questionable. Unlike the comments on the internet, Sung Pil had never tried to leverage his friendship with the young author. However, only those who knew Sung Pil as a person knew the truth, and the unfortunate reality of it all was that the world was full of those who didn't know him, including those appearing on the computer screen. Most of them were criticizing Sung Pil for something he had never done, and the matter was only about to get worse if left unattended. There had to be some sort of countermeasure, and Juho thought long and hard about the possible ways to turn the situation around. Then, he realized that Sung Pil needed a place to show his true intentions to the public. On top of that, Juho needed to prove to the fans that he had taken no offense to Sung Pil's seemingly opportunistic endeavor. In order for that to be possible, Sung Pil needed a place where he could freely present his evidence to prove himself with, all the while without damaging himself in any way. At the same time, it had to be a place where people didn't think would give one side an unfair advantage over the other. Although Zelkova had offered to provide a place, Juho was reluctant to receive their help. At that moment, Juho's phone suddenly vibrated and broke the silence, startling him. Geez. Turning toward it, Juho checked the name of the caller on the screen, Pyungjin Lee. With a smile on his face, the young author answered the phone. Mr. Wu, how would you like to be part of my show? The critic got straight to the point, which Juho welcomed. Are we really doing this? Sung Pil asked, still sounding like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. When Juho looked toward him, Sung Pil was staring back at his friend with his mouth slightly parted. Yep. The Great Book Club, Juho replied calmly. You make it sound like you're not part of this. The two were in a car taking them to the broadcasting station. A strange look appeared on Sung Pil's face. I've only seen it on TV. I would have never thought that I'd actually be in it. What? Didn't you do that interview not too long ago as a special guest? The show had been planned as a special episode focused on Yun Woo, and Sung Pil was supposed to make a surprise appearance during the show as a special guest. Both the media and readers had been wanting an explanation about the recent article, which both Juho and Sung Pil meant to offer. Thankfully, finding the right place for it wasn't too difficult. The taping will go as you've been informed. We're going to have some spectators in the studio, so there's going to be a Q&A session at some point. The host will let you know, so you'll know when the time comes. Okay. The main writer reviewed the information the two authors had been given on the taping session with them. As they made their way to the waiting room, Sung Pil got busy looking at his surrounding, completely captivated. Then, the main producer said, We're so glad to have you both together. He seemed genuinely excited to have the two authors. At which, Juho said with a quiet chuckle, Mr. Lee's offer was just so riveting. I couldn't resist. I'm telling you, he's the one who makes our show what it is. Then, the producer looked toward Sung Pil, who was standing there absent-mindedly, and asked, First time on TV? Yes. Don't worry. You don't have to be so nervous. Our writers are very, very experienced, so they'll take good care of you. Right? So, if there's something you'd like to say, don't hold back. Especially if it's about Mr. Wu, the producer said, subtly adding the last part. At which, Sung Pil blinked awkwardly and replied, Will do. Will do what? Juho thought to himself. At that moment, Pyongjin came into the waiting room with a cheerful look about him, similar to the producers. "It is so good to see you here, Mr. Wu," he said, walking toward Juho. His recent review of Juho's most recent book, Alexandria, had been quite generous. That day, the critic was wearing a green necktie, which seemed to catch Sung Pil's attention. "And of course, we can't forget Sung Pil. Pleasure to meet you, sir." "Yes, hello." The two exchanged a brief handshake. "I really liked Ginkgo Tree, as well as your recent presentation. Didn't you say that it felt rigid in places?" "Oh, seems like you read my review." Those words had been part of Pyongjin's review of Sung Pil's story. Although Sung Pil was definitely talented and had potential as an author, there was also room for improvement in his writing. "That's okay. I fully intend on improving myself." "I like your style," the critic said, his smile growing bigger. "Okay then, shall we?" As the three chatted about, they made their way to the set at the producer's beckoning. On their way into it, Juho heard Sung Pil exclaim, impressed by what was around him. Soon, monitors, a series of large cameras hanging high above the ground, and the seats for the audience appeared before his view. At which point, Juho said to Pyongjin, "It feels different from usual. Fancy, isn't it?" As a frequent viewer of the show, Juho was able to tell almost immediately that the atmosphere of the set was slightly different from usual, which was simple and quiet. Now, the set was filled with antique-looking props. "We couldn't invite you and do nothing," the critic whispered to the young author. The host, who was originally a comedian, was already sitting on the round table. As Pyongjin headed toward the center of the set, Juho followed the guidance of a staff member and stood behind it, instructed to come out and introduce himself after the opening sequence. Sung Pil, on the other hand, took a step back since he wasn't making an appearance anytime soon. "Quiet on set," the producer shouted, and as the staff member standing in front of the audience waved in response, the audience grew quiet. As the host started off with the usual opening sequence, they shouted, "The Great Book Club." Bringing up the noticeable change in the set, the host struck up a conversation with the critic, also adding an explanation for having only 2 cast members, unlike usual. "So, we're having a very, very special guest today, which is why our set looks so dazzling. Whatever we're about to get on camera, the cast members and I will get together to watch it all over again." That's right. Today's episode is ultra special. But you know what really makes all this special? It's our audience joining us on the set. As soon as the critic finished his line, the audience erupted into cheers. Because the show had an element of entertainment infused into it, it was somewhat different from a formal interview. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've all been waiting so long for this guest. I'm a huge fan," the host said with an exaggerated expression. At that moment, a camera approached Juho, who had been waiting behind the set for his turn to come out. Juho waved at it, imagining the shot would get cut out. "I lost count of how many times we mentioned his name on this show. We even brought all of his books together for a special episode at one point. Mr. Lee has a lot of good things to say about today's guest in particular. Without further ado, let's invite our guest in, shall we?" The audience answered in loud unison, audible from behind the stage where Juho was. "Go," the producer signaled the young author. As the gate opened to both sides, the crowd started applauding even louder. The red carpet on the floor seemed slightly over the top. "Hello," the host and the critic rose from their seats in order to greet the young author onto the stage. "Everyone you see in the audience has come here to see you today," the host said, pointing toward the audience, where people of all ages were sitting, reminiscent of the recent exhibition event. The most noticeable difference was the difference in eye level between the audience and the people on stage, or in this case, the entire stage. Surrounding the set, the seats were arranged in tiers in a stair-like manner. After taking his seat, Juho took a sip of water, during which the applause continued. "Wow, we've never had our audience applaud for this long. That's Mr. Wu for ya," the host said, calming the audience down. Meanwhile, Pyongjin looked at Juho like he had expected the explosive response from the crowd. "How do you like our new set, Mr. Wu?" "It's very nice. The carpet was really, really soft. This table looks different from the one that's usually around too. I don't recognize this pattern here, either." "You're very sharp. Are you a frequent viewer of our show?" "Yes, I am," Juho replied, listing a number of episodes he had enjoyed in particular. At that, The host acted as if he couldn't believe that he was seeing Yun Woo before his eyes. I never thought the day would come when I would see you before my eyes, Mr. Woo. At which, Juho couldn't do anything but smile. This is your second TV appearance, right? How have you been? I bet it's been hard for you to go outside. I also heard a rumor that you've hired a manager, the host said, bringing up one of the rumors about the young author floating around fan circles. I don't have a manager, actually. I've been able to go out without too much problem. You don't say? That can't be true. The host seemed like he wanted Juho to talk more about his popularity. Okay, how about this? You get in a cab, and the driver recognizes you. At that, Juho brought up a brief anecdote that he had brought up before, to which the host and the critic listened intently. So, what brought you to our show? Mr. Lee here gave me a call, Juho said, adding another anecdote of the things that had taken place between him and the critic. For the sake of the show, the young author gave his best to maintain a good attitude, smiling at even the most uninteresting subject, doing his best to answer all the questions directed toward him. Now, I know this is very rude to ask, but I just have to know. You are the most successful author in this country. You're buttering me up for something, aren't you? How much do you make? At that, Juho noticed the audience trying to listen even more intently. However, he decided not to give a specific number. I make enough. Can't you just tell me? I'm afraid I can't do that. I figure you make enough to afford dozens of imported cars. Am I right? The conversation carried on smoothly, the host asking a series of playful and serious questions. Just like how it focused on the young author, the camera focused on the host, the critic, and then on the crowd. After communicating with the producer with their eyes, the host said, changing the subject, you know, with Mr. Wu in the house, we can't not talk about his books. At that moment, the light changed all of a sudden, and the set grew slightly darker, leaving only the table and its vicinity lit. Listing the books he had published thus far, the host said, on top of that, there's your translation and your short stories. Bestsellers. Every single one of them. Not only have you won a number of literary awards in Korea, but you also won 2 of the most prestigious literary awards for science fiction in the world as the youngest and the first Asian author. Even Kelly Coyne lets you off easy. Although he had been listening quietly, Juho couldn't help but interject at the last part of the sentence. That, I've never heard. The star of this age who's paving a new path in the literary world. Today, we've brought together every single one of Mr. Wu's books. Initially, the conversation started off with the young author's personal favorite of his books, which he had shared previously. I remember us saying that we'd save this discussion for later, when Mr. Wu finally came out. And that day is finally here. Did you see the subtitles written by our producer asking you to contact us? Yes, which is precisely why I'm here. Did you hear that? Juho saw a bright smile on the producer's face. From then on, they briefly touched on the books, discussing characters or interpretations by quoting paragraphs. When they got to Language of God, the discussion went for significantly longer and deeper. Your fame spans the globe. There are quite a few viral videos related to Mr. Wu in some way, like the one where people bet whether or not he'd give a speech at an award ceremony, Pyongjin said. How does it feel knowing that your writing is doing so well, reaching such a wide audience? You're still quite young, the host said, emphasizing the young author's age. After looking toward the audience for a brief moment, Juho replied, I'm definitely thankful. It really makes me want to push myself. Do you ever find yourself getting afraid that all this fame will vanish overnight? Sometimes, Juho said, following the script. Next was Pyongjin's turn. It sounds to me like that has some correlation to the manuscript you presented recently. At that, the host checked his cue cards and nodded. There's been a hot topic regarding Mr. Wu recently. You were on stage with other authors, Mr. Wu. I sure was. And we found out that you have a very special relationship with one of them. Is that correct? The host asked, looking directly at the young author. As he gave an affirmative answer, a loud hiss came out of nowhere. When he looked toward where it had come from, which was in the direction opposite from the one he had come out, he saw an apparatus set up, which was spewing out pillars of white smoke. Then, a part of the set lifted up and Sung Pil came out of it. At which point, the host exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our special guest, Sung Pil. Chapter 312. The attention Yun Woo brought, 3. As Sung Pil came out on set in a slight rush, A disturbance arose in the unsuspecting audience. Soon, though, according to a staff member's instructions, they erupted into applause. Meanwhile, Juho rose from his seat and greeted his author friend gladly, noticing the camera aimed toward him. "You two seem close," the host said without hesitation, and Juho replied calmly, "Of course. We're friends." Then, looking even more curious than he had, the host asked, "So, you two have been friends since high school, correct?" "That's right," Sung Pil replied in a brusque tone. Thankfully, he didn't seem too nervous. "As far as I can remember, there weren't any mention of you being friends with Mr. Wu when he debuted." Then, all of a sudden, an article pops up out of nowhere, saying that you guys have been longtime friends/schoolmates. "We're not exactly schoolmates. We happen to live close to each other. There's not much to it, really." "I don't really get what the fuss is about," Juho said, shrugging. At which, Pyongjin let out a small chuckle and said, "So, initially, you didn't plan on revealing that you were friends with Sung Pil, right?" "No. Although, I think my friend here will be able to answer that question a lot better than I can. I did what I did because that's what my friend wanted." At that, Sung Pil also followed the script in his response to Juho. "Having Yun Woo as your friend is actually quite a lot of fun. It seems that way. But when that friend is an aspiring writer, it becomes a different story," Juho said, and those who knew him all agreed. "You see, I didn't realize that this guy was Yun Woo at first." "Oh, then you became friends with him without knowing that he was Yun Woo." "That's right. When I first heard Yun Woo's voice, I thought it sounded a lot like somebody I knew." The audience listened intently and with interest, which was a good sign. "How did you feel when you found out the truth?" "I don't recall feeling particularly upset because none of it felt real. At least until I debuted anyway. Then, it felt like I was in a whole nother world." "Ah, because you were somewhere where you could feel the impact of who Yun Woo was." "That makes sense," Pyongjin replied, and Sung Pil nodded. After debuting, Sung Pil had found himself in a world where everybody addressed his friend by the name Yun Woo. The reason why the recent exhibition event had drawn so much attention was because of Yun Woo. When I got on that stage, I realized just how little the audience knew about me. Everyone was giving me that blank stare. Of course, it'd be obvious if I said that it wasn't the case for Yun Woo. That experience alone must have made you desire to be famous even more, right? I wanted to be somebody whose presence alone made the crowd go wild. The camera focused on Sung Pil, whose face looked quite serious on the monitor's screen. But I quickly realized that I'd be taking advantage of my friend and his fame just by mentioning his name. So, I told myself that I'd never bring up his name again. At the end of the day, I have respect for myself as well. And that's when things started going south, the host said, and Sung Pil sighed heavily. "I don't know how that reporter found out, but thanks to him, I recently got my first taste of the angry fans on the web. I believe I don't have to remind anybody here of Yun Woo and his fame. Let's just say that the number of comments I got from disgruntled fans was astronomical." "How did that make you feel?" "It was upsetting, and I also felt wronged in some way. But the most upsetting thing by far was that something that I'd promised myself I would never do ended up happening by the actions of others." At that, the producer glanced at the producer and asked, "From what I heard, you said in an interview once that you didn't know Yun Woo in person." "Yes. I participated in an interview before the article turned up. I get a lot of questions about Yun Woo since I'm the same age as him. Although it's not something that I particularly want to talk about, beggars can't be choosers. In this case, the beggar was the rookie author. I believe we have a video clip from that interview ready. Let's take a look, shall we?" With that, the video started playing on one of the monitors on set, and the entire audience turned to it in unison, watching the video of the rookie author's interview. The screen was also showing the date and time of the interview. Judging from the looks on the faces within the audience, the video seemed to have successfully convinced them. "So, what do you think, Mr. Wu?" the host said, moving on to Juho, who had decided to put an end to the matter once and for all. A lot of readers were delighted by Sung Pil's writing during his presentation segment in the exhibition event, including myself. That's something even the name Yun Woo had no control over. It was widely known that the rookie author's presentation had been well received by the public, with which Pyongjin also agreed. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. All that was left was to turn Sung Pil's reputation around. As if having the same thought, the host moved on to Sung Pil, approaching the questions from a different angle. "How's Yun Woo like as a friend?" My guess is that you guys know each other fairly well since you two have been friends since high school. Is there anything juicy that you'd like to share with us? Anything juicy? You know, like his secrets. At that, the audience erupted into cheers. They were clearly interested in the subject. As Sung Pil sat and stared at the audience in a daze, Juho nudged him on the leg. After which, Sung Pil immersed himself in thought for some time and replied, Juho's a good runner. Running, huh? The response was lukewarm at best. Nevertheless, Sung Pil didn't let up and added, whenever we race, he wins 6 out of 10 times. You mean 8? Juho said quietly. No, you're not that fast. I see. But I was hoping for something a little more secretive and riveting, the host said, clarifying the kind of answer he was looking for. After thinking a little longer, Sung Pil replied, there are times when he stares into my eyebrows. I don't think he knows, but I do. At that, Juho chuckled inadvertently. Sung Pil's eyebrows were exceptionally dark, and his heart was hidden deep within him. However, there were those who wanted more from him. That time, the critic stepped in to urge the rookie author. Is there anything writing related? Writing related, Sung Pil murmured, his head dropping lower the longer he got lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, his head sprang back up. There is something. There is. Juho let out, waiting for Sung Pil's answer curiously and patiently, not knowing what to expect. I had a drink with Yunwoo once. I don't know if people are aware of this, but he's particularly exceptional when it comes to describing drunk people or anything that has to do with the subject of alcohol. Of course, he's been exceptional in that area since he was a minor, which I always found odd, Pyungjin said, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then, Sung Pil moved his eyebrows and replied in his low voice, but Juho doesn't like to drink. It was a widely known fact that the young author didn't enjoy drinking. Paying no attention to the response of those around him, Sung Pil had answered in a serious tone. He wasn't afraid to be himself, even on camera. Whenever we drink together, he's always sipping on the same drink the entire time. Yet, he knows all about the hardships associated with alcohol. It really comforted my stomach, especially when I was hungover. It was very intriguing. Is that it? Yes. Is there anything else? Like a building or some land he's bought somewhere? At that, Sung Pil shook his head and said, I didn't even know that he was going to present an incomplete manuscript. I don't think anybody did, the critic said. Then, looking toward Juho, he added, except Mr. Wu, maybe. Then, the host gave Pyungjin the opportunity to talk, giving him an opportunity to remember the young author on the stage of the exhibition hall and speak about it. What stuck out to me right off the bat was the speed with which he came up with those sentences. Yes, speed isn't everything when it comes to writing. One may be a really slow writer, but if they can produce something better that way, then that's the better way to go about writing. Then, catching his breath, the critic on. The thing to keep in mind here is this. Being able to write as fast as Mr. Wu could mean that he requires less thinking. Writing without thinking is much harder than it sounds. One has to be able to ignore everything around and within them, from how the audience is looking at them, the criticisms, the current situations, the ambitions for better sentences. Everything. So, what you're saying is that Mr. Wu writes unhinderedly whether he's on stage, before his readers or not? The host asked. Then, looking toward Juho and asked, are you ever afraid of negative criticism? Juho shook his head. He was human, which meant that he had to be afraid of it at least to some extent. I, too, get really hurt and discouraged whenever I get criticized. I always want to do well. But I wasn't thinking the way Mr. Lee was describing. Is it easy to have a mindset like that? By no means, Sung Pil replied emphatically on Juho's behalf. What about you, Sung Pil? What kind of mindset did you have while writing that day? I just wanted to do a better job than Yunwoo. I was watching his presentation from the second floor along with a few other authors. If I were to describe the atmosphere, it almost felt like I was in Siberia. Everyone felt his lack of concern toward them. Then, just as Juho was about to deny it, Pyungjin beat him to it and said, everyone there felt that way. It got really quiet in the audience too. His story has also gone viral, which we brought up just a minute ago. At that, a disturbance arose from the audience. Everyone was aware of the kind of story the young author had written during his presentation. As the host read the words on his script, Juho sat still and listened quietly. And all of a sudden, the story takes a turn. The protagonist's life keeps spiraling downward beyond the point of recovery. Then, the host brought up the question that had been burning in the minds of the readers. Why, of all stories, did you decide to present the one where the protagonist, named Yun-woo, of all names, goes through a seemingly endless string of failures? I've been very, very curious about that. Originally, I was supposed to present a different manuscript, but when I saw Sung Pil's presentation, I felt as though I couldn't hold the pent-up emotions within me in any longer. And what kind of emotions are we talking about here? If I were to put it into words, they would be a series of emotions that often causes people to misunderstand others, such as jealousy, spite, sense of crisis, empathy, discontentment, consideration, defeat, things of that nature. Hoping for another person's misfortune, and the kind of bitterness that comes when your attempt to comfort someone turns into hypocrisy, depending on where you're standing. I didn't want to hurt anybody, but I didn't want to get hurt, either. There had been authors who had wanted to outperform Yun-woo. Similarly, there had also been those who had desperately wanted Yun-woo to slip. While there had been those who had longed for an answer from Yun-woo, the young author hadn't given them the answer they had been looking for. It had felt as though everything had tangled together in a knot, and Juho had felt an urgent need to untangle it somehow. And that's when I thought of a piece of writing that could encapsulate all those emotions within me. So, in the end, it appears that I wrote that manuscript just because I felt like it, Juho said, summing everything up in simple terms. Most people can't write stories like that even if they want to, Sung Pil murmured quietly. At that moment, Pyung-jin sprung up from his seat, slamming the table in front of him, which shook from the impact. It wasn't a piece that could be described in such simple terms. Caught off guard by the critic's unexpected behavior, Juho asked, "I'm sorry. The Yun-woo within the novel is anything but admirable. If anything, he's the one being punished. He's the moron who makes foolish decisions from start to finish. His success is as brief as the life of a Petrushka doll, which becomes lifeless as soon as it stops dancing. No matter how great a love it receives, a doll is a doll at the end of the day. It's disappointing and bleak. The way his life falls apart has a lot in common with the ranting of a straw doll. Nobody listens to it, nor can it affect anything in any way. In the end, which he wrote on stage, he only accepts questions and gives answers about his books, the very subjects of his jealousy." Unlike the critic who had made a long exposition about his spontaneous manuscript, Juho blinked awkwardly, without saying much. How else could one react to a story like that if not with silence? Not only was Yun-woo young and healthy, but he was also known for his pure and colorful style of writing. Yet, he had written something that completely contradicted his reputation. The Yun-woo within the novel was a character that nobody could have even thought of. Even those who hated the young author and wished the worst upon him wouldn't dare to describe their hate toward him in the way he had during his presentation. How was Yun-woo capable of writing such a realistic depiction of a failed life? That story left your readers an emotional mess. Yet you are summing up a story like that in a few simple words and in such a nonchalant manner, which leaves me feeling extremely dissatisfied. Chapter 3:13. The attention Yun-woo brought. 4. There was desperation in Pyung-jin's voice. Although he clearly wanted something from Juho, the young author didn't have anything to offer. "I understand, but I really wrote that story just because I felt like it." "What made you want to write a story like that?" "Again, I just felt like it." "Okay, it seems like we're not on the same page here," Pyung-jin said, his eyes glaring fiercely at the young author. At which point, the host stepped in to diffuse the tension. "I don't think I've ever seen you so worked up, Mr. Lee." "Haha," the host said, looking like he was enjoying the sudden change of pace. However, they were in a taping session for a show that was going to be aired in the near future. Seeing as though Yun-woo wasn't giving any information, the host felt the need to push forward. The critic's question toward the young author was better suited for an informal occasion. "In that case, we can assume that you were under a lot of pressure when you were writing that story, am I right?" the host asked, changing the subject subtly and skillfully, which Juho welcomed. "Right." The other presenting authors had done a remarkable job with their presentations, so I was very nervous. If I hadn't been writing on that particular stage for that particular event, I think the ending to that story would have looked a lot different. The host smiled as Juho finished speaking. Meanwhile, Pyung-jin seemed quite anxious, as if there was more he wanted to talk about with Yun-woo. However, upon seeing the cameras around them, he collected himself. Now then, let's talk about Alexandria. A very different story from the one you presented on stage, might I add, the host said, and Sung-pil nodded in agreement. Then, the host said to the critic, "Personally, I thought this book was particularly different from most of Mr. Wu's other books, especially the overall humorous atmosphere, which is quite removed from Mr. Wu's usual tendency to write pieces that are more serious and mature. Trace of a Bird is often considered to be the purest of Mr. Wu's books, but that wasn't quite like Alexandria, either. The children within the book are pure and innocent when it comes to their interaction with Alexandria, but outside of that interaction, they're anything but. Which is precisely why we find Alexandria to be so different and original," the critic said. "What inspired you to go outside the box, Mr. Wu?" "It's just part of my work. Writing a new piece often means having to try new things. This time, I wanted to try to come up with a story that took place within a school," Joo-ho replied to the host. After which, Pyung-jin followed up with a question, asking, "Alexandria is by far the most prominent change of this book, who is also the reader's most beloved character. How did you come to think of a character like Alexandria? Was there some sort of motive behind it?" Remembering he couldn't say that the character was based on himself, Joo-ho let out a small sigh and replied, "No. I thought of Alexandria as I was eating with other fellow authors. I felt that she was the character with whom I would be able to depict the subject most effectively." At that moment, Sung-pil raised his hand, and Joo-ho stared at him, caught off guard by his unexpected behavior. As the host gave him a chance to speak, the rookie author said, "I think the character is very reminiscent of Yun-woo." "What?" Joo-ho asked, but Sung-pil didn't give him an answer. At which point, the critic took the opportunity to chime in, his time moving about in a threatening manner. "I find that very interesting, Sung-pil. You see, I thought just the opposite. I thought Alexandria was the mirror image of its creator in many ways. Is that so? Please, do tell us more," the host said, giving the floor to Pyung-jin. At which point, the critic, being the experienced book critic that he was, said, "When we think of the name Yun-woo, the first adjective that comes to mind is young. On the contrary, Alexandria is the oldest person in her school. Although she moves forward in life one step at a time, Mr. Wu rose to the top almost in the blink of an eye, rising to stardom with his debut title and receiving international recognition for his first attempt at a fantasy novel." Nobody had an opposing argument to the critic emphasizing the rate at which the young author's life and career had progressed. "What do you think, Sung-pil? What's your take on the subject matter?" the host asked, looking at him. "Slow wasn't one of the words that came to my mind as I was reading the book. Rather, I got a sense of abundance. Her age, her memories, her experience." At that, a subtle response came from the audience. Not only did she know a lot, but there was just as much she didn't know. There were plenty of things she struggled with and needed to adapt to. On top of that, she also had plenty of ambition and determination. That time, the audience responded more noticeably to the author, as if identifying with his statement. "I felt similarly when I saw Yun-woo. He writes an incredible amount. When we were in high school, something about Joo-ho, in this case, Yun-woo, made me feel like we weren't the same age. He'd almost look better standing behind the podium than sitting at a desk. Does that mean he was mature?" "No, not exactly," Sung-pil said, turning toward Joo-ho. Then, he started sharing the thoughts he had been having about his friend leading up to that point, saying, "He's just inherently different from me. Like now, he's the same, whether or not he's surrounded by cameras. He's always calm and unfazed. Whenever there's trouble, he's often doing all the damage control." Then, looking up into the air, he added, "If I were Yun-woo, I would have gone around telling people who I was. Think about it. It's a major bragging right, but I also don't have the patience to keep it to myself. Besides, it makes it even more tempting when all of your friends are starting to express interest in writing." But Yun-woo wasn't like that. He didn't say a word about his identity. I haven't seen him get mad to this day. On the other hand, I couldn't stand that I was getting insulted by people who hardly knew me. This friend of mine really knows how to take a beating, no matter how bad or insulting it gets, all without saying a word. At the same time, I don't think he's holding it in either, which makes him even more mysterious. He's well off, Yet, he's never extravagant. He's the most impulsive in the most crucial, urgent moments. He gives up on an award after giving it his best in a contest and comes up with an alternate writing style just to avoid people finding out who he is. All that to say, he's quite the oddball. As the host repeatedly asked the rookie author questions, Juho noticed that he was dragging the subject on. He had to be milking it for as much information on Yunwoo as possible. So, what are some things that you consider as his flaws? The host asked in a mischievous tone. At which, Sung Pil replied in a calm tone of voice, "Everything I've said up to this point." The audience burst into laughter. "Is that true?" The host asked, looking at Juho. "I guess that's how he sees me," the young author said evasively. "BOM agrees with me. Glad to hear that you two have gotten closer," Juho said. BOM and Sung Pil had to have talked about him at some point. "Now it's getting personal," Pyungjin said with a satisfied smile, and applause came from the audience. Although Juho wasn't sure why they were applauding, the audience seemed to be welcoming something. Thankfully, Sung Pil didn't know any sensitive information about Juho. However, the young author wasn't used to another person talking about him. As he scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat awkward, the host asked, "You go over to Mr. Wu's house from time to time, don't you?" Sung Pil replied, "Yes." "Do you ever come across a manuscript for a novel that hasn't been released yet?" "No, that's never happened." "Do you two talk about each other's writing often?" I'm not sure," Sung Pil said, dragging on and looking toward Juho. At which point, the young author took over and said, "I feel like we used to talk about my writing a lot more before he knew I was Yunwoo." "Ah, that makes sense. There had to have been times when he talked openly about your books in front of you, then, right? We ran into each other at a bookstore once while he was buying a Yunwoo book. That was when Sound of Wailing had just come out." Pyungjin seemed quite intrigued. After a brief summary of the situation, Juho kept on, and he started reading in front of me. I felt kind of uncomfortable, so I tried to give him subtle cues to stop reading, but he just kept going. "It was Yunwoo's new book. How could I not?" Sung Pil interjected. "So, did he have anything bad to say about the book?" "I highly doubt that. There aren't enough good things to say about Sound of Wailing," Pyungjin said quietly. If anything, Juho was the harshest to himself, more than anybody, Sung Pil said, reminiscing to that time. Of course, being the sharp person that he was, Pyungjin wasn't going to let that slide. "Was he now?" he asked. "Yes. Back then, I just thought he really didn't like Yunwoo. Unlike with other authors, he became really harsh when it came to Yunwoo. Now that I think about it, maybe he had been preparing for that stage all along." "Mr. Wu has always been modest," the host said, and since he couldn't deny it completely, Juho smiled awkwardly. The young author was always thinking about his failure. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze from the critic, glaring intently at him as if observing him. Upon glancing over at him briefly, Juho looked away. Meanwhile, considering the time and the situation, the host moved on to the next segment of the show. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. The Q&A. At that, the audience erupted into cheers and applause. Judging from the questionnaire in the hands of every member of the audience, it was clear that they had a lot of questions. Each member of the audience had been given a number prior to the taping, and the host was to pick a number at random, giving the respective person the chance to speak. "Could we get the microphone to the gentleman over there?" the host said, and a microphone was given to a certain member of the audience. After briefly introducing himself, the audience member went straight to the question. "So, I was at the exhibition event not too long ago and watched the presentation, and I was quite moved by Mr. Wu's writing process. I was just blown away by his speed and the precision in his writing." I can only imagine. "So, what kind of question do you have for Mr. Wu today?" "I was wondering if you've ever found yourself getting distressed or upset in any way while writing such a tragic story like that. That story was actually quite frightening, even for the audience." "That's a good question," the critic murmured. Upon finishing the question, the audience member put the microphone down, and the host repeated a short summary of his question back to him, which was, "Does writing a self-deprecating story like that have an emotional effect on the author?" After some contemplation, the young author replied, "If I were to get straight to the point, no, I didn't mind one bit. I didn't feel upset or bothered in any way." That time, the host asked a question, "Even if it was about you?" "It wasn't about me, actually. It just so happened that the protagonist had the same name as me. It'd be slightly far-fetched to say that I was depicting myself in that story. Me being here, on set, today is the proof of that, Juho replied, shaking his head. But don't you get anxious still? Insecure that what happened in the story might happen to you in real life? Sure, that's one way of putting it, but it's hardly any different from what I feel while reading a novel with a tragic ending. A dystopian novel, for example. Although the story had been born from a place of anxiety, his writing was proof that he had digested his emotions. At the same time, it was also both depiction and expression. As Juho clarified, the host asked no further about it. Okay, let's move on. Next person, the host said, picking another number at random. That time, the audience member who rose from the seat was a middle-aged woman, who kept looking to her side as if she had come with her daughter. So, I read Alexandria fairly recently. It was the first book I've read in 30 years, but I just couldn't put it down. Before I knew it, I ended up reading all of your books, Mr. Wu. Wow, that's dedication. So, what did you want to know about Mr. Wu, ma'am? You have the chance to ask the question that's been burning in your mind. Ask away. At that, the audience member asked in a serious tone, I wanted to know what the characters' lives would look like after the story. Chapter 314. The attention Yun Wu brought. 5. After reading Alexandria, the certain member of the audience found herself yearning to read it all over again. Although the story was only a book cover away, her chest ached as though she had gone through a heartrending breakup. The fact that the book was no longer new to her was, in some sense, equivalent to a breakup. She wanted to get to know Alexandria better, imagining the protagonist's life and identifying with it. She wanted the story to last just a little longer. It was clear that she had grown quite attached to the character. Whenever she would bring up the name Alexandria, her face lit up, as if talking about a friend who she hadn't seen in ages. I wanted to ask about Alexandria in particular. I think I've grown really attached to her. Does she ever graduate from school? Does she ever get a job? Her questions also stirred up curiosity among the other members of the audience around her. The novel only contained one particular year of Alexandria's life, which she had spent at school, leaving readers guessing as to how her life turned out. After some contemplation, Juho replied, I'm sure she'll part ways with her classmates and make new friends as she goes up a grade. She'll probably find herself desiring after new things, and she'll work toward that like she's always done. How long does she live for? The member of the audience asked curiously and concernedly. You know, I never thought about that. How far do you go with character development? The host asked curiously. Of course, Juho had also thought about the end of Alexandria's life. Humans were bound to die at some point in their lives, and this principle remained true in the novel. Although Alexandria had still been full of vigor when Juho had first met her, there was no promise that she would be the same if he were to see her again. Looking toward the member of the audience, Juho gave an honest answer. That I don't know. But, you're the author, the audience member said, implying that he should have an answer as the creator of the character. However, the young author was not nearly as capable and all-knowing as the audience member had assumed. He had no idea of when Alexandria would meet her demise. Her death wasn't something he had had in mind when he had first created her. While a part of him wanted her to be around forever, another part of him had actually made it a reality, which was further proof that he wasn't a god. All I know is that there are moments when I feel that her life is nearing the end. Whenever she forebodes her own death, I put it into writing. It's a premonition, so you never really know what could happen until it actually does. When Alexandria complained to him, as the author, Juho listened. Couldn't you write a sequel? The audience member said, and the people around him weighed into her suggestion by erupting into applause. People wanted more of the story. I can't say, Juho said ambiguously. At which, Pyongjin added, I'm sure Mr. Wu will when the time comes. Haha, I agree. At that moment, a shout came from the audience. What about Language of God? Come again, the host asked, and the same voice replied in an even louder voice. The Language of God series. Ah, Language of God. Yeah. At the mention of Yun Wu's longest and most epic series, the audience looked at Juho with even more interest. Similarly, the host turned and looked toward the young author. Language of God is definitely the book that's most appealed to the masses. What do you have to say to your readers, Mr. Wu? Should they expect good news? Juho felt conflicted seeing the anticipation in the eyes within the audience. Since he didn't have any solidified plans, he couldn't give a solid answer, which left him to give the same answer he always gave. It's hard to say. At that, the audience started grumbling, and the host leveraged that atmosphere, rushing him for an answer. Can't you give any specifics? I'm pretty sure the world is watching. I guess I really have to think about what I say then. Maybe just a snippet? Is there a story you have in mind? A direction that you wanted to take? That I have. What is it? Although it was still an idea that was yet to even take shape, there was a part of the series that Juho had always wanted to expound on. Noticing the camera focusing on him, Juho replied, I'd focus on the past more than the future. The story of the four companions within Language of God had long been over. Although it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to have the same characters to go on a whole new journey, Juho wanted to focus more on the past and the history of the cultures the four companions experienced during their journey. The languages of those cultures had been slightly more complicated and somewhat ambiguous during their transitional period in the past, which was precisely the time period Juho wanted to focus on. It was the period in which the development of the languages was at its peak. Is there going to be any backstory for God? Or the traitor for that matter? Pyungjin asked, obviously well acquainted with the book. The mythology within the series had been the most integral part of the novel, which provided readers a picture of what the past Juho wanted to focus on looked like even after generations had passed. Perhaps not. The audience grumbled at the author's ambiguous answer again. Although Juho didn't want to disappoint his readers, there was no other answer he could give them since nothing was set in stone. Clenching his hands into fists, the host expressed his discontentment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's still hope, right? Let's wait just a little longer. At that, the audience gave an affirmative answer in loud unison. A story that took place in the same world as Language of God. Although Juho tried playing around with the idea in his head, nothing came to him. Next person? Here. Another member of the audience responded as they were given the microphone. A man of small stature, he was wearing a pair of glasses. I loved the film adaptation of Trace of a Bird. My understanding is that Myung-Ju Moo, from the movie, was at your signing event recently. Are you still close with the actors and actresses in the movie? That did happen. That's a good one. A lot of people have been wanting to know about that. Questions about the movie, Trace of a Bird, were quite common. Not only had the movie been commercially successful, but it had also been critically acclaimed, which had been proven by the fans of the original novel recognizing its film adaptation. After some thought, Juho said, Honestly, I don't see any of them that often. I was still anonymous when the movie was still in production, so we hardly ever met in person. Yun-Woo's face hadn't been known to the public back then, and Juho had wanted his identity to remain hidden. Besides, I had no intention of being part of the production. I just wanted to be able to enjoy the movie as another viewer. So, at the end of the day, the position I was in wasn't all that different from the one everyone else in here was. I'm just another fan of the movie. Do you keep in touch with the actors and actresses? Occasionally. Did you really not know that Myung-Ju Moo was going to be at your signing? No, I didn't. I was genuinely caught off guard when I saw him too. From then on, after receiving a few more questions, Juho answered them with sincerity. Then, as the microphone went to the last person, the audience member asked, Do you consider Sung Pil your rival? Looking at his friend, who was sitting next to him, Juho replied, I remember growing kidney beans for a school project once. Whenever I think about that, I realize just how much my friend here has in common with those beans. Sung Pil's eyebrows winced at Juho's unexpected analogy. Paying no attention to it, Juho kept on. Once you plant the bean, you don't see anything but dirt the first day. But the next day, the bean already starts sprouting, and the next day, the stalk starts to come up, and the following day, the leaves start growing. All that happens within the span of 1 week. Looking at the pace it grew, the bean looked like it had taken root as though it would grow into the sky. I've never seen a plant backing away from something. Sung Pil's writing is kind of like that, which keeps me on my toes. Pyungjin exclaimed quietly, impressed. Meanwhile, with his eyes widened, the host asked Sung Pil, Mr. Wu seems to have a lot of good things to say about your writing. What do you have to say, Sung Pil? I'm already aware that Yun-Woo's been keeping me in check, he said. At which point, the critic's exclamation turned into a subtle chuckle. Nevertheless, the rookie author didn't let up, and I'm going to do my best to overcome the burden that gets put on me by my friend here. As the segment came to an end, the audience erupted into applause. Indicative of the show's title, the topic naturally moved on to the subject of books. Is there a book that you guys have particularly enjoyed recently? I like to binge-read books written by the same author. I read One Room by Seo Jung-on again recently, and I found myself completely hooked, Sung Pil said, beating Juho to it. I remember discussing that book, the host said, weighing in on Sung Pil's recent obsession. Have you ever met him in person? No, Sung Pil said. What about you, Mr. Wu? You know him personally, don't you? You two have even published a book together. I do, Juho said, nodding. You should introduce your friend to Mr. On one of these days, the host said, an idea that Juho didn't find to be bad. I think I will, Juho said. Then, the critic immediately followed up with another question. What about you, Mr. Wu? Is there a book that's left a deep impression on you? The Full Moon, Juho said without hesitation. As if welcoming his answer, Pyung-jin's eyes sparkled with interest. The Full Moon is a book that reminded readers of Mr. Lim's amazing talent. It's very popular among the younger generation as well. It seems that you've enjoyed it yourself, Mr. Wu. I didn't just enjoy it. I got so sucked in that I forgot about writing my own book, Juho said. Do you meet with Mr. Lim in person often? The host asked the young author, curious about his relationship with the literary great. However, they weren't quite close enough for Juho to be able to brag about it. Although he shook his head, the host didn't let up. While Juho was thinking about changing the subject, another person came to mind. Actually, there's this novel that I've been really looking forward to. Really? Please, do tell, the host said, looking somewhat reluctant to move on. Nevertheless, that was exactly what Juho wanted him to do. Did you hear anything about Gun Woo-yu? Not that I can remember. Is he coming out with a new book? He's in the same club as you, isn't he? Yes, he is. Before moving on to the next topic, the host took time to briefly mention the author. He's known for being one of Yoon Seo-baek's pupils. He's written a successful debut title by using the jarring subject of cannibalism. And he's also known for his participation in the literary magazine, The Beginning and the End. Right. When I checked last time, he had recently announced the release date for his book, Juho said. However, there was no response from the audience whatsoever. Only Pyung-jin nodded in agreement. He told me a little bit about the story not too long ago, and it was quite interesting. I'm planning on going to the bookstore and buying it the day it's released, Juho said. Mr. Yu's writing tends to drag a little, the critic said. And it's that depressing vibe his writing carries that I really like. You see, his worries and concerns really shine in his writing. He excels at writing about subjects like fascism or nationalism too. He might sound pitiful in his writing, but it's not exactly ominous, either. He might sound weak and vulnerable, but he's unyielding at the same time. Timid, yet bold. What I really admire about him is that he's not afraid to dive into the very things he regrets to bring about a story. A story written by such an interesting person is bound to draw the reader's attention. As for me, I won't think twice about buying Gun Woo-yu's book when it comes out. Sounds to me like you're a fan. Yes, I am. From then on, they talked about Gun Woo just a little longer, and Sung Pil shared that he had also read Gun Woo's book. Now, I hate to be the one to say this, but we're all out of time for today. Why don't we wrap up with one? Last question? The host said. Then, looking away from his script, he asked, how would you like to be remembered by your readers in the future? At that moment, Juho noticed the cameras focusing on him, capturing every subtle change in his expression. Clenching his lips tightly on purpose, he replied, I gotta try not to be forgotten, first of all. That's just silly. How can anybody forget your name? As the idle talk around them faded away, the question went to Sung Pil, who repeated the same answer from his first interview. Finally, with the host's energetic closing remark, the taping session came to an end. Wonder how this will turn out, Sung Pil said. To which, Juho answered confidently, I'd say pretty okay. Chapter 315. The Attention Yoon Woo Brought, 6. Finally, Yoon Woo makes an appearance in the Great Book Club. The truth is out. Sung Pil appears in the Great Book Club. A special guest? An unexpected appearance in the Yoon Woo special. Q&A session in the Great Book Club. Yoon Woo answers burning questions from his fans. Who is Yoon Woo? A closer look. The youthfulness of a 20-year-old author. The Great Book Club reveals the mystery that is Yun Wu's personal life. First entertainment show appearance. Yun Wu's eloquence leaves fans charmed. The secrets behind Yun Wu's writing? A closer look at his talent. A closer look at Yun Wu's spontaneous ending for his story at the exhibition. Events presentation. Behind-the-scenes story of the presentation? Yun Wu shares his experience. The moment we've all been waiting for. Yun Wu finally appears on TV. Alexandria, according to Yun Wu, and how he approaches his characters. The fans react to the Great Book Club, Yun Wu special. The show's viewership hits an all-time high. The truth behind Sung Pil's friendship with Yun Wu. Sung Pil wasn't trying to take advantage of their friendship. Sung Pil shares information about his high school friend, Yun Wu. Fans fired up with excitement. Sung Pil's interview prior to his friendship with Yun Wu going public revealed. I don't know him in person. The Full Moon, by Hyun Do Lim. The book that left a deep impression on Yun Wu. What is it about? Gun Woo Yu, the author praised by Yun Wu. Who is he? The web goes wild. Gun Woo Yu's new release on the rise. What happened? Gun Woo Yu, a pupil of Yun Seo Baek, rises to fame overnight after Yun Wu's mention of him. Who is Gun Woo Yu? We wrote together at one point. One of the participating authors of the literary magazine, The Beginning and the End. Oh, Yun Wu. On TV. Finally. He's finally on the Great Book Club. Pyongjin Lee must be having the time of his life. I wanted to see Yun Wu on that show so badly. It's just priceless to see your favorite author on your favorite show. The stuff they were talking about was really interesting too. Sung Pil was on the show too. It turns out, it was the reporter who stirred the pot. Sung Pil probably went through hell after that. Poor guy. I was watching his original interview, and the interviewer was trying so desperately to tie him to Yun Wu. What's even more impressive is that Sung Pil doesn't ever mention Yun Wu, not once. I didn't even know who that was. I just thought he was known for being Yun Wu's friend. That was the vibe that most articles up to this point gave off. You know what's funny? People were in love with him after his presentation at the exhibition event, but they start trash-talking the guy as soon as they found out that the two were friends. Personally, I loved Sung Pil's presentation. I believe the story is getting made into a book. It won't be long before everyone realizes that he has more than what it takes to make it as an author, with or without Yun Wu. Sung Pil was the first one to get people to cheer like that. Am I the only one who's in love with his eyebrows? His eyebrows are hilarious. Apparently, Yun Wu has been staring at them the entire time they've known each other. Can we talk about his age for a second? This guy is young. He's super talented for his age. He just happened to debut at a bad time. As in, when Yun Wu's around. I agree. People tend to underestimate him, especially when he's standing side by side with Yun Wu. He's already publishing a second story at the age of 20 for goodness sake. I just read Gun Woo Yu's book, actually. Super depressing, but super good. Now, I see why Yun Wu loves him so much. I loved his book on cannibalism. I think it's the epitome of who Gun Woo Yu is as an author. His books are depressing, but he takes something as jarring and frightening as cannibalism and creates something so beautifully harmonious. His books are moving up lists across all online bookstores. This goes to show how influential Yun Wu's words can be. Let's be honest, how many people even knew about him before Yun Wu brought up his name? I'm sure there were quite a few people who'd read his short story In the Beginning and the End, but it probably wasn't all that popular. Every single author in that magazine knows what they're doing, so they each have their own fan base. Personally, I'm on Team Dae Soo Na. I think it's because Gun Woo Yu debuted last of that group. He's published the least number of books, too. I fully intend on buying that book Yun Wu mentioned. I'd love to see more of Gun Woo Yu's books. Thanks. At Gun Woo's exceedingly serious and heavy tone of voice, Juho couldn't help but chuckle. About what? Giving me a shout-out. Gun Woo had been stoked as of late. Since the show had aired, Gun Woo had become one of the most popular names on the internet. His name was constantly being mentioned, even as he and Yun Wu were speaking, as people discussed his older stories and the new story that was about to be published. I'm not used to all this attention, but it sure feels good to get recognized, Gun Woo said. However, his fame also meant that Juho wouldn't be able to see his usually exhausted and depressed expression as much. I've never been gladder to know you. Gunwoo said. I hardly did anything. I only brought up your name because you're a good writer. Others who've read your books would agree with me. If Gunwoo hadn't been all that great of a writer, it wouldn't have occurred to Juho to even mention his name. Even if he had mentioned him then, the fans wouldn't have responded even remotely as intensely as they were currently. Gunwoo's recognition was the fruit of his labor. I guess that's true, Gunwoo said, chuckling awkwardly. Then, the air sank into silence shortly after. My book is already going into its second printing, even when it's still in the pre-order stage. This must be what it's like to live in your world. As Gunwoo grew somber, Juho also remained quiet. Soon, along with some noise in the background, Gunwoo's voice came from the receiver of Juho's phone once again. But, he said, sounding as depressed as his usual self, if this book doesn't do well, then none of this will last, will it? Blinking awkwardly for a brief moment, Juho replied, That goes without saying. Ag, Gunwoo let out. I thought you were confident. In your book, I was until suddenly I became the center of attention. I wasn't expecting to be the talk of the town like this. You don't think the book will flop, do you? I doubt it. You put a lot of time and effort into it. That I did. I remember being satisfied with the result. My publisher liked the manuscript too. But why am I so anxious? Beats me. You know what? It's going to be fine. I'm proud of how it turned out this time. As Juho listened to him haphazardly, he remembered Gunwoo's past out of nowhere. Gunwoo had almost thrown the manuscript of his successful debut title away at one point. There was no end to his discouragement. In order to prevent him from getting any worse, Juho comforted him. It'll be okay. Junsu thinks you did a remarkable job. Does he now? When did he say this? Wait, no. He knows me too well. There's no way he looked at my writing from an objective perspective. Although, his words turned out to be less than effective. What happens now? What do you mean? The pressure is getting unbearable. I feel like I'm getting crushed. I thought he was thanking me, just me now, Juho thought to himself, confused. What if my book is a massive disappointment? What if I let everyone down? Then, that's that. How are you so nonchalant? Is it because it's none of your business? Okay, Gunwoo, let's think about your situation for a little bit. You were on cloud 9 just now, but you got sad and depressed all of a sudden, right? That also means the opposite can happen. And, before you know it, you'll start feeling better. You don't have to make this harder for yourself. At that, Gunwoo's frivolous response came from Juho's receiver. I can't take this. I'm still anxious and I don't know what to do with myself. I'm going to try giving my editor a ring. I'm hanging up now. Thanks. Thanking Juho at the last minute, Gunwoo hung up the phone. Guess that's just who he is, Juho thought to himself. Carelessly putting his phone on his desk, imagining Gunwoo regretting his attitude on the phone with Juho as his book turned into a massive success. All right then, time to get to work, Juho said, stretching his hands and reaching for a pen. He had been in the middle of writing about freedom, writing down any sentence that came to mind. The bigger his stacks of failed manuscripts became, the closer he got to the release date of Gunwoo's book. My books have been selling several times more than before, Sung Pil said. Since the show had aired, his debut title had been selling at an increasing rate. After his appearance on The Great Book Club, the rookie author had made several TV appearances, as well as a good number of interviews. I wasn't expecting my book to become a bestseller after being on TV. I realized then just how powerful Yunwoo and the media could be, and how important it is to promote yourself. The name, Yunwoo, is definitely a great promotional tool. It is so weird. My story is getting printed in massive quantities, put on display in the most visible spots in bookstores. What's even weirder is that people are buying it. Looking at Sung Pil, Juho asked, You go to the bookstore a lot these days, huh? Juho asked. For this and that. While I'm there, I get some books. I know where you're coming from. I also used to go a lot when my book first came out. A lot of people have been asking me about you. Because of his friendship with Yunwoo, Sung Pil quickly found himself being the main target of the curious fans who wanted to know more about his mysterious author friend. Not only were they curious about their stories, which they had mentioned on TV, but they also tried to get more information on Yunwoo through the rookie author. But that's nothing new. You mean it's happened before? When was this? Juho asked, unsure as to when it could have happened. At which, Sung Pil replied in his usual brusque tone of voice, Remember the time when I got your award instead of you in that contest? One of the professors who handed me the trophy had a lot of questions, asking me about your whereabouts, if you were really not at the ceremony, if I knew anything about you, or what you looked like. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. That's because I'm telling it to you for the first time. I told him that I didn't know, and that was when. He congratulated me. I gotta say, those were probably the most insincere congratulations I've ever gotten. That's when I thought to myself that I wanted to include that in one of my novels in the future. While Juho was conflicted as to whether he should be laughing or crying, the expression on Sung Pil's face didn't change one bit. In the end, letting out a small sigh, Juho said, I guess that means we just do things the way we've always done. Yep. Although the two found themselves in a situation different from the past, it hardly had an effect on their course of action. Sung Pil was still Juho's friend, and he still went over to his friend's house on a fairly regular basis. At that moment, as Sung Pil nodded, the doorbell rang, and it wasn't hard to guess who was on the other side of the door. I'm here, Bom said, greeting the two with a black plastic bag in one of her hands, which appeared to be filled with bottles judging from the clinking sound that came from it. How many did you get? Juho asked. Then, spreading 4 of her fingers, she replied, Just enough, right? Yep, Sung Pil said. Bom had come over to Juho's house in order to celebrate Sung Pil's debut title becoming the bestseller. With alcohol, of course. Watching Sung Pil and Bom start taking and pulling the bottles out of the bag without delay, Juho also picked up a glass for himself. At which, Sung Pil asked, Are you going to drink? You see, I read a book recently that made me crave a drink, Juho said, fiddling about with his glass. Really? Which book? The one I'd been looking forward to, Juho said, and Sung Pil caught on to it immediately. But it hasn't been released yet, has it? Oh, he sent me a few copies. I'll give you one later if you want. Sure. What are you guys talking about? Which book? Bom asked, looking confused. The book that will make Gun Wu Yu one of the finest authors around, Juho replied. Then, he raised his glass, filled it with soju, stared briefly at the surface of the liquid bulging from the top, and emptied the glass. Meanwhile, his two friends stared intently at the young author and his unusual behavior. The sensation of the alcohol going down the throat was reminiscent of the feeling that Gun Wu's new book carried. With that, the young author flipped his glass upside down and said, Okay, I'm done. I'm going to drink some water. That's it. I thought you were going to drink with us. Nah, I care about my health, Juho said, washing the alcohol down in his throat with water. Meanwhile, his two friends filled each other's glass and changed the subject. Man, the class went on forever today, Bom said, grumbling, adding that there had been mention of Sung Pil's name during class. The professor really seems to like you. He treated me to some food along with a few seniors, too. That sounds uncomfortable. The food was good, though, as if she couldn't imagine herself in that picture. Bom shook her head. Well, tell me about your presentations. There's not much to tell. Come on, she said, narrowing her eyes. Instead of attending the event, she had been working on a piece of writing of her own. Were you nervous at all? A little bit. I just wanted to beat him, Sung Pil said. Were you able to see the faces in the audience? I don't remember. Yes, I was. Did anyone try to barge onto the stage? If anyone had, you'd have already read about it on the news. There was someone who shouted while Juho was presenting. Bom asked an array of questions. The more questions they answered, the less drink remained in the bottles. As the number of empty bottles grew, Juho sipped on his water. It felt good, didn't it? Bom asked Sung Pil, who seemed clueless as to what she was referring to. When people cheered for you, your books are flying off the shelves. You're practically following in Yun Wu's footsteps. An ambiguous look appeared on Sung Pil's face. However, he didn't deny it. I was so anxious when this whole scandal between you and Juho broke out. But hey, everything worked out. I don't know who's behind writing the article that started all of that, but I'm sure he's not going to be happy about it, Bom said with a cheerful smile, similar to Sung Pil, who was smiling more subtly. I'm sure tomorrow morning you won't be happy about how much you had to drink, either, Juho said, warning her as she guzzled down her drink. Of course, Bom paid no attention to her friend. Chapter 316, The Genius with an Iron Stomach, 1. I should have just stayed home, Sung Pil murmured, letting out a small sigh. No matter how hard he tried, his queasy stomach kept him from paying attention in class. Feeling like throwing up, he walked out of the classroom and sat by the stairs. Although he had felt fine when he had woken up that morning, reading a certain book just before breakfast had proved troublesome. Despite feeling like the words had kept floating about before his eyes, Sung Pil simply hadn't been able to put the book down. "I drank way too much yesterday," he said, regretting his decisions from the day before. The physical education majors were playing soccer in the distance, shouting something. The sight of the ball rolling across the field alone was enough to make Sung Pil feel even more nauseous. He massaged his temples in an attempt to improve his state, but to no avail, which inevitably put him in a bad mood. At that moment, "Hey, you're that Sung Pil, aren't you?" somebody called to the rookie author. When he looked back, he saw somebody with a bushy bleached hairdo, an upperclassman who Sung Pil barely knew. "Heard you're friends with Yunwoo?" he asked in a friendly manner, and Sung Pil was very well aware of why the upperclassman was even talking to him, as if completely oblivious to the apparent look of suffering on Sung Pil's face. He walked toward the rookie author and stood in front of him. Looking up at the upperclassman, who was standing against the sun, was quite daunting in the state Sung Pil was in. "Let me talk to him on the phone, will ya?" the upperclassman asked, at which Sung Pil couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling provoked, all without a way to control it. It wasn't just the hangover, either. He remembered the book he had read that same morning. In it was a sense of inferiority and defeat. Sung Pil was well acquainted with the emotions within the book, and the entire story felt like he'd been reading about his own life. Gunwoo's writing had caused the rookie author to reflect on everything he had gone through up to that point in his life. "Weren't you talking trash about me not too long ago? Saying that I was taking advantage of Yunwoo?" The upperclassman had been among the group of people who had insulted the rookie author for his friendship with Yunwoo. As if feeling exposed, he brushed his hair up with his fingers, which was much too stiff and messy to keep in control. "That wasn't me," he said insincerely and without a care in the world. Sung Pil remembered having had trouble tolerating a situation like that when Had was younger. He couldn't ignore it, either. He hadn't been able to stand people whose words and actions weren't in sync with each other. Their presence alone had often been highly bothersome. Now, for the first time in a very long time, he found himself revisiting those emotions. "No," Sung Pil said, deeply annoyed. "Why not? I'll throw up on you if you keep bothering me." However, the upperclassman didn't let up despite the rookie author's warning. "Must be nice having Yunwoo as a friend." "Yes, quite so. Does he ever buy you stuff?" At that moment, Sung Pil sprung up from his seat. He had no time or energy to deal with the insensitive upperclassman. As Sung Pil retched toward him, the upperclassman leapt back, frightened. In the state Sung Pil was in, throwing up was as easy as shaving his eyebrows off. Fully intending on vomiting all over the upperclassman, the rookie author charged at him, at which the upperclassman kept backing up until he fell on his back, making a scene. Looking down at him, a thought, which felt more like the book talking to him, occurred to Sung Pil. It said, "This is why you don't get along with others." "Here, I have some tissues," the upperclassman said as he got back up and took a few pieces of tissue out of his bag, which was something he would have more need for if Sung Pil were to vomit on him. Looking at the crumpled-up tissues in the upperclassman's hand, Sung Pil couldn't help but feel empty inside. Letting out a small sigh, he took the tissues, almost as if snatching them. "I better drink some water." Walking out of the campus, Sung Pil made his way to the convenience store. Although he didn't want to eat or drink anything, he needed something with which to comfort his stomach. After pretending to retch, he was actually starting to feel like vomiting. "Maybe I should just take something instead," he said, changing direction midway. Since neither of the places was too far off, he decided to go to the pharmacy instead. Upon seeing him, the pharmacist offered him a hangover recovery drink and a can of some beverage, as if well acquainted with young, hungover customers like Sung Pil. He took the pill and swallowed it almost immediately. "You're that author, aren't you?" the pharmacist asked after staring intently at him. "You're friends with Yunwoo, right?" "Yes. Heard he's a good writer." "Is that true?" "Yes." The pharmacist chuckled, as if finding Sung Pil's answer funny. "It's hard being around a friend who's so successful, isn't it?" "Not really. I was like that when I was younger, too. I was an aspiring singer. You see, I had a rival." Sung Pil looked up at the pharmacist at the word rival. However, Being completely oblivious about where the rookie author's interest lay, the pharmacist kept on with his life story. I didn't stand a chance against him. He's still going strong. Do you know that one singer? That's my friend. You want to see a picture? Sure, Sung Pil said. Looking at the picture the pharmacist was showing him of someone who the rookie author didn't recognize. The shiny jacket was about the only memorable thing. I went through some tough times. I was so jealous of his talent. I see, Sung Pil replied haphazardly. However, the pharmacist didn't let up. I still found my own path, though. However, this friend of mine, he might be successful, but nowhere near as successful as Yunwoo. Something tells me that you're in a much more difficult position than the one I was in. Not really. Stand tall, young man. Don't lose hope. Although Sung Pil couldn't understand what the pharmacist was talking about, he gave an affirmative answer since he didn't want to talk any longer. As he put the empty bottle in the trash can, the pharmacist asked, "You don't think you could get me an autograph from him, do you?" Feeling his patience reaching its limits, the rookie author said, "I'm throwing up right here, right now." "No way. Not here. There's a restroom in the next building over," the pharmacist said, handing Sung Pil a black plastic bag. Taking the bag, the rookie author made his way to the next building, feeling as though the world around him was spinning. After debuting and starting to make a name for himself, Sung Pil had just begun to realize what it meant to be part of the literary world. Yunwoo wasn't the only talented author. In fact, there were a slew of authors who were significantly more talented than Sung Pil. "Now, I see why you don't drink," Sung Pil said, stopping under a ginkgo tree on the street, burying his face in the black plastic bag and thinking that he'd feel better once he poured everything out. "I'm going to start writing as soon as I sober up," he thought to himself. Of all books, Juho had lauded a book that had a massive lingering emotional impact, which made Sung Pil wonder if Juho had known about the effect of the book all along. "I can't let success get to my head. There are so many more people who deserve to be more successful than me. If I want to protect what I have, then I have to put up a fight." "One heck of a friend I have," Sung Pil said, pouring everything out into the plastic bag, along with the sense of inferiority and defeat welling up from within. "Hey," an exhausted voice greeted Juho as he walked into the studio. When the young author looked down, he saw Gunwoo lying in the middle of the room. "Are you sick?" Juho asked, and Gunwoo waved his hand weakly in denial. All of his things were scattered about the room as if he had been cleaning, which made the room seem quite untidy. Putting the gift he had brought for Gunwoo down, Juho added to the untidy state of the room. "Brought you a bottle of wine." "Thanks." It was to celebrate the release of Gunwoo's new book. The voice Juho had heard on the phone was nowhere to be found. Instead, the author was lying on the floor absent-mindedly, like a marathon runner who just passed the finish line. Every time he inhaled, his stomach bulged up. "Seems like you are in the middle of cleaning your room." "Yep, I wanted to organize the manuscript papers that had been stacking around the room." "I'll help." "Fine by me," Gunwoo said, nodding willingly and getting back up to his feet. However, his hands were quite slow. Since they weren't his manuscripts, Juho couldn't even categorize them, which forced him to keep a similar pace to Gunwoo's. "Can you hand me that box over there?" "This one." "The one next to it." Taking a large cardboard box, Juho handed it to Gunwoo, who proceeded to tape the bottom of it. The tape made a loud noise as Gunwoo pulled it away from the roll. "Gotta throw everything out." Gunwoo had already thrown out most of his old manuscripts, although there were some he would stare at intently. As if reminiscing to the time when he wrote what was on the pages, he started picking them up by the bunches shortly after and putting them in the cardboard box, almost as if finding them cumbersome. "What if you lose an important piece of data?" "It's fine. I keep them separate from the manuscripts," Gunwoo said confidently, laying on the floor again. "Are you done? It hasn't even been that long." "I'm tired. Let's not worry about cleaning for now. Besides, I shouldn't be cleaning when I have a guest." "That's a decent excuse," Juho said, sitting on the doorway while watching the dust particles sparkling in the sun and escaping through the open window. "Lazy day. I just feel like I've used up everything I had." A breeze blew into the room through the window, blowing on Gunwoo's hair. "Did you read it?" "I did." After a brief pause, Gunwoo asked, "What did you think?" Looking at the bottle of wine he had brought, Juho replied, "Good enough to make me crave a drink." As if checking to see if the young author was telling the truth, Gunwoo looked toward the doorway at Juho, looking livelier than ever. You? Drink. I only had one, though. One as in one can of beer. No, as in one glass. A glass of soju. What? Who drinks like that? Gunwoo said, chuckling. However, he didn't seem particularly offended. Looking at his chest moving up and down, Juho asked, That was me, huh? Who? The one with the iron stomach. Haha. Did you recognize yourself? There were a variety of characters in Gunwoo's novel. An idiot, a maniac, a romantic, a white supremacist, an enthusiast, and a genius. Come on, a genius with an iron stomach? Really? Not only was the character the most peculiar, but he was also the most absurd, the most riveting, and the most colorful. But he's a genius, isn't he? Everybody wants to be like him. He dies from all the toxins that had been building up in his body, Juho said. Then, in a somewhat confrontational tone, he asked, You held feelings against me, didn't you? Gunwoo admitted quickly, saying, Because you snatched my award right out of my hand. If it hadn't been for you, I could have been the one presenting on that stage. Gunwoo Yu, the winner of this year's Rookie of the Year award. That's not my fault. Prick. The genius with the iron stomach eventually died in Gunwoo's new novel. Being inherently different from those around him, he believed that he was entirely made of steel. Falling on his face or running into something did nothing to him, allowing him to jump into a fire without a care in the world. Despite the extreme heat, he didn't melt away. If anything, he remained solid. Simply put, he was invincible. How are you able to move on to another piece so soon? Gunwoo asked out of nowhere, looking toward the ceiling and slurring slightly from lying flat on the floor. What do you mean? I'm about to fall apart after writing just one 800-page book. But you don't have that problem. Even as we're speaking, it's only been what? A few months since your most recent full-length novel? Not only that, but you wrote in front of a massive audience. Yet, you still have the energy to move around. When you said that manuscript was incomplete, I thought you'd lost your mind. I can't believe you revealed a first draft to your readers, Gunwoo said, shuddering at the thought of finding himself in Juho's position. I'm telling you, you have a stomach made of iron. No wonder you're so resilient, unlike me, who is squishy and weak. Man, I'm getting sleepy, he added, letting out a big yawn, acting as if he didn't have what it took to overcome his laziness, like somebody who had either just woken up or was about to fall asleep. At that moment, what are you talking about? We've even eaten together at a restaurant. Another voice came from behind Juho. When he looked up, the person to whom the voice belonged looked down and locked eyes with him. It was Jun-soo, looking as kind as ever. He's been cleaning his room for a week now, Jun-soo said, letting out a small sigh. Mrs. Beck keeps saying that I should leave him be and let him rest since he's worked long and hard. But, he paused, looking slightly troubled. You gotta clean your room at some point. Please, Jun-soo. Let me be. Paying no attention to Gunwoo's plea, Jun-soo tapped the stack of boxes next to him with his foot, which came toppling over, vomiting its contents. However, Gunwoo didn't move a muscle, and Jun-soo stared intently at him. Long breaks aren't necessarily bad. Say, 30 years. He wouldn't have to sleep another day in his life. Just imagine how much writing he could get done with all that time in his hands. As Gunwoo snorted, his body also moved up and down. Don't be silly now. Chapter 317. The Genius with an Iron Stomach. 2. Juho saw Gunwoo lifting his head as if looking down at his belly button. You've never felt this lazy, have you? I have. Yeah, right. I'm human, you know. Gunwoo relaxed his neck shortly after and said, You know what? Though, I feel somewhat relieved. Why is that? Because I can still be like Yun-woo, even if I'm dilly-dallying in my room like this. Juho looked at Jun-soo, who let out a small sigh. Leaving Gunwoo on the floor, he said to the young author, I came to congratulate Gunwoo, but I wasn't expecting him to be like that. I'm sorry you had to see that. Not a problem. Oh, I watched you writing on stage during the exhibition event. There are some videos of it floating around the internet, I believe. There were videos of the presentation recorded by fans floating around the internet. Despite the significant length, the number of views on each of them was growing. That ending was really something, Gunwoo interjected, keeping his eyes closed. Was it fun? What was writing on a stage? In some ways, seemed like there was a lot to see. Especially that heavy metal girl, Jun-Soo said, leaning against the doorpost. But your writing process was not exactly what I expected. The young author's writing process looked entirely different from the image Jun-Soo had in mind. Shrugging, Juho replied, I was just typing away on that keyboard. That's all. Actually, there was something about it that kind of reminded me of the genius in Gun-Woo's novel. As in, I looked like I was about to die. Chuckling, Jun-Soo denied it, saying, No. I wouldn't say anything about your stamina in front of Gun-Woo. Who'd do anything to have stamina like yours? I'm talking about how the genius comes to start eating metal. That's because he's hungry. With that extremely obvious reason, the genius in Gun-Woo's novel started eating metal. Nodding, Jun-Soo added, Right. Mrs. Beck was saying that you looked famished. What? She suggested having a barbecue when you got here. I did skip breakfast that day, Juho said, chuckling and looking away. Since Jun-Soo didn't speak any further on the matter, the subject moved on to something else naturally. Speaking of which, any word on the contract? Juho asked Gun-Woo, who caught on to what the young author was referring to immediately. Oh, the movie rights. Yeah. Since his debut title started catching on, Gun-Woo had received a call from a movie studio. The fast pace and provocative subject of the novel made it feasible for a film adaptation. Yep, I think they're about to have a meeting soon, Gun-Woo said, sounding slightly more energetic that time, as if he were stoked about the movie offer. Once a book gets made into a movie, the sales are bound to go up, no matter how good or bad the movie is. Besides, the company that approached me is pretty big. Everyone around me seems to think that I should go for it. Mr. Ju said the same thing, Juho said. According to Gun-Woo's request, Juho had recently talked to Sang-Young Ju on the phone in order to ask about the company that had approached Gun-Woo with the movie offer. Thankfully, it was a company that the director recognized. Just before hanging up, Sang-Young had asked the young author, What about you? When Juho looked toward where the voice had come from, Gun-Woo was looking toward him. Despite knowing what he'd meant, Juho asked, What about me? At which, Gun-Woo asked again in a slightly louder tone, Aren't you going to do a film adaptation? I have. Furrowing his brow, Gun-Woo said, Hey, we all know that there's a film adaptation that we're all dying to see. Although, I feel kind of bad for Mr. Ju. He's talking about Language of God. You know, Jun-Soo added. Language of God was one of the most widely talked about novel series of all time. Film adaptations, sequels, TV series. Since it had brought the young author two of the most widely recognized literary awards in the world, it was inevitable that it received significantly more attention than his other books. Although the popularity seemed to have died down over time, the series had started rising to popularity due to the recent mention of it at the popular TV show. Although disappointing his fans was something Juho never wanted to do willingly, he hadn't been getting any new ideas for the series. Meanwhile, looking as though he was bringing up old news, Gun-Woo said, You turned down all of the movie offers from all of those famous movie studios overseas, remember? The competition for the film rights was probably insane. You have no idea how much your fans looked forward to seeing their favorite story getting made into a Hollywood movie, do you? That includes me. I just didn't find any of them all that appealing. As you always do, Gun-Woo said, calling out Juho's impulsive tendencies. Although he appeared to be calculating on the outside, he was never concerned about those around him, only about himself, which forced him to make up an excuse. I was busy, you know. I had no time for anything. Then what about now? You have time. Does that mean you'd take up on an offer if it came your way? Not necessarily. You'll get tons of money from the film rights alone. You'd make millions from the export advance alone. If I were you, I wouldn't think twice about it. Besides, what do you have to lose? Although Juho was fully aware of where Gun-Woo was coming from, he brushed his hand across the back of his neck, hesitating. I just can't think of a reason to do another movie adaptation, he said. You don't need anything fancy. Your readers want it. Well, my opinions are important too, aren't they? Juho asked. Think about all the profit you'd make. Wealth, fame, Language of God has been more than popular and profitable for me, even without getting made into a movie. Prick. That's harsh, Juho said, shrugging. At which point, Gun-Woo turned his body toward the young author, staring straight into Juho's eyes, which made him feel uncomfortable. You just don't seem to have the drive when it comes to things like money and fame. Aren't they things you can never have enough of? Most people would do anything for them, especially if they'd tasted them once, like me and Jun-soo. At that, Jun-soo chuckled and added, Joo-ho was exactly the same when he did his first film adaptation. I saw it in the interview. A film adaptation that surpasses the original novel. That was your condition for the director, wasn't it? That sounds right, Joo-ho said. I just don't get you. What are you all doing here? At Yun-seo's sudden appearance, everyone looked toward the doorway. Walking into the untidy room, she stared intently at Gun-woo, who sprung back up to his feet from lying on the floor. However, Yun-seo didn't make a big deal out of his seemingly lazy behavior. The meat won't cook itself, you know, she said, and the three left the room at the same time. TL's note. In Korean culture, it's considered impolite and rude to be lying down in front of older people, hence Gun-woo's behavior when Yun-seo steps into the room. Any word from the publisher? No, not yet. Nabi had been looking into a certain author's copyright after receiving an inquiry from a client. Although having a substantial fan base overseas, the author was far from popular in Korea. After discussing it with another agency, with which she had been in contact, Nabi reached out to the publisher of the author. When she opened her email again, her inbox was filled to the brim with emails from all across the globe, which were mostly about an international book fair that was being held in Germany that year. Since Kelly Coyne was known to participate, the fair drew quite the attention. One of the responsibilities of an agency was to introduce authors who they found to be promising. As for Nabi, she was thinking about bringing up Gun-woo, who was quickly rising to fame as of late. His debut title seemed like it would be well received by international readers. His new novel had been quite interesting in how it depicted the inner beings of the characters in great detail. Every single one of them carried a sense of inferiority and defeat, which enabled them to understand each other while having nothing else in common. Gun-woo's unique style of writing was quite effective when it came to bringing the most out of the material. One of the most prominent characters was the metal-eating genius, who added an interesting twist to the novel. Although being the most powerful and practically invincible, the character met his demise before any other character within the book. Aside from the tragic ending, the character had a lot in common with Yun-woo. Hey Nabi, do you know which question I get the most since I started working here? Her coworker, whose desk was right next to her, asked. Having come from another company, she was quite the curious type, striking up conversations at every opportunity. Reading an email from a partner, Nabi replied haphazardly, Don't know. Don't care. It's about Yun-woo. At the mention of the young author's name, Nabi, while pretending not to listen to her, kept her ears open. You'll get used to it soon enough. I get questions about him all the time, even from my parents. I haven't even met the guy. Then, studying Nabi's expression cautiously, the coworker asked, Speaking of which, what? There's something I've been wanting to know. So, there's a rumor. A rumor? Yun-woo had always been surrounded by all sorts of rumors. As a number of them crossed Nabi's mind, the coworker added, that he absolutely hates visual media. Is that true? Oh, right, Nabi thought, chuckling. Not at all. He appeared on TV not too long ago, remember? But he hardly ever makes TV appearances, though. At that, Nabi let out a small sigh and explained, he's just focused on writing. You know the type. Like Sen Young-yoon, who lives in the mountains, or Mr. Lim, who refuses to write testimonials for other authors. Sure, but I think Mr. Woo's particularly worse. Just get back to work, Nabi said. However, her warning did little to stop the coworker from speaking. Okay, this is what I've been really wanting to know. If he doesn't hate visual media, does that mean there's a chance that Language of God will get made into a movie? 'Cause I love that series. The coworker wasn't the only fan of Language of God, and rumors of a film adaptation had been circulating for a number of years by that point. In actuality, Nabi and her agency had been receiving offers from movie studios from all across the globe. Having prepared for a fierce competition over movie rights back then, Nabi had tried to convince the young author into selling the rights to a company offering the best conditions and price. However, he hadn't sold the rights to anybody. No matter how many scripts or how much money they offered, nothing had changed his mind. I doubt it, Nabi replied to her coworker, smacking her lips. Why not? You said it yourself. His case is worse, even among authors. He even turned down an offer from a Hollywood director recently. You know this. Can't hurt to hope. Well, I doubt it's going to happen anytime soon, Nabi said, and her co-worker sighed deeply. With that, Nabi redirected her attention to her emails. At that moment, she heard her co-worker mumbling, Mr. Wu has to come out more often, you know. He has to make himself known to the world. Isn't that what an agency is for? Just go back to work. If he were to be at the book fair in Germany this year, the Korean booth would be booming with people. Is he really not going? The Korean wave shouldn't be limited to just music and TV, don't you think? Why shouldn't the publishing industry be part of that wave? Korean literature has just started catching on, and Mr. Wu would be in the center of it if he were to be there. Germany. Nabi stopped midway while reading through her email. Roughly 8,000 companies from about 100 countries were going to be part of the book fair in Germany, which was also one of the 3 most prominent book fairs in the world. Not only were there going to be celebrity authors, but there were bound to be countless other publishing agents sharing information with each other. Since there was going to be a booth set up for each of the countries, the fair was bound to get crowded. Then, cutting her co-worker off, who was murmuring about how desperately the company wanted to take Yun-Woo to the fair, Nabi said, he declined the conference right off the bat. I'm not surprised, but I don't think it's quite over yet, Nabi added, resting her chin on her hand. What's that mean? The co-worker said, coming closer to Nabi. A subtle smile spread across her face. It means authors don't go to the fair just on official business. Whether it's on vacation or whatnot, as long as an author gets there, they get to meet all the important people in the industry. There was much to be gained from an encounter with such figures, and Nabi fully intended on dragging Yun-Woo with her to Germany. Besides, Mr. Wu isn't anonymous anymore. Making public appearances isn't an issue anymore. The young author's face was widely known, which made the rumors surrounding him a natural thing, along with the anticipation of seeing him from the fans. At Nabi's remark, the co-worker's face lit up. So, how are you planning on convincing him? You see, that's the issue. Come on, really? You looked so confident, so I thought you had something in mind, the co-worker grumbled. At which, Nabi said quietly and menacingly, I'm going to put you with Kelly Coyne if you don't stop talking. Sorry. Since she started working with Yun-Woo, Nabi had come to learn a few things about the young author. One of them being that he wasn't afraid to travel long distances as long as there was something he wanted at the destination. Although she had no clue as to what Yun-Woo would want or when or where, that much was clear. In other words, she needed some kind of bait. What could it be? Nabi asked herself, redirecting her attention to the screen of her monitor. Chapter 318, An Encounter in Germany, 1. Mr. Wu. How have you been, Ms. Hong? They were at an Italian restaurant known for their pasta, where Jiang Mi ate regularly. Following her suggestion, Juho placed his order accordingly. I loved your presentation. The editor seemed to view the exhibition event in a positive light. As the two caught up casually, their food started coming out. The pasta dish with tomato sauce was quite delectable. So, did you give it some thought? Juho stopped midway and looked at Jiang Mi while twirling the noodles with his fork. There was another reason she had invited him out to a meal, and it had nothing to do with the presentation or with catching up with the young author. You mean about a Language of God sequel? Looking at the young author with determined eyes, she was earnestly waiting for a sequel. Taking the noodles wrapped around his fork, Juho brought them up to his mouth and started chewing, washing them down with some water afterward. I have a general sense of direction. You said you wanted to write about the past, right? As in, the root and the foundation of the world within the story? I'm fully on board with that. Readers are curious about that too. Juho had been hearing about the series a lot as of late, and it had to be because he had brought it up first on TV. Since the show aired, The Office has been getting several times more calls from readers asking about the sequel. Readers welcomed the fact that there was another story even remotely related to the series in the young author's mind. Nevertheless, Juho fiddled with the pasta on his plate. If you have something in mind, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to see where it takes you, Jiang Mi said. She was right. Putting down his fork, which still had the noodles wrapped around it, Juho said, You know, I've been thinking that too. At that, the editor's face lit up almost instantly. The thing is, yes, I feel cautious. I'm sorry. Resting his chin on his hand, the young author replied, There is a war in the series. Language of God held a myriad of information as it was. culture, life, people, and language. The young author's depiction of war would be quite realistic, which meant it needed to be approached with caution. Meanwhile, Jiang Mi noticed the competitive spirit stirring up within his eyes. "Does that mean you'll start writing now?" she asked, doing her best to remain composed. After a brief pause, Juho replied, "I'd like to think about it some more." Mr. Wu. At that moment, Juho's phone started vibrating in his pocket. After asking to be excused, he took the phone out of his pocket and answered. It was Nabi. "Would you mind if I take this?" "Not a problem. Feel free to answer it where you're at." "Thanks." Slightly turning his torso away from the editor, Juho answered the phone. "Mr. Wu, let's go to Germany." "What?" Juho asked inadvertently. However, he was well aware of what the agent was referring to. She had already reached out to the young author a number of times by that point. Feeling Jiang Mi's gaze, Juho replied on the phone. "I thought we already discussed this." "Yes, we did, and I'm aware that you've turned it down. I'm merely suggesting a vacation. That's all," Nabi said, changing her strategy. Then, she proceeded to explain to Juho why he should go to the book fair. Korean literature, interaction with people from around the globe, being an official and meaningful occasion. A public appearance, meeting different people in the industry from other countries, career activity, reputation, etc. None of those reasons were attractive enough to draw the young author in. Think about it, Mr. Wu. We're talking about 400,000 different books. Doesn't that sound fun? It sure does. There will be plenty more to experience there. You said the sequel to Language of God would be in the past, didn't you? Who knows? You might get something out of the trip. Juho chuckled quietly. Both Nabi and Jiang Mi were well aware of Juho's priorities. The way they were going about convincing him was proof of that. That did cross my mind, Juho said, contemplating for a brief moment. Juho didn't think that his appearance at the book fair would be smooth. It was very likely that it would quickly turn into a massive meet and greet session. However, as long as he wasn't forced to give a spontaneous lecture in front of a massive audience, it was a risk he was willing to take. Upon being reminded of that, the trip to Germany didn't sound like such a bad idea. Germany, huh? That's right. Germany was a country with a history that left it in need of redemption. The apprehension that came from losing the First World War and the following economic crisis had led them to desire a powerful leader, which had ultimately led to the birth of dictatorship. Germany, Italy, Japan. I was hoping to start from the country closest to home, Juho said. Looking toward Jiang Mi, war was an inevitable part of the setting that he wanted to write about. It was a violent standoff between countries, which had yielded unspeakable events in history. It was an act to suppress the opponent's will by force, and in order to handle it properly, one needed to properly educate themselves. However, that had little to do with the book fair. In fact, it would be better to go somewhere quiet. At that moment, "Oh, did I tell you? Coin's gonna be there." Nabi's voice interrupted Juho's thought process. "Coin? As in Kelly Coin?" "Yes, you heard it right. Didn't see that coming, did you?" The German publisher must have made a special request. Coin was a person whose presence itself carried enough hostility. What would an unorganized, inconsistent conflict look like? It wasn't rare to come across an interpersonal conflict, which often arose from one party trying to superimpose their will on the other. A wave of thoughts started washing over the young author, slowly filling up his mind. Feeling like meeting Coin all of a sudden, Juho said, "I think I can make this sequel happen." "What was that?" Jiang Mi asked, taken aback despite having an idea of what Juho's phone call was about. "At least in the emotional state I'm in at the moment. I don't have anything to back it up with though, which is slightly troublesome," Juho said. Then, he raised his hand and gestured to the editor to give him some time to think. Shortly after, he said to Nabi on the phone, "Okay, I'll go." "You have no idea how desperate I was to hear that answer," Nabi said, making Juho swear by his decision before hanging up. Meanwhile, Jiang Mi was looking at him as though puzzled and delighted all at the same time. "Well, I guess I'm going to Germany. Sounds like it. May I ask what that call was about?" "Although, I have a slight idea," Jiang Mi asked, trying to suppress her excitement. "It was about a book fair in Frankfurt, Germany." Being an editor, there was no way that Jiang Mi didn't know about one of the most widely recognized book fairs in the world. "You mean in the South Korean booth? Are you giving a lecture, too?" "I mean, writing in front of an audience." "I'm just going on a vacation/learning experience." It's nothing official, Juho said and added, I'll bring back some research data. Yun Wu, the genius author. Sitting at a park where a lake was visible, a man murmured with his mouth filled by a sandwich. Pedestrians gave him a weird look for his bizarre behavior, which involved ranting and smiling repeatedly. Then, somebody who recognized the man stopped in his tracks, taken aback by his presence. Jenkins. At the mention of his name, the man looked up, removing the serious look that had been on his face. Having originally been an actor, he was quite handsome, features that were only further accentuated in the sun. Can I help you? The man asked. After apologizing to the man for disrupting his personal time, the pedestrian brushed their hand down their face in disbelief and asked cautiously, You're Zora Jenkins, right? The director? That's me. Who else would look like this? Oh, my goodness. The doubtful, scolding looks from the pedestrian slowly changed into those of interest and favor. If the man on the bench was really Zara Jenkins, the pedestrian would be more than willing to overlook his behavior, no matter how bizarre. I'm a big fan. Would you take a picture with me? Of course. Here, let's take one with the lake in the background. It'll make it even more memorable, the director said, wiping the sauce off his mouth and putting his arm around the pedestrian's shoulder. Think we can bring out the blue in my eyes some more. Let's take another one. Then, after checking the photo one more time, the director took a picture himself. I love your movies. You're a genius. I'm flattered. How's that look? The director asked, tossing the phone back to the pedestrian and sitting back down on the bench. After obtaining pictures that would give him major bragging rights, the pedestrians disappeared into the distance before long. With that, the director took another bite of his sandwich and retreated back to his mind. I want to turn it into a movie, he said, putting the last bit of the sandwich into his mouth, not minding the sauce dripping from between the bread. He reached over for the book that he had been reading, which he had set aside, trying to rub the sauce off of its page. Although he only smeared it, he didn't mind that either. I really like the background. I can just tell that this guy wanted things to look a certain way. Checking the year the book had been published, the director realized that it had been a few years since its release. However, he was reading Language of God for the first time that year, which made him realize why all the other directors around him were so desperate for that book. I'd love to make this into a movie. The villages, the languages, the lifestyles, the protagonist, the adventure and its story, God, the mythology. Everything about the book was so embellished that the director felt a strong urge to make it into a movie. Every sentence he read painted such vivid pictures, making his heart beat faster. Epic music, detailed props, quality filming equipment, a script written around the visuals, carefully chosen actors and actresses, and lastly, himself, who would be directing everything. He had a reputation that would bring him nearly endless support, which would enable him to focus on the production of the movie. Why is this guy still holding the rights? TSK. The only issue was that the owner of the rights, in this case, the author, was refusing to sell them. Although he had approached Yun Wu with confidence, he, too, had been flat-out rejected by the young author. Yun Wu seemed to have no interest in movies whatsoever. Although the director had tried to find out more about him in many different ways, there was hardly any information known about him. Even watching every single interview and TV show that the young author had been on simply didn't give the director enough information, forcing him to judge the author solely based on his work. From then on, he had bought and read every single book written by Yun Wu that had been published in the US. After which, he had made up his mind to make Language of God into a movie at all costs. Nothing beats meeting in person, especially at a time like this. Jenkins was confident that he had what it took to be able to convince the young author. However, meeting him was proving to be a challenge. Even after calling Fernan or writing emails to the Korean publisher working with the author, his attempts to learn more about the author had gone in vain, including his efforts to meet him in person. By that point, Yun Wu had already made his stance known to both publishers, to turn down any requests regarding the filming rights. Maybe I should fly to Korea, Jenkins said to himself, thinking about flying there and hoping for the best, willing to sleep on the street if that was what it took to meet with the young author. Actually, the one director who had successfully earned the filming rights from the author had done something similar in order to meet with him. Or maybe I could try Coin. Coin was one of Yun Wu's most widely known acquaintances. I might come back with a broken nose, but that won't take away from my good looks. Taking the phone in his hand, Jenkins looked up Kelly Coyne on an online search engine, which yielded out a slew of information about the author, including his email address. Unlike Yun Woo, everything about Coyne was significantly more accessible. At that moment, an article jumped out at him that said that Coyne was participating in the Frankfurt Book Fair. Coyne, at Frankfurt Book Fair? That's something you don't hear every day. One of the things that made Coyne's interviews fun to watch was listening to how the author had single-handedly ruined an official event. At that moment, the phone in Jenkins' hand started vibrating. It was the call he had been expecting. So? Anything? No. Unfortunately, the answer was an utter disappointment. I mean, how does one go about finding out Yun Woo's official schedule? I told you, you can't find something that doesn't exist. I don't have time for this. Despite working for a large studio, the friend couldn't figure out a way to know Yun Woo's whereabouts. You there? I'm not done. Then, get on with it. Do you know the agent who works with him? The friend said, mentioning the name of the agency, which Jenkins had never heard of. It's a Korean agency. It turns out that they arranged a meeting at the book fair. Well, duh. They're probably there to buy or sell copyrights. Hold your horses. I'm not done yet. There was something strange about his friend's voice, which gave Jenkins a good feeling. So, this is something that cost me an arm and a leg to find out. Okay, all right. What is it? I think he's going to be at the fair. There could only be one person to whom his friend was referring. Yun Woo. But for what? At that moment, the name Kelly Coyne rushed past the director's mind. The reason wasn't important. Yun Woo was going to be at the fair, and that was the only useful information. In a calm tone of voice, Jenkins asked, when? The first day. The unhesitant words from his friend couldn't sound more beautiful to the director's ears. Get me a ticket to the fair, will ya? That's not a problem. While the call was still ongoing, Jenkins put his brain to work. It's not like he's giving it away for free. I hope he shows some flexibility. I went through hell last year trying to get consent from this dead author's family, but who would have thought that it was about to get worse? Hello. Although his friend was bombarding him with complaints, none of it registered in the director's mind. Chapter 319. An Encounter in Germany, 2. Man, flying for 12 hours straight is no joke, Juho said, stretching his body. He wasn't used to flying long distances. Nabi, who seemed to be well acquainted with being on a plane for an extended period of time, chuckled quietly as Juho let out a small moan. She didn't let her time go to waste, even on the plane. You'll have a lot of fun at the mess. It's a business day, so you might not be able to buy anything, but it should be much easier to get around. On public days is when things get really crazy. There are cosplayers and people carrying backpacks or traveling carriers, hunting for books. The Forum and the 3.0 Hall are the most popular attractions in the entire fair, and lately, K-pop's been getting really big. On their way to the hotel, Nabi told the young author about the area of the fair in detail. Held over 5 days, 3 of those days were reserved as the business days, which focused the entire fair on the business aspect of things. Civilians were not allowed to enter the fair during those days. With buying and selling of different copyrights from booths, there was quite an array of things to experience, including lectures from the participating authors. Nabi was well acquainted with the environment that was the book fair. She would fly to Germany every October on business. Of course, that alone didn't make her special in any way, as countless copyrights were bought and sold at the fair. Would you like to take the rest of the day off, or would you like to look around a little bit? I do want to see the main river. The ducks there are adorable. Juho looked at the foreign surroundings attentively. Pointy roofs, streets that seemed like they had been around since the medieval age, skyscrapers that blended with the history around them, downtown, and the graffitis that decorated the walls. It seemed like a view straight out of the movies. After unloading at the hotel, the two went out to look around. Make sure to keep your hat on. People will recognize you. But we're in Germany. And you're Yun Woo. Since the sun was quite hot, Juho put his hat on without complaint. Although there were quite a few people on the streets, there was something calm and peaceful about Frankfurt. The weather was quite hot for October. I see some sausage links hanging over there. That's the first thing you'll see as soon as you walk into any market. Sausages. They are really good. Speaking of which, how's that for dinner? Works for me. Oh, isn't that gelato over there? I recommend mango. You know what? Why don't we each get one right now? The weather's just right. In order to see how much money he had, Juho checked the wallet in his pocket and said, I'll get it. I exchanged some money before I left Korea. With that, he walked toward the shop, which was quite small. Standing behind the glass counter, Juho looked through the variety of gelato in the shop, from banana to lemon, kiwi, mint, and coconut. After some contemplation, he decided to go with Nabi's recommendation. 2 mangoes, please. Both of them. Yes. Taking the money from Juho nonchalantly, the owner scooped the gelato out and put the scoops on 2 ice cream cones. As he took the cones from her, he felt the owner looking at him intently. Pretending not to notice, Juho asked, something wrong? At that, the shop owner shook her head with a brusque expression on her face, looking away from Juho nonchalantly. Although it was different from the attitude Juho was used to, he was thankful that the owner didn't make a big deal out of his presence, which allowed him to walk out of the shop safely and soundly. When he had first noticed the shop owner's gaze, Juho had tensed up, thinking that she had recognized him. Thankfully, she hadn't seemed confident. Perhaps, she simply wasn't a fan of the young author. This is good, right? With the cones of gelato in their hands, the 2 made their way toward the main river. One of the first things that came into view were the joggers. On a bridge that had been built centuries ago, there were countless padlocks all across the fences to either side. There were ducks in the dark water, swimming about peacefully. You seem to speak German pretty fluently. You've never been to Germany before, have you, Mr. Wu? Nabi asked while they were watching the ducks and swans that were swimming in the river. The gelato in Juho's hand was long gone, leaving only the cone. The young author looked around at the people speaking in the foreign language. Although it wasn't his native language, it was definitely a language that he was familiar with, and one which he was able to understand. Nope, this is my first time here. I hadn't seen the cathedral in person until today. The buildings here are really pretty, aren't they? They are. It's interesting how the medieval scenery blends with the modern, commercial buildings. The city's been restored from the ground up, essentially. Frankfurt had lain in ruins during World War II. The historical aspect of the city was mostly the results of skillful restorations. As the 2 walked about along the riverbank, they saw a ferry on the water, which carried a crowd that appeared to be made mostly of tourists, who were busy posing before cameras set up on tripods. There were also some enjoying some beer amid the comfortable atmosphere. As if she had decided they had done enough sightseeing, the agent asked Juho, should we mosey on over to the square? There's food there. Oh, there's the Goethe house, too. Although, I doubt we'll be able to see it today. Actually, I wanted to look at the water for a little while longer, Juho replied after brief contemplation. Nabi respected his decision without complaint. You seem to like rivers. Not particularly. Stopping in his tracks on the bridge, Juho held on to the safety rail and peeked down into the water. The dark water made it hard to see what was beneath it. The wave broke restlessly. It wasn't such a bad sight. Careful, Mr. Wu. At the agent's warning, Juho pulled away from the rail. I won't be able to save you if you fall into the water. Haha. After a short walk across the river, Juho and Nabi made their way back. Excuse me, Mr. Wu. I need to make a phone call. Sure. With that, Nabi left the scene with her phone in her hand. Meanwhile, Juho strolled around the place. Even when he approached the ducks, they didn't seem to find Juho's presence frightening. They also seemed to be quite familiar with getting fed by people. Even when Juho was squatting right next to them, the ducks didn't make a sound. At that moment, wow, duck! The peaceful silence was broken by a child who started charging toward the unsuspecting birds without hesitation. No matter how comfortable or at ease they might have been, it only made sense that they would be startled by a presence charging at them, and they expressed that by flapping their wings. The child started chasing after a duck that had landed nearest to him, going into the water unhurriedly. Check this out, the child said in English. He had to be on a trip with his parents, who were walking toward him in the distance unhurriedly, their eyes fixed on their child. Meanwhile, Juho stared at the ducks without saying a word. You can't do that. A man wearing a beret said to the child in German. You're scaring them. Needless to say, the child couldn't understand a word the man was saying to him. However, what was clear was the emotion behind his words, at which the child's eyes widened. At the seemingly unwelcoming tone and voice, the child ran to his parents, leaving only Juho and the man wearing the beret by the riverbank. Meanwhile, The ducks floated about in the water. Kids, he murmured, probably thinking that the young author wouldn't understand him. I swear, they're the bane of my existence. And don't even get me started on old people. They can't do anything aside from what they already know. They don't even have their own pair of wings, yet they make fun of the ducks floating in the water. After staring intently at him for a little while, Juho replied, "They'll learn." Both young and old. As the man wearing the beret was walking away, he stopped and turned slightly toward the young author. Although it wasn't visible on his face, he seemed to be taken aback by Juho replying in German. Scratching his mustache with his blunt fingers, he asked, "Where are you from?" "South Korea." "Did you live here growing up?" "No. I'm on a trip." "So, this is what the air is like in Germany, huh?" Although the man narrowed his eyes, he didn't question the young author. "South Korea? Isn't that where Cha's from?" "Oh, you mean the soccer player," Juho said, understanding what the man had meant in a delay. "That's what I thought." Contrary to his view on the children or the elderly, the man wearing the beret seemed to be an avid soccer fan. As he started raving on about the subject, which was mostly compliments toward the South Korean soccer player, Juho listened to him haphazardly, taking note of how talkative he was. At that moment, the man started staring intently at Juho out of nowhere. "What's the matter? Did something get on my face?" Juho asked. "You look familiar." Juho was caught off guard by the man's observation. Meanwhile, the ducks sat on the lawn after having made their way out of the water. "I don't think we've ever met before. Aren't you that novelist?" Left with no choice, Juho nodded subtly. "I do write for a living." At that, the man took off his beret and said, "You're Yun Woo, aren't you?" "Dang it," Juho thought to himself, looking around. Thankfully, there were no other people listening aside from the ducks. At that moment, he saw Nabi walking toward him in the distance, studying the situation. "Are you really Yun Woo?" the man in a beret asked again. "Yes, I am." Could I get a handshake?" the man said, reaching his hand out. As Juho approached him, a subtle whiff of duck feed came up to the young author's nose. "Are you in Frankfurt for the book fair?" "The newspapers write about authors for a week straight whenever that fair is being held. I'm on a vacation. Thought I could learn a thing or two during the trip." "Huh, does that mean you're not going to be in the newspaper?" "Nope." "Well, in any case, I didn't think I'd run into Yun Woo here. Today must be my lucky day," the man said, looking through his pockets and pulling out his phone, during which Nabi approached the young author and asked, "You got caught, huh? Would you take a picture for us?" "Sure, no problem," Nabi said, taking the phone from the man as he stood shoulder to shoulder with the young author. "What other languages do you speak aside from German?" the man asked casually after the picture. As if giving the young author the liberty to answer, he fixed his eyes on the peaceful water. "A little bit of everything." Despite Juho's ambiguous answer, the man smiled with satisfaction and asked no further questions. At that moment, Nabi said, sounding bothered, "I keep getting calls from this one movie studio." Judging from the look on her face, she was clearly tired, which made Juho think that they should start heading back to the hotel. "Well, we better get going," he said, waving at the man in a beret, who also waved back. Turning around, Juho and Nabi went back the way they came from. On the way, Juho saw a familiar-looking child, the one who had been chasing after the ducks by the riverbank. While the child was being held in his father's arms, the shop owner was standing behind the counter with a grumpy look on her face. At that moment, as Juho was walking past the shop, the child looked in his direction, whispering, "I know him." Although subtly, Juho was able to hear the child's words clearly. "Who?" the child was bragging to their father. Ducks must not have been the only thing the child had been paying attention to. After listening to the child next to her and her husband, the mother also looked in Juho's direction, locking eyes with the young author. Juho saw her blue eyes getting bigger and bigger. The family had to know the author before their eyes. Similarly, the shop owner also looked toward Juho. "Oh, my gosh, you're that. What are you talking about?" Juho said, playing coy, glancing toward Nabi, who shrugged carelessly. "You're Yun Woo, aren't you?" the father said, putting the child down and reaching out for a handshake. Juho also grabbed his hand with a pleasant smile on his face. "I have every single one of your books in my study. My whole family's in love with your novels. I'm honored. Gosh, I can't believe we met you here." Meanwhile, with a look of pride on his face, The child looked up at his father. What brings you to Germany? I'm on vacation. Ah, well, I hope I'm not bothering you. Not at all. It's not a problem. Great. In that case, may I ask for your autograph? I should have some paper on me. Enthralled by the young author's presence, the parents were completely neglecting their child. At that moment, without saying anything, the shop owner pulled out 4 sheets of paper, 3 for each of the family members, and 1 for herself. Chapter 320. An Encounter in Germany 3. The day after arriving in Germany, Juho spent the entire day going on walks, visiting the library and the museum nearby. First, Juho decided to start with the places that Nabi had recommended. The agent knew her way around the city. Thinking about the upcoming schedule and passing, Juho sat at the desk in the room and tried writing down the words that came to him. Ducks, child gelato. As usual, the story that came out of them was far from satisfactory, which kind of made the young author worried about the long-anticipated sequel to Language of God. Getting hungry. After a 2-hour nap, hunger was the first thing that came to his mind. Despite feeling half asleep from the jet lag, Juho got out of bed to order room service, thinking that he'd go out again after eating, perhaps see the city at night. At that moment, while Juho was looking through the room service menu, the once peaceful evening quickly turned into chaos. The doorbell started ringing and his phone started vibrating shortly after, followed by the knocking sound coming from the door. In order to grasp the situation, Juho reached for his phone first. Upon seeing the name on its screen, he felt wide awake all of a sudden. Is he really here? He thought, rising from his seat. That took forever. Of course, Kelly Coyne appeared as Juho opened the door, holding his phone on one hand while clenching his other hand into a fist. While Juho was glad to see him, it was simply too sudden. I thought there was a fire or something, Juho said, rubbing his face. Did you just get out of bed? Yes, I did. It'd be nice if you could let me know ahead of time from now on. I did. At that, Juho checked his phone, which showed a text from Nabi and a few missed calls, including the call from Coyne. It was the very call that Juho got while Coyne was banging on the door. As Juho was writing a reply to Nabi on his phone, he said to Coyne, I'd prefer if you called a little sooner. Although Juho hadn't seen him in a long time, Coyne was just as impatient as the last time they met. Opening the refrigerator, Coyne took out a bottle of iced coffee and started drinking it. Then, he sat on the couch, looking at the interior of the room in an arrogant manner. What brings you here? I wasn't expecting you'd come here, Juho asked. What are you talking about? I got to Frankfurt before you did. That's not what I'm asking, you know. I heard you were in town, so I thought we should grab some dinner together. After staring intently at him, Juho stated, You're bored. Which he didn't deny. There isn't a whole lot to see here, either. It's just as boring as the States. You're not planning on saying that at the fair, are you? Juho asked, realizing what it must be like for Isabella, who had to deal with Coyne's infamous temper on a regular basis. Drinking the water he had bought from a store outside the hotel, Juho sat across from Coyne. You're going to be on stage, right? The theme is Meet the Author, isn't it? Yeah. What? A hassle, Coyne replied, his face twisting into a scowl almost immediately. The Frankfurt Book Fair was a massive fair with over 100 participating countries every year. That year, there were over 8,000 companies participating in the fair, and suffice to say, the local newspaper wrote about the fair on a daily basis. It was in that very fair that Coyne was participating. Assuming that he'd be busy, Juho hadn't reached out to Coyne on purpose. However, to his surprise, Coyne turned up in front of his door. Shouldn't you be preparing? I have enough time, Coyne said, resting his chin on his hand. Then, he asked, what about you? Being well aware of what he was referring to, Juho replied with a mellow smile. I got nothing to prepare for. No interviews? Nothing. Nope. I didn't make any plans whatsoever. So, you have all the time in the world to dilly-dally, huh? Coyne said, clicking his tongue, envious of the young author's lax schedule. I'm sure the Korean publishers would have loved to have you promote for them. The Asian section is nowhere near as popular. Why aren't you participating? You might have been able to turn things around for the booths in the Asian section, especially the South Korean booth. I don't think I could have helped in any way. Besides, I wasn't even planning on coming at first. As boring as usual. Then what changed your mind? It's not the fair, I'll tell you that much, Juho said, subtly changing the subject. Although slightly annoyed by it, Coin drank his coffee without complaining. I do not want to go to this thing, Coin said genuinely. You should be telling that to Isabella. I wouldn't be here if she listened. Juho shrugged nonchalantly and said, Isn't it a pretty big segment, though? Created for the one and only Kelly Coin. Please, feel free to take over if you like it that much. You know what? I'm famished. You're buying, right? Juho asked, remembering how hungry he was getting. After glancing at the menu on the table, Coin said, What do you want? And after some thought, Juho replied, Sausages. Isn't that Kelly Coin? Being conscious of his surroundings, Juho cut the sausage on his plate. People in the restaurant were, one by one, starting to recognize Kelly Coin's presence. Although the two were sitting at the innermost table of the restaurant, that did hardly anything to keep them from the eyes of the public. Not only was the restaurant quite small, but the tables were spread out uniformly. I feel like it gets a lot harder to stay unrecognized whenever we're together. People around them were speaking in German. Although Coin didn't speak it, he had an idea of what they might be talking about. By tomorrow, I'm sure the world will know that you had sausages for dinner today. Doesn't matter. What's so interesting about me coming to Germany on vacation? And that's how you find out that there are people flying to Germany just to see you. Juho chuckled, doubting anybody would have that kind of time. Germany's a big country, you know. If people find out that you're in Frankfurt, wouldn't they make the connection that you're here for the book fair? You know how one-dimensional these people can be. And the fair is massive. Shrugging, Coin looked around and said, Well, they won't bother us while we're eating. Assuming their thoughts can get that far. It was a warning of sorts. Of course, nobody in their right mind would dare to interrupt Coin during a meal. Damn it, I'd kill for a beer right about now, Coin said, taking a big bite of his Schweinschacks. By that point, Juho had lost count of how many times he had heard Coin say those very words. However, he did understand where Coin was coming from. In actuality, almost everyone in the restaurant was enjoying a glass of beer with their food, fitting to the reputation of the country. TL's note: Schweinschacks is a roasted pork hock, a dish traditional to Germany. I saw an array of them at the grocery store. It was impressive. Are you telling me to get one? Juho remembered the conversation they had had some time ago when Coin had shared his personal experience with alcoholism. You said it yourself. You'd be back in hell the moment you let alcohol touch your lips. Ugh, I hate myself. Why did I have to drink myself to near death? I can't even enjoy myself a drink anymore. Well, what can you do? I hate myself, Coin said, fiercely chewing his meat. You're really hard on yourself. Although, you're under a lot of criticism even as we speak, Juho said, avoiding the gazes directed toward them. You know, this would be the perfect time for you to tell me something along the lines of, oh, you gotta love yourself more. Don't give up, even if everyone else around you does. I thought you weren't into that kind of stuff. And feel free to add something like, what harm is there in having a drink or two every now and then? Haha, Juho let out, catching on with some delay that Coin was cracking a joke. The serious look on Coin's face made it nearly impossible to distinguish if he was joking or being serious. If that's what you want, then, so be it. Love yourself, but properly. That way, you don't have to drown yourself in alcohol, Juho said, brushing his hand across the hat on his head. Words tended to carry different meanings depending on the person delivering them. In that case, who would be in a better position to say what he had said to Coin? Yun Wu's successful self, or his wretched self? Acknowledge that you need help. You said that was the first step to recovering from alcoholism, right? I did. Most alcoholics are in denial that they're addicts. Yet, they keep pouring alcohol down their throats. Nobody can think when their brain is pickled in alcohol, Coin said, agreeing with Juho. And what's at the end of that road? You're dead. What else is there? Looking intently at him, Juho said, So, in this case, to neglect is to die. As if he were stating the obvious, Coin tilted his head, saying, Isn't that obvious? Even 2-year-olds would know that much. Do not lie. Isn't that one of the first things you learn about survival when growing up? There's a reason why that's common knowledge. One can tell themselves that they're okay all they want. But does that really change anything at the end of the day? That's just negligence. I almost died back then. The conversation stopped briefly as Juho brought a piece of sausage up to his mouth. Then, he briefly immersed himself in thought. I think that's Yun Wu sitting with Coin. As the air sank into silence, Juho heard the whispers around him and Coin. Meanwhile, Coin guzzled down on his water, as if he would a beer. Then he asked Juho, "Wait, what brought you to Germany?" Juho looked up at Coin's question, thinking, I guess he didn't forget. Meanwhile, Coin was busy eating the meat off the bone, a sight that looked quite threatening for no apparent reason. "What did you come here for?" Coin repeated himself. "I got an offer." "An offer? What offer?" Juho looked around, locking eyes with a few people. Although most people pretended not to look in their direction, Juho was well aware that they were keeping their eyes on him and Coin, which made it a less than ideal setting to tell Coin the truth behind his visit, to write a sequel to Language of God. "I don't think it's something I can bring up in here," Juho said. At that, Coin put the bone down and reached into his pocket for a pen with the same hand he had been holding the bone. Then, along with a piece of tissue, he pushed it toward to the young author. Didn't think he would bother, Juho thought to himself, impressed by Coin's eagerness to hear him. "Is this really necessary? We're still eating. I can't stand being curious." After putting a piece of sausage into his mouth, Juho picked up the pen and wrote, "Materials for the sequel of Language of God. Writing in progress." Upon reading the message written on the tissue, Coin took it and blew his nose with it, which echoed through the entire restaurant. "Speaking of destroy after reading, I'll make sure to flush it down the toilet." "Thanks." Juho didn't go out of his way to add that Coin was one of the reasons that had brought him to Germany. After replaying the words that had been written on the tissue, Coin murmured, "Yin Wu, writing a sequel. You're doing it, aren't you?" he asked. "That'd be nice," Juho replied. "Well, this just got interesting. I'm still kind of lost, though. But you're gonna make it happen, eventually." "I don't know. Whatever it is, do it well, and go to the awards ceremony yourself," Coin said. At which, Juho chuckled quietly. "Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves here? I haven't written a single word yet. It means I'm not going to another ceremony for your ass. I thought it'd probably be better to warn you now than later." Of course, there was no way that Coin would offer words of encouragement without a catch. After finishing their meal, the two authors left the restaurant, Coin turning down every autograph and photo request. Juho, on the other hand, stayed behind briefly to take some pictures with a few people, which made him have to rush to catch up to Coin. After sunset, the streets of Frankfurt were just as exotic as they had been during the day. There are a lot of people out even after sundown. Coin answered indifferently, as if he had no interest in the people whatsoever. Of course, Juho was well acquainted with that attitude by that point. "Oh, I saw this manual traffic light on the way. That's something you don't see every day where I'm from." "Really? You're getting excited over a traffic light? You don't see things like that anymore these days, especially when everything's automated. Sometimes, it's more efficient to keep things manual." "That is true, I guess." At that moment, just as Coin was about to ask the young author for the location of the hotel he was staying in, a loud commotion came out of nowhere. When Juho turned in the direction it had come from, he saw two people about to get into a fight at any given minute. Judging from their faces, which burned red, both of them seemed to be drunk. I guess you'll find drunk people anywhere in this world. Drunk people fighting, I might add. Things were only getting tenser, and neither party looked like they were about to back down, drawing the attention of those around them. Without getting involved themselves, the pedestrians simply watched the quarrel from a distance. As the two drunkards held each other by the collar of their shirts, Coin asked the young author, "What are they saying?" Chapter 321, An Encounter in Germany 4. The two drunkards were arguing with each other in German. Navigating through their speech, which was both hastened and slurred from the alcohol, Juho studied the situation. In the end, the two were quarreling over a rather simple matter. One of them owes the other money. One had borrowed money from the other, adding an additional dimension to their friendship, that of a debtor and a creditor. Who's the debtor? The guy in red. How much? 200 euros. Just that? That's pathetic. It was about $225 worth of money. However, judging from the intensity of the situation alone, one could easily assume that there would be thousands of dollars worth of money involved. I don't think it's entirely about money. There must have been a lot of pent-up resentment. As a response to Juho's observation, Coin let out a small chuckle. Meanwhile, the pedestrians who had been watching the quarrel started going on about their way around the two drunkards. With his eyes fixed on the two still in a fierce argument, Juho imagined how the situation would come to an end. The happiest ending would be for the debtor to pay the creditor back in full. Since there was no way to know the details behind their situation, the young author started with the most visible factor, the one on the outermost surface. I think it'll be over once the guy pays back his friend, Juho said. At which point, Coin sneered as if he found Juho's ending to the story silly and said, I'd end it with the debtor never paying back his debt. There are a lot of different ways to go about that, you know. Unless somebody let up, the quarrel would go on. At that moment, Coin brought up a thought that occurred to him. What if you take one of them out? Put in a dilemma, Juho thought to himself that he'd rather see the man in red meet his demise, saying, I think I'd want to write a story about the debt he died with. I wonder what kind of purpose it serves in the other world. I'd keep him alive. He'd probably stab his friend just so he didn't have to pay him back. Stab him? Where? His eyes. Yikes. You're the one that brought up the other world. Once the debtor committed something he could never undo, the €200 he owed his friend would suddenly lose all substance. Perhaps it would even be cruel. At that moment, the debtor shoved the guy in. Red, let's not just think about this subtractively. Why don't we try adding to it? We can always have a third person get involved. Since they're both directly involved in the situation, neither of them will be able to put an end to their quarrel. All right. Who? I don't know. Whoever, really. Family, the next table, a waiter, the bar owner, a street cat, the cigarette stand owner. Anybody would fit, even an author watching a fight in Germany. Then, who's the most interesting one? That would be. Instead of finishing his sentence, Juho looked toward Coin. At that moment, Juho realized that Coin was thinking the same thing as him. At which point, he brought both of his hands up to his mouth and shouted in German, putting an end to the quarrel. It's Kelly Coin. It had been a while since Juho had shouted in public sober. Fortunately, the two stopped fighting and looked toward the young author. You prick. It had been a means of self-defense. Besides, there was the added benefit of having stopped the fight before it got any worse. Although he regretted nothing, Juho ran toward the two friends and stood in between them. Meanwhile, the pedestrians around were all looking toward the young author, still clueless as to what happened. Although sticking his nose into other people's business was the last thing he wanted to do, Juho took hold of the opportunity. Coin, the two said, looking around. Although they both looked quite worked up, it was nowhere near like they once had. If you guys go on, things will get a lot worse than they need to. Alcohol has that effect, trust me. Why don't we call it a night for the time being and pick it back up where we left off another day? Juho asked the two. Who are you? Oh, just some tourist who happened to be passing by. I gotta say, Germany looks beautiful at night. Where are you from? South Korea. That person over there, on the other hand, Juho said, pointing toward where he and Coin had been standing. However, Coin was no longer there. He had run off. Resisting his urge to chuckle, the young author said, Well, I guess he's not there anymore. In any case, if you want to know more about the guy, look up Kelly Coin on the internet. Coin. Did I make myself clear? No more fighting. Coin. The two didn't seem like they wanted to fight in front of a tourist, either. Besides, the atmosphere made it awkward for them to keep going. Feeling at ease, Juho rushed out of that place. Coin was nowhere to be found still. As he was running, the phone in his pocket started vibrating. Upon checking the message, the young author was forced to stop in his tracks. Oh, I'll see you at the fair. Coin's exit was just as unexpected as his appearance. Chuckling, Juho walked through the buildings unhurriedly. I've seen that guy somewhere, one of the two said. However, it wasn't until the next afternoon that they came to realize who. The two tourists had been Yun Woo and Kelly Coin. Hello, Germany. Zara Jenkins, the genius Hollywood director, murmured, breathing in the air. Massaging his tense shoulders, the director unwound himself. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been to Germany. The most recent trip had been during his college years, which had also been spontaneous. I wonder if anything's changed since. Pulling his bag, Zara got on the subway, getting off at the Frankfurt Central Station, and walked out to the square. He was planning to look around the main river. Simultaneously, the director was thinking about the rumor that Yun Woo had been spotted in Germany. Since he knew exactly where to expect the young author to be, there was no need to rush. Still, he caught himself having to slow down. Stopping in his tracks, he said, Think I'll get me some gelato. One mango, please, the director said after walking into the gelato shop. As the shop owner pointed toward the mango gelato with a brusque expression on her face, the director nodded in affirmation. Taking the cup from her hand, the director took a bite and shook his head at the refreshing flavor of the gelato. That's the stuff. Since there was a table set up just outside the shop, Jenkins decided to stick around a little longer. The director felt the owner looking intently in his direction, as if she knew who he was. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Never mind. It wasn't long before the truth was revealed, after which the shop owner looked away without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jenkins took his phone out while quietly eating his gelato. At that moment, two more guests walked into the shop. Appearing to be middle-aged, one of them was wearing a red top. A potent whiff of alcohol wafted from the two. I'll take a banana. Blueberry for me. Then, one of the men said to the other, So, you have enough to afford a gelato, huh? Really? Are we doing this again? I keep telling you. This will all be over once you pay me back. Although Jenkins couldn't understand a word of what they were saying, he was able to grasp that there was something uncomfortable between the two. Refraining from speaking his mind, the man in red, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, paid for the two gelatos. Oh, we ran into a celebrity yesterday. Who? The shop owner asked, wearing the same brusque expression on her face. The man in red seemed uncomfortable about the particular subject at hand. You know Yunwu, don't you? Of course I do. I even got his autograph. What? Did you see Coin too? No, the shop owner said as if she had no interest in their business, cutting the conversation short. At that moment, Jenkins called to the man in red. He had been eavesdropping on the conversation that had been taking place inside the store. Wait, did you say Yunwu? The director asked. What the? Who are you? Yunwu? That's what you said, right? Yeah. What's it to you? Where did you see him? At a bar. Which bar? While Jenkins didn't know a word of German, the man in red seemed to be somewhat fluent in English. However, he appeared to be in no mood to be interacting with the director since his friend kept bringing up his debt at every opportunity. I'm busy, so if you're lost, ask the shop owner over here. No, I'm not lost. Just where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere until you pay what you owe me. I will. Will you stop pestering me about that? We wouldn't be having this issue if you would just pay me back. As the two started raising their voices at each other, Jenkins couldn't bring himself to get in between them. Instead, he looked toward the shop owner and asked, Yunwu? That's right. I even got his autograph, she said, repeating what she had told the two a moment before. Unfortunately, she didn't seem like she was in much of a mood to talk either. Instead, she lifted her hand and pointed in a certain direction. When Jenkins looked toward it, he saw a piece of paper on the wall with the young author's signature on it. That's Yunwu's. That's his autograph. For the director, the gelato melting away in his hand was hardly a concern. He looked down at his phone, which showed when Coin was going to be on stage. This is massive. Not only was it massive, but the place was unbelievably spacious. That was the first thought Juho had when he stepped into the exhibition center. It was enormous, more than big enough to accommodate the 8,000 companies participating in the fair. The place seemed big enough to fit a number of buildings into it, and the directory alone was indicative of how massive of an exhibition center the place was. By that point, Nabi had already taken part in the preceding events, including a number of meetings. Did you catch the Prime Minister's speech? Juho asked the agent as they made their way into the building. Of course. I also saw the King of Netherlands. They're guests of honor this year, Nabi said. This is one ginormous event. I mean, there are even shuttles bringing and taking people out of the place. Once the public day starts, that's when all hell breaks loose. Children's literature and comic books have always been popular. Are we going to the Asian section first? Yes, we are. It's on the 4th floor, Nabi said, showing the young author around. There were countless booths set up, and within them were people who were waiting for their meetings to start. Dressed in professional attire, the presenters were explaining the data they had prepared for those who had come to meet them. While some conversed casually, others appeared noticeably nervous. In addition, there were also those who were waiting for people who were yet to arrive. On the booths set up by larger, more well-known companies, there were pictures of their most iconic authors. Everyone seems to be busy. Of course, people are busy arranging meetings with as many clients as possible. I've had 20 daily meetings at one point. Everyone's just gunning for that one copyright they've been eyeing. Nabi said, chuckling quietly. When she arrived at the South Korean booth with the young author, they saw there were a number of meetings that were ongoing simultaneously. Juho looked toward the books that were being displayed on the wall. Similar to the relatively small booth, there were relatively fewer books available. Nevertheless, everyone there was hard at work. Meanwhile, after locking eyes with someone, Nabi started walking past the booth. Noticing the look he was getting, Juho bowed subtly before catching up to Nabi, who was making her way toward the Chinese booth. Although it was a given being that they were at a book fair, it dawned on Juho just how many books there were around the world. Seo Kwang would be stoked, Juho said to himself, imagining the look on his friend's face if they had been at the fair together. Then, a science fiction story written by a famous Chinese author came into view. So, this is the original, the young author said, skimming through the pages. The difference in the feel it carried compared to the translated version was quite noticeable. At that moment, "Hello," somebody said, walking toward Juho. Seeing the lanyard hanging from his neck, the young author grasped that the person was a staff member. After exchanging a brief greeting with Nabi as if knowing her, the staff member looked intently at the young author. "You must be Yin Wu," he said, reaching out for a handshake. Juho grabbed his hand and replied, "Yes, pleasure to meet you. I see a lot of interesting books here." With that, the staff member proceeded to introduce the publishing company to the young author, which happened to be the publisher responsible for publishing Juho's books in China. "We finally meet. This feels strange." Likewise, there were countless people involved in the process of turning the young author's manuscripts into books. Seeing Yun Wu in person was quite intriguing. While Juho and the staff member were chatting, another voice came from behind Juho. Molly," Nabi said, greeting the older gentleman gladly. He seemed to be a publishing agent like Nabi, and the staff member from the Chinese booth also seemed to know the older gentleman. "I haven't seen you since last year. How've you been?" "You're right. I always come across all these lovely people whenever I'm at the fair." At that moment, Juho locked eyes with the gentleman, who offered him a hand to shake first, with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, John Molly," the gentleman said, adding the name of a big agency after his name. It was a company that had worked with a number of big-name authors. From what Juho had heard from Nabi, Molly was the person who had been of tremendous help to her when she had worked on getting the young author's book exported for the first time. Grabbing his hand, Juho replied, "Yin Wu, pleasure to meet you." "Why, of course. The pleasure's mine, Mr. Wu. I've been dying to meet you." Chapter 322, An Encounter in Germany, 5. "I gotta say, you look slightly different from the pictures or the videos." "Is that so?" "Very much so. Cameras wouldn't bother to focus on the calluses on your hands," Molly said, looking at the hand he had shaken just a moment ago, which had a particularly rough spot on the middle finger. "What do you think? Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Wu?" "Knowing that there are this many books in this world really puts me in good spirits. It's a festival, if you will." Just as Molly had said, the book fair was a festival for book lovers. There was nothing at the fair that exuded more presence than books, and the crowd gathering around them was proof of that. "This takes me back to our first meeting," Molly said, brushing his hand under his chin, looking as though reminiscing to the past, and added, "I was very taken aback when I read Trace of a Bird for the first time. And what I read had been a sample. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that it was the fruit of your talent." The next book carried an entirely different feel and structure from that of its predecessor. I remember being worried and hopeful all at the same time when it came out. Sooner than I had expected. "Let me tell you, Mr. Wu, working with your books is a joy of mine." He seemed genuine, and Juho found his compliments quite pleasant. "I was at the award ceremonies for both the Nebula and the Hugo. Part of me was really hoping that I could meet you there. Speaking of which, I believe congratulations are in order." It was a congratulation that had come a long way around the world. As Juho responded with an awkward nod, the staff member of the Chinese booth said, "There are some rumors circulating about a sequel to one of your books." "You mean Language of God?" "Yes. What's your standpoint, Mr. Wu? Is it happening?" Juho covered his mouth with his hand. It was far too early to say anything. Catching on to the young author's gesture, the staff member let up almost immediately. "The entire world knows how good you are at keeping secrets. I suppose I'll just have to hope that it turns out the way I hope it does. What about a movie? Are you still against it?" At that moment, an unfamiliar voice called to the young author, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wu." When Juho turned around, he saw a person who he had never met before. Recognizing the person immediately, Nabi introduced him to the young author. "Mr. Wu, this is the editor in charge of your books in Japan." Starting with the Japanese editor, more and more people started talking to Juho, including industry buyers and agents from all across the world, naturally, creating a space for those people to interact with each other. Nabi was mostly talking to people from the US, the UK, and Germany. "I've been looking forward to this since the meeting with Nabi. I was told that Mr. Wu would be at the fair today." "Where was the meeting?" "Oh, I saw that director around that area. It completely caught me off guard." "Has Mr. Wu written a new book? Any good catches?" The How to books seem quite promising this year. The US hasn't been very active as of late. There's coin at least, so that's something. A group of 20 or so people were each talking about their own subjects seamlessly. You had no idea of how crazy things would get when Mr. Wu revealed himself. Before long, the subject moved on to the young author's first profile picture. Meanwhile, Molly described the scene at a bookstore on the release day of the young author's book. No matter where in the world, it seemed like things had looked more or less the same as long as there was a bookstore around. "I was more taken aback by coin in that picture," one of the Chinese officials said. "Whenever I read their books back to back, I find myself getting even more confused than I was before I started reading. I just don't understand how the two grew close. They're just the opposite of each other, and reading their books only makes it even more puzzling. Maybe it has something to do with both of them being prolific writers. Personally, I find myself leaning toward Mr. Wu's writing style." At that moment, one of the people there looked around in an exaggerated manner and said, "Just to make sure coin wasn't around." After chuckling awkwardly, Juho subtly changed the subject. As they conversed, Juho found himself losing track of time. At which point, Nabi said to him quietly, "We better get to Mr. Coin's lecture. It's almost time." "All right." Juho was quite looking forward to that segment of the fair. Catching on to where the young author was headed, the others said, "Well, I hate to say goodbye, but I better look around some more. The author I'm working with is having a conference today. We don't want to call it a night just yet. So why don't we all meet again later outside the fair? I know a place." Everyone seemed to already be aware that Juho was planning on spending his time during his stay in Germany unhurried. With the exception of those who had other matters to attend to, the only people left who were going to Coin's lecture were Nabi, Molly, the Chinese official, and the Japanese editor. With that, the five, including the young author, walked out of the Asian section. Wow, it's packed. Coin's segment appeared to be quite popular. By the time Juho arrived, Coin was already on stage, in the middle of a Q&A session. Standing in front of a red background, the color suited him quite well. Meanwhile, since all the seats were filled up, Juho stood behind the backmost seat. Thankfully, Coin was still plenty visible from where Juho was because of the monitors set up in between the seats. There were cameras aimed toward the author on stage, and there were dozens of monitors showing what the camera was capturing in real time. The scale was impressive. Looking at Coin in the monitors, he seemed somewhat bored despite the sheer number of people he was surrounded by. "I write all sorts of things. Not only have I been part of writing for a movie and a show, but I've also written a number of non-fiction and travel books. I've written for science and cooking magazines too, actually. In other words, I don't discriminate the opportunities that come my way." The host, who was wearing a suit that looked like it had come straight out of an 80s Hollywood movie and a pair of thick, horn-rimmed glasses, looked intently at the author until he had finished. His belt was looking quite fragile from his belly bulging out. "Why is that? To me, that's the ideal image of an author." Juho looked at the audience, whose members were sitting on square chairs around the author on stage. It felt like he had walked into a bubble. Although the busyness of the fair was only a step away, the crowd was listening intently to the author on stage. No author in this world decides that they only want to focus on one subject. Sure, they look at, feel, observe, and study it, but it's never limited to one particular thing. Although, there might be scientists who approach research in that manner, an author has to be flexible. But aren't there tons of authors who prefer to focus on a single subject? At that, Coin's brow furrowed, disgruntled that his point wasn't getting across. He wasn't afraid to express himself despite being in front of an audience. "I'm not saying that an author shouldn't write the same thing twice. For example, Let's say an author decides to use the same characters, settings, and values on another piece of writing, Coyne said, speaking openly on his thoughts. Although there was aggression in his tone, it wasn't all that different from the usual tone in which he spoke. While some took pictures of him with their phones, others jotted down notes. In that case, what about an author's individuality? Authors tend to be greedy when it comes to things that set them apart. For example, if I were to read one of your books without being told who it had been written by, I'd still know that it was your book. But according to your logic, wouldn't an author's pursuit of flexibility mean giving up their freedom in some sense? That's right. At the end of the day, I am me. It doesn't matter how hard I try to change that. I don't have to worry about my past vanishing into thin air or my potential future becoming another person's. It's a limit in some sense, but there are also endless possibilities. Juho glanced at the audience to either side. They were all listening intently. To Coyne, if one finds that they're no longer themselves at the end of their pursuit of freedom, then what's the point of that pursuit? Who would want that? Pulling up his glasses, the host in the 80s-style suit asked, "In that case, what's your take on Yunwoo?" "Oh," Molly let out quietly, looking toward the young author and locking eyes with him. "I didn't see that coming," Juho whispered. "Your name tends to come up quite often, especially when it comes to a topic like this," the Japanese editor whispered, and the Chinese official nodded in agreement. Juho looked intently at Coyne on the screen. "Yunwoo. Yes. One of the things he's known for is having multiple writing styles. It's fascinating, really. I believe there's even research happening as we speak on it. What are your thoughts, Mr. Coyne? Do you think Yunwoo would be the freest author you know?" "Freest?" Juho denied it internally. If anything, his writing styles held him back. They were shackles on both of his feet. "I don't know. His writing is ever-changing. It's almost as if a child I saw one day became an adult the next, only to become a child all over again the following day," Coyne said. "His writing is unbelievable. He's extremely well-trained for his age. He leaves no room for his readers to think that he could grow and learn from his mistakes. I mean, how many teenagers do you know who are capable of something like that? If he really did have a split personality, his alternate self would probably be my age. At which point, the world would laugh at him for not acting his age when he fell on his face," the host said. Meanwhile, Coyne was resting his face on his chin. Although it was incredibly rude for him to do so, nobody pointed it out. "I suppose one could identify him as being sinful." "Sinful, you say?" "Yes. Reversing the flow of this world just so he can move forward on his own. It's inexcusable, really, but I suppose I'm already judging him by a certain standard the moment I deem him sinful. Actually, the fact that we're even talking about him and judging him already shows how far removed we are from freedom. I'd love to have that kind of power," Juho said, lifting his hat up slightly and brushing his hair back with his hand. At that, a subtle smile appeared on Nabi's face. Meanwhile, Coyne seemed to be looking for somebody in the audience. He had to be looking for the young author. "I just got a call from Isabella. What do you want to do, Mr. Wu? Would you like to stick around a little longer?" "Yes, if that's okay. I'll go see her once this is over," Juho said, nodding at Nabi. "All right then. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Wu." After following her with his eyes for a brief moment, Juho redirected his attention to the stage. At that moment, "Who's that?" Juho noticed something out of place. The audience was all listening to Coyne intently and earnestly. Whether they were sitting or standing, there was a sense of dignity in their quiet behavior. However, there was one person who stood out. He was paying no attention to the author on stage. He was particularly tall. While everyone concentrated intensely on the author, the man was looking around as if he had lost something. He wasn't taking pictures with his phone, either. He seemed to have no interest in Coyne whatsoever. In that case, why was he there? Juho became puzzled by the man's presence and his odd behavior. "If you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you," Coyne said in a voice sounding much lower and heavier than usual. It was a quote from a philosophy book written by Friedrich Nietzsche, which stated that one needed to think beyond what was good or evil. As Juho turned his head to look to the monitor, he noticed a pair of blue eyes looking at him. The man had also recognized the young author from the distance. The bright stage light reflected from the man's eyes, accentuating the blue in his eyes even further. Despite the distance between them, there was something about his appearance that stuck out to the young author. While Juho kept his eyes on the man from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that the man's expression started to change. His eyes and mouth were started to widen, and soon, his hand was on his cheek. At that moment, the man started cheering out loud as if he had finally found that something or that someone he had been looking for, which caught Juho off guard. I think he saw you, Mr. Wu, Molly said to the young author. Chapter 323, An Encounter in Germany, 6. What? The Chinese official said, looking around, taken aback. At that, the tall man desperately waved his hands, trying to communicate something. However, Juho couldn't understand the message. I think he's a fan. You think so? Juho asked. Just look at his eyes. Does he want a picture? Or an autograph, maybe? Juho asked himself, thinking about a spot where he would be able to provide that for his fan. However, the time and place were less than ideal in every sense. When Juho made an X with his hands, the man stopped what he was doing. Upon looking down slightly, Juho saw the man's expression hardening, as if noticing the young author was about to leave at any given minute. Nevertheless, Juho had no choice. If the man was one of the officials from a publishing company, he would understand the situation soon enough. Finding himself in somewhat of an uncomfortable situation, Juho decided to give Nabi a call and meet up with Isabella. Would you excuse me? Of course. As Juho made his way through the crowd, he looked back and saw that he wasn't being followed. After that, he walked off to the side and toward the stage, past the monitors that were installed on every pillar, locking eyes with several clones of Kelly Coin. Then, Juho called Nabi and asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come to you." "To me?" she said, adding, "I'm behind the stage. Meet me there." "Okay, I'm on my—" At that moment, Juho stopped in his tracks by reflex. A hand had kept him from going any further. Following up the arm with his eyes, Juho was met with the familiar blue eyes. "I came from the States just so I could meet you," the man said, sounding like he already knew who the young author was. Juho couldn't make sense of the situation in any way. "I made a perilous journey here, holding on to the slightest possibility of meeting you. And finally, here we are, face to face. I was so happy. Until you shut me down, that is. I'm not gonna lie. It hurt a lot more the second time around," the man said, his shoulders drooping weakly. Juho was bothered by the fact that it wasn't the man's first time interacting with him. Upon observing the man, the young author concluded that he wasn't merely a fan who was especially enthusiastic. "Is everything okay, Mr. Wu?" Nabi asked. Although Juho opened his mouth in an attempt to explain the situation to her, he simply couldn't put it into words. "There's a person from the States who came to see me." "Huh? Do you not know who I am?" the man asked. His eyes made Juho quite uncomfortable. No matter how hard he tried to remember, Juho simply didn't know the man, which forced him to say, "No, no," the man said, his nostrils flaring. "Do you know me?" Juho asked that time. "Yin Wu," the man shouted with impressive volume, which was loud enough to echo through the building. At that, Juho shook his head in a hurry. No, that's not what I'm asking. And you don't have to be so Lu. You're Yin Wu. Yin Wu. Yin Wu. Yin Wu, the man said, opening up his chest and shouting at the sky. Yin Wu. Mr. Wu, Nabi asked nervously. "Never mind. I think somebody forgot their medication," Juho said, looking around and locking eyes with the Kelly Coin clones on the screens. When he turned toward the stage slowly, Juho saw that the audience, the host, and Coin were all looking in his direction. The boredom that had been visible on Coin's face was nowhere to be found. At that moment, an evil look appeared on his face, and Coin said, "It's Yun Wu." The best thing Juho could do in that situation was to make sure that hat was on properly. Needless to say, a disturbance arose in the audience. Meanwhile, the tall man with blue eyes was glaring intently at the young author, as if he couldn't hear anything. "Yin Wu's here." "Where?" "I did hear he was in Germany." "Is it him?" "What do I do?" Juho asked himself. It was a sticky situation. Then, as the young author was searching for a way out, Coin, whose face shone from the spotlight, rose from his seat, walked toward Juho, and said, "I didn't realize the two geniuses knew each other. Please, come on up to the stage." Two geniuses? Juho thought to himself and turned toward the tall man. Only then, was there something familiar about him. "Who is he? Remind me of your name again?" Juho asked, to which the man answered in a loud, confident voice, "Zara Jenkins." That must be what makes this our second interaction, Juho thought to himself. He definitely remembered hearing the name from Nabi at some point. Jenkins was one of the directors who were after the movie rights, and whose offer and request to meet, Juho remembered turning down. The young author had no intention of doing another film adaptation. Not only had he experienced it already, but he also concluded that there was nothing to gain from it. You mean, you came all the way to Germany just to see me? Juho asked upon discovering the man's identity. You went to a local gelato shop recently, didn't you? Jenkins asked, smiling confidently. How'd you know? I came across a trace of you by complete coincidence. The shop owner had your autograph on the wall. Besides, getting a hold of your pictures has gotten significantly easier than before. I thought they didn't let civilians in during business days. Come on, Mr. Wu. I'm a former actor turned screenwriter/director. It's hardly a challenge to gain access to the fair. Could I have you two gentlemen come up to the stage? The audience is waiting, the host in the 80s-style suit said, his face burning bright red from excitement. Before Juho had realized, the cameras that had been aimed at Coin at one point and the stage crew were all looking toward him. Nabi and Isabella. I suppose damage control is in order, Juho said, slightly irritated. However, Jenkins replied cheerfully, as if completely oblivious to the emotions behind the young author's words. Well, what are we waiting for? I love being on stage. As the director went up to the stage, Juho followed him. At which point, the faces in the audience became clearly visible, including those of the people he had left behind. Everyone's mouths were parted open. Soon, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, whistling loudly. Oh my goodness. I would have never known that I'd see you here, the host said. Likewise, Juho murmured. Then, the host wearing the tacky suit asked, still sounding excited. How come you two are together? The host started with a difficult question right off the bat. As the young author hesitated, Jenkins replied confidently. Aren't we all here for one reason? To see Kelly Coin, of course. Then, walking right past Juho and the host, Jenkins reached over to Coin and offered a handshake. After shaking hands with the director against his will, Coin wiped his hand on his pants, looking disgruntled. Having Jenkins return to where he was supposed to be, as if trying to keep everyone in line, the host asked him and the young author. So, what was happening earlier? What did we see? Oh, it was nothing. Call it a small surprise that makes life just a little more interesting. You know, something God would do if he had a sense of humor, Jenkins said as if rambling random thoughts. Moving on from the director, the host looked toward Juho, appearing as though having trouble making up his mind on what to ask first. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what to ask first. Were you watching Mr. Coin this entire time? I was. That means you heard us mention your name too, right? That's right. We have a lot of people in the audience here, and I'm sure everyone was really looking forward to meeting you. If we can hear it directly from you, Mr. Wu, that'd be an honor. In actuality, the eyes within the audience were quite piercing. Finding himself being thrown in the middle of a publisher's festival, Juho swallowed the urge to sigh. We were in the middle of discussing freedom. Do you consider yourself as being free? Yes and no. There are times when I feel like nothing's holding me back. Other times, I feel like I'm completely tied up. It happens to everyone. I'm sure everyone understands what I'm talking about, Juho said. What do you think of yourself, Mr. Wu? That's a tough one, Juho said, smiling despite the uncomfortable attention he was getting. He was feeling the piercing gazes from all directions getting fixed on him like arrows, which almost made them painful. As soon as he answered a question to the best of his ability, another question followed. Is this your first time at the fair? Yes, this is my first time. How is it so far? I like that I get to experience the publishing market in person. As far as I'm aware, you're a polyglot, am I right? Has that helped you at all? Yes, it has. There are all sorts of books from all across the world in this place. I actually got to meet people who have been working hard to get my books published. It was a lot of fun. Although, that isn't to say that that happened solely because I'm speaking English. There is plenty to see around here, whether you speak the language or not. As if satisfied with the young author's answers, the host maintained a cheerful smile on his face the entire time Juho spoke. Well, since we weren't quite expecting you here today, I'm afraid we can't take too much of your time away, unfortunately. I'll give one lucky audience member a chance to ask you any question they might have. Is that okay? Of course. May I be part of this? Jenkins said, interfering with the young author and the host, who assumed he was joking. Then, the host handed the microphone to a lady sitting in the frontmost row. She was a buyer from Spain. "I'd like to ask a question since we have a renowned Hollywood director here with us." Juho sensed that things were starting to take an unfavorable turn. "Could you tell us what you know about the long-anticipated film adaptation of Language of God? Should the fans be expecting it sometime in the near future?" "That's a great question. I've been wanting to know about that as well." Thinking about the cameras aimed toward him and his clones occupying the monitor's screens, Juho replied, "At this point, I can't really say much. You see, I have no intention of doing another film adaptation." "Is that because you have a negative perspective of novels getting made into movies?" the host asked. Meanwhile, the Spanish buyer stared up at the young author, clenching her lips tightly. "Not necessarily. It seems like there are some misconceptions about that. If I really didn't have a positive opinion on novels getting adapted into films, the Trace of a Bird movie would have never happened." When Juho glanced at Jenkins, he saw the director was glaring intently at him, as if watching his every move. Juho was able to imagine how the director came to decide to fly all the way to Germany just to see him. At which point, he had to suppress his urge to chuckle. "Although, I can't tell you how I'll feel in the future. Just as I have the freedom to feel as I wish in the future, I'd like to add that everyone here is free to hope as they wish." At that moment, another audience member shouted, "One more question." "Okay then. Should we have one more?" the host said, pointing to a French agent who was sitting in the middle of the crowd. "The friendship between Mr. Coin and Mr. Wu leaves a lot of people puzzled," he said, and a quiet chuckle spread across the audience. Meanwhile, Coin was looking at the agent with a harsh expression on his face. "I was wondering if you two consider each other rivals. There have been rivalries in the literary world that are particularly well known. Do you two plan on following in your predecessor's footsteps?" Juho looked at Coin, who replied to the French agent without even giving the young author a glance. "I have no intention of being part of such stupidity. Yun Wu still has a long way to go to get to my level. He'd probably have to be born again." "That's one scary answer," Jenkins murmured. Hearing the audience responding in unison, Juho cleared his throat. "What about you, Mr. Wu? I respect Coin's decision. There's no doubt that he's a talented writer. I often find myself getting impressed whenever I'm reading his books. On the other hand, I still fall short in many ways. I'm already in a bad mood as is. I suggest you don't make it worse and come up with a better answer," Coin said quietly, which Juho shrugged off. "The thing is, he doesn't seem to know that I've already died once. That's my sin. I've caught up to him." At that, Coin furrowed his brow, saying, "When I told you not to come up with a better answer, I didn't mean for you to go off the deep end. It is better than the one I gave earlier, though, don't you think?" Then, flashes started going off from the audience. Judging from the size of the crowd in the back, which was still growing, word had to have gotten out that Yun Wu was on stage with Kelly Coin. Unfortunately, the young author was about to wrap up his spontaneous interview session. The host closed the segment reluctantly, and after saying goodbye to the audience, Juho made his exit. "Keep at it," Juho said. "Why don't you just take over?" Coin said sarcastically. "Nah." After glancing at Jenkins, Coin looked away shortly after. As Juho came down from the stage, he was greeted by Nabi, who seemed short-winded. "Why are Jenkins, Coin, and Yun Wu together?" "No, wait, what's Jenkins even doing here? What's going on?" Looking at Jenkins, who was following the young author in a hurry, Juho said, "Well, I'm sure he has a thing or two to tell us." Meanwhile, the director was looking intently at Juho, unshaken. Chapter 324, An Encounter in Germany, 7. Debuted with a short film. Invited to over 100 movie festivals across the globe. Nominated for one of the most widely recognized movie awards in the world. Winner of Best Director for his recent feature film. Winner of Best Actor. Nominated in 45 categories. People don't call me a genius director for no reason. Juho took the phone from Jenkins' hand and looked at the search results for the director's name, which the director had typed in himself. With an acting background, Jenkins was a director highly praised for his work. When Juho looked at his filmography, he saw a handful of titles that were also popular in Korea. So, he's the one that directed these movies, Juho thought to himself while telling the director the words that he wanted to hear. "Seems like you know what you're doing, Mr. Jenkins." Folding his arms together, Jenkins' eyes sparkled with confidence as Juho raised his tea mug up to his mouth. They were in the young author's hotel room. I'll get straight to the point. I'd like to turn your book into a movie. Trust me, Mr. Wu. You won't be disappointed. After brushing his hair back with his hand, Juho said, I'm sure you already know that I've received offers from an array of directors, and that I've turned down every single one of them. And it had nothing to do with their skills, I might add. All of Hollywood knows about your standards, Mr. Wu. The director replied, shaking his tea mug. Juho also shook his tea mug and said, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of doing another film adaptation, sipping the tea. As the tea warmed up the inside of his mouth, he swallowed it. Then, Jenkins showed the young author his palms. Let's not go there just yet. Hear me out first, will ya? It's just too soon to say no. But I am curious as to why. Why don't you want to do another film adaptation? The director asked. I've already seen what it's like. I've experienced it myself, Juho said in monotone. You mean Trace of a Bird, right? That's right. Closing his eyes, Jenkins shook head and said, my movie's going to be different. I'm going to create something that will blow the world away. You'll have nothing to lose. Trust me. Then, he proceeded to explain the benefits a film adaptation could bring to the creator of the original. Everything's already in place. Do you know the studio you'd be working with? Would you like to know the filming sites or the cast? How about the CG company? Are you into wizards or transforming cars? Lightsabers? I'm sure you know which company I'm talking about by now. It's the best visual effects company in all of Hollywood. You'll have the best of the best working in your story, Jenkins said, raving on about all the widely known names in the industry, all without a single mention of failure. It was a strategy bigger companies tended to resort to when trying to draw someone in. In simple terms, it was a means to guarantee safety. If I were to make this happen, it would make it even easier for you to come up with that sequel. That's not what I'm looking for, Juho said, his eyes half closed. However, Jenkins didn't let up. Since the young author seemed much more resistant than he had anticipated, the director decided to approach things from a slightly different angle. Okay, how about this? He asked, leaning toward Juho and locking eyes with him. I'll make a movie that surpasses your novel series. That's what you wanted to hear, isn't it? Wasn't that why you gave the director of Trace of a Bird the okay? I can do this. I will put your book to shame. Juho looked intently at the director, and instead of giving him an answer, he asked a question. May I ask why you're so obsessed with this? What's language of God to you anyway? At that, the director furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Don't you know? Your books are impossible to put down. Then, he reached into his backpack and took a book out. That book's seen better days. I've grown attached to it. Isn't she lovely? Despite seeing a red sauce of mysterious origin on one of the pages, Juho didn't say anything about it. Then, opening to the back of the book, the director said, God dies. In the novel, God eventually came to his demise. Nothing lasted forever in that world, and God definitely wasn't an exception. Along with people's faith on God and the language he uses, the companions lose the purpose of their journey. That scoundrel of a protagonist actually matures. The relationship between the companions changes eventually, along with their social standings. Life is ever-changing, yet there's only so much time. Then, slamming his hand down on the book, he said, This book depicts that principle in the most efficient way. The characters experience it firsthand, and so do the readers. Jenkins' eyes were sparkling with dangerous determination as he expressed how thoroughly, cautiously, and professionally he had studied the book, which was the kind of persuasion Juho preferred. You sound like you've actually died once, struggling desperately to change. Not only is it multidimensional, but it's also incredibly realistic. The way this world ends is almost fantasy-like, and I want to try something similar. I want to make it into a movie. I noticed that you look like you're wondering why all these bothersome things keep happening to you. Do you get it now, Mr. Wu? The answer is in your writing. The answer was in his writing. Feeling the sentence resonate deep within his heart, Juho licked his lips. Meanwhile, Jenkins kept on unhindered. Leave it to me, Mr. Wu. I'll surprise you. I'll upset you so much that you won't sleep at night. You might end up itching to write something even better for a while, but in the end, you'll feel proud and accomplished. After all, you're the creator of the original. My success will lead to yours. And if you fail? The young author asked. That won't happen. I admire your confidence. I have the skill and the achievements to back that up, not to mention the talent. On top of that, I'm not lazy. If anything, I'm burning with passion. The situation in which they found themselves backed up the director's claim even further. Fiddling with the handle of his tea mug, Juho replied, I don't doubt one bit that you're a skilled director. They say that humans are fickle creatures, and I gotta admit, it seems like there's some wisdom in that. This is starting to sound more and more tempting, Mr. Jenkins. At that, Jenkins narrowed his eyes, taking turns to look at the young author and his ragged book. Just like that time passed. You don't seem all that tempted to me, Mr. Wu. Nothing lasted forever. Similarly, the author had also changed. Do you not want the same thing anymore? Jenkins asked, and Juho gave no response, which told the director that he had guessed the right answer. Do you not want a movie that surpasses your writing anymore? I don't know. What do you think? Juho asked, taking his hand off the tea mug. Although he gave an ambiguous answer, Jenkins didn't find the author's answer upsetting because he knew that Juho was preparing to give him a proper answer. Juho took some time to organize his thoughts. It didn't feel right to send someone away, especially when they were so earnest. I've always been aware of how well the movie would turn out and how unlikely it was to fail. I'm also aware that you're not only talented but also passionate. And I'm sure all of your movies are special in some way, am I right? That's right. In fact, it'll be undeniably special. I'll make a movie that no one else can. That's precisely it. I'm sorry, did I miss something? What's precisely it? The reason why I'm not all that interested in doing another film adaptation. Jenkins blinked rapidly, confused by Juho's answer. I've learned something from my past experience, the author said. Sang Young had made a great movie, and Juho had also been quite satisfied by it after watching it in the theater with other viewers. The last scene, in particular, was still vivid in his mind. The birds that were flying up to the sunny sky were not only more embellished, but more beautiful than his sentences could ever be. While a part of him had been somewhat upset, another part of him had been inspired, making his palm itch. I used to think that my writing wasn't half bad, good enough that my readers would be satisfied with it. I had no concerns. I used to tell myself that Trace of a Bird, if any book, was the one decent book I'd written. And that still holds true today. Upon returning home from the movies, Juho had taken out Trace of a Bird and opened it. However, it hadn't been long before he'd closed it back. He simply hadn't been able to like the sentences within it, leaving him confused as to why his readers had been so obsessed with the book. He hadn't been able to like the story he had written himself. He hadn't been able to like himself, and the sense of relief he had had was no longer, only to be replaced by anxiety and insecurity. Only then had the young author realized that he had been hoping in vain. I eventually came to realize that a book is a book, and a movie. My novel, his movie. No matter how hard I try, I just can't overcome that limit. Now, I believe it's a line that must be respected at all times. Although one would argue that they're the same piece from a certain standpoint, what I had looked for hadn't been in the movie. It had been as if searching for the sea. In the middle of a desert, expecting the flavor of an apple while biting into a mango, or asking for a sausage at a gelato shop. It had been a form of denial, in which case, it would make logical sense to go where I think I would find what I'm looking for. And now, here I am, in Frankfurt, Germany. I hate to disappoint you, Mr. Jenkins, but our encounter has nothing to do with why I'm here. The director remained silent, realizing that he didn't have what the author was looking for. He had understood that much from Juho's roundabout explanation. However, he still didn't let up. He didn't accept it. The room sank into silence, leaving only the sound of their breathing. After holding his breath for a brief moment, Juho breathed out slowly. At that moment, Jenkins dropped his head all of a sudden, and the author looked intently at his sudden behavior. Interesting, the director murmured. What is? I've read every single one of your books because I wanted to know what kind of person Yun-Woo was. You're somebody who tries to face his readers through his writing. But the yous within your novels were so extremely different that I just couldn't get a grasp of what you were really like. Nevertheless, that's what brought me all the way here to Germany. Well, is there something you learned? Yes, you're more defensive than I'd thought. Aside from blinking, Juho showed no response. After which, the director murmured the same words as he had a moment before. Interesting. On top of that, you're very proficient. With that, he started talking even faster. Not only do you write a lot, but you write fast. I have screenwriting experience, so I know how writing can be. What you're doing is just unthinkable. Sometimes, it makes me wonder if you're a robot. But as we both know, there is no such thing. At which point, the next most logical explanation is that the author is really, really brave. Although having already achieved success, he keeps going around acting like a curious rookie. He doesn't play hard to get or try to store anything up. He just writes and writes, which seems to me like he's much more desperate for an opportunity than he's fearful of running dry. Yet he's Yunwoo. It just doesn't add up, the director said, resting his chin on his hand. Then, one corner of his mouth turned up. And it seems like you're still doing the same thing here. I saw the video of you writing on stage. You were writing as if standing on the edge of a cliff, as if it's your last story. Yet, now, you're casually talking about your experiences because you're not writing. Who knows? You said it yourself that books and movies were inherently different. Shouldn't you be trying to do everything within your power rather than backing down after a single failure? You're a young author. You can afford to face challenges head-on. Jenkins said restlessly and desperately. It appears to me that you're only brave as an author. Juho and the director locked eyes with each other. Jenkins was provoking the author in a way that was different from Coin. Juho felt the director's presence from the sole of his feet, traveling up his legs. It was as if he were standing in a swamp. Then, opening his mouth, Juho replied in a gentle tone of voice, "That's good to hear." "What?" Jenkins let out, no longer looking piercingly at Juho. "You're absolutely right. I'm a big coward. I'm so terrified of the water that I can't even think about going into it. Sometimes, I even imagine a dead body floating on the surface of a body of water, and I get caught up with worrying, which is the first thing I try to get rid of the second I pick up a pen. You said you have screenwriting experience, so you'll know what I'm talking about. If I don't do something about that fear, I can't write. Fear brings even more fear. As far as I can tell, it appears to me that I've succeeded." At that, Jenkins let out a deep sigh. The taunting approach had been hardly effective. In the end, he resorted to the easiest, most effective and efficient method of approaching those living in a capitalist society, which was equally as ineffective against Yunwoo. "If you have a certain amount of money in mind, we'll do our best to. I'm going to have to politely ask you to leave." Chapter 325, Pulling the Trigger, 1. Juho rose from his seat. Although the young author was clearly driving his guest out, Jenkins looked up at him and waved both of his hands in a hurry. Hey, I was just messing with ya. All right, how about this? Do you have a favorite actor? Hollywood actor, that is. Counting directors. This has been a long day for me, Mr. Jenkins. Hold on. This is so unfair. You gave that Korean director a chance. Why can't you give me one? You can shout all you want outside. With that, Juho kicked the director out of his room. Even while being dragged out, Jenkins kept trying to convince the young author. After getting pushed out the door to the hallway, Jenkins desperately wedged his arm between the door and the frame and said, "One last thing. There's more. I have one more question." "Go ahead." "There's a question that you've avoided answering in every interview. A question's about your future, to be precise. How would you like to be remembered in the future? What's your goal in life?" Jenkins said in a hurry, dreading the possibility of the door closing on his arm. "Who wants to know? I'm a fan. I've been meaning to ask you that all along. What is it that you're trying to earn through your writing?" Since there was no one but Juho on the floor, the hallway was dead quiet. The young author had the entire floor to himself, which eliminated any possibility of another person overhearing their conversation. Seeing that the director was getting clingier, Juho decided to give him what he wanted and close the door after. Thankfully, it wasn't all that difficult of a question to answer. "I want to be great." At that, Jenkins pulled his hand away from the door. As the young author closed the door, Juho saw a subtle smile spread on the director's face, which seemed like neither a sneer nor a chuckle. Rather, it was the look of a person who had finally gotten his hands on a long-awaited piece of clue. In those eyes, Juho saw a reflection of himself holding his breath and wondering, what's he thinking? Finally, the door closed, and the air sank into silence, devoid of even the footsteps of the unwelcome guest or his pleas to open the door. "I'll come back, Mr. Wu. This isn't over yet." As Juho remained silent, the director disappeared down the hallway. Left alone, the room felt even quieter than usual. Throwing himself onto the bed, Juho let out a deep sigh. In some ways, Jenkins was even more of a challenge to deal with than Coin. Although appearing to be scatterbrained and a man who stayed true to his instincts, there was no doubt that the director had a broad perspective on things. "I'm beat," Juho let out and closed his eyes, the director's words still lingering in his mind. Juho had what the director wanted, but the director couldn't provide Juho with what he wanted. The deal was a no-go. Having trouble falling asleep, Juho opened his eyes, his head filled with thoughts such as, shouldn't you be trying to do everything within your power rather than backing down after a single failure? Who knows? Your books are impossible to put down. I want to try something similar. I want to make it into a movie. I'll make a movie that no one else can make. Juho sat up on his bed, wrapped up in blanket. His feet felt heavier than usual. He felt as though he was caught in a swamp that kept him from moving forward. Letting out a small sigh, Juho opened his laptop and searched for Jenkins movies. Zara Jenkins? What are you doing calling me? It's not every day that you get the opportunity to work with a director like him. As Sang-young's voice blasted from the receiver, Juho turned the volume on his phone down. Sang-young seemed to have a good knowledge of how Jenkins came to reach his current directorial position. In short, he was saying that he's a genius. Sensing a bicycle coming toward him, Juho stepped aside. At that moment, he heard the faint sound of street performers in the distance. One of them sounded like a violin. After glancing in the direction of the sounds, Juho continued on his way. He started off strong with his first movie, even though it wasn't until later that it came out in Korea. But from what I'm gathering from how you're describing him, he's quite the character. He flew all the way to Germany just so he could see you? He must be out of his mind. You're one to talk. As Juho swallowed the words that came all the way up to his throat, Sang-young raised his voice even more, saying, "You're doing this, right? You have to." He's the director with the fastest rising acclaim in all of Hollywood. I'm sure he knows your book inside out by this point. When you watch his movies, you can tell just how much he understands the subject. Everything he touches becomes multidimensional almost instantly. Personally, I think I have an idea as to why he wants to do a film adaptation of the novel. He's probably confident, both in his interpretation of it and his skills. Juho agreed. After watching one of Jenkins' movies, he had realized just how talented of a director Jenkins was. I'm sure he is. Man, I would like to see that movie made. At that, Juho looked down and said hesitantly, I don't know. Or you could always let me do it. I don't know about that either. That was quick. Juho chuckled at Sang-young's playful remark. However, the moment was short-lived because he heard a familiar voice upon arriving on his floor. Yunwoo, Jenkins shouted, springing up from the floor in front of Juho's hotel room. I gotta go. Jenkins is here. What? Now? In front of you? You don't think you could let me talk to? Before Sang-young got to finish his sentence, Juho hung up and put his phone in his pocket. After which, Jenkins approached the young author swiftly. You were speaking in Korean just now, weren't you? Yep. The director nodded his head as if thinking about something. Observing him for a brief moment, Juho said, You're really here. I'm a man of my word. I didn't realize it had been a promise. That's how most promises are kept. Walking past him, Juho reached for the handle of the door to his room. What's the matter? Did you forget your key or something? Jenkins asked upon seeing the young author hesitate in front of the door, anxious to go inside. Tilting his head, Juho asked, Do you think this is some sort of battle? Is that supposed to be a riddle? Like that of the Sphinx? A rite of passage, perhaps? Are you going to let me in if I answer your question? Sure. You're not going to jump off the window if I get it right, are you? Thinking of the tales of the Sphinx and the creature's death, Juho smiled and reassured the director, saying, Don't worry. I'm not taking my own life. As you said, this is a battle, Jenkins said with his hands on his sides. Then, clearing his throat, he asked, What is the creature that has one voice, walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 in the evening, as if imitating the arrogant voice of the Sphinx? As Juho remained silent, the director spread his arms open and said, Man, that had been the answer Oedipus had given to the riddle asked by the Sphinx, which ultimately had saved his life from the mythical creature. Overcome by anger and humiliation, the Sphinx had taken its own life. Meanwhile, Juho stood completely still in front of the door. Personally, I think Oedipus depicts the most fundamental aspects of mankind. More specifically, the root of tragedy. Just look at the man's life. He's a hero who defeated a monster on one hand, but he's also an incestuous, murderous criminal who killed his own father. He's done unspeakable things to the very people who birthed him into the world. As he moves up in society, his appearance also changes. He crawls with his limbs, walks on his feet, and, eventually, with a cane at various points in his life. Yet, he lives just like how it was predicted. It's just as interesting as your writing. It was well-known myth. In the end, the hero became blind after stabbing his own eyes out willingly, causing him to wander aimlessly, without a place to settle. Your point. We're no different from Oedipus. We're both human, Mr. Wu, always finding ourselves at crossroads, trying to find our identities, letting things define us, and constantly wrestling with ambiguity. But what makes us different are the things that you and I are looking for. Think of this as a conflict necessary in order to reach a mutual understanding. A perilous tug-of-war, if you will. I don't think I follow. All I'm saying is that I'll never give up trying, even if I don't get the movie rights from you. I'm not Oedipus himself, so I'm sure things will turn out slightly better for me. I still don't follow, Juho said. Let me rephrase this. By that point, it was clear that Jenkins was a man of confidence. Shaking his head, Juho turned the door handle. Why don't you come in? Since Juho couldn't eat the director alive for giving the wrong answer, like the Sphinx would have, he felt the need for a conversation. Bringing out a loaf of rye bread he had bought on his way to the hotel, the young author asked, "Do you like bread? I got some milk if you'd like." Juho turned around in order to see the response from the director. However, instead of a response, he was greeted by a gun. At which point, a wave of information about the director's country came rushing through the young author's mind. Juho blinked, but everything around him remained unchanged. The buttstock, the barrel, the iron sights, the slide, the magazine. Scanning the structure of the pistol in the director's hand, Juho wondered, where did he get that? "Are you going to shoot me?" he asked the director, who held the pistol in his hands aimed precisely at the young author's chest. "You gotta let me make this movie. I really want to turn your book into a film, even if it means you not finding what you're looking for." Juho walked toward the gun unhesitantly. Similarly, Jenkins remained unfazed. He didn't back up either. Then, grabbing the gun by the cold barrel, the young author moved it up to his head. "Seems like you've thought about this quite a bit. Is this one of the ideas you came up with?" "That's right. You see, I found a hint from our conversation last night." "That's what it seems. You even remembered that I hate water." At that moment, the director pulled the trigger. When Juho stepped aside, a weak stream of water came shooting out of the barrel of the gun, wetting the sofa. "I'm going to follow you around with this thing everywhere you go, all day long." "Very original, Mr. Jenkins. I'll give you that," Juho said, taking the gun from the director and shooting it toward the ceiling. It was an elaborately made water gun. "Where did you get this anyway?" "There are all sorts of movie props, Mr. Wu. You'd be surprised. In any case, it was all just a silly joke. It was pretty funny. But you're not in Germany just to crack jokes with me, are you?" Juho asked, looking at Jenkins, who was sitting away from the wet spots on the couch. The lengths at which the director was willing to go were far beyond what was sensible. So much so that they made the young author doubt whether Jenkins really was looking to convince him about the movie rights. If Juho hadn't seen his movies ahead of time, he would have definitely come to that conclusion. "Are you mimicking your own movie?" Juho asked. You've seen it, huh?" "I have. It was about a fugitive. There was a particular scene in the movie that involved two characters pointing guns at each other, having a dialogue that lasted 5 minutes. Despite the seemingly insignificant length, it was often considered one of the most iconic scenes in the movie. "Do you prefer milk or beer?" "Beer, please." Taking a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, Juho handed it to the director, who proceeded to open and drink it without hesitation. "Aren't you going to have one?" he asked. "No, thanks," Juho replied, and the director didn't ask any further about the subject, as if already aware of the author's attitude toward alcohol. With that, Jenkins brought the bottle up to his mouth and guzzled down the liquid, looking at the label on the bottle afterward as if he'd liked the taste. Meanwhile, Juho sat across from him and looked attentively at the director. "I saw your movie," Juho said, and Jenkins looked up at him at the sound of his voice. "All of them. Just one," Juho said, playing coy. "It seems that people think your most recent movie does an incredible job depicting your inner being," Juho said. bringing up the most common review of his movie. The way you portrayed a person's inner being in the movie was inherently different from a novel. That's a given, isn't it? We're talking about a movie, after all. I liked it. I found myself getting lost in it. At that, Jenkins smiled brightly, his eyes filled with a sense of accomplishment. He wasn't ashamed to express himself. At that moment, Juho remembered what Sang-young had told him about actors at one point. It's all in the eyes. Well, I'd love to hear more about it, but it'll have to wait. I'm not here to get compliments after all, Jenkins said. Then, clasping his fingers together, he kept on. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? The conditions haven't changed one bit. But, why don't we add one more thing to the list? Go on, Juho said, remembering the smile that had been on the director's face before he'd closed the door. I'll make you the greatest storyteller there is. Ha! Juho let out, unable to hold back his laughter. Jenkins was insisting that he could offer Juho what he wanted. If it meant that he got to make Juho's book into a movie, he wasn't afraid to contradict himself. In an attempt to involve himself in the young author's life, he had gone as far as accepting Juho's discrepancies. Although it was charming, Juho couldn't help but notice the one major flaw in the director's offer. My goal isn't something that can be reached by another person. No, I disagree, Jenkins said, still refusing to bring up failures in their conversation. It's very much possible, as long as you let me do this. He was starting to sound like a con artist by that point. However, having no interest in how well or badly the movie did, Juho was finding that their conversation was getting more interesting. Chapter 326, Pulling the Trigger, 2. After guzzling down his beer, Jenkins wiped his mouth and said, Now, I'm aware that you've been avoiding public appearances as much as possible. I remember that all the interviewers kept trying to get you to be more specific, but you kept telling them the same thing, that you don't want to beg your readers to buy your books. Juho also remembered saying that during a certain interview that had taken place while his apartment had been filled with pages of manuscript paper. Then, raising his chin, Jenkins added, The second I heard that, I realized that your goal was something that could be purchased by another person. It was just an analogy. But what if I told you that it was actually possible? Greatness. I can give you just that. Juho tapped his finger on the desk as the director kept on. I have experience, Mr. Wu. All of the actors and actresses with whom I worked rose to fame after appearing in my movies, and they each found their own unique identity. A romantic, a hero, a villain, a leader, an eloquent speaker. You might think that there's more to reality, but let me tell you, there isn't. Companies invest large sums of money just so they can maintain a positive image, and this is precisely what a country does. Think about the images that come to mind when you think of countries like Germany or the US. You get pretty similar pictures, don't you think? The rich are full of themselves, while the poor remain ignorant. We dress in expensive clothes, but for what? Just so we don't get looked down on. On the flip side, we dress like bums when traveling to places that aren't as safe. Everybody has a certain image of how they want to be perceived by others, whether it's looking appealing to others or wanting others to stay away. Jenkins seemed to be well-versed in the realities of modern society. Handling, creating, sculpting, and destroying images were all big parts of his job as a director. Now, let's think about the subjects that we often like to put the word great in front of. Nature, mothers. Personally, Mr. Wu, I don't think you're very far off. Yun Wu, the great storyteller. I wanted to achieve my goal through my writing, Juho said. And this is exactly what you're getting through your writing. Why do you think I came all the way to Germany? I'm certain that it's not. No. It appears that you don't really know yourself, Mr. Wu. If you did, you'd be more conceited and far less cautious. You wouldn't have thought twice about accepting my offer. Do you know what the single most important thing is when it comes to having a certain image, Mr. Wu? It's the ground upon which you build that image. Companies donate exorbitant amounts just so they can be seen as good. You, Mr. Wu, have more than what it takes to be great. You just happen to be hindered by preconceived notions about your age and your reputation as a genius. Are you telling me that you, a movie director, will make me great? Yes. Besides, I'm not you, so I can say all this without having to bear any of the burdens that come with it. On top of that, I can also make it sound objective. Juho quietly observed the director. He was clearly trying to direct the conversation in a way favorable to him. However, Jenkins wasn't afraid to look directly into Juho's eyes. Well, doesn't sound like you're trying to rip me off. That's definitely something you can give me, Juho said. Right. When books won widely recognized awards, the rate at which they sold increased. Books that bore famous names also carried that effect. It was also common for books to become bestsellers almost immediately after a mention in other media. Similarly, the titles and covers of books also played a major role in their sales. As for people, things like their level of education, the family in which they were born, and their occupation tended to determine their image on the surface. The most tangible aspects of a person became their most representative aspects, which gave others the power to determine what that person looked like. But it won't come to readers as a surprise until after they actually open my book, don't you think? Finding how different it actually is in comparison to what they imagined. Juho asked. I don't think so. We're talking about making something that is already good to look at even better. A prodigy turned genius. It makes sense, doesn't it? But I'm not a product. It was just an analogy, the director said, licking his lips. All that to say that, in the end, everyone will look up to you even more than they already do. The king of pop, the god of basketball, they all had to start somewhere until others started calling them as such. That's why you haven't talked about your goal on official occasions, right? Juho wasn't going to let being valued as a person determine who he was. He didn't think of himself as a commodity. Did it sound like I was looking for a title? It definitely doesn't sound as impressive when you put it that way, Jenkins said, unfazed by Juho's appearance. Then, as if knowing the true value of having a title, he added with a greedy look on his face, not just any title. The world will call you the one and only great storyteller. Doesn't quite sound like the greatness I'm looking for. Well, what is it that you're looking for? The director asked, sticking his tongue out like a snake hiding in a swamp. He was quite crafty. Letting out a small sigh, Juho thought unhurriedly about how he defined greatness, which was a dream forfeited by some. I'd like to write for a long time, Juho said, reminiscing to his past. Although he had risen to the top in no time, his life had fallen apart just as quickly. He was fully aware that he was far from being the great storyteller. However, after receiving a second chance, that had become an earnest desire. Is that what makes an author great? An author with a lasting career? That's too vague. Not everyone dies at the same age, the director said. Sales have nothing to do with greatness, whether things sell a lot or a little. But if it doesn't sell at all, then there won't be anything left to discuss. A book only has meaning when it's read. What I know for certain is that your book will become even more famous through my movie, Jenkins said in a hurry, his shoulders looking somewhat tense. Meanwhile, Juho sat up. There are two reasons for why it's pointless for us to discuss that. 1. My books are already selling plentifully. 2. Every book gets at least one reader the second it comes into existence. The author. Though, not the most objective one, if I might add. The minority gets neglected all the time. If nobody recognizes you, then what's the point? Keeping something to yourself is no different. A name that never gets called loses its purpose. Juho didn't want to be remembered as a genius. In fact, he wanted his life to end in a way different from his past. He wanted to be remembered as the great storyteller, and the moment he said it out loud, he realized his thoughts started untangling themselves. He had a past that nobody else knew about. Yet, unlike Jenkins' logic, that past was very much real. It was still leaving traces in Juho's life, and its presence tended to grow whenever the young author wrote. While it was painful, it was a relief at the same time. The world might call me the great storyteller, but if I don't see myself as such, then there's no meaning, Juho said. The expression on the director's face started to harden slowly. It's just as meaningless to keep that knowledge to yourself. No, it's not. They're not the same. Would you take your own life just because you were told to? Of course not. I'd tell him to go to hell, Jenkins said and dropped his head, his blue eyes also hiding from Juho's sight. Then, repeating the process of clenching his hand into a fist and releasing it, he added, You might as well ask me to get you an absurd amount of money. There was an author like that, and things fell through in the end. Juho stared intently at his lowered head. Not only had he watched every single one of Jenkins' movies, but he had also read every single interview the director had taken part in. On top of that, he had also seen him receiving an award at a ceremony. With that, Juho picked up the prop gun, which Jenkins had brought. The water inside it made it cold to the touch. A movie that's better than my writing. Is that what you want, Mr. Jenkins? Juho asked. I'll make a movie that surpasses your series. That had been the cause behind the director's desire to make a movie based on Language of God. Although genuine, it had proven to be self-centered in the end. Frankly, there was something that had been bothering Juho since their first encounter. It had been the director's blue eyes, which had an uncanny resemblance to another pair of eyes the young author had seen recently. Those blue eyes had been filled with a competitive spirit. At that moment, the director smiled and told Juho, I've written a number of scripts. I'm aware. And writing a script is a completely different beast from writing a novel. When you compare them side by side, it almost feels like you'd have to hold your pen differently. A half-sibling, if you will. I mean, it's just so visible how different they are when you look at their respective results. Moving images and text. The difference between the two were quite stark. So much so that there was no need to convince anyone. You don't have to nag your kids to watch more movies. They already like them. There are less and less people reading books, and there's no greater compliment than, it reads like you're watching a movie. Your point. What I'm saying is that I think that there's nothing more entertaining than a movie, Jenkins said, his eyes filled with genuine passion, and added, I'm not coming from a place of looking down upon literature. In fact, I'm often inspired by literature. But the first time I came across a movie, I immediately fell in love, and that is something a book has never been able to do. The director seemed to think his emotional experience was the realization of an objective truth. As talented as he was, all the time and work he had put into honing his skill had only reinforced his misunderstanding. It didn't help that the world had been affirming his belief. Sniffling, the genius director said, You're already great, Mr. Wu. As Juho remained silent, he glanced at the young author and scratched his chin, saying, Guess you're not buying that either, huh? Unfortunately. It wasn't bad, though. Well, I guess I really don't have a choice then. It seems like I'll just have to do my best to outlive you and buy the rights off someone else, Jenkins said weakly, putting his interlocking fingers behind his head. As you said, Mr. Wu, that I couldn't give you what you were looking for. Even if I were to give that to you, it wouldn't be in the form you want it in. What can I do when you're not looking for it in other people? The real tragedy here, though, is that you have what I'm looking for, which makes our relationship less than equal, as most relationships tend to be, he said to the young author. Then, with another smile on his face, he added, But that isn't to say that you're completely against making the movie, am I right? Sure. Jenkins lowered his head, as if in anguish. There was truth to what he had said. If Juho had really been intending on turning it down, then he would have already done it. Besides, Jenkins was far too interesting of a person. When the young author watched his movies for the first time, he found them just as interesting and charming as their creator. Although things had been marked by bitterness the first time around, there was a sense of satisfaction the second time around. However, he still hadn't been able to find what he was looking for. Currently, Juho had no lingering attachment to doing a film adaptation, and no amount of money nor a script written by the best screenwriters would be able to change his mind. The director had said that the young author had what he was looking for. Then, taking the prop gun, Juho aimed it at the director's head and pulled the trigger. Colt, Jenkins let out, his entire body shaking as water dripped down his head. The thing is, Mr. Jenkins, I would have said this sooner if it weren't for this gun. I'm sorry, the director let out, letting the water dripping from his head flow into his mouth. You see, I'm not completely against doing a film adaptation, Juho said. Seeing the director's face starting to light up, Juho smiled. I can be defensive at times. I just froze up at the sight of that gun. Wadash. At the same time, it's just not in my nature to be cruel, either. On top of that, nothing in this world lasts forever. Although the gun was as rigid as a real one, it was merely a water gun. At the sight of the stream of water, which was aimed away from him, Jenkins asked, Wait, what are you trying to say? Can you be more clear? While they talked, Juho noticed a rather simple desire welling up in his heart, which had started taking roots after he had finished watching all of Jenkins' movies. Wondering how far he'd be willing to go, Juho had observed the director, and as expected, their conversation had not only been fun, but also informative. In the end, Juho decided to grant the director's wish. With all the spiel about greatness and whatnot, I want to see your movie, Mr. Jenkins, Juho said, brushing his hair back with his hand. There was one more thing left to do. Now, why don't we discuss the contract? Juho said. Then, raising his chest and throwing his arms up in the air, the director cheered with joy. Chapter 327. Pulling the Trigger 3. Language of God, the movie. Is it finally happening? Contract for the movie rights reported being in discussion. Fans getting fired up with excitement. Zara Jenkins reported to direct the long-sought-after Language of God movie. Negotiations in progress? What does Yun-woo have to say about this? How much will the movie rights go for? Yun-woo, reported being in Germany, remained silent about the film adaptation of Language of God. Did he know it was going to happen? Who is Zara Jenkins? A handsome former actor turned director. The genius behind some of the most recognized movies. The dramatic encounter of Zara Jenkins and Yun-woo at the Frankfurt Book Fair. The riddle has been solved. How will their story end? The meeting of the two geniuses. What will the new film adaptation of Yun-woo's most beloved series, Language of God, look like? Will it follow in the footsteps of Trace of a Bird? Christmas came early this year. The long-awaited Language of God movie is finally happening. Will the publisher give an update on the sequel? Next stop, Hollywood. How far will it go? The influence of Yun-woo's books. Hollywood meets Language of God. What should we expect from the movie? The recent announcement of the Language of God movie leaves fans on the edge of their seats. Fans react. An interview with Sang Young-ju. What does it mean to turn a novel into a movie? Film adaptation? Did they just say film adaptation? Zara Jenkins is the director? This is insane. Now, I have to go see it. Finally, I thought it'd be awesome to see the book get made into a movie when it first came out. I've been waiting for so long. Good. I was starting to get ticked off with all the waiting. I was wondering why the studios weren't getting on this sooner. Then, all of a sudden, Zara Jenkins. All this waiting is finally paying off. Zara and Yun-woo, huh? I wonder how he'll go about turning Language of God into a blockbuster movie. I sure hope he doesn't go overboard with CGI. I'm sure he'll do fine. Zara Jenkins is one of the best directors out there. Considering the nature of the series, though, I think it's really important that they capture how the characters grow and mature. In which case, I don't think anyone's better suited for the job than Jenkins. Wonder what the movie will be like. I hope it doesn't reflect badly on the original in any way, though. I mean, given that Zara Jenkins is directing it, we probably won't have to worry about him screwing it up. I do think that they'll make changes here and there. As with most film adaptations, I think that's inevitable. People are bound to compare the film adaptation to its original counterpart. I wonder if the movie will surpass the original, though. Probably not. That's a tall order. Zara Jenkins might be able to pull it off. I feel like movies based on novels are really hit or miss. I agree, but I am looking forward to seeing real-life actors speaking those languages. Those languages were so realistic. He even described how the words were pronounced. I think that's what really makes Language of God so charming and special. I'm sure Jenkins will do well. Wonder where they're shooting. I'm so excited that I get to see those locations with my own eyes. Wouldn't they have to work with the author on that? But wasn't Yun-woo really hands-off with the Trace of a Bird movie? He was. I wonder if he'll be the same this time. Personally, I just want the sequel. Ditto. I'm so curious. Whatever the story's like, I'm getting it. As long as it takes place in that same world, I'm on board. He did say that he wanted to write about the past. When is it coming out? Anybody know? I was expecting the sequel to come out first since it's so popular all across the globe. But surprise, surprise. I don't care if it's the movie or the sequel. I want them all. I didn't even get to say hi to you back then. Why are you here? Coin asked, looking at Jenkins, who was opening the door for him. His understanding was that the room belonged to another person. Hey there, Juho said, coming out of the bedroom unhurriedly. Observing him, Coin replied, I guess I'm in the right place. Of course. I've been staying in this hotel this entire time. As Coin stepped inside, his face twisted into a scowl at the sight of the state of the room. There were empty glass bottles on the table and rolling around the floor. Clicking his tongue, he asked, How much did you have to drink? I didn't. I'm the person you're looking for, I believe, Jenkins said, throwing his hand up in the air, looking somewhat proud. Looking up and down at him, Coin replied, You seem fine considering how much you've had to drink. Don't get me wrong. I was so hungover yesterday that I could hardly get out of bed all day. Except for when I had to go throw up, that is. Isn't that how one should drink, though? It's like the thorn of a rose, if you will. Beautiful, isn't it? I don't get why he doesn't drink in his own hotel room, Juho murmured. Jenkins had been visiting the young author's room constantly, and the reason was obvious. However, Juho, who had things to do, couldn't afford to spend the entire day solely on accommodating the director. In the end, he had let the director stay in the living room while he, himself, went into a room and concentrated on his research. That same night, after making an excuse that he was much too drunk to go back to his hotel room, Jenkins spent the night at the young author's hotel room. On top of that, he had ended up spending yet another day in the hotel room's living room, hungover. Since the director actually hadn't looked that good, Juho had had no choice but allow him to stay. Mr. Jenkins is a very interesting person, especially when he's drunk, the young author said. When drunk, Jenkins tended to get even more talkative. While Juho had been researching in the room, he had heard the director rambling on about something for hours on end, which made the young author forget that Jenkins was actually drinking by himself. However, once reaching a certain point, the situation took an unexpected turn. Having realized that it was completely silent in the living room, Juho walked out of the bedroom to see if the director had fallen asleep. However, to his surprise, he had found Jenkins trying to crawl into tight spaces under the desk or inside the closet, as if his memories of being in his mother's womb were still intact. Although not the most dignifying sight, Juho had watched the director ram his head against the couch repeatedly for some time. While he told the story, Jenkins cackled. Well, at least I'm not going around picking fights with people, or anything like that. My drinking habit isn't so bad, don't you think? Clothes can always be washed. Coin shoved his hands in his pockets. Offering him a seat, Juho asked, "Coffee?" "I brought mine," Coin said, pushing the empty bottles off the table in order to make room for his thermos. The sharp clinking sound echoed through the room. "Huh, you carry coffee with you, huh?" Jenkins asked, staring intently at the thermos. Without giving an answer, Coin opened the lid of his thermos irritably and poured the hot liquid into his mouth. "You make it seem like you're having a drink. May I have a cup, please?" At that, Coin glared fiercely at Jenkins, and the director immediately backed down, saying, "On second thought, I thought you two knew each other," Juho said after watching their interaction. "I've seen him around at events. I saw him up close for the first time at the book fair," Coin replied. "You know, I was going to write you an email," Jenkins said. "An email? To ask you to introduce me to Yunwoo. Oh, I wanted to talk to you too, of course." While Jenkins rambled on, Coin listened to him with a blank expression on his face, slamming his hand on the table from time to time. Seeing that, Juho sat slightly further away from him. "You're quite the loquacious type, Mr. Jenkins," Coin said. "I get that a lot, actually. Makes my day every time." Then, Coin asked the young author, "Are you really going to leave this guy in charge of your movie?" "Sure," Juho replied, and Coin gave him a disgruntled look. Then, Jenkins objected to his question, saying, "Everyone was excited to hear about the movie. For those who know me." "Wait a minute, have you not seen my movies?" "No, I haven't," Coin said. "Not a movie person, I see. Just not yours. Yet, how can you dislike my movies when you haven't even seen them? I can't stand unicorns either. I don't have to have seen something to not like it, do I?" Jenkins blinked awkwardly with his mouth agape, but said shortly after, "You hate what? How can anyone possibly hate unicorns?" Juho looked at the door to the bedroom, which was parted open slightly. Although the bedroom itself was far from being tidy, it seemed like the most peaceful spot in that hotel room. "So, any progress?" Coin asked, and Juho turned toward his voice. Coin was looking away from Jenkins on purpose. "Some. Things are definitely becoming clearer as I gather more information. I still have a long way to go, though." "For how much longer are you planning on staying in Germany?" "Until I find everything I'm looking for. I'm not in a hurry." Then, Juho asked Coin the same question, asking how long he was planning on staying in the country. "I'm going to take some time to go around the country," Coin replied. Then, the director interjected, saying, "Try Sen. You won't be disappointed. Especially the Alps and the lakes." "That's where the castle is, right?" Juho asked. "That's right. Are you planning on visiting other countries too?" Coin asked the young author without even bothering to look at Jenkins. At that, Juho smiled awkwardly and answered, "No, I'm not." "Why not? If you're doing research on war, you could visit the States at some point. Didn't we talk about this?" Coin asked. "We did," Juho replied. Although that had been his idea initially, he had changed his mind since then. "After spending some time here, I came to realize that I didn't have to travel that far." Korea," Jenkins let out, interjecting yet again while nodding. Lately, Juho had been studying anything and everything even remotely related to war. The more he learned about Germany's history with war, the more he realized how relevant it was to Korea, which was also a country with its fair share of wars. "I suppose that would be more convenient for you. It'd be easier to find inspiration, too. Right?" Then, Juho brought up something he had been meaning to do since the moment he had come back from the dead. "I'm going into the military." As the air sank into silence, Juho felt the empty gazes of those in the room on him. "What? The military? I've been meaning to serve early and get it out of the way. I figured now was a perfect time to do that." Furrowing his brow, Coin asked, "Is Korea under a conscription system?" "It is. I have a feeling that I'll end up touching upon drafting and recruiting." The director screamed at the unexpected news, stammering, and Coin gave him a pitiful look. "But what about the movie? There'll be times when I'll need your opinions. The settings, the depictions, and especially the language. I'm not some linguistics magician like you," Jenkins said, bringing up both the script and casting in addition to his arguments. "The book should have all the information you need, including all the pronunciations. Besides, there's the offshoot volume. But I want to be as detailed as possible when it comes to the languages. You know how uninvolved I was with the last movie, don't you, Mr. Jenkins? But this is different. I thought you said you weren't looking for significance in movies anymore." "You're right. It is a different situation. I'm going into the military." Jenkins threw his head back while clasping it and protested. "What the hell's going on? The military? This is absurd." Never in his directing career had Jenkins come across an author who went into the military. However, Juho had no choice. He was legally obligated to do so. If anything, it was better to go sooner than later. "Can't believe I'm doing this again," Juho thought to himself, bitterness lingering in his mouth. "Don't go. I beg you," Jenkins said desperately. "It's a duty every Korean man has to carry out," Juho said, staring into the air. "A duty? Yes. It's a basic obligation. It has to be done." Although it made things easier if one was more willing to go into the military, that was hardly the case. Similarly, Juho wasn't particularly fond of the military. The strict ranking system was simply not attractive to the young author because it was a system in which there would always be people who suffered, which was the case with most communities, unfortunately. "When are you going? Which month? Day? Time?" Coin asked. "It's hard to say before I get a written notice." "It's not going to be tomorrow, is it?" "I doubt it." Then, Juho saw the director rubbing his hands together anxiously, determined to make the most out of the little time he had with the young author. Despite the nonchalant answer he had given to the director, Juho was also well aware of the nature of his novel series. On top of that, he was also intending to cooperate to some extent. Rubbing his mouth, Coin asked, "How long do you have to serve for? What's the structure like there? Are there any more details?" "You said every male has to go." Juho answered him to the best of his knowledge. It was understandable that Coin would be so curious. The system was quite different from the one used in the States. It's not like Korea's at war. I find it odd that they follow a conscription system. The U.S. switched to a volunteering system after the Vietnam War, right? Israel follows a conscription system, too, because they're always in conflict with Palestine. Naturally, the conversation that had initially started with the subject of war changed to one about peace. Nobody wanted war. In fact, everyone wanted to live in everlasting peace, in a world free of war or any sort of conflict. Then, whistling as if reaching a realization, Jenkins said, "So, does that mean Yun Wu's going on hiatus?" Chapter 328, Language of God and the Violinist 1. "Most likely," Juho said. It was unrealistic to publish a book while serving in the military. That meant that Juho had to go on an unintended hiatus, and he had been preparing himself for it. Was it at least 2 years? "This is going to take some adjustment," Jenkins said as if putting himself in the young author's shoes. Then, he asked, "Aren't you nervous?" "What is there to be nervous about?" Juho asked, shrugging. This is your first hiatus, ever, the director replied, looking straight at Juho as though he was well aware of how fiercely the young author had been working. Hard to say, Juho said, thinking about the even longer hiatus he had had in the past, which the director knew nothing about. Then, Jenkins came closer to Juho and said, I read in some column that authors lose their self-esteem almost instantly as soon as they finish a book. Is that right? Juho asked nonchalantly, turning at Coin to pass the question on to him. At which point, Coin waved his hands irritably, as he would against a fly, and said, Who gives? I would never stop writing if I were you. 2 years? I'll make sure that you get forgotten from the face of the earth. That's disconcerting. But you see, I'm not exactly going on a vacation, either. You know what? This one actor I worked with ended up with the role of a ballerino, so he spent 4 months with an actual professional ballet group, living with them and getting trained by them. He definitely learned a lot by the time we started filming. And now, there's an author in front of me who's about to go serve in the military just so he can write. I'm kind of obligated to, actually. You should delay it as much as possible, Jenkins said, clinging to the young author desperately. With a swallowed sigh, Juho asked, Aren't you hungry? That day, the three spoke well into the night about various subjects. You're going into the military? At 3 in the morning, or 10 in the morning in Korea, Juho received a call. Because he'd been reading well into the night, he was able to answer the phone without trouble. It was Seo Kwang checking in with the young author as his stay in Germany went longer than expected. Seo Kwang's voice shook at the unexpected news. Yep, the military, Juho said, repeating himself for the sake of his friend. What the heck? Juho explained his situation to his friend. Meanwhile, Seo Kwang sounded as though he was facing the reality that he had been avoiding thus far. What about you? When are you planning on going? Let's not go there, Seo Kwang said anxiously. To which, Juho replied lightheartedly, saying, You're going to be fine. They let you read in the military, you know. If they didn't, I'd have come up with some sort of plan not to go. For some reason, Seo Kwang's joke sounded more like the truth. Then, sighing deeply, he added, Baron told me that he's been thinking about it too. And now you. Is that right? Yeah, we met up yesterday to have a drink, actually. I think he's planning on taking some time off from school. I see. Maybe I should just go with you, Seo Kwang said, clearly out of impulse. I'm fine with that, but you gotta think about what you're gonna do about school too. I don't know, man. I just don't want to think about it. I heard March is the best time to go. You're not gonna volunteer to the Marines or something, are you? Wait. Knowing you. You might, Seo Kwang said, frightened by the possibility of ending up at the most intense branch of the military. Should I? You want to join me? Although, they say that the Marines are at the front line when war breaks out. I'm going to take some time to think about this, actually. Can't hurt to be careful, you know? Come on, let's do it. No. Thanks, Seo Kwang said emphatically, grumbling. Man, when is this whole spiel with North Korea gonna end? Do you think it'll be soon? I thought they'd have shaken hands and made up before I finished elementary school. Hearing Seo Kwang's complaint through the receiver, Juho redirected his attention to the book he had been reading, which was a compilation of records of battles that had taken place across the globe. He had been finding himself going back to it whenever he wanted to take a breather. Oh, I like that book you told me about, Juho said, referring to a book he had come across while visiting Seo Kwang's blog. It's good, isn't it? When Juho asked the blog's owner for more details on it, he proceeded to rave about its informative nature for an hour straight. Jenkins seems to find it interesting. He was looking for an English copy for himself, too. Yeah. Wait, Jenkins? As in Zara Jenkins? Seo Kwang asked, his voice shaking for a different reason that time. Then, he asked, Did you tell him about me at all? Nope. He was drunk out of his mind and just happened to reach for that book. So it was just a drinking habit. Not necessarily. He still had it together, somewhat. Man, you got my hopes up. Then, Seo Kwang asked Juho further questions about Jenkins, which Juho answered using only the pieces of information he knew for sure. What if you have to attend an audition for a role or something? Why don't you delay it? The movie would turn out so much better if you were there. We don't know that. Having too many chefs in the kitchen could spoil the soup. They might be better off without me. Then, rising from his seat, Juho picked up the cup of water on the desk, revealing the sunglasses Jenkins had left behind. It was common for the young author to find the director's belongings in his hotel room. such as his jacket and the lid of his pen, which made Juho worried that the director might show up at his door with all of his belongings, looking to move in. Besides, I want to see his movie as just a member of the audience. I didn't know you were a fan. I watched every single one of his movies. Think that means something. Huh, what do you know? Well, when are you coming back to Korea? Seo Kwang asked. Looking at his research data scattered about on the desk, the young author replied, It won't be for a while, feeling the need to dig deeper into his research. Phew, Juho let out, sitting on the bench nearby as he slowed down. The trail that ran alongside the river was the perfect place for a run. On top of that, there were hardly any people around that time. Feeling his body cooling from the sweat, Juho rose from his seat and started stretching. At that moment, came out for a run, I see, an older man, who appeared with the ducks, asked, sitting where Juho had been sitting up to a moment ago. Lucky for that gelato shop lady. She even gets to go on a trip because of you, the man said playfully. At which, Juho snorted and asked, It's the autograph, isn't it? Telling you, that name Yun Woo sure carries a lot of power. Heard getting that mango flavor is near impossible these days, the man said exaggeratedly. Juho had heard him say that multiple times by that point. Having noticed the look of disgust on the young author's face when he brought up that subject the first time, the man had been bringing up the mango gelato and its rarity every time they met since. Bread, the man said, offering a bag with a loaf of rye bread from a bakery he had also introduced Juho to. Their bread was exceptionally tasty. Since he was starting to get hungry, Juho took the bread from the man's hand willingly and gratefully. At that moment, realizing that there was food, the ducks started surrounding the young author and the man, and Juho took a big bite off the bread, as if showing off to the ducks. Could you translate this for me? The man asked, pulling out a Latin Bible as the price for the bread. Since they first met, the man's goal had been to read the entire Bible written in Latin. When I was young and learning Latin, that was the happiest time of my life, he had said. But now, he had forgotten nearly all of it, from the vocabulary to the grammar. Reading with a dictionary was hardly efficient or convenient. It was then that the man came across a translator who made his life significantly easier. Telling the young author about the geography of the place, the stores in the area, and any other information pertaining to the city as payment for Juho's service. The man had been leaving the translation to the young author. Since their meetings were never planned, their every encounter up to that point had been by coincidence, which enabled them to talk to each other candidly and in an unforced manner. The information the man provided Juho was not only useful, but it was also technical. Having lived in the city for years on end, the man had acquired his copious knowledge through experience. Didn't you learn this word last time? You just wait till you're my age. You forget what you had for breakfast as soon as the sun sets. All Juho had to do was read the Bible to the man, one page at a time. Although the man's memory could definitely be better, he was quick to understand. Besides, Juho had been finding it quite fun to explain the text to him. His translation experience was definitely proving itself useful. Okay, let's stop here, the man said, raising his hand. Then, looking at the translation written by Juho, he replayed the words in his mind, memorizing the entire thing. How's research going? He asked, and Juho shrugged. As the young author learned more about the subject, the scenes for the novel within his mind started taking shape, giving him a clearer idea as to how he should go about writing the story. It's going well. Does that mean you're going back soon? That, I'm not sure. Although, I'm pretty sure I won't be here forever. Well, let me know before you do. I'd like to buy you some bread if it's the last thing I do. Although it felt like it hadn't been that long since he'd first come to Germany, it felt strange knowing that there was somebody he had to inform ahead of time prior to leaving. The characters within Language of God must have felt similarly. Juho thought about the protagonist of the new book, whom he had met before. The character had also appeared in Language of God and played an important role in enabling one to meet the creator of the myth. It was the life of that character that Juho wanted to write about in the sequel of the series. Do you know anybody weird and unusual? You? The man said lightheartedly. Then, the man rose from his seat, startling the ducks. Well, I'm going to get going now, he said. Take care. Just like that, their brief meeting came to an end. Juho had no idea of where the man was headed, but it didn't matter. Left alone by the riverbank, Juho stared at the peaceful water of the main river and started organizing his thoughts about the new protagonist. There were bits and pieces of information about him floating around in the young author's mind. Within Language of God, there existed a myth written in a language that couldn't be read by mankind, which contained the story of mankind being ostracized by animals, and of a traitor who had betrayed its fellow animals because of a favor it had received from mankind. The sequel was going to be about the person behind the recording of mankind's entire history. At that moment, meow, a cat let out. When Juho bent down at the waist to look under the bench, he saw a cat crouching, moving its ears with its eyes closed. Juho felt the blood rushing to his head. At one point in their history, humans in Language of God had massacred cats, and the protagonist in the sequel was bound to hold resentment toward them for their actions. Having deified the traitor of the animals, the new protagonist was in a place of influence. Having written the myth, which was also exceptional literature, the protagonist was an author. In that case, he had to have written something else prior to the myth, which would explain how he had been able to write such an outstanding book. What are you doing? Act. Upon feeling an impact on his back, Juho looked up, moaning inadvertently, while feeling the blood rush back down from his head. Although fuzzy, Juho was able to tell that somebody was giving him a pitiful look. Then, squatting, Coin looked underneath the bench. You were doing that just so you could look at some cat? He asked. Good circulation is crucial to good health. Why don't you walk with your hands while you're at it? Should I try it? Juho replied, rising from the bench. At that moment, the cat came out from underneath the bench and leapt onto the very spot Juho had sat on. It must have heard us. Although moving up and down in dull movements, the cat seemed to be quite clever. While Juho was looking intently at a spot on its snout, Coin said, Your research must be picking up, seeing how you're trying anything and everything. That's right. Once the story started taking shape, Juho often found his excitement getting out of control, making him look even more frantically for things to give the story even more shape somehow. What? You're going to write about somebody doing a handstand? I'm thinking about a certain character, actually. Oh, you mean the traitor? Juho remembered having talked to Coin about the traitor at one point. Back then, Coin had said that he disliked the character because of his cruelty toward cats. Coin had even gone as far as suggesting that Juho should drive mankind to extinction. No, the author. The new protagonist was going to be an incredibly influential figure in the future. It was common in epic narratives to include elements that hinted at a future like that to the readers, which involved an unusual birth. What do you think about having him hatch out of an egg? An egg? Coin asked, his brow furrowing. Are you planning on making your new protagonist a helpless chick? You like birds a tad too much, don't you think? But if I really made the protagonist a chick, then it would be vulnerable to cats. Chapter 329, Language of God and a Violinist, 2. Juho stared intently at the cat, although it seemed to pay no attention to the people around it. Its ears, which were pointed toward the young author, moved every time Juho spoke. It was a cautious predator. Let's get out of here. Right, Juho replied. Checking the time, he asked, Jenkins should have arrived yesterday, right? Yep. Although, I don't know what business he has here. He needs to stick to making movies, Coin said, clicking his tongue irritably. Juho agreed silently. Jenkins had been in the States for about a month. While Juho had been enjoying his peaceful daily life in the director's absence, Jenkins had informed the young author that he had arrived from the States just yesterday. Looking at the time, he had to be sleeping at the moment. Speaking of which, for how much longer are you staying in Germany? For as long as I want to. Of course. Lately, Coin had been traveling around the country. Seldorf, Hamburg, Bremen, Nuremberg, Stuttgart, Berlin, Dresden, Bonn, Mannheim, Potsdam. Those were some of the places Coin had visited up to that point, though it wasn't clear what he was doing in those cities. Are you going to Mallorca too? No, that's not Germany, Coin said, not playing along with the young author's joke. Although considered a Spanish territory, it was a popular vacation spot for Germans. The piano recital at Bonn wasn't half bad, he added. Despite the rare occasion that was Coin complimenting something, Juho listened to him indifferently. That's where Beethoven was born, right? That's right. He was born in Germany. Then, Juho listed every single German musician he knew. Bach, Handel, Schumann, Brahms, Hoffmann, Mendelssohn. Who else is there? Seems like you listen to a lot of classical music, Coin posited, raising his eyebrows. Not really. I don't know too much about it. It's just that they're all well known. Juho barely knew those composers' life stories in detail. Then Coin asked, out of nowhere, where's Mozart from? Austria, Juho replied at once. What about Vivaldi? Italy, right? Friedrich Chopin. I believe he's Polish. Okay, what about Nicolas Chopin? France. Remind me again of how you know this? Coin asked, to which Juho scratched his chin and replied, I've been working on a novel that spans quite a few borders. And what does that have anything to do with this? I tend to take interest in subjects relevant to the countries that appear in my novel. Then, Coin asked another question, as if trying to catch the young author off guard. Who wrote Die Forli? Robert Schumann. Rome. It's Franz Schubert. So close, Juho replied, trying his hardest to remember the melody of the piece. Then, he heard music coming from the distance. Being lost in his thoughts about music, Juho briefly thought that he was hearing things. Isn't that? That sounds like a violin, Coin said. Although it wasn't the particular piece they were talking about, it was still quite riveting. Shall we? Coin asked and started walking toward the sound without even waiting for Juho's response. There was a crowd gathered around the source of the sound. The closer Juho got to the source, the clearer the notes became. It was a street performance. Looking at the old man playing the violin, Juho was able to tell his philosophy and the depth of his relationship with the instrument from the furrowed brows, thick eyebrows, and tightly clenched lips. Very nice, Coin murmured. Meanwhile, Juho looked around at the audience. While some were carrying groceries in their hands, others were holding purses and/or coffee. Regardless of what they had in their hands, they had stopped deliberately at the sound of the violin, willingly spending time listening to the performance. Their eyes were fixed on the old performer, just like the young author's. He had set aside all of his thoughts in order to listen to the music. This is Carmen, isn't it? Juho asked Coin, and he nodded in confirmation. As the violinist bowed his violin cheerfully, a few strands of loose hair flowed about in the air. Although the hands that were playing the instrument were blunt, it moved freely and unhindered on the neck of the violin. While the music was heavy and somewhat sorrowful, it also felt as though the performer was calmly walking on his toes. Then, the violinist gave one of the strings a couple of plucks with his finger, changing the atmosphere out of nowhere. There had to be a name for that technique. He played his instrument skillfully and with impeccable technique, and an image of Carmen dressed in red welled up into the young author's mind. As the performance came to an end, the audience applauded briefly, and the performer readjusted the shoulder rest of his violin, positioning himself for another piece. Then, Juho made his way through the crowd toward the violinist and placed a bill in the violin case. Looking up, he locked eyes with the performer, whose mustache started twitching as if he recognized the young author's face. Then, showing off his jawline, the performer started off with another piece, one widely known as Gypsy Airs. Wow! It was colorful and embellished, as though the performer were trying to prove his skill through his performance. The rich tone created by the fingers of the violinist evoked an emotional inspiration within the young author, which was tangible enough that he could almost touch it. At that moment, for the love of God, it was Coin. The sound of his voice snapped the young author right out of the performance. When he looked back at him, Coin was bending at the waist, reaching for his thermos on the ground. So sorry. The pedestrian who had run into him apologized profusely. Looking at the coffee spilling out from his thermos, Coin grumbled irritably. His pants had a massive coffee stain on it, and upon seeing that, the pedestrian apologized all the more. Taking a deep breath, Coin waved his hand at him, gesturing not to worry. Although the author looked quite menacing, he didn't go as far as raising his voice in public. Go on. It's fine, Coin said, picking up his thermos, which gave off the smell of coffee. Thinking that the smell went well with the sound of the violin, Juho asked, You okay? Do I look okay? I thought you said you were fine. What did you say? Coin said angrily, his eyes burning furiously. Nothing. Thankfully, Coin didn't seem to have suffered any burns. I need to use your bathroom. Now, Coin said. Since the hotel Juho had been staying in was closer than Coin's, Juho took him to his hotel room willingly, listening intently to the sound of the violin slowly fading into the distance. Gown. Here. Coin scowled with discomfort. Thankfully, his favorite coffee shop wasn't too far away from them. which meant that he would be able to refill his thermos with ease. However, the disgruntled look on his face didn't change, as if the present discomfort were greater than the reward in the immediate future. After going into the bathroom, Coin slammed the door shut, thinking about buying a new pair of pants and some coffee before he came out. Juho went into another room within his hotel room, which was in a state of disarray from all the research data written in German. Despite seeing the wallet right before his eyes, Juho simply couldn't bring himself to reach for it. Looking up at the ceiling, he said to himself, "I'll just organize it really quick before I go." Pushing all the books, notes, notebooks, and pages of manuscript paper to one side, Juho placed his laptop on the desk. It was showing a cursor blinking on a blank page. He thought about the protagonist, who goes on to accomplish great things in the future. His writing remained relevant even centuries after his lifetime, getting passed down by hands and word of mouth. The sound of the violin still lingered in Juho's ears, the same notes playing over and over in his head, something so tangible and real that he could almost touch it. At that moment, he heard the sound of the shower going, making him hesitate. However, that didn't last long. Closing his eyes, he listed a set of words in his mind: war, myth, past, music, language of God, sin, betrayal, record. Trout swam against the flow of water. The further one went back to the past, the more colorless the world grew, until eventually, it was left with black and white. Juho heard the sound of water. The trout finally reached its home, which had a piece of red cloth hanging from it, as if marking the end of the trail. Looking ragged from the dust and the stains, it was stiff to the touch. At that moment, Juho saw a silhouette behind it. Breathing slowly, he pulled up the red cloth by its corner. A familiar, yet long-awaited, face greeted him. Juho took a step forward, feeling the corners of his mouth turning up while his hands covered his face. Barely reaching up to his waist, the figure behind the red cloth was quite short and much younger than the young author had anticipated. Covering himself with the red cloth, Juho fixed his eyes on the figure. "What's that smell?" Juho asked. There was a stench in the air, which was coming from the child. There were piles of bird droppings on one side, and there were ragged spots on its clothes, as if it had been gnawed on by rats. At that moment, Juho felt the cloth he was wrapped in starting to get wet. The ceiling was leaking. There was a hole big enough to stick a finger into it, revealing the sky through it. It was nighttime. Instead of lying on the cloth, the child looked around its surroundings, from where there were rats and insects also watching the child. Although locking eyes with them, the child kept looking around unhindered. Then, as if revealing their hidden secret, it walked over to the wooden plank on the ground, which hid something quite expensive. The young author wrapped in red cloth was visible over the child's shoulders. Then, the child took the object out from underneath the plank. It was a violin. Holding it against its chest, the child headed for the cave, where no one would follow it. Aside from Juho and a lone sheep, there was not a single person around. As the child went into the cave, Juho wandered around the entrance. In the end, he decided to speak to the child through the sheep, which was the ugliest and the fattest in town. "Where'd you get that?" Despite the bizarre sight of the animal speaking human language, the child, as if hypnotized, didn't seem to notice anything strange. "I found it. There's a wealthy family who moved away recently while saying that a war had broken out and that it wouldn't be long until it spread to our village. They left a lot of stuff behind. They'll be really upset when they find out you took that from them. Then I just gotta make sure I don't get caught." In order to avoid being nagged at, the child changed the subject, saying, "Well, I want to play it now, so stop pestering me." With that, the child rose from its seat and placed the shiny instrument on its shoulder, looking quite natural. The sheep bleated quietly. "Listen to this." The child started bowing across the thinnest string on the violin. Although it was as simple as a string rubbing against another string, the sound that came out of it couldn't be more beautiful. The sheep followed the child's movement with its black eyes. "Where'd you learn to play?" Humans cry naturally after they're born. The sound of music reverberated through the cave. Gypsy airs. The sorrow of an outsider masked by the cheerful, yet violent sound of the violin. As the sheep exclaimed, impressed, the child puffed itself up. "I have really good ears. I can tell when you're bleeding, even when you're with all the other sheep." "Can you read, though?" the sheep asked directly, and the child clenched its lips tightly, as if disgruntled that its personal time was being interrupted. Can you? The child asked. I'm a sheep. Animals don't have a written language. I wish I'd been born a sheep, the child said, playing sorrowfully. Like a true artist, it seemed quite skillful in expressing its emotions. The child's performance exuded an unmistakable presence in the otherwise dark and quiet cave. The notes coming from the instrument were its words and emotions. A violinist. Where's the sheet music? The sheep asked, interrupting the music. Turning toward it, the child asked, sheet music? The record. What record? Musicians usually perform with sheet music in front of them. It's music recorded onto a sheet of paper so that other people can learn and remember it. The child immersed itself in thought for a brief time. Then, sneering, it said, I can play just fine without it. What you played today will eventually get lost in your memory. The air sank into silence. Taking its hands off the violin, the child looked at the sheep furiously. Then, stamping its feet, the child shouted, underwear. Juho stopped his hands, his ears ringing from the shout. When Juho looked back, he was greeted with a pair of blue eyes. Chapter 330, Language of God and a Violinist 3. As Juho closed his laptop, the blue eyes followed the young author's hands. Why are you here? The young author asked. I said I was coming. We were grabbing dinner, remember? Juho checked the time. About 30 minutes had passed. I didn't hear the door, because I didn't ring the bell. Coin let me in. Then, Juho looked at Coin, who was leaning against the door frame with a cup of coffee from a certain coffee shop, fully dressed. At that, Juho made sense of the situation. Underwear, huh? I got you some while I was out getting mine. Look, Coin said, showing Juho the underwear with zebra stripes. At that, Juho glanced at Coin's waist. What are you looking at? Nothing. He knew exactly what he was looking for. It's not entirely zebra-like, but it'll have to do, Jenkins said. Coin seemed to prefer a certain brand of underwear. Taking the white underwear with black lines running across it, Juho waved it and said, It's not a sheep. A sheep? Nothing. You're early. I wanted to sleep in for a little longer, but it turns out getting out of bed a little earlier isn't all that bad. Well, it's not super early. Come on, I'm starving. Let's go get some food. Jenkins rushed the young author, glancing at his laptop. It's kind of early for lunch, but sure, Juho said as he rose from his seat to go to another room. Left alone, Jenkins and Coin didn't say anything for a little while. Then, Jenkins took the sunglasses from his head and set them on the desk. Well, what do you think? Coin asked, at which the director lightly tapped the laptop with his fingers and said, Seems like they just barely missed Mr. Wu in that video. The door had opened before the director had even rung the bell. Coin had been acting differently from usual. The room had been strangely quiet, and the host had been nowhere to be seen. Jenkins had started making sense of the situation as he stepped into the hotel room. Yun Wu had been writing, and the room had been dead silent. Is this how he writes? He'd wondered. He had never been so upset that he couldn't read Korean. Then, out of nowhere, he thought of the young author's short story, River, which had left him guessing where it had come from or where it was going. Licking his parched lips, Jenkins asked, Well, what about you? Are you anxious at all? Don't be stupid now, Coin said, immersing himself in thought. The cup of coffee Jenkins had brought him was already half empty. Meanwhile, Jenkins walked around the author idly. A violin, huh? Coin said. A violin? That's right. Do you know Korean? I know a few words. Thinking about the word written in Korean, Coin said, though it seems like he was seeing something completely different. Yun Wu's writing process often involved seeing things that shouldn't be seen. It was almost his fantasy was a paranormal experience. I'm ready. Shall we? At the young author's voice, the two made their way out of the hotel room. This is some good stuff, Jenkins shouted, raising his glass while looking at the drink with affection. Between the three people who were eating at the round table, the director was the only person drinking. I'm loving this. Jenkins had been making quite the scene with each and every sip. Although Juho didn't mind it at all, the other person didn't seem too happy about it. The gift of God to us all. Will you shut up? Coin let out irritably, glaring at the director as if ready to hurt him at any given minute. Is it that good? Juho asked in order to interject. Very. Would you like one for yourself? No, thanks. Without imposing on the young author, Jenkins drank his wine quietly. However, because of his expressive nature, the silence didn't last long. I gotta eat here more often. The food is amazing. Coin's recommendation. I should have kept my mouth shut, Coin grumbled, cutting himself a big piece of beef and bringing it up to his mouth. The slab of meat poured out what looked like blood at every slice of his knife, which reminded the young author that Coin was eating what used to be a living being. As Juho quietly ate his asparagus, Jenkins put the glass down and asked, "That was the sequel you were working on in the room, right?" "That's right. Do you have fond memories of things related to violins?" At that, Juho looked up at the two, at which point, Jenkins waved his knife in denial and said, "It just seemed like it had something to do with the man behind the myth, is all. I'd love to know more about anything that has to do with that man's life." Language of God contained the end of the character, which involved the man creating a myth that got passed down for generation after generation. Perhaps the director was thinking about mentioning the character in the movie. "I can't tell you anything on the kind of life he'd lead, unfortunately," Juho said, fiddling around with his fork. Jenkins waited patiently for the young author to finish. "But what I can tell you is what makes him such an important character." At that, Juho saw Jenkins' lips twitch. The piece of writing that he leaves behind will probably outlive God. Within the novel, God's lifespan was 300 years. Nothing lasted forever in that world. However, there were moments where things felt like they would last forever. Maybe it'll be around forever. Who knows? Juho said, revealing the mindset with which he had been writing, and added, "Do you think he'd like to know that? Would he welcome that his creation outlived its creator?" Juho thought about the spirit of the character witnessing the result of his creation after his death. What would the expression on his face look like then? "I'd say he would, at least a little," Juho added. That was as much about the character he could share with the director. Although smacking his lips, clearly wanting to hear more, Jenkins didn't cling to the young author and beg. Instead, he decided to approach things from a different angle. "So, about Bird in Language of God." "Bird," Coin said, retracing his memory of the novel. "You mean God?" he said, remembering the character Jenkins was referring to. "Yes, him." Bird had been one of the characters who had lived in the same neighborhood as the protagonist, who eventually left on a journey in search of God. However, the truth was that God had been, was, and would always be nearby. "I've been wrestling with the character for some time," the director said. While the series was still ongoing, Bird had served as an element of surprise. The fans had been ecstatic when the character's identity had been revealed. Unfortunately for the director, that dynamic was no different from a magic trick that everyone already knew. "But I still want to utilize him somehow. I want him to be special." "Do what you want. The script is different from the novel anyway," Juho said with a piece of chicken in his mouth. "But birds have special meanings in your books, Mr. Wu," Jenkins said, trying desperately to get the young author to tell him more. "There are birds in your other books too, and at this point, it's practically your signature. Besides, I really like Bird in Language of God. I want to have a deeper understanding of the character. There's no correlation between my novels and what I think of birds. If you want to know more about the character, then I suggest you read my novels." "Come on, Mr. Wu. You know what I'm talking about," Jenkins replied, sighing and adding, "At first, I was going to ask you to take over the adaptation." "Yeah, right," Coin said, sneering. Meanwhile, Juho ate his food quietly. Pouring himself another glass of wine, Jenkins said, "Well, we do have some of the best authors in the world taking part in the process, myself included." No matter how good or bad the result turned out, the director was confident that he would be content. In the end, as for the cast, "I'm planning on giving the role to an actor who packs a punch." "Is that so?" Juho asked. "But I won't say who." "I didn't ask. Don't care. This is confidential, all right?" Although nobody had asked him to, Jenkins kept offering pieces of information to the young author, as if Juho would reciprocate the effort eventually. After some thought, Juho said, "So, the thing about Bird is, yes, he can't fly. His name's Bird for crying out loud. Yet he can't fly. Tragic, really. But Bird is a person. More precisely, God. Isn't it obvious that he wouldn't fly?" Jenkins said with his fingers on his temple. Then, his expression started to change slowly. "Yet, you thought that was strange somehow? Sad, maybe? A bird that can't fly. A character with which its creator empathizes. Is Bird yearning for freedom? Vertical, sort of. No, that can't be it. It has to be something dirtier, the director said, thinking out loud. Then, he took his ragged copy of Language of God out and opened it. What a mess, Coin said, abhorred by the state of the book, guzzling down his sparkling water as if letting his anger out on it. But the actor was just so full of himself. He was just the opposite of the image he projected. Although he's pretty infamous in Hollywood, a lot of people were against bringing him in. But what could I do? I wanted him to take the role regardless, which meant having to play mind games with the guy throughout the entire filming process. As the meal went on, Jenkins, who was flushing bright red and reeking of alcohol, was starting to become more and more talkative. Unfortunately for Juho, that meant having to listen to his drunken rant against his will. So, how did you sort things out with him? Why, I let him have it, of course, Jenkins said, throwing his hands in the air. I pointed out all of his flaws in front of people. I could have beat around the bush a little bit, but I didn't, so I could give the guy a taste of his own medicine. In the end, he stormed out of the set, and our staff members barely managed to convince him to do one more take. I'm telling you, that day was a mess. Voices were raised, fingers were pointed, people were cursing up a storm. Oh, I stayed out of all that, of course. It's undignifying. When Juho looked to Coin, he was flipping the director off, waving his middle finger in front of him. At which point, Jenkins started cackling while holding his sides. Okay, frankly, I don't dislike actors and actresses who are full of themselves. Whenever they act out, that gives me a reason to treat them the same way. Doesn't it get stressful? Of course it does. I often find myself asking why I'm doing this. But, in the end, I always come back to the same answer. As long as the movie turns out okay, as long as they can deliver the performance I'm looking for, as long as my choice of casting them pays off somehow in the end. If anything, it's the actors the higher-ups are trying to force into the movies that bother me. There's nothing more annoying than that. Trust me, why waste time comparing them? They're all garbage for all I care, Coin said, his nostrils flaring as he added. I hate them all, from people trying to take shortcuts to the cocky ones. I can't stand the latter in particular. Are you sure you don't just hate people in general? Jenkins asked, clearly drunk, but stating the truth nevertheless. At which point, Juho chuckled quietly. I didn't like you either, you know, Coin told the young author poignantly. Me? Right. You flew all the way to Korea just to see him, Jenkins said, staring into the air and nodding. Just like he had said, Coin had definitely been upset at Juho back then, to say the least. Although Coin and Jenkins had a noticeably different attitude toward the young author, something told Juho that they might have a lot more in common with each other than they realized. You were outranked by Yunwoo back then, right? Yes, I remember reading about it. I think I remember his books doing even better than yours too. Is that why you went all the way to Korea? That's some dedication. At that, Juho rolled his eyes and looked away, playing coy, and Coin sneered and replied, Humph. This is why I can't hold a conversation with people who only focus on details. This kid and I, our positions are worlds apart. Ask anybody, and I guarantee you that they'll agree. Every single one of them. So, you do acknowledge that you lost, partly? Well, good for you, Yunwoo. You don't seem to understand the proper time to talk about that subject. You mean now? That's some good wine. At that moment, as Jenkins put his glasses down, Coin reached over and held the director by the collar at a frightening speed. Juho blinked, both taken aback and impressed at the same time. However, it didn't seem like the best time to admire how fast Coin was. Then, the author raised his fist as if ready to punch the director in the face at any given minute, and Jenkins' eyes widened. Hold on. Now that I got a good look at you, I know you're kind. It was some animal, human. You're choky, dash. So, going back to what I said about the proper time, let me remind you of when that is. That would be now. Okay, I surrender. Jenkins shouted desperately. Coin had a strength that matched his intimidating appearance. Although the director was confident that a broken nose couldn't take away from his good looks, that didn't necessarily mean that he wanted to have a broken nose. Before that became a reality, Juho held Coin by his arm. Thankfully, Coin didn't seem like he intended on going any further. As Jenkins opened his eyes, which he had closed by reflex, Juho breathed a sigh of relief. I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Couldn't you look less serious when you're pretending to hit someone? It's hard to tell if someone's joking when they're waving their fist around like that. especially if that person's Kelly coin. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Ah, would you look at that? He stopped running his mouth. Are you okay? Juho asked Jenkins, who was covering his face, which was flushing an even brighter red than before, with both of his hands. That was exhilarating, the director said, sounding as though laughing awkwardly or drunk. Relieved, Juho went back to his seat. Why don't you tell us more about that pickpocket gang you hung out with? Jenkins asked fearlessly as soon as he felt more at ease. Meanwhile, Juho ate his pretzel quietly. Chapter 331, Language of God and a Violinist 4. Huh, it's already dark out. Phew, I am wasted. Juho looked intently at Jenkins, who was staggering from the effects of alcohol, struggling to stand still. As if having no intention of helping him, Coin walked ahead, leaving the young author to help the director walk. Come on, Mr. Jenkins. Get it together. What are you talking about? I feel fine. In fact, I feel great. Not only am I a genius, but I got the good looks. On top of that, I've managed to buy the movie rights from Yun-woo himself. At that, Coin sneered loudly in the distance. Nevertheless, Juho was relieved that the director was still talkative. Otherwise, Jenkins would have made Juho's life much harder by trying to squeeze into a tight space. Unfortunately, there was little Juho could do about Coin's irritable mood. A drunk in an otherwise beautiful street, Coin said, trying to get the director to shut up yet again. At which point, Juho stepped in order to stop him. Let's leave him be. Maybe it'll help him sober up if we let him talk. When they arrived at the riverbank, there was hardly anybody around. Even the ducks were nowhere to be found. There was nobody out for a walk, riding a bicycle, jogging, or sitting on the bench. The night sky shone brightly with stars. Similarly, all of the buildings and the bridge shone brightly with street lights, which were being reflected by the water. Standing still for a brief moment, Juho stared intently into the water. Hey, it's that thing you're afraid of, Jenkins said. At which point, Coin turned toward him. Then, walking closer to the water, Juho said, Who knows what could be lurking underneath? What? Are you afraid that there could be a corpse floating in the water? Yep, that's exactly what I'm worried about, Juho said, still staring into the water. He couldn't see anything aside from the reflection of the surroundings. It was as though the water was trying to hide its thoughts. You know, it has a lot in common with you, Jenkins said, sniffling. In what sense? Juho asked. The way it keeps flowing. Now he's just speaking gibberish, Coin said, and Juho agreed. By that point, Jenkins was practically thinking out loud, blurting out every thought that came to mind. Actually, the river doesn't look too terrible at night, Juho said. Is that something somebody who's deathly afraid of the water would say? Coin asked, and Juho chuckled quietly. After staring at the water for a brief moment, Coin said, You're going to be riding while you're training, aren't you? I'd assume so. I mean the sequel. After some thought, Juho replied, Most likely, whenever I can find the time. Just like always, Juho's story would come to completion as he repeated the process of writing and revising. Me. I'm making a movie, Jenkins interjected, throwing his arm into the air, toward the sky, still staggering. Then, looking up at the sky, he asked, But what if it doesn't turn out well? Being a genius also came with its own set of concerns. I fought so hard for it. But what if it turns out to be the quickest and surest way of killing my career? What if all this effort was for nothing? At that, Coin yawned and answered his question. Then, you kiss your directing career goodbye. If I were God, I'd make it a priority of mine to make that happen. But why? 'Cause you're annoying as hell. That's why. When the director looked at Juho for help, the young author shrugged and said, You never know what the future holds. You'll be fine. That also means the movie could flop. Yep. At that moment, Jenkins raised his chin toward the sky and shouted from the top of his lungs. Then, I better enjoy this moment while it lasts, spinning in place and gagging. At which point, Juho took a step back in order to distance himself. This guy needs to pull it together, Coin murmured while shoving his hands in his pockets, which made the young author chuckle. At that moment, a cold breeze blew against his hair, reminding him that it would no longer be there in the near future. Brushing his hair back, Juho walked on, followed by Coin and Jenkins. Come again. He really went. Where? Into the military. Who did? Yun-woo. Why? Who knows? Okay, let's go back a little. Myung-sil said, swallowing nervously. Now, tell me again. At that, her co-worker sighed impatiently and said, Yun-woo. He went into the military. Yun-woo did. At the news that Yun-woo, the genius author, had gone into the military, all hell broke loose in her office. People in all directions started talking about the young author. He had disappeared. Now, of all times, out of the blue, without telling anybody. You mean he's planning on it? No, he's already at basic training. He's already there? Myung-sil let out, picturing the young author sporting a short hairdo inadvertently. I'm telling ya, this guy's like a spy, the supervisor said, gnashing his teeth and scratching his head irritably, sending the dandruff flakes on his scalp flying in the air. All right, let's send a team over. You come up with an article. Give the publisher a ring. Taken aback, Myung-sil still couldn't make sense of the situation, unable to answer the question. Why now of all times? Isn't there a movie coming out? He'd have so much to do in Hollywood. Yet, he's gone into the military at a time like this. Everyone had been ecstatic to hear that the movie rights to Yun-woo's ultra-successful novel series had been sold to Hollywood. Not only was the director one of the most prominent figures in the industry, but the studio behind it was also a massive one. Every show on TV that had anything to do with books, movies, or the latest trends was mentioning the young author's name. I thought he'd do another interview soon. Yet, Yun-woo's decision had caught many people off guard. He's really something else, Myung-sil said, chuckling, clueless. Do you think Jenkins knew? How am I supposed to know? It would have made our jobs so much easier if only he wasn't so sneaky, the supervisor said irritably. However, Myung-sil didn't let up. Jenkins probably knew, don't you think? Do you think Mr. Woo told his friends, family, and colleagues? If anybody, I have a feeling that Jenkins knew. I suppose it's possible. I thought him being at the Frankfurt Book Fair was him sending a message that he was going to start being more active with the public. Wait a minute. Does this mean that there won't be any new Yun-woo books for the next 2 years? Myung-sil said, her expression growing darker. This can't be happening, she said, clasping her head, her shoulders trembling at the realization of having to wait 2 years without any new books from the young author. To fans like her, the young author's decision had been quite cruel. At that moment, the supervisor shouted, Let's go. Get a move on. I'm going to pay Dong Beck Publishing a visit. Okay, good idea. You do that. With that, the reporter sprung up from her seat, eager for an explanation. We were caught off guard just as much you, Jang Mi said with a pleasant smile, which looked as though somebody had drawn onto her face. Did you now know about this as well? Myung-sil asked. I didn't know. The editor replied while maintaining the same expression on her face, which was hiding the emotions that were still raw from the day she had first come across the news. I really appreciated him telling me as soon as he came back from Germany. When did he come back? Let's see, about 4 months ago, I believe. Jang Mi said, staring into the air as she retraced her memory. Expecting a sequel, she had been ecstatic by the news of the young author's return. She had thought that Juho had come back with most of the story mapped out after intensive research. With all of what he had gone through in Germany, he had to have gotten a lot out of his time in the country. When he had visited her office, Jang Mi had taken him to the conference room and asked, So, did you learn a lot? As usual, the young author had had a mellow look on his face, and Jang Mi had stared intently at it. I sure did. I'm at a place where I have enough details to work with. Do you think you'll be able to win anything this time around? At that, an awkward look had appeared on the young author's face. Although knowing that he would have responded affirmatively, Jang Mi hadn't been able to help herself. She had been ecstatic. I can't say. Jang Mi's impression of Juho was that he was modest. Even as the hype of Language of God started dying down, never had the young author raised his voice or stomped his feet. Whenever they would talk on the phone, he would always respond in a calm, unhurried tone. Most authors she knew who were 5 years into their writing careers were still delighted to see even a picture of their books being sold at a bookstore, ecstatic when their books went up to a higher rank, and anxious once their books became a bestseller. Modesty would always take a back seat, only to peek its head when they were at the peak of their success. However, it was just the opposite for Yun-woo. So, have you decided on the name of the protagonist? Yes, I have. What is it? Violinist. That's his name, Jang Mi asked, her eyes wide. He's an author, isn't he? She asked. He plays the violin, hence the name. Jiang Mi focused on listening to the young author's thoughts. The more she heard, the more her hands shook. Soon, she was about to discover how the golden goose had been killed. She was anxious to see the product. Hearing the summary of the plot, the editor nodded affirmatively. So, it's really a tragic story, she said. I mean, just think about what's surrounding the character. Sense of defeat, depression, greed, self-centeredness. They're everywhere, which are emotions you seem to represent quite often. Is that right? Jiang Mi inhaled deeply. The answer became apparent just from the story the young author had presented on the stage of the exhibition event alone. With the future knowledge of a book that hadn't even been announced, Jiang Mi couldn't hide her excitement. Hiding behind the genre of fantasy novel, the young author was about to speak his mind on the convoluted reality of modern society, poignantly calling the issues within that society out through his uniquely crafted world within the novel. The hope of the protagonist becoming the hero behind the myth would allow readers to enjoy the tragic past of that world without the emotional burdens. One started digging into the myth in order to meet God. The traitor was very, very briefly mentioned, yet it's one of the most popular characters within the novel. Readers have been curious about who was behind the myth too. Mankind had started a never-ending war in the past, which had led to an everlasting massacre. The animals that lived during that time had witnessed the cruelty of humans, killing each other for the most trivial reasons. In order to survive, the animals had come up with a plan to ostracize mankind by creating a written language that couldn't be read by humans. However, the traitor betrayed its fellow animals, saving mankind from their imminent destruction in order to repay a favor it had once received. Meanwhile, Jiang Mi was curious as to how the new characters would be similar or different from what the characters within Language of God had discovered about them. The myth isn't the protagonist's first piece of writing. Writing a myth requires training. He'll explain the reason he was chosen by the traitor as the writer, Juho said relentlessly, and Jiang Mi fixed her eyes on his lips, which were moving restlessly. The first piece written by violinist will be a war story. War was a popular subject among the people living in the world within the novel. Winning a war also came with a slew of benefits, such as wealth, abundant life, and reigning supreme over all the other countries. In that world, only the strong survived, and the weak were quickly wiped out. With the weak gone, the world became a slightly better place to live for the strong. The author, violinist, posed a question about the pattern his fellow humans follow: fighting, winning, and keeping everything to themselves. Writing was the means that allowed him to do so. Writing about the wretched spectacle of war that he experienced firsthand. He'll be an author who writes something realistic, heavily emphasizing experience. That reminds me of a certain author, Jiang Mi said, and Juho chuckled. It'll be a while until his writing starts to pick up. Till then, it gets neglected and forgotten. But that's when the traitor comes across violinist's writing, which ultimately leads to more readers. The protagonist was a figure who influenced the world both knowingly and unintentionally. Being musically illiterate, he barely manages to learn to write and proceeds to write a book. Unfortunately, the book turns out to be a massive failure. Yet, moving forward one step at a time, he doesn't give up despite being blatantly looked down upon by those around him. Afterward, Jiang Mi also heard about God, the upcoming war, and the new languages Juho was planning to introduce. At which point, she couldn't help but applaud. So, when are you going to start writing? At that moment, the expression on the young author's face changed all of a sudden, and the editor, who couldn't contain her excitement, didn't catch it. We can give you as long as you need. That's a relief. Then, I'd like at least 2 years. Despite the joke being incredibly dull, Jiang Mi laughed. Then, laughing along with her, the young author added, I'm going into the military. Chapter 332, Language of God and a Violinist, 5. You mean for research purposes? Jiang Mi had asked after a long pause. No. Wait, who? Me. The wave of emotions she had felt back then were still vivid in the editor's mind to that day. Looking at Myung-sil sitting in front of her, Jiang Mi said, I'm telling you, I've yet to come across anybody as interesting as Mr. Wu. The young author had gone into the military quietly, which was something he had been meaning to do for some time. As his editor, Jiang Mi had respected his decision and cooperated. Myung-sil asked her about the smallest of details, and Zhang Mi gave her pre-planned answers. What's the publisher's standpoint on the Mr. Wu's hiatus? The reporter asked in a low voice. Letting out a small sigh, Zhang Mi answered, It happens to every author, but I won't deny that I feel rather sad about it. We, as both the publisher and readers, were one of the greatest beneficiaries. Leaning back onto the couch's backrest, Myung-sil said, Personally, I felt like I had sent my own son off into the military. Well, you know the saying, hunger's the best seasoning there is. I'm sure it'll be worth the wait, Zhang Mi said, chuckling quietly. I didn't realize it could be this agonizing to wait on an empty stomach, Myung-sil said, and Zhang Mi agreed silently. Then, the reporter rose from her seat. Are you heading back? Zhang Mi asked. Oh no, I better go around and get some more information. Then, checking the email that had just arrived, the reporter added, I'm meeting with other authors. Yun Wu, the genius author, goes into the military, leaving fans and publishers shocked. Yun Wu reported to have already gone into the military. The web in a state of mass confusion. Yun Wu? In the military? News climbing up the most searched rankings. How old is Yun Wu? His recent enlistment catches fans off guard. I will do my part as a citizen. Yun Wu's recent enlistment leaves the globe in shock. Fans overseas react. Military? Conscription? When can we expect from Yun Wu's new book? The riveting news of Yun Wu's enlistment catches the attention of the international media. The enlistment of a world-class author and what he's about to experience in the military. Who are some of the authors with military backgrounds? A World War II veteran author shares his story. What would Yun Wu's life in the military be like? That was quick. An unhesitant decision from the young author. Why is the web rooting for Yun Wu? The beauty of a dutiful citizen. Compliments from fans to Yun Wu pour out. Yun Wu's new look? The perfection that is Yun Wu. Who are some of the celebrities burdened by military duty? What makes Yun Wu's decision to enlist unique? The publishers speak on Yun Wu's recent enlistment. We already knew. 2 years without Yun Wu. We'll be waiting. Fans and critics alike applaud Yun Wu's recent decision to go into the military. How will things change without Yun Wu for the next 2 years? The absence of the genius felt by many. Yun Wu's fellow authors speak on his enlistment. He didn't say much. He didn't seem nervous either. Comments 1523. How dare he just disappear like that? Seo Jung asked as he put the pool cue down. He had just gotten off an urgent phone interview. Since the news of Yun Wu's enlistment had finally gotten out, Seo Jung was relieved that he no longer needed to keep it a secret that he had been asked about it by the young author. As always, Dong Gil gave him a look of disdain. They called you yesterday. You just happened to miss it. I was sleeping. Till 6 in the evening? What's wrong with that? I didn't go to bed until 10 a.m. that day. Seo Jung said confidently and added, Because I was writing. Of course, instead of giving an answer, Dong Gil flipped the page of the book he had been reading. Looking at his laptop on the pool table, Seo Jung said, People seem to have taken it well. Well, it's nothing to get offended about. Good for him. I was really taken aback. Sometimes, I get a feeling that he acts without thinking. Coming from you, that's rich. Think about it. He's doing so well, and he just disappears and goes into the military. If I were in his position, I'd stall as long as I could. Remember how miserable we were when we had to go. It was like being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Okay, that's a little dramatic. The two authors had dreaded going into the military. Unfortunately, it was one of the things that needed to be done regardless of one's preference, which had made them even sadder. I wonder if he's afraid he'll be forgotten, Seo Jung said, swinging the pool cue in the air. He's never been gone for that long. Yet, he joined the military willingly. That kid's a mystery. Humph. But what makes Yun Wu tick is actually pretty simple, Seo Jung said as his pool cue came to a halt, pointing toward the cold man reading a book by Hemingway. Maybe he was looking for something. Kind of like when I went to Russia, Dong Gil said. As Seo Jung picked up a ball from the table, Dong Gil closed the book. So, did he tell you anything? Seo Jung asked. He's writing a sequel, apparently. A sequel? To Language of God. At that, Seo Jung's eyes were filled with life. This is going to be about the past, isn't it? It's probably going to be about war. Hence, the military? I'd figure so. Then, Seo Jung laid himself on the pool table, and a ball came rolling out from under his buttocks. The sun shone directly on his face, changing the color of his eyes. Interesting. Dong Gil was well acquainted with his friend's attitude. Well, what about you? Any good catch? You even went all the way to Russia. You could say that, Dong Gil said. In reality, he was quite satisfied with the product. You're actually really happy with how it turned out, huh? I won't deny it. Then, Dong Gil took out a plethora of data he had been keeping for a long time. If he hadn't been satisfied by it, then he would have never taken it out willingly. Meanwhile, Seo Jung saw an ominous smile on his friend's face. Dong Gil's new spy novel would surely be a masterpiece. On top of that, the timing was just right. You don't think people will forget about Juho when your book comes out, do you? That time, rather than making a judgmental remark as he normally would, Dong Gil replied, "That would be interesting." There was a subtle sense of playfulness in his cold, low voice. Meanwhile, Seo Jung spun the cue ball on the table and made a shot. I'm telling Yunwoo. Why am I not surprised? At that moment, a thunderous roar came from Seo Jung's stomach. While Dong Gil's face twisted into a scowl, Seo Jung cackled and said, I'm getting hungry. Maybe we should have just gone to the outing. You said you didn't feel like going out. Besides, it's already late. You're right. Let's get delivery. You do that. I'm going out. Come on. I'm buying. In the end, the two ended up eating much later into the evening after an unnecessarily long quarrel. Ooh, yeah, Miriam exclaimed. Gesturing for her to wipe the beer foam off her lips, Dae-soo said, would have been nice to eat together one last time, referring to the young author who had left. Suddenly, stomping her feet, Miriam also agreed. I know. I wanted to ask him about a few things too. Like what? Like how he was feeling, his mind set. What he's most afraid of? If he's afraid, how did he come to enlist, etc. I didn't realize you were a reporter? Gunwoo murmured quietly, and Jun-soo added, well, I do understand. It's just that it was so sudden. We did get to eat together before he left, though. Before disappearing with the wind, the young author had visited Yunseo at her house and stayed well into the night. What did you guys talk about? A voice asked quietly from across the table. It was San Young, dressed entirely in black. After a long period of research in Taiwan, she had returned to Korea just a few months back. Wincing at her question, Gunwoo replied, that, we don't really know either. He was talking with Mrs. Beck for the most part. The young author was probably paying her a visit out of respect. Although Yunseo had invited Hyun due to join them for dinner that evening, he hadn't shown up. He looked like his usual self while we were eating, wearing that silly smile of his, without a care in the world, Gunwoo said, as if grumbling. At which point, Jun-soo added, Gunwoo was trying so hard to scare him. Come on, he's still young. So? Was Juho intimidated? Miriam asked, leaning toward Jun-soo, who shook his finger sideways exactly 3 times. Not one bit, which is why this guy looks disgruntled. Of course, Dae-soo said, resting her chin on her hand. The image of the young author being fazed or intimidated only existed in people's imagination. People describing his age as being preceded by his demeanor had long turned boring. By that point, the young author was closer to reaching the tranquility of Buddha. It was so boring. He knew everything there was to know about being in the military, and this is his first time going into it. You don't say? How's that possible? Does he know anybody? Miriam asked. No, but it seemed like he'd been studying, though, Gunwoo said, shaking his head. Studying? For what? San Young asked quickly, and Jun-soo replied on Gunwoo's behalf. It seemed like he was working on something war-related. As the utensils clinked against the plates on the table, the authors locked eyes with each other. How brave of him, San Young said, staring intently at her glass of red wine. War was made of flesh and blood, which meant the young author would have to face stomach-churning images repeatedly. Within imagination, it was possible to see even the most explicit details. Why do humans kill each other? What makes them desire or reject war? What does it mean to win or lose? What starts wars and what makes peace? Where's humanity headed? The young author would be able to bring up such lofty questions to his heart's content, and readers would search for answers within the book. It was a sequel to Language of God, which meant it was bound to appeal to the masses. The success lay in how much Yun-woo could raise the quality of it. He doesn't ever get tired, does he? That already sounds like a headache and a half, Dae-soo said quietly. I'm telling ya, he feeds on metal. Is that why he went into the military? That's some dedication right there, Miriam said, her mouth parted open as if in disbelief, revealing the chewed-up food within it. Then, offering her a glass of water, Junsu said, I know he doesn't act like it, but Dong Gil seems pretty confident in his new novel. He already submitted the manuscript to the publisher, apparently. Must have had something to do with his trip to Russia. He's writing a story that's been on his mind for years. I can only imagine how happy he'll be. Besides, Yun Wu's not around either. Dae-soo and Jun-soo locked eyes with each other. Dong Gil was about to reveal the story that he had always wanted to write. The subject, the story, and everything else. His spy novel does sound riveting, though, Dae-soo said, and San-young nodded quietly in agreement. I'm looking forward to it too. Good for him, Miriam said, pouty-lipped. I'm looking forward to yours too. You write some good detective novels, San-young said, chuckling quietly. I appreciate the lip service. At that moment, the door to the room they were dining in flung open, revealing the last member to join the rest of the crew that evening. It was Sang Choi, and he was standing confidently with his chin raised high. Seeing that, Miriam's eyes widened. Lip service? San-young doesn't do lip service, Sang Choi said, walking into the room confidently, indicative of the conviction behind his words. You're late, Dae-soo said. However, the romance writer remained unfazed. Work is more important than eating. I was really in the zone today, so I went on a tad bit longer than usual. Come, sit here, Jun-soo said, showing him to his seat. Glancing at the faces of the authors sitting around the table, Sang Choi said, I don't see Yun Wu. Dong Gil and Seo Jung aren't here either, Gun Woo said. At which point, the smile on the romance writer's face turned upside down. I'm sure we all know what I'm talking about, he added, referring to the young author's enlistment while crossing his legs. My bad, Gun Woo replied, apologizing reluctantly. Chapter 333. 2 years without Yun Woo 1. Heard your movie's coming out? Sang Choi asked Gun Woo, almost as if picking a fight, and in a way that would have been offensive to those who didn't know the romance writer. Of course, Gun Woo was fully aware that Sang Choi wasn't coming from a place of ill intent. All right, I sold the movie rights. Yun Woo went to Hollywood, you know. I'm aware, Gun Woo replied, feeling something well up from within. Despite the effect his words had on the author, Sang Choi became distracted by the menu, at which point, Gun Woo found himself getting confused as to whether there really was no ill intent behind the romance writer's words. Well, congratulations. But you still have a ways to go as an author, though. You know this, right? There were about 15 places that I didn't like in your new book. Right, Gun Woo said, dragging his response and wondering. Couldn't he be any less excited? That's 15, Sang Choi said, emphasizing his remark even further. When Gun Woo looked at Dae-soo, she nodded and said, he's keeping you in check. But I started out so late. What did you say? Sang Choi asked. Nothing. TL's note. In Korea, people with more experience are commonly expected to be treated with respect by those who are newer and less experienced in life/job field. Simultaneously, those who are more experienced are supposed to be looking out for those who are less experienced. However, this culture is often abused by those who are older. In this case, Sang Choi, being a self-centered person that he is more concerned with his own career than looking out for Gun Woo, who is less experienced than he is. While Gun Woo was dealing with Sang Choi, Jun-soo talked with San-young about Yun Woo. He looks good with short hair. Although, it did take some getting used to. Really? I gotta see it now. Do you have a picture? Of course. How can I not? Jun-soo took his phone out of his pocket and showed San-young a picture of the young author. At which point, all of the other authors gathered around him to see it. Huh, San-young exclaimed upon seeing the picture of Joo-ho looking straight into the camera, sporting the subtle smile with which she was well acquainted. Not too bad. He looks cold, though. The reporters must be anxious to get their hands on this picture. That takes me right back to when I was in the military. As the waiter came into the room in timely fashion, Sang Choi placed an order for food. After the waiter stepped out, Jun-soo said to his fellow authors, I'm about to start working on another book. Are you now? What kind? It's a full-length novel. I was planning on publishing it through my blog initially, but I got an offer from the publisher. I see. Nobody seemed to be caught off guard by the news. Writing was an author's primary job description, and that remained unchanged with or without Yunwoo around. Jun-soo thought back to the day when he had taken pictures with the young author. "What's with your hair? It looks good." When Jun-soo had opened the door, he had been greeted by Yunwoo and his new hairdo. While Jun-soo had been thinking about the young author's noticeably shorter hair, Juho had said, "I'm enlisting." Their brief conversation had brought a significant change for the next 2 years of Jun-soo's life. 2 years without Yunwoo. The absence of the young author gave what would otherwise be just a number and name. Juho's time in the military meant his absence was guaranteed. Noticing that his hand had started shaking subtly, Jun-soo hid it behind his other hand. "Do you think Juho's anxious right now?" Midiam asked, emptying her glass of beer. At which point, Jun-soo looked up and looked at her. "It's just that I can't seem to make peace with it for some reason. I wonder how he's feeling." "He's probably not thinking about it all that much," Juho said. Juho had always moved forward while the rest of the world around him waited on halt. By that point, the young author had gone ahead of the world by a considerable distance. Does he even have things to worry about? He looked like he was already about to get discharged, Gunwoo said, looking depressed as usual. At the same time, everyone imagined the young author in their own way. Some pictured him struggling to adapt, constantly clashing with the senior officer, getting punished, and ending up in the guardhouse. However, Jun-soo pictured Yunwoo in his uniform, carrying a notepad issued by the military, which would contain his ideas. There had to be a number of awe-inspiring sentences in it. After being disciplined as a soldier, what kind of stories would Yunwoo write? "Well, I got my own things to worry about." "Same here," Sen-young said, agreeing to Jun-soo's murmur. Whether consciously or not, everyone in the room had to be thinking about the same thing. What do I do while Yunwoo's gone? "You know, our club's changed quite a bit since Yunwoo came along. I don't even remember what it was like before," Dae-soo said, chuckling. That day, the atmosphere of the outing took a slightly more serious turn. From cars spewing out pollution, to skyscrapers, to a street bar selling snacks, and pedestrians wearing various types of clothes, walking toward their respective destinations in various paces. Juho looked at everything attentively for a little while. As he inhaled, he felt cold air rushing into his nostrils. "Greasy food," Juho said, reading one of the words from the list of food items he had written down on his notepad. "A soldier," a child said, pointing toward the young author. However, its guardian merely repeated after the child without even looking toward Juho. "Right. A soldier. Let's go. A soldier." "Yes, a soldier." Holding the child by its hand, the two crossed the street in a hurry. Brushing his hand down his face, Juho made his way home. "Is that you, Juho?" Juho's father asked at the sound of the door opening. "Yes." The mouth-watering aroma had been tempting the young author since before he had reached the door, reminding him of how hungry he was. Upon arriving, he was greeted with an impressive array of freshly made food in the living room. As delighted as he was, there was a question that he had to ask. "Is today New Year's Day?" From japchae to various skewers, pan-fried cakes, and rice cakes, the table seemed set like a New Year's Day meal. TL's note: japchae is a traditional Korean side dish typically eaten on New Year's. It usually contains pork or beef, a variety of vegetables, and glass noodles, seasoned and stir-fried together. The ingredients for the skewers could also vary from household to household. "You said you were craving New Year's Day food. That's why?" his father said, ecstatic to see his son home. Meanwhile, Juho looked at the array of food, noticing the grilled mackerel resting precariously on the edge of the table. "It feels like New Year's all over again, doesn't it? We couldn't spend it together. We'll have some barbecue for dinner," Juho's mother said as she came out of the kitchen. As long as it was greasy, Juho was ready to eat anything. Then, just as he was about to sit, his mother stopped him, saying, "Go get changed first." "But I'm starving. I'm gonna wash it soon, so just set it aside somewhere." Standing back up, Juho went to his room to get changed. When he came back out, his mother asked, "The food isn't all that great at camp, huh?" Needless to say, it was incomparable to the delicacies spread about before his eyes. After sitting down, Juho took the grilled mackerel and split it in half down the middle. The meat was soft and buttery, while the skin was crispy. "The skewers are really good. Here, have some japchae. Did you make this yourself? You can find just about anything in the market these days." This place knows their japchae, Juho's father said after tasting the dish. Right. Meanwhile, Juho picked up another skewer for himself, which had slices of imitation crab, ham, and green onions. When he pulled them out of the skewer, the egg coating around them came loose and hung untidily. "How's life at the base?" his father asked, which was a question he tended to ask every time Juho would come home on vacation. "I think it suits me," Juho said confidently. "Ever considered it as a career?" "I have. Didn't seem like it'd be a bad idea." Looking proudly at his son, the father asked, "It's still hard even after you adapt to the environment, isn't it?" "A little. You did well, it seems. They let me out of the base on vacation from time to time, so it's not too bad. Have some short ribs. They're good," his mother said, putting a piece of short rib on the young author's plate. At the end of the meal, he felt his stomach was noticeably warmer than it had been. "Think I'll go out for a walk. Want me to get you anything?" "It's fine. Be safe now." "Will do." Feeling bloated, Juho put on some clothes haphazardly and went out for a walk, meandering around the neighborhood. He had no destination in mind. Although he was walking quietly, he moved his eyes busily, looking around. "Maybe I should try the bookstore for the old time's sake," Juho said to himself impulsively. Although he hesitated upon reaching the crossroads, he didn't change his mind. Once he left the neighborhood, there were significantly more people on the streets, of whom the young author soon became a part. Nobody was talking to him or causing a ruckus. It had been 12 months since Yunwoo had gone into the military, and the media had long stopped writing about it. Being conscious of the people walking past him, Juho kept walking forward, eventually arriving at the bookstore without trouble. There it is. Finding Dong-gil's new book wasn't hard at all. Feeling a warm, stuffy air underneath his nose, Juho rubbed it. Frigid Winter. The title seemed to suit its creator well. The book had already sold more than 100,000 copies by that point, and suffice to say, Dong-gil's career had been flourishing since the book had been published. For a brief moment, Juho looked intently at Dong-gil's picture in the paper band wrapped around the book. At that moment, "Excuse me," a voice said to the young author from behind him, and Juho stepped aside to let the person through. Then, reaching for the book Juho had been looking at, the person grabbed it and walked away. While he was at it, Juho looked around the store. Of course, he was bound to come across names with which he was familiar. Dae-soo had also put out a new book about 6 months ago. It was a novel about a story that took place in the corporate world. Being the master of horror novels that she was, Dae-soo's new book contained an element of horror that was unique to her, despite it being pure literature. As an author who was often criticized for being excessively grotesque in her writing, her new book was a meaningful attempt at something different, which made the young author feel a subtle pressure. "I think Jun-soo said that he was coming out with a book soon." Juho walked further into the store, where there was an even greater variety of books, stopping in front of the name Hyundoo Lim. Before joining the military, Juho had visited Yunseo at her house in order to let her know about his enlistment. Although Yunseo had invited Hyundoo, he had never come, saying that he had been in the middle of writing. Juho still remembered the last time he had talked with the literary great on the phone. "So, you're enlisting?" "Yes, sir. I'm planning on going as quietly as possible," Juho had said. "Right," Hyundoo had said, sounding uninterested. Even as they were talking, never once had he wished him good luck or safety. It was as though the young author was on his own. However, by the time their conversation was nearing its end, Hyundoo said, "You might not like what you see when you get out. Your friends will be soaring up to the sky while you're gone." Juho brushed his hand down the cover of Frigid Winter. Just as Hyundoo had predicted, Juho had started to feel competitive. Instead of picking up a rifle, he wanted to pick up a pen and write. Even while on night watch duty, he wanted to write all day if he could. There were pent-up emotions that needed to be released somehow. Phew, Juho breathed slowly. Thankfully, there was another way for him to deal with the emotions pent up within him. Juho turned back, thinking about his ongoing piece, which had been progressing slower than his previous books. "Let's meet up," Seo Kwang said on the phone. Upon arriving home, Juho had started writing almost immediately, until he had been interrupted by a phone call from his friend, that is. "I haven't seen you since you first came out on vacation, you know that? The only way for me to hear about you is through news articles." During the 12 months he had been serving in the military, Juho had met up with Seo Kwang only once. Aside from that time, He had been investing every minute of his vacation time into the piece in front of his eyes. Sorry, I've been working. And I am happy to hear that as a reader, Seo Kwang said, implying that he wasn't as happy as a friend. Juho wasn't sure of what to say. Well, if my author friend says he's busy, then he's busy. I'll manage. Are you free tomorrow? Juho asked. He also wanted to catch up with his friend, starting with the trip to Germany, to the military, and even now, writing the manuscript had been quite a time-consuming task. There was a need to be intentional about maintaining a balance in his life. A sprint was an entirely different race from a marathon. Thankfully, Seo Kwang had reached out to the young author at just the right time. Going to bed and waking up at the same time every night and morning, Juho looked over his manuscript while waiting for his friends unhurriedly. Gosh, it's like I'm trying to meet the president or something. Having arrived first, Seo Kwang grumbled. Upon finding Juho's uniform on one side of the wall, his expression changed almost immediately. When walking toward it, he shuddered and stepped away from it. Egg, that smells like a soldier's uniform. All right. You're going to be wearing that too one of these days. Shut up. Don't want to hear it. It's not too terrible there, you know. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Couldn't you put it somewhere out of sight? Seo Kwang said, raising his voice irritably. There's no place with better ventilation, though. For goodness sake, man. I don't even want to look at it, Seo Kwang said. The rest were on their way to Juho's house. Then, staring intently at the young author's hair, Seo Kwang said, that hairdo's gonna take me some getting used to. Yeah. Yep. Well, how's life at the base? It's not bad. It's not the most comfortable either. At that, Seo Kwang became teary-eyed, like a deer terrified for its life. You get used to it, though, as with most things. It still scares me. Seeing the frightened expression on his friend's face, Juho chuckled quietly, thinking of a certain author who had tried desperately to scare him before he went off to basic training. The look on Seo Kwang's face at the moment was probably what Gunwoo had hoped to see from Juho back then. It's okay. It's just this once, Seo Kwang said. Speak for yourself, Juho thought to himself, patting his friend on the shoulder. Chapter 334. 2 years without Yunwoo too. Seo Kwang looked up at Juho, as though he didn't feel any better. After playing along for some time, Juho greeted his friends, who started arriving one by one. Seeing them for the first time in a long time, Sunhwa and Bomb seemed much more mature to him. Long time, no see, buddy. I'm telling ya, this is what happens when you have friends who are successful, Sunhwa said, patting the young author on the back. Her hands were as relentless as ever. As Juho smiled awkwardly, she took a pack of beer she had brought and handed it to him. It's a gift. The pack was quite heavy. Meanwhile, BOM took the bag of strawberries she had brought and waved it in front of Juho. Seo Kwang took it from her and buried his nose in the bag, as if trying to comfort himself. While BOM looked at Juho's uniform on the wall, Juho put the pack in the refrigerator and said, "This is a great gift you got me. Too bad I don't drink, though. Don't worry. I will. Gotta get drunk while you're young and free." You must have a pretty high tolerance, Juho asked. At which, Sunhwa placed her hands on her sides, looking proud of her drinking prowess. Well, you're at that age, all right. Come on, act your age. Enjoy yourself. Should we order some food, then? What do you guys want? Sunhwa shook her head. However, respecting the majority opinion, which asked for pizza, Juho called the pizza shop nearby and placed an order. It was the long-awaited reunion of the old literature club members. Although, they were missing a person. We're missing Baron, BOM said, sounding bummed out and like she had read Juho's mind. He's serving in the military too. You too, Baron? Seo Kwang cried out, clasping his head. Juho was able to relate to his desperate behavior, at least to a certain extent. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Juho walked over to the door, opening it gladly. It was a man wearing a brusque expression on his face. It was Sung Pil. Hey, you're late. Come on in. All right, Sung Pil said, playing along with BOM. Although Juho had heard of how close he and Bomb had gotten, the young author couldn't help but be taken aback once he actually witnessed it in person. You two got really close, huh? Bomb kept dragging me out to drink. There's nothing like alcohol to get close to someone. So, does that mean everyone there got drunk? Juho asked, picturing Sung Pil and BOM speaking gibberish to each other. However, BOM waved her hand in denial, adding, Sung Pil didn't have any. Like somebody he knows. Knowing how Sung Pil could get when drunk, Juho looked intently at his friend, who avoided making eye contact with the young author, keeping the brusque expression on his face as usual. I just thought I needed to get my life together. That's all. At that moment, Seo Kwang came out from between Juho and Bom, placing his hand on Sung Pil's shoulder, and said, Sung Pil, loved your new book. Sung Pil stared quietly at him, without moving his hand away. Which book? Juho asked, and Seo Kwang said, he recently wrote a short story for a literary magazine that I subscribed to. Seo Kwang was referring to a literary magazine that was published by a massive publisher. Then, Seo Kwang added unhindered, Sung Pil's really good at establishing a connection with readers. Maybe it's more accurate to say that he encourages building the connection? Anyway, no matter which character you look at, you're bound to grow attached to it. It's just so ironic that he's such a rigid person in real life. I'm telling ya, he keeps improving day by day. It makes it easier that Yun Wu's not in the picture, doesn't it? You're arguably one of the most successful rookie authors. Not necessarily. I gotta hand it to ya. I really appreciate your go-getter spirit, reaching for the sky as though there were no limit. It's simply radiant. At this rate, you might even surpass Yun Wu. You know what? You should just go for it while you're at it. Bring him down. Sung Pil spoke no further on that regard, at which point, Seo Kwang patted him on the back as if he liked the rookie author even more. Of course, Sunhwa was about to let her bookworm friend have it. Stop babbling and get on with setting up the table. Okay, all right. There's hardly anything to put there, Seo Kwang said, making his way to the kitchen reluctantly. Juho glanced at Sung Pil. Thankfully, the rookie author seemed quite comfortable. With a smile on his face, Juho asked his author friend, So, a short story, huh? Yep. It was a request. I'm very grateful. I had no idea. So, Sung Pil dragged on, looking for something to talk about. Instead of questioning him further, Juho murmured, I want to see it. I'll go get it, Sung Pil said, as if ready to bolt out of the apartment at any given minute. At that, Juho raised his hand in order to prevent him from doing so. I knew you'd ask, which is why I brought it with me. Seo Kwang interjected with the bag of strawberries still in his hands. You did? Sung Pil asked, looking as though caught off guard, which only encouraged Seo Kwang further. Reaching for his bag, Seo Kwang pulled a magazine with a purple cover out. It looked quite intriguing. Looking at her bookworm friend as though in disbelief, Sunhwa said, He's a walking bookstore, that one. Taking the magazine from Seo Kwang, Juho said, I look forward to reading it. Hey, pizza's here. Somebody get the door. At that, Sung Pil moved without hesitation. Meanwhile, after staring intently at the magazine, Juho set it down elsewhere. Aren't you going to read it? I want to take my time and savor it later. I know exactly what you mean, Seo Kwang said, crossing his arms and nodding in agreement. Come get your drinks. The party started as everyone gathered in the living room, each with a slice of pizza in one hand and a can of beer on the other. Although Juho had taken a can, Sung Pil didn't seem to have taken one for himself. Resting his chin on his hand, the young author asked, Are you not drinking anymore? Sung Pil's eyebrows winced at Juho's playful question. No. Juho chuckled quietly. Witnessing a change in a colleague's lifestyle was strangely entertaining. Meanwhile, the old literature club members started pouring out their hearts to each other, which mostly consisted of complaints about college life. Professors, classmates, upperclassmen, registering for classes, GPAs, job searches, the upcoming future, the meaningless past, the uncertain present, doubts directed toward each other, the distrust toward society. Life sucks. My money. Why did I choose this major? As the atmosphere kept sinking, Seo Kwang stepped in to change the subject. He was the person most capable to speak with joy. Have you read Dong Gilum's new book? He asked. As Juho brought the can up to his mouth, he felt Sung Pil's gaze following the can in his hand. Tasting alcohol for the first time in a long time, it was refreshing but bitter and unpleasant. Yep. At that, Seo Kwang threw both of his hands up toward the ceiling before anyone else. Wasn't it incredible? It was the essence of what a hard-boiled novel should be like. Frigid winter, a snowy winter night, completely engulfed in darkness, and the merciless cold that freezes your hands and feet right off. I think this is definitely going to be the turning point in his career. How was it? Sung Pil asked Juho. Sitting up, he replied. I know I still have some time left in the military, but I think it was one of the most memorable books I read at the base. I thought so, Seo Kwang exclaimed, clenching his hands into fists. He's definitely stepped up his game. His depictions were so realistic. I could really tell that he did his research. The violent emotions and the touching story hidden behind that distinct writing style. I find myself literally craving his book. Sung Pil gave Seo Kwang, who was wiping his eyes as though crying, a confused look. Meanwhile, Sun Hwa clicked her tongue and said, always so dramatic. It's good to express your inner thoughts to others. Not when you're drunk. Art starts with expression, the honest feeling of a deeply moved reader. This is a beautiful melody coming from the bottom of one's heart. More like noise. At that, Seo Kwang narrowed his eyes at Sun Hwa, who sneered and drank her beer. Two authors, one aspiring writer, one bookworm, and one former literature club member. I guess there's no getting around talking about books, Sun Hwa said with a bright smile on her face. Personally, I like Dae Soo Na's book a lot more. That's also a really good one, Seo Kwang said, weighing in with Sun Hwa. BOM also chimed in, saying, it was terrifying though. But it's a little light for a novel written by Dae Soo Na. She always crosses the line on purpose. I like that about her. Juho brought his beer up to his mouth again, feeling Sung Pil's eyes following his hand yet again. After looking off into the air for a brief moment, Juho said to his author friend, you could have one, you know. I'm thinking about it. You're not working on anything. It can't hurt to have a drink or two as long as you're responsible about it. Come on, have some, Sun Hwa said gladly, opening a can of beer and offering it to Sung Pil. People seemed to be having a good time, and it made sense that Sung Pil would want a drink. Besides, he was in a place where he could afford to have a drink or two. Taking the drink from Sun Hwa, Juho handed it to Sung Pil and said, cheers. The cans made a dull sound as they bumped against each other. At that, the others joined in with their nearly empty cans. Well, this is awkward. There were times when people tended to be recklessly brave, when they had just become used to something. Having gotten used to drinking, Juho's friends weren't afraid of getting drunk. Seeing his friends sprawled all across his apartment, the young author sighed deeply. This room is way too small for this, Juho said, putting down his can of beer, which he had hardly drunk. He had been taking very small sips the entire time. After moving all the empty cans aside, he sat on the couch, looking around his quiet house, and picked up the magazine containing the short story written by Sung Pil. All right, let's see, Juho said, looking at the cover of the magazine. That particular issue was on tradition and innovation, which gave the young author an idea as to what his author friend might have written. Regardless of the field, there were progressives and conservatives. Juho opened the magazine and found Sung Pil's short story toward the middle. The words printed on the pages put him in a good mood almost instantly. At that moment, a bird flew past the window, cawing. What are you up to? Seo Kwang said, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. Juho remained silent. After pouring himself a cup of water and drinking it, Seo Kwang walked toward the young author and looked at the pages over his shoulders. Despite his friend standing right behind him, Juho didn't respond. You can see it too, can't you? He's going to make it big, Seo Kwang said. When it came to books and authors, his words tended to carry significant weight. The sheer number of books he had read was beyond anybody's imagination, and they had given him a sharp eye. It's only been a year since he started writing. Meanwhile, Seo Kwang stared intently at Juho from behind. Jealous? A little bit. From Seo Kwang's point of view, Juho's attitude didn't make a lot of sense. However, it wasn't a new development. Because of that, Seo Kwang felt that the young author had gone crazy at times. Crazy about writing. Crazy about sentences. Well, fret not, friend, Seo Kwang said calmly. Sung Pil was unbelievable. His skill definitely set him apart from all the other rookie authors. He was growing at an explosive rate. However, that wasn't to say that he had caught up to Yun Woo. In reality, Sung Pil still had a ways to go until he caught up to the other authors in Juho's literary magazine. Nevertheless, that didn't change the fact that Sung Pil had something unique to offer as an author, which would give readers a reason to read his book. Staring intently at the reflection of his friend's face, Xiao Kuang asked, "You're not actually anxious, are you?" "I'm very anxious." At that, a corner of Xiao Kuang's mouth started twitching. If what the young author had said was true, you really don't know yourself. Only then did Juho look up. Streams of light poured into the apartment through the window. Of course, Xiao Kuang murmured to himself internally. Juho didn't seem shaken in any way. Not one bit. Envy, sense of urgency, fear, anger. Nothing. That wouldn't be very Yunwu-like, Xiao Kuang said, chugging the remaining water in his cup. There was something refreshing about his swallowing sound. The really anxious ones are probably all the other authors around you. Chapter 335. 2 years without Yunwu 3. Other authors, huh? Yeah, 'cause you're gonna be out of the military in a year, Xiao Kuang said, and added, which means that's how long they have to catch up to you. But, as we're both aware, you don't just become a better writer overnight. Though, we probably couldn't say the same about you since you got to the top in almost no time. Well, I can't say you're wrong, Juho said with a mysterious smile. At which point, Xiao Kuang winced and said, they're not Yunwu, so they can't catch up that quickly at the end of the day. Juho brushed his hand down the book he was holding, while Xiao Kuang stared at it. Juho was at the halfway point of his military service. In 1 more year, the monster that was being held captive would be set free. At which point, his fellow authors would probably wish that there was more time. He makes it big. Although caught off guard by the young author's remark initially, Xiao Kuang caught on to the meaning of it shortly after. Juho was referring to Sung Pil. Although he sounded oddly certain of the rookie author's future to Xiao Kuang, he shrugged it off and said, I think he will as well, but who knows what could really happen? It'll happen sooner than you think. Xiao Kuang couldn't make sense of where Juho was coming from. The youngest. First edition starting at 1 million copies. Yunwu was a one-of-a-kind figure who wrapped himself in all sorts of dazzling adjectives. He was a dominant figure in the industry, and his life was undoubtedly successful. If anyone were to be offered to live the young author's life on his behalf, nobody would think twice about accepting the offer. From time to time, Xiao Kuang would become unbearably curious as to how the young author saw the world. What did he see that Xiao Kuang didn't? At that moment, it's not good to talk about someone behind their back, you know, Sung Pil said as he opened his eyes. He had been lying so still on the floor that he had looked almost lifeless. Ah! Xiao Kuang screamed out, grasping his chest. However, Juho merely turned his head toward his author friend and said, I thought we were pretty explicit. Then, Sung Pil sat up and said out of nowhere, Can you lend me a razor? At his random remark, Juho clenched his lips tightly, and Xiao Kuang gave him a puzzled look. What do you need a razor for? Xiao Kuang asked, looking at Sung Pil's chin. Unfortunately, that wasn't the place the rookie author was thinking about shaving. It's for my eyebrows. Eyebrows? As in a touch-up? No, I need to shave them. Shave them? Xiao Kuang asked, even more confused. When he looked toward Juho expecting an explanation, the young author's lips had narrowed, as if he was holding back laughter. Sung Pil was the only one serious. So, do you think I can borrow one? No. Why not? 'Cause I'm gonna end up thinking about your eyebrows every time I go to the bathroom, Juho said, shaking his head emphatically. Rather than clinging to him and begging some more, Sung Pil nodded with understanding, smacking his lips. Then, he lay back on the floor. Did he just say that he wants to shave his eyebrows off? What the heck was that about? Xiao Kuang asked, thoroughly confused. However, seeing that things had already moved on, he gave up and waved his hand. At that moment, can somebody make me some honey water? Bom asked. The sun was about to set by the time Juho's drunken friends started sobering up, looking for honey water. Upon checking the time, the young author was reminded that it was almost time for his other guests to arrive. Let's clean up a little. This is embarrassing. What? It ain't that bad, Xiao Kuang said, waving and looking hassled. Walking over to the window, Juho opened it in order to ventilate the apartment, making everyone shiver with the cold air that came rushing into the living room. Paying no attention to them, Juho looked out the window and saw a familiar face in the distance, one who seemed to be headed for his apartment. At which point, Juho walked over to the front door in preparation to greet his guests. Then, as he opened the door, a voice came from the entrance. Some example you guys are. It was the younger members of the literature club, Bo Suk and the twins. Looking at their forebears drunk and sprawled about in broad daylight, the younger club members gave them somewhat pitiful looks. At the same time, they were glad to finally see their old clubmates. Been a while, Juho, Gong Il said. Her once long, sharp eyes were now curving stylishly. It's near impossible to see you in person these days, Gong Pal added. Although looking quite similar to his twin sister, he was noticeably taller than her. He had been going through a growth spurt since becoming a junior. Here, we brought you a gift, Bo Suk said, offering something in a plastic bag. It was a box of fried chicken. Is it food? Yeah. We figured you don't get to eat fried chicken at the base, Bo Suk said, greeting her old clubmates behind Juho in a friendly manner, including Sung Pil, who she seemed to have met prior to that day. Meanwhile, the twins were busy pushing each other's backs. Did you drink with Bo Suk too? Yep, Sung Pil said, looking intently at the twins, who were quietly arguing about who should introduce themselves first. Growing impatient, Seo Kwang took the initiative on their behalf, saying, Gong Pao Kong. Gong Il Kong. Sung Pil tilted his head at the strange-sounding names. Your names? Yeah, we were born on the 18th of the same month and year. For the record, I beat her to it by 1 minute. If you'd been born on the 17th, Sung Pil said, quickly changing the subject shortly after. TL's note. Last names comes before first names in Korea, which would make the name Gong Cheol Gong, or Kong, Gong Gong Cheol, which means 007 in Korean. Sung Pil, or Pil Sung. Call me whichever you feel like. The twins nodded emphatically. Then, raising their hands, they took turns to ask, we have a question. It's about something we've been wanting to know. Yeah? Sure. How did you come to use Sung Pil as your alias? Sung Pil looked at Juho by reflex. The author had a chicken wing in his mouth. It was a nickname. From childhood. Who gave it to you? That guy, Sung Pil said honestly. From then on, the twins clung to the young author and started bombarding him with questions. At that moment, the young author was saved in the nick of time when Sun Wa's dying voice interjected, groaning, I smell chicken. After calming the twins down, Juho took a seat. As the apartment became filled with people, the air became filled with their voices. We have 31 members now. Whoa, the club's massive now. Bo Suk and Gong Il had been the heads of the club during their last years. Although the position had hardly ever been a prominent one, that reality had come to change as the club grew bigger. People know our school as the school Yunwoo went to, so the school's been supporting the literature club in major ways. Things got crazy after you guys graduated. People came to us willingly before we even started promoting the club. Everyone was trying to see your short stories. It was chaos, which created a world of problems. It was so upsetting. It still is whenever I think about that time. I can't remember how many times I found myself missing the old times, when things were quieter and more peaceful, Bo Suk said. She clearly missed the club experience with her old clubmates. Well, it's all in the past now, she added. At which point, Juho brought up a certain person that came to mind, saying, I'm surprised Mr. Moon is still teaching. Agreeing with Juho's remark at once, Bo Suk said, he was not happy about what became of the club though. He was pretty upset actually, saying that what was meant to be an outlet had become part of work. I thought he would quit teaching after that, but he didn't. He said that there were bills to be paid. That sound about right, Juho said. That was the kind of person Mr. Moon was. After listening quietly, Sung Pil said, the almighty Yunwoo. Well, things have calmed down since, Juho said, shrugging it off. The name Yunwoo was bound to be forgotten at some point in the future, and there was no way to prevent it, even if it was Yunwoo. Calm, Juho. Bo Suk called to the young author, overpowering Sung Pil's curiosity. Tell us what happened since the last time we met. You haven't hung out with us since coming back from Germany. You kept saying that you were writing. You didn't even hang out with us when you came out on breaks after you went off to the military, she exclaimed with a beer in her hand. Sucking on her greasy fingers, she said, also, can I touch your hair? In the end, the hangout lasted well into the night, and Seo Kwang and Sung Pil even spent the night at the young author's apartment. The 3-day vacation went by in the blink of an eye. After following Juho to the subway station to send him off, the two friends said goodbye to the young author. Take care, Sung Pil said, and Seo Kwang added. Enjoy your last year at the base. Will do. With that, Juho waved at his two friends and went down the stairs into the station. Standing by the entrance, the two watched their friend disappear into the underground. The uniform suits him, Seo Kwang said, thinking back to the uniform that had been hanging from the wall in Juho's apartment. I'm sure we'll be wearing that soon too. Don't go there, Sung Pil. Why? Seo Kwang let out a small sigh at Sung Pil's oblivious attitude. Having become part of the crowd, Juho slowly faded into the distance. Unlike when he had come out as a celebrity author, and while he was a civilian, nobody in the crowd seemed to recognize him, shout or ask for an autograph upon seeing him. Nobody was calling out to him. To Seo Kwang, it all looked too foreign and awkward. They can't have forgotten about Yun Woo in just a year. I agree. Seo Kwang waved as Juho looked back at his friends one last time, waving back and disappearing into the underground subway station. Yun Woo was nowhere to be found. It is so quiet, Seo Kwang said quietly. When Sung Pil stared intently at him, he added, almost as an excuse, I mean, I thought it would look and sound a lot more chaotic. Shoving his hands in his pocket, he added, maybe people forget about each other more often than we think. Sung Pil wondered if the longevity of Yun Woo's popularity had something to do with the pace at which the young author had progressed. Perhaps that had been why Juho had joked about being forgotten so nonchalantly. That's not entirely true, Sung Pil said emphatically, and Seo Kwang looked at him. At his soon-to-be shaved-off eyebrows, to be exact. Look. What? Seo Kwang let out, looking in the direction Sung Pil was pointing. There were two people coming up the stairs, looking ecstatic about something, their fingers tapping frantically against the screen of their phones. As they came up to the surface and walked past Seo Kwang and Sung Pil, their conversation became audible. That's what I call a coincidence. We should have tried talking to him. He was in his uniform, though. Oh man, my heart's racing. Meanwhile, Sung Pil stood quietly in his place, realizing that he had been worrying over nothing. Then, rubbing his stomach, Seo Kwang suggested, can we go get something to eat? Sure. Why don't you come over to my place if you're free? My parents own a bookstore. I'll be there. With that, the two went on their way, blending into the crowd. Maybe I need to speed things up a little, Juho murmured in the subway. The thunderous roar of the train overpowered everything. Time flew by like the train, moving at a frightening speed. It's almost Christmas. Nam Kyung nodded in confirmation to Ms. Song's remark. He was in the middle of looking through the edits of a recently imported book's manuscript. Mr. Woo's book should be coming out soon, right? Yep, Nam Kyung said briefly. At his seemingly indifferent attitude, Ms. Song looked toward him and asked, aren't you excited? Of course I am. You don't seem like it, she said, sipping the coffee that she had bought on her way back to the office. Personally, I was really sad that he was gone at first, but time flew by as I kept working and reading other books by different authors. Then, when I remembered that his new book was coming out and the release date was just around the corner, I found myself getting really stoked. I've been on a Yunwoo marathon for a week now. At that, Nam Kyung burst into laughter and said, yeah, bummer that he's going to start with another publisher after he gets discharged. He had already been informed of the sequel to Language of God by the young author. Oh, you mean the sequel? There's a rumor circulating about it right now. The rumor of the sequel was widespread in the publishing industry. Knowing that, Nam Kyung nodded affirmatively. Is it true, though? She asked. Who knows? I'd say it is. Did you not hear anything from Mr. Woo? He's very busy. At that, a look of utter disappointment appeared on Ms. Song's face. Well, I hope it comes out soon, she said, genuinely and earnestly. Chapter 336. Jenkins, Full of Surprises, 1. Sure, it's a bummer that such a massive series is getting published by another company, but as a reader myself, I really hope that it comes out soon. What she said. Nam Kyung looked at the person who interjected in his conversation with Ms. Song. It was Mr. Ming. Next to him was Sung Pil, who was visiting the company, whom Nam Kyung greeted briefly, still having trouble getting used to the author's lack of eyebrows. When the editor had seen it for the first time, it had left him utterly confused. Since the Mona Lisa, Nam Kyung had never come across someone without eyebrows. Aren't you cold? Miss Song asked. Tilting his head, Sung Pil replied, I'm quite warm. Thanks for asking. Right? With that, Ms. Song reverted the subject of the conversation back to Yun Woo, and Mr. Ming, being the fantasy novel fanatic that he was, actively forced himself into the conversation. He had to be the most enthusiastic Language of God fan in the entire office. By far, the fan community seems to suspect the possibility of a sequel series to Language of God, although there have always been rumors. The publisher made it seem like they were about to announce something big. It makes sense, Ms. Song said, and Nam Kyung nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sung Pil sat and listened to their conversation quietly. At that moment, Mr. Ming looked toward Nam Kyung, giving him the same, familiar look that the editor had been getting throughout his career. When Nam Kyung shook his head, Mr. Ming looked at another person. I don't really know, either, Sung Pil said. Why not? I think he's quite busy, the rookie writer answered briefly and added, writing. At that one word, all the editors thought of the same book. Covering her mouth, Ms. Song said, You mean? As much as she wanted to say it, she had to control herself. Then, noticing the awkward tension in the air, Mr. Ming changed the subject. There's that. But guess what else is coming out next year? The Language of God movie. Oh yeah. Although Mr. Ming tried to keep a calm look on his face, he simply couldn't resist the excitement. The cast members are made of top actors and actresses, not to mention who's directing it. Man, am I stoked. Nodding her head enthusiastically, Miss Song said, It feels like everything we've been waiting for is coming out all at once. Kind of like Payday. Pushing his glasses up, Nam Kyung took a glance at the calendar on his desk. Yun Woo is finally coming back. And nobody came out. An actor said, and laughter sounded from the crowd of reporters. Anyway, it was definitely one of the more interesting projects I've ever been part of. I also had the most fun. What made it particularly challenging, though, was studying the script, which was quite unique, to say the least. Jenkins looked through the dozens of reporters sitting before his eyes. There was a press conference that day for the Language of God movie, and Jenkins' appearance was comparable to those of the actors. I have a question for Mr. Jenkins. At that, the actors sitting to either side of the director looked at him simultaneously. Since it was just after the screening, there was excitement in the reporters' voices. They all had watched the film adaptation of Language of God. Sensing the excitement in the air, Jenkins raised his chin and said, Yes. It's about Yun Woo, the creator of the original. The name Yun Woo came up just as he expected. Jenkins locked eyes with the reporter, whose cheekbones stood out quite a bit. He recently resumed his career after finishing his service in the Korean military. But, for some reason, he hasn't made any public appearances, even though it's been months since his discharge. Yes, I'm aware. I haven't seen him yet, Jenkins said, cutting the reporter off mid-sentence. At which point, the reporter asked back by reflex, You haven't? You see, he doesn't treat me any different just because I'm a movie director in Hollywood. Actually, I'm scheduled to visit Korea soon. I think I'll pay him a visit. Although, I don't really know where he lives, Jenkins said, clicking his tongue. The sound of fingers tapping on keyboards filled the room as the reporters typed out everything that the director was telling them, including his jokes. All right, I actually had a different question in mind. How do you think Yun Woo will react to the movie? What do you think he will have to say? Although he felt the corner of his mouth turning up, Jenkins didn't bother hiding it. I'm sure he'll be more than satisfied. And maybe, just maybe, he might even acknowledge that letting me direct his movie was the best decision he ever made. Does Yun Woo call you Zara? One of the actors interjected. Jenkins waved in denial and replied, He's very polite. Unlike somebody I know. Questions started pouring out after the name of the young author came up. The reporters were desperate to hear more about the author after his 2-year hiatus. Although unsure as to why he had to be the one to quench their curiosity, Jenkins responded as sincerely as possible. How much have you two talked? Could you tell us more about his input in the production of the movie? Not since he went into the military, unfortunately. As for the advice regarding the languages within the novel, he gave me that while we were in Germany. I also got some help from Mr. Sanders, the translator of the novel series. Was there anything in particular that he insisted you left unchanged? Reminiscing to the time he had spent with the young author in Germany, Jenkins replied, No. He gave me full creative freedom. Why do you think he hasn't made any announcements yet? I can't say, the director replied. In actuality, he had no clue as to where the young author even was. There have been rumors circulating among fans about a sequel to Language of God. Have you heard anything about that? Look, This is press conference for the movie Language of God. You can take that question to the author yourself, the host said, correcting the trajectory of the conference. Then, he pointed to another reporter who was sitting to the left side of the room. Jenkins looked toward them. It's a widely known fact that you flew all the way to Germany just to see the author. In one of his interviews, Yun-Woo stated that his first impression of you was similar to that of an intimidating boss at work, the reporter said, bringing up one of the young author's answers from an interview given prior to that day. He did say that. The second he saw me, he gave me an X. It almost felt like I was getting fired. So, of course, the next question was also about Yun-Woo. After answering it haphazardly, Jenkins decided to draw the line in order to prevent any further questions about the young author. He was disgruntled as well that Joo-ho didn't even bother to give him a call since his discharge from the military. Now, I'd appreciate it if you all could refrain from asking any further questions about Yun-Woo after I answer one more. At that, nearly every reporter raised their hands simultaneously. The turn went to somebody who introduced themselves as a blogger. Before Jenkins even spotted him in the crowd, the blogger asked, "What do you think of Yun-Woo as an author?" "As an author?" Jenkins said, pausing for a brief moment. Then, the blogger added, "Yes. If you were to use an adjective in front of his name, what would it be?" Deep in thought, the director looked down. His mind was urging him to blurt out the very word that was in his mind. Is this the devil or the angel whispering? It was neither. In fact, it was merely his desire to speak his thoughts. Although it was slightly ill-natured and resentful, it was also genuine. "Mr. Jenkins?" Everyone in the room was waiting for the director's reply. By the time the actor sitting by the edge of the corner peeked his head to look over in his direction, Jenkins opened his mouth and said, "He's not a genius, as he's colloquially known." Huh. At first, I thought we were under the same category, a modern-day genius, complete with talent and effort. Then, I noticed something different about him by the time I read his book about 50 times, Jenkins said with a bright smile on his face. Was it a flaw of sorts? The reporters thought to themselves, hoping for the author's misfortune. At which point, Jenkins added, looking directly at the reporter, that he's quite rational. There's not one bit of conceit in him, and there's not a single indication that he's the type to follow his instincts. If he really was a genius, then it wouldn't add up that he lacks so many things, don't you think? The director remembered Joo-ho. Joo-ho's novel wasn't the only place where Jenkins had noticed the young author's rational side. After spending some time with him, the director had come to learn a few things about the young author. First, Yun-Woo was quite defensive and was inclined to hide within himself. At the same time, the young author seemed to understand when not to hide, which had to have come from experience. It was the only thing that enabled one to act on their knowledge. What's even more baffling is that he doesn't have a single wrinkle in his body. Leaning back on the chair's backrest, Jenkins spoke about the young author to his heart's content, unhindered, exaggerating slightly while adding a touch of false information. Creating an image and giving one a role and a name was the director's specialty. And that was his answer. Isn't that incredible? Using anecdotes, Jenkins hid things about the young author that could be interpreted as flaws. The room was in an uproar, and Jenkins massaged his temple as if he had a headache. So,